Chapter 1. The adorable younger brother. Father, she has awakened. In a daze, Tang Yi sensed a voice, momentarily bewildered, as if she had been jolted awake. Was it an explosion? No. Perhaps she had been bitten? Zombies. Tang Yi felt an unsettling silence enveloping her, an atmosphere uncharacteristic of a post-apocalyptic world. Could it be that humanity had triumphed, vanquishing the zombie king? Thus, she needn't scavenge for food, nor remain perpetually vigilant against the undead. With this revelation, Tang Yi sprang from her bed, though her vigorous movement nearly sent her petite form tumbling. Wait, her petite form. Looking down, she beheld her small arms and legs, touching the delicate bones that indicated she was merely 2.5 years old. Had she been reincarnated? Reborn? At that moment, her gaze fell upon a charming little one of similar age, sporting soft, short hair and an adorably cherubic face with large, innocent eyes. My, what an endearing little angel. Drink some water, the diminutive figure, Tang San, offered, his tiny hands cradling an oversized cup, exuding cuteness in every way imaginable. Thank you. Tang Yi quickly accepted the cup, unwilling to let such a delightful child bear the burden of such a large vessel. After taking a sip, she was surprised to find the water still warm. How could such a thoughtful and adorable child exist? Wait, he seemed to be about her age, and they were in the same room. She had woken up in this bed. Could they possibly be siblings? Ah, enlightenment dawned upon her. You're such a good little brother. Tang Yi finally extended her mischievous hand, reaching for the boy's soft head, her heart filled with wonder. So soft, so delightful, I want to embrace him. No, I must not be seen as a perverse sister. What? Tang San, taken aback by being called little brother, felt a peculiar dissonance. Though he inhabited a child's body, his soul was that of an adult. Being addressed as a younger sibling by this little girl felt strangely unsettling. And she was even patting his head. For a fleeting moment, he was caught off guard. In his previous life, he often faced solitude, and in this existence, he felt joy at having a father, yet his father had never shown such affection. An odd sensation settled within his heart. In that moment of distraction, the girl seized her chance. So soft. Wait a moment. Your face is so soft. How can it be so soft? In her previous life, Tang Yi had only known a harsh environment, fraught with danger from zombies and mutated plants. She had never encountered such a cute and pristine child, and now he was her brother. Having lost her parents early in the apocalypse, the sudden presence of a brother felt like a beautiful gift, and for a moment, Tang Yi found it hard to restrain herself. Please let go. The adorable little boy, Tang San, was somewhat taken aback. This girl possessed an unexpected strength, making it difficult for him to break free. Father, Daddy. Hearing familiar footsteps, Tang San called out urgently, hoping his father would come to his rescue. When Tang Hao entered, he found the two little bundles entangled, perceiving no imminent danger, and thus disregarding Tang San's plea for help. Father, you have arrived. Tang Yi expressed his surprise at his younger brother, who appeared somewhat robust and a bit disheveled. Tang, he felt no qualms after all. In this post-apocalyptic world, even those who were more unkempt had emerged. As for calling him father, even the adorably innocent younger brother had embraced it. Why not a father? After calling out father, Tang Yi redirected his attention to his soft and adorable brother, oblivious to the momentary stiffness that enveloped Tang Hao upon being addressed as such. Chapter 2. My dear brother. In truth, Tang Hao felt a twinge of guilt. Just days prior, under the cover of darkness, he had ventured out to see Yin after ensuring that Tang San was asleep. Having indulged perhaps a bit too much, he stumbled along the dimly lit path and collided with a suddenly appearing child. Despite his quick reflexes, he still managed to knock the child down, only to see her fall into unconsciousness. With no other recourse, Tang Hao carried the child back. Gazing at the beaming girl, he felt a pang of anxiety. Had he inadvertently caused her to lose her wits? To ascertain her condition, he approached and lifted her in his arms. Tang Yi, bereft of her soft and cuddly brother, was momentarily taken aback. She had been picked up like a child, cradled under his arms in a distinctly juvenile manner. Even though Tang Yi was aware that she was still a child, within her lay the spirit of a formidable adult with extraordinary abilities. I am still but a child, a mere baby. After a brief moment of self-persuasion, Tang Yi donned an innocuous smile and gazed at the man, whose rugged visage bore the marks of time. She sweetly called out, Father. Once again addressed as father, Tang Hao maintained a facade of composure. Yet internally he mused, it's over, she truly has lost her mind. Cough. He cleared his throat to mask his unease, setting the girl down. Observing that she was inclined to cling to his son, he reluctantly pulled her back and inquired, Who is he? My brother. Tang Yi responded, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the mention of her brother. Father Tang San, unfamiliar with interactions with girls and now being labeled as a younger brother, found it utterly unacceptable. Regrettably, Tang Hao gestured for Tang San to remain silent, being a dutiful child. Tang San complied. He is a brother. I am your father. And you are? Tang Yi. When posed with the question, Tang Yi instinctively replied, feeling somewhat puzzled. Why did it feel? She looked up at the man, wondering if he had employed some form of suggestive ability. Yet it didn't seem quite like that. Just as Tang Yi was about to voice her confusion, the man nodded and placed her beside Tang San. Look after Cough, your sister. With that, Tang Hao departed. Unbeknownst to him, upon hearing the word sister, Tang San's cherubic face momentarily cracked with disbelief. As Tang Hao walked away, he quickened his pace, scanning for any child that might be lost, hoping to rescue them. Meanwhile, Tang San, left behind, found himself once again subjected to an enthusiastic squeezing of his cheeks. Fortunately, Tang Yi noticed the disenchanted little boy giving up his struggle, and she finally withdrew her mischievous grasp. Tang San, with his flushed face, felt liberated, and dashed outside. The girl had been far too enthusiastic about his face, revealing a side of girls that was somewhat intimidating. However, he mused that having an additional sister might not be such a bad thing, even if she appeared to possess considerable strength. It seemed he would need to practice his Xiantian skill and ghostly shadow stealth more diligently, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to escape the grasp of a mere child. Brother, where are you going? Tang Yin called out as she observed her younger sibling sprinting away. With her short legs and bare feet, she hurried after him, uncertain of what might happen to such a small child left unattended. Reflecting on her brother's earlier release of her hand, she felt a sigh of relief mixed with confusion. Did he perceive her as a strange sister? As she contemplated whether she had been overly harsh, she finally spotted her adorable brother, only to feel her heart race again. My dear brother. Chapter 3. Be good and obey. Upon rushing outside, Tang Yin beheld her younger brother, not yet 3 years old, meddling with something on a stove ablaze with fire. The little bundle, Tang San, stood precariously on a small stool. From Tang Yan's perspective, the flames danced beneath him, and the pot on the stool billowed with thick, white steam in undeniably perilous situation. He was just a child. Her heart raced at the sight. How could her sweet brother engage in such dangerous antics? Drawing a sharp breath, she sprinted over and scooped him up, safely relocating him to the side. Initially, when Tang San heard Tang Yin call him brother, he had no intention of responding. However, he was caught off guard when she rushed over and lifted him effortlessly. He was momentarily stunned, realizing that the girl's strength surpassed his own, yet he hadn't anticipated that she could lift him so easily. Oh, you have any idea how dangerous that was? What if that stool wobbled? What if you had fallen? Even if you didn't fall, look at that boiling water. If you had accidentally tumbled into the pot, you would have been cooked. No deity would be able to save you. And fire, is it something children should play with? Don't you know that playing with fire comes at a cost? She lamented, her heart aching at the thought of her precious brother getting hurt. Tang Yin felt a wave of compassion wash over her. Why was he so mischievous? Tang San attempted to respond, but he was momentarily taken aback by the flood of words. No one had ever spoken to him in such a manner before. In his previous life, he had been an orphan taken in by the Tang sect, striving to be the best he could be. In this life, his father was not one to engage in idle chatter or express concern. Though he felt a tinge of disappointment, he understood that he was not a genuine child, even in his melancholy. He comprehended his father's demeanor. Tang Hao lacked parenting experience, and for Tang San, it was his first encounter with a father. He was uncertain how to interact with him, believing that being a good son was the best approach. Yet he forgets that he is still just a child. Be good, little brother. You must listen that not engage in dangerous activities. You can do those when you are older, Tang Sha reassured her brother, thinking he was startled by her stern tone. It will be fine, Tang San replied, feeling that this gentle pat on the head was different from the one he received from the girl earlier. This gesture stirred a deep sense of affection within him. I have done this many times. It won't hurt me. Ever since he learned to walk and speak, he had been helping with chores, and eventually his father ceased to supervise him. Household tasks became his responsibility. After explaining that he would not be in danger, Tang San resumed his efforts to cook the porridge. Tang Sha was determined not to let her brother undertake such tasks. It doesn't matter if it won't hurt. Where's father? Tang San had become somewhat accustomed to being called little brother and was no longer as affected by Tang Sha's mention of their father. Father has gone out. She speculated he might have gone to buy alcohol, as the supply at home had been depleted. Tang San chose not to elaborate, fearing that Tang Sha might disapprove of their father. Oh, then forget about father. Tang Sha thought it was rather inconsiderate of her brother to leave such a small child unattended. But where was her mother? Tang Xia pondered. Chapter 4, Brother, allow me. Although perplexed, Tang Xia refrained from questioning further. She realized that she only knew of a brother and a father, and had little understanding of the world around her. Observing their clothing, a blend of vintage and modern styles, she found it difficult to ascertain their circumstances. Gurgle, gurgle. A stomach grumbled, interrupting Tang Xia's thoughts. She noticed her brother's gaze shift to her abdomen. It seems he is hungry. Just wait a moment, she said, as the porridge was nearly ready. After extinguishing the flame, she would serve it to cool before they could eat. Watching her diligent brother brought warmth to her heart. He was such a sweet child. However, it was out of the question for such a small boy to serve scalding porridge. Brother, let me do it. I can manage, he insisted, feeling he was no child and could not allow a girl, even if she was not very big, to handle these tasks. But you are still small, you must listen, Tang Xia said, having located the bowls and utensils, gently pushing her brother aside to take over. You're speaking as if you are very grown up. Sit still and do not move, she warned, sensing her brother's restlessness. Tang San had no choice but to comply momentarily, thinking if she were in danger, his ghostly shadow could come to her aid. What Tang San did not expect was that Tang Xia ladled out the boiling porridge without a tremor in her hand. Even though he knew of her strength, he could hardly believe she was unafraid of the heat. Tang San was aware of how delicate a child's skin could be. The freshly cooked porridge was handled by Tang Xia, as if it were nothing, steady in her grip, seemingly impervious to the heat. Tang San's gaze held a hint of intrigue. Even he, despite having practiced the mystic jade hand, would find the porridge painfully hot, requiring him to let it cool on the stove for a while before serving it to their father. Come, eat quickly, Tang Yin said, searching around for a small spoon but finding none, feeling somewhat regretful. Could his little brother use chopsticks at such a young age? He gently blew on the porridge before offering it to his brother once it had cooled. Tang San observed this scene, his eyes suffused with warmth. This was the first time he had been treated in such a manner. In the past, even their father would wait for the food to cool on its own before serving it to him, and he would comply without protest, never crying or making a fuss. Their father had never thought to blow on the food for him. Even though he wasn't a real child, he felt a surge of happiness from this gesture, regardless of the fact that the person providing it was a girl, a sisterly figure. All right, Tang San, momentarily distracted by this action, did not delve into why Tang Yin was unafraid of the heat, even as he had intentionally observed Tang Yan's small hands, which bore no signs of having been burned. Tea that moment, Tang Yin was thinking. His little brother, at such a tender age, could use chopsticks. How clever! As Tang Yin savored the simple, albeit bland, porridge, his eyes suddenly brightened, reflecting a look of contentment. In a world teeming with zombies, being able to enjoy a bowl of warm porridge was already quite fortunate. Furthermore, this porridge was sweet and clean, warming him from within, truly delightful. On the other hand, the atmosphere was not so warm and inviting for the two younger ones at home. Tang Hao had returned to the spot where he had encountered Tang Yin, searching the nearby homes to see if anyone had lost a child. Of course, when Tang Hao engaged in serious matters, he would disguise his identity to gather information. Unfortunately, after a day of searching, he had found little of value. As dusk began to settle, Tang Hao reluctantly decided to return home, promising himself to search again the following day. However, upon returning to Shahan village, he sought out the village chief, asking him to inquire if any nearby villages had reported a missing child. Once the village chief understood the situation, he agreed to help in the search. Chapter 5, the discussion of brothers and sisters. As night descended and tranquility enveloped the surroundings, Tang Yan's thoughts drifted, recalling the apocalypse, her abilities wind, water, wood, healing. With each revelation, her powers seemed to revert to their initial awakened state, as if she had not undergone any training. Suddenly, Tang Yin felt something. What? She exclaimed, disbelief washing over her as she tumbled off the bed, her mind clouded with confusion. It seemed. Her abilities had transformed into omnipotence. How could this be? Tang Yin gasped several times, struggling to calm the overwhelming excitement that surged within her. It was simply too unbelievable. The day had brought forth an abundance of surprises, from having a soft, adorable little brother to the complete awakening of her powers. Little sister, what's the matter? With no extra rooms in the house, Tang San was sharing a room with Tang Yin. Noticing her commotion, he saw her sprawled on the floor and initially thought it was just a child rolling around in their sleep. Tang San chuckled awkwardly, realizing she was still just a little kid, and couldn't help but call out, "Sister, what? Did you just call me something?" Tang Yin, still reveling in her newfound abilities, heard the soft and melodious voice of Tang San. If she was not mistaken, her younger brother was referring to her as his sister. Such titles should not be misused. Tang Yin momentarily set aside thoughts of her powers and, turning to her brother who had approached, earnestly stated, "I am your elder sister, you must not make such mistakes." Tang, Yin was capable of rising from the ground unaided and did not require her brother's assistance. The night air had turned somewhat chilly, and concerned for her brother's comfort, she promptly enveloped him in a blanket. Once again, Tang San found himself being cradled by Tang Yin, who was of a similar stature to him. Resignation began to creep, and Tang Yin's strength was considerable, while his own was somewhat lacking, rendering him unable to resist. Moreover, his intention in approaching Tang Yin was for his own well-being, devoid of any malice. All that remained for Tang San was a sense of helplessness. There is still a deep sense of urgency. He needs to work harder on his skills, or else he will be embarrassed. Even though he looks like a 2-year-old child, he can't truly think of himself as child. You're the same age as me, so how come you're the older sister and I'm the younger brother? I think I should be the older brother, Tang San argued. I am older, so I'm the sister, Tang Yin said matter-of-factly. How do you know you are older and not me? I am definitely the older brother, Tang San said, trying to convince himself of his correctness in being the older brother. You're still young, so you might not know how to distinguish ages, but that's okay. Look, Dad said today that I am the sister, and you should believe what Dad says, right? I am definitely the sister, so you should call me sister, okay? Although I don't know where Dad has gone. He hasn't come back for so long. The younger brother actually felt that it was normal for Dad not to have returned. How exactly do these father and son get along? Tang San slightly complained and continued, Brother, if you still don't believe me, let's compare our strength. As the older one, I definitely have the most strength. Before Tang San could respond, Tang Chun unexpectedly produced 2 walnut-sized stones from somewhere and crushed one in a powder before Tang San even had a chance to react. Tang San couldn't refute this strength issue. After Tang Yin finished kneading, he handed another stone to his younger brother. Chapter 6, Drinking Party. The younger brother took it and said, As long as you crush it like sister did just now, I will believe you are my brother, not my younger brother. Tang Yin spoke with full confidence. Tang San. If he could crush it, he would have proven it already, right? In the end, the elder brother Tang San's wishes were in vain. Time to sleep, little one. You need to sleep well to grow tall, okay? In a coaxing tone, Tang San didn't know whether to laugh or feel helpless. Tang Yin had no intention of staying up late. She was still a child and needed to rest well. The next morning, she was awakened by a delightful aroma of wine. In the apocalypse, alcohol had become a rare commodity, even scarcer than food. She had only had the chance to drink once before and had fallen in love with it. Where did the wine come from? Tang Yin wiggled his little nose and slipped out barefoot again. Wow, it smells so good. Tang Hao looked at the suddenly appearing little girl and didn't say anything. He continued to pour a bowl of wine, drank it in one gulp, and then poured another cup. Dad, can you let me have some? Tang Yin, looking like a little drunkard, appeared quite short due to her small stature, so she had to climb up onto the table with her whole little body. Tang Hao's drinking motion paused for a moment when Tang Yin called out to him as dad. Usually, when he drinks, he doesn't want to deal with anyone. But at that moment, seeing Tang Yan's small figure and her bright, expressive eyes, he suddenly thought of Ayin. Do you want a drink? Tang Yi nodded eagerly. I want a drink. Tang Hao didn't have much experience in raising children, so he simply pushed the bowl of wine that was almost to his lips forward, and it landed in front of Tang Yin. Tang Sha took a deep breath in nostalgia, smiling with a grin that showed her teeth, her big eyes squinting happily, resembling a child not yet 3 years old, which made her look quite adorable. Just as Tang Sha was about to take a sip, it was snatched away by Tang San, who appeared out of nowhere. Tang Sha was taken aback, watching as some of the wine spilled from the bowl due to the struggle, causing her to feel heartbroken. Dad, Tang Sha is still too young to drink alcohol. This wine is not suitable for children, Tang San said as he returned the wine to Tang Hao. If she has too much alcohol, it could burn her brain and make her foolish. Tang San understands poison and naturally knows a bit about pharmacology. What's unsuitable? I think it's very suitable. Tang San looked at those wines with eyes shining. How could he take something that was about to go into his mouth back? No, he can't drink. Tang San absolutely wouldn't allow it. This is no joke. Just a little bit, I'll drink a little bit, 1 sip at a time, that's fine. If 1 sip doesn't work, tasting it is good too. Tang San couldn't help but swallow, watching his father drink 1 sip after another. Ah, it's so torturous. Tang San saw that Tang Yin was still so persistent, and for a moment couldn't think of any solution. He watched as Tang Yin struggled to control his desire to steal the wine. Tang San thought, if you drink, then I'll drink too. Tang San was momentarily lost in the allure of alcohol, but finally managed to pull himself back together. I'm the same age as you, so if you drink, I naturally will too. Seeing that his words had an effect, Tang San continued to talk around this topic. Tang Yin looked at his soft and cute little brother, wondering how such a small child could drink alcohol. In the end, Tang Yin could only take a step back. Be good, little brother, we won't drink, but you have to call me sister, okay? If you call me sister, I won't drink anymore. Chapter 7, Calling Sister. Tang Yin knew that she could no longer drink, so she had to give up. However, if she could hear her soft and cute little brother call her sister, she would be very happy. Tang San opened his mouth, but always felt like something was missing. He couldn't bring himself to call out sister. Although Tang Yin didn't hear her brother calling for someone, the fact that the soft and cute Tang Yin opened her mouth meant there was hope. Dad, my brother didn't call me sister. Tang Yin, who was already sitting on the chair, pulled on Tang Hao's shirt with her chubby little hands. She seemed very excited, but tried to put on a pitiful look. Tang Hao had never seen a girl like this before. She was full of sunshine and brought laughter to this quiet home, even making the usually obedient and quiet Tang San appear a bit more spirited. Tang San, since birth, had been overly quiet and obedient, unlike other mischievous children. His rare little pout made Tang Hao feel an unexpected sense of anticipation. Tang San understood what Dad meant. It was time for him to call her sister. Tang Yan's eyes sparkled. If it weren't for her small size with that look, she would have seemed like a quirky aunt admiring a cute child. Fortunately, Tang Yin was only 2 or 3 years old, which made her quite adorable. Sister Tang San held his breath and finally uttered a word. However, after calling out, he felt it wasn't that difficult after all. Hey! Tang Yin was satisfied and wanted to pat Tang San's head a few times with her little paws. She happily thought to herself that her brother was named Tang San too, though she didn't know which San it referred to. Entertainment was scarce in the apocalypse, and when not on missions, she stayed at the base. She found some entertainment items, including some TV shows and anime that people had saved before the apocalypse. Tang Yin had watched an anime where the main character was also named Tang San. She didn't expect that her soft and cute brother's name would sound the same as that anime character's. She planned to figure out which San her brother's name referred to in a few days. As for now, she wanted to raise her brother to be chubby and healthy, as their home looked quite poor. Tang Yin touched his chin and quietly plotted. While Tang Yin was secretly planning something and living a peaceful and leisurely life with his younger brother, an old man visited their home one day. He was thin and tall, but in good spirits. Tang Yin didn't know who he was, but Tang San called out cheerfully first, "Grandpa Jack." "Hello, Grandpa Jack." Tang Yin naturally echoed with a bright voice. "Oh, this is little Yin." When Jack heard Tang Hao mention Tang Yin, he already knew about the child's existence. Looking at this cute and polite child made him happy. As he grew old, he enjoyed well-behaved children. However, Jack sighed a little. "Little San, is your father home?" Tang San had not yet replied when a voice with little emotion said, "Xiao San, take your sister out to play for a while." Okay. Tang San understood that his father wanted to talk to village chief Jack, so he just took the curious Tang Yin away. Tang Yin is not a real child. She knows that some adults prefer not to have children around when they speak. However, she is a bit curious about the phrase Grandpa Jack that she just heard. It sounds somewhat familiar to her, and she must have heard that title before. She just can't recall it immediately. But since she is no longer in her original world, she decides not to dwell on it. It shouldn't be anything important. Chapter 8. A new concern, how to say it. Tang Hao asked village chief Jack first. "I checked the nearby villages, and there's no news of any missing children." Jack shook his head, worried about what this could mean. For a moment, Tang Hao was at a loss for words. Jack thought of the child's adorable and well-behaved appearance and felt a bit pained. "Look at Xiao Yin, what a lovely child. How could this happen? I understand now. If we can't find them, then so be it. After all, they've already called me dad and brother, which makes things easier for him. Over these past few days, he has actually enjoyed the joy this little girl has brought, and Xiaosan also likes this sister. If they can't be found, perhaps it might just work out." Tang Hao was previously worried about whether he would let go of Xiao Yi if her parents found her, but that thought finally faded away. He told the village chief about recognizing Tang Yi and asked him not to disclose her identity from now on. Tang Yi would be his daughter. After all, that silly girl had lost her memory and didn't remember anyone, so it seemed fine to continue like this. It was indeed a coincidence that they all shared the surname Tang. "I understand, this Xiao Yi is your biological daughter," Jack said with a smile, quite pleased with Tang Hao's decision. It was good that such a wonderful child found a good home. When waiting for Tang San to return, Tang Hao mentioned it to him, and after nodding in acknowledgement, Tang San was also happy to know that Tang Yi would be living with him from now on. However, unlike Tang San's happiness, Tang Yi was currently touching her little chin, wandering around the house. The home was too poor, with 3 simple adobe houses that couldn't be simpler. There was a crude wooden sign with a painted hammer and some ironworking tools, suggesting that her father was a blacksmith. It was really too poor, and she was thinking of ways to make money and get some good food. For her, who had come to this apocalyptic world, food was the most important thing. Moreover, her younger brother only had some porridge and a few small dishes each day. How could that be nutritious? When Tang San arrived, he saw Tang Yin squatting and dazing off for a while, then running over to another spot to squat and daze off again, not knowing what he was doing. After watching for a while, Tang San thought it should be something children do, and he wondered if he should try to appear more like a child. Just then, Tang Yin ran over. "Brother, let's stroll around the village." Tang San wanted to shake his head. He was not a real child. Usually when he went out, he would either be teased and made fun of by adults or be pulled in a play by a group of mischievous kids. He was not accustomed to either scenario. However, seeing Tang Yin's eagerness to go out, he eventually nodded. He was not a little kid, but Tang Yin was a real child, and it was normal for him to enjoy playing. Tang Yin had no idea what Tang San was thinking. She wanted to see the outside world and quickly immerse herself in the new environment. At this moment, she saw two children around 2 or 3 years old holding hands and running around everywhere. Tang San couldn't understand. Was this how one strolled about? For a moment, Tang San felt like he couldn't keep up with Tang Yin's train of thought. Tang San's family lived in a relatively remote area, and Tang San rarely ran around the village. Few people knew him, and as for Tang Yin, it was even less so. The busy adults glanced at this unfamiliar little child and couldn't help but exchange a few words, probably asking whose child he was. Tang San wanted to say something, but Tang Yin held onto the child's identity, pretending not to understand what everyone was saying, and continued to run. Since he was holding on to Tang San, he couldn't respond immediately, so he let it go in the end. He was still small, and his sister was still young too. Some people recognized Tang San. "Isn't that the blacksmith's child from our village? I went to him for help with a hoe before. It's his family's, no wonder. That blacksmith is quite peculiar. He doesn't pay much attention to his children and lets them roam freely. I heard he often leaves the kids at home. It's a miracle that this child has grown up so well. But why is there an extra child? How did that happen? The blacksmith hasn't really talked to us much, so I don't even know how many kids he has. This child doesn't look too big. It could be a pair of twins. Hey, you don't understand, do you? A boy and a girl are called Dragon and Phoenix twins. Isn't that Village Chief Jack? Let us just ask him." Someone saw Village Chief Jack and couldn't help but inquire. "Village Chief, whose children are those two running over there?" "They are from Tang Hao's family. These two kids were small before and didn't come out much. Now they can run and jump, lively little ones, good kids." Village Chief Jack concealed the fact that Tang Yin wasn't his biological child. He had promised Tang Hao because Tang San rarely went out and not many people knew him. Moreover, Tang Hao wasn't very talkative, so having one more person at home was easy. After everyone got the answers they wanted, they shifted their attention away from the two children and instead started talking about Tang Hao, the blacksmith who was known for raising children haphazardly. "How are you? Tired? Want me to carry you?" Tang Yin noticed her brother's somewhat disordered breathing and asked with concern. "No, it's fine." Tang Sin shook his head directly, surprised that Tang Yin had been running for so long without losing her breath. He underestimated her. He didn't know what kind of person Tang Yin was before, but she had impressive physical abilities. "Then let us walk back slowly." Tang Yin glanced around. Using her weak abilities while running, she emitted some energy, getting a rough sense of the vitality in the area. The village wasn't very big, and even though it was just a small village, everyone seemed not very wealthy. However, it felt like they were slightly better off than her family. They worked in blacksmithing, while the villagers lived off farming. Tang Yin saw mostly fields of grains and vegetables. "Aren't you going to wander around?" Tang Sin had some differences regarding this wandering. "You're tired. Why wander around? Let us go home." Tang Yin affectionately patted her soft, cute younger brother, who had an expression of listening to his sister, making her love him even more. "I'm tired. Let us go home." Tang San trembled slightly. No one had ever spoken to him like this. So it turns out that being tired means he can go home. This life was a new beginning for him. He didn't want anyone to know about his past. He had always tried to be a child. But hearing Tang Yin's seemingly casual words made him feel a bit sour. "Silly brother, let us go." Tang Yin held Tang San's hand and cheerfully led him away. "Okay." After hearing this, Tang San smiled as well, not minding that Tang Yin called him silly. He just remembered this sister in his heart. In this life, he had a father and a sister. He had someone to care about. He was no longer alone, nor was he the Tang San who only knew to bury himself in hard work without any attachments, solely focused on reaching the peak of Tang's sect as hidden weapons. Chapter 9. Something feels off after Tang Yin roughly surveyed the livelihoods of the entire village. She quickly started to make some changes in the yard next to her home. During the apocalypse, she had a jade pendant that contained a decent-sized space with many of her belongings. Unexpectedly, it had come along with her. She discovered it that day while bathing when she found that the green jade pendant had transformed into a necklace and was now hanging around her neck. She was very happy. She didn't expect that after her abilities became all-encompassing, she would develop a spatial ability. However, the spatial ability was still in its initial state. Only 1 cubic meter in size, quite small, and would need to be slowly cultivated and upgraded. But for now, Tang Yin was holding a hoe that didn't quite match her, working hard and surprisingly managing to clear out a decent-sized plot of land next to her house. With the help of her abilities, she loosened the soil, removed weeds, and then took out some vegetable seeds from her space. Tang Yin looked at the vegetables in the village and was glad that she had all the seeds. Using her powers, she stimulated the seeds to germinate and then buried them. Noticing that fetching water required running a small distance, which she found troublesome, she used her powers to water the seeds directly. After finishing, Tang Yin was satisfied and not worried that the things she planted would die. With her wood, earth, and water abilities combined, she felt they would grow robustly. Tang San, who returned with firewood, was a bit surprised to see the neatly organized patch of land. Is this really something a 2- or 3-year-old child could accomplish in less than a morning? How is it? Pretty, right? I saw the villagers doing it this way. Tang Yin said, in a few days, these vegetables will sprout, and then we can eat them or ask the uncles in the village to sell them. Tang Yin shared her plans. She had not wasted her efforts over the past few days. She had learned that the villagers relied on others to help sell their grains and vegetables, and most families live this way. Tang Yin hasn't thought of any ways to improve her family situation for the time being. She's still young, and there are many things she can't do. But she can farm. Not only can she farm, but she can also cultivate her abilities. So why not? Tang San could only nod. Although he felt that Tang Yin was a bit too impressive to be a normal child, he regarded her as an older sister and unconsciously viewed her through a filter. He didn't have much suspicion. He could only say that Tang Yin was too clever. In the afternoon, Tang Hao woke up to forge iron. He noticed a piece of land next to the house, but didn't pay much attention to it. As long as the 2 children were doing well, he didn't care about anything else. In the afternoon, he forged iron, and in the evening, he had time to sneak a glance at Ian. In the mornings, he either drank or slept, and sometimes when there was no work to do, he would drink as well. Tang Hao's life was quite simple. He didn't bother with anything else, and after seeing that the 2 children had organized the house well, he cared even less. He drank his wine, slept his sleep, and forged iron when there was work. After deciding not to worry about the children, Tang Hao's life became even more like that of a messy old man. Tang Yu couldn't bear to look, but after trying to persuade her without success, her brother also shook his head, so she let Tang Hao be. However, that day, while Tang Hao was going about his life, he noticed the patches of vibrant green vegetables and felt that something was off. It was very strange, as they seemed to be growing too quickly. Just a few days ago, it had been bare, and even yesterday, there was only a small inch of greenery. But today, how had it grown so much? Chapter 10. Dad, what's wrong? Even though Tang Hao had never planted vegetables, he knew it was impossible for them to grow that fast in just a few days. It seemed they were almost ready to be harvested. Tang Hao wanted to ask Tang Yin, who was in charge of taking care of the vegetables, but that girl seemed to have run off somewhere. And even that kid Tang San was running around too. Tang Hao kept this matter in his heart, planning to find an opportunity to ask the 2 children what was going on. Tang Yin and Tang San both practiced their own unique abilities by gathering firewood, achieving a kind of unspoken understanding without knowing each other's efforts. In the evening, both Tang San and Tang Yin returned home with some firewood. It is often said that children from poor families mature early. Although Tang San was still young, his actions were not surprising to Tang Yin. In the apocalyptic world they lived in, children had to start planning for food as soon as they could walk, running errands, weeding, sweeping, or doing whatever they could to help. To survive, every child had to be strong. So when Tang San did many things, Tang Yin was not at all surprised. She only thought her younger brother was very obedient, clever, and capable. At this moment, Tang Yin and Tang San returned home. As usual, they were supposed to cook. But today was different. When they got home, they were greeted by the enticing aroma of rice. Tang Er blinked her big eyes. Did the sun rise from the west? After being at home for so long, she finally saw Dad cooking. Sometimes Dad also cooks. Tang Xin looked at Tang Er's surprised little expression and found it somewhat amusing. He was almost 3 years old and often cooked, but it wasn't something he always did. Sometimes Dad would still do the cooking. However, the older he got, the less Dad cooked. Oh, Tang Er nodded. After putting down the firewood on her back with Tang San, she hadn't even gone to look for Dad yet when she saw him coming out. Dad! Dad! The two children called out to Tang Hao as crisply as usual. Tang Hao would either ignore them or simply respond with a casual HM. But this time, Dad? After a surprised exclamation, Tang Er became confused. She was being picked up. What was going on? Tang Yin felt a little awkward being held. But thinking that this was her dad, she relaxed and successfully placed her small hand on her dad's broad shoulder. Dad, what's wrong? Tang San was also surprised by Tang Hao's action. Knowing that his dad didn't usually hug people, he started to feel a bit scared. Could it be that Tang Yin's parents had found her? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Tang San felt a bit dispirited. Fortunately, Tang Hao only carried Tang Yin to a vegetable patch outside the house. Tang Hao put the person down and knowingly asked while pointing at the lush vegetable field, "Did you plant this?" "Yes." "Dad, do you want to eat some? We should be able to harvest it tomorrow." Tang Yin nodded, thinking her dad wanted to eat it. After all, during the apocalypse, when she didn't go out to look for resources at the base, she would plant vegetables. The vegetables grown with her wood-type abilities were quite popular. Tang Yin instinctively thought that his father just wanted to eat. How did you grow them? Why do they grow so fast? Tang Hao naturally wasn't thinking about eating. He wanted to know why these vegetables could grow so quickly. He had already checked and found that the soil here wasn't anything special. He even asked village chief Jack, and he said that such varieties of vegetables usually take at least 2 months to harvest. However, calculating the time, these vegetables had only been growing for about 10 days. The difference was too great. Chapter 11. This is how they are grown. Tang Yin thought for a moment and realized that her vegetables were growing too fast. Yesterday, her wood-type ability suddenly leveled up to level 2, and she got so excited that the vegetables started growing rapidly. Naturally, after staying in the apocalypse for a long time, everyone had been using their abilities to grow things and had forgotten how long it normally takes for seeds to grow. Although Tang Yin had been very restrained in controlling the growth speed of her vegetables, they were still different from what others grew. However, she didn't know how long it normally takes to grow vegetables. Under the subtle influence of the apocalypse, she had long forgotten that growing things requires time, rather than just relying on the level of ability. Tang Yin's thoughts only took a few moments to clarify. With her big eyes blinking innocently and naturally, she said, "That's how it is. It just grows up while being planted." Tang Xin had never grown vegetables and didn't know how they should grow. He just thought the vegetables that Tang Yi planted were great. However, seeing his father's expression, he knew something was wrong. "Dad, are my vegetables not good looking? The uncles and aunts outside all plant like this." Tang Yi seemed innocent. She was just a child, a naive child who knew nothing. Tang Hao wanted to ask more, but couldn't find the words. What was he doing arguing with the child? "Dad, is it that Xiaoyi didn't plant them correctly? Should we pull them out and replant? Xiaoyi can definitely do it well. Just moments ago, she was feeling down, but now she was lively and cheerful again." Tang Hao couldn't ask anything anymore. "No, you planted it very well." "Really?" Tang Yan's eyes were sparkling, looking like a naive and innocent child, so cute and innocent. She had looked in a water basin, and now, in this appearance, she was definitely a lovely little human. As soon as she smiled, her sweet dimples would show. So charming. And her big eyes, wow, so dark and shiny, almost like jewels. In any case, the whole look, as soon as she smiled, was that of a little angel full of sunshine. After Tang San finished his self-commentary, he reached out to touch Tang San's face beside him, feeling soft and tender. Very good, very good. After these days of getting along, Tang San had gone from being unaccustomed to being patted on the head and pinched on the face to now being indifferent. He had really gotten used to it. Tang Hao couldn't get what he wanted, so he could only silently pay attention. Sure enough, the next day, Tang Yi harvested most of the vegetables. Although this piece of land was not large, Tang Yi managed it well, leaving a little for the family and having about 10 extra pounds to sell. Tang Xia is excited, as she is about to make her first money. Yesterday, she inquired and found out that Uncle Li from the village could help sell it. Although he would take a commission, that's normal. With over 10 pounds of vegetables, even though Tang Xia is still young, she possesses full abilities, and even a level 1 strength ability allows her to lift over 100 pounds. However, Tang Xin doesn't know this and is also there to help. Later, the two kids each carried about 6 or 7 pounds. Well, Tang Xin carried 6 or 7 pounds, while Tang Xia carried about 8 or 9 pounds. Tang didn't want to enslave her younger brother. If it weren't for his insistence, She would have just wanted to play along a bit and give him a couple of vegetables as a ruse for the little kids. But her brother was too clever and not easy to fool at all. Tang Yin finished delivering the vegetables and started a new round, planting new seeds. These were the ones Tang Yin asked about, and when Uncle Lee came back from selling the vegetables, she would deduct it from her vegetable money. She had seen many types of vegetables today that she had never encountered before. She was still young and couldn't do anything too special. However, while Tang Yin was planting, she didn't notice that someone was quietly watching her. Chapter 12. Tang Hao's observation. As for Tang Yin, she was steadily farming. Even though she knew her father was suspicious, she insisted on making the vegetables grow quickly. The family was too poor. It was hard to eat anything more varied. Although she, coming from a post-apocalyptic world, didn't mind eating porridge every day, this was no longer her post-apocalyptic world. Here, she had the conditions to eat many delicious foods, many of which she had never tried before, and these were tempting her. Since her birth, it had been the end of the world. The prosperous and peaceful world that the old predecessors spoke of, with so many delicious foods she had never tasted. So, even if her father noticed something, it was just to make the plants grow faster, and she was not even 3 years old yet. She didn't understand anything and didn't know. She was still young, and planting vegetables was just planting vegetables. How could she worry about so much? Moreover, everyone was family, living together. She kept everything tightly under wraps. Not only did it require mental effort, but it was also hard to improve her quality of life. It was not easy to be out of the post-apocalyptic world. She had to enjoy life a little. After all, she couldn't be miserable for 2 lifetimes. Tang Yin thought cleverly. Her small dimples on her face were quite cute. Now that Tang Yan's wood-based ability had reached level 2, she no longer needed to use her powers to induce germination like last time. This time, she simply dug a hole and tossed the seeds in. With her bare little feet, she kicked a handful of soil to cover the seeds. The process was rough and clumsy, and even Tang Hao, who was watching from the shadows, began to doubt if this would really work. But then he thought that she was still just a child and at least knew to bury the seeds, which was already quite good. However, what Tang Hao didn't know was that at the same time Tang Yin kicked the soil, those seemingly motionless seeds were actually sprouting tiny buds. Sister, I'll help you water them. When Tang Yin had planted vegetables before, Tang Sin also helped with watering. But this time, when Tang Yin saw Tang San carrying half a bucket of water and moving it slowly, she hurried over to take the water from him. Here, you go bury the seeds, and I'll do the watering. If it weren't for her brother being too soft and too obedient, always wanting to help, Tang Yin couldn't stop him and could only let him do some lighter tasks. Tang Sen looked at the seed in his hand, feeling somewhat helpless. Tang Yin really treated him like a weak child. Tang San sighed inwardly and saw Tang Yin effortlessly lift a half bucket of water. Forget it. He is still a kid, my younger brother. Tang Sin clenched his fist, feeling a bit discouraged. His Shantian skill still hadn't broken through. Even though he hadn't encountered such a situation in his previous life, he didn't know if it was a problem with this world. Brother, hurry up and finish planting, then we can eat, Tang Yin said as he carried the water to the side and turned back to speak. Okay, Tang Sin nodded, wanting to finish quickly. Tang Yin must be hungry. With his younger brother around, Tang Yin didn't use his special ability to manipulate water and could only honestly add water to each hole. Seeing this, Tang Hao felt that it was just normal planting. However, in the end, Tang Hao still patiently observed that patch of vegetable field. Sister, put on some shoes. After finishing the planting, Tang San saw that Tang Yin was still barefoot and had no choice but to go get some shoes. There was no helping it. Kids just love to run around barefoot. Even if Tang Yin was strong, he was still a child with tender feet. Running around barefoot not only got his feet dirty, but also risked stepping on something and hurting himself. All right, although she didn't really want to wear shoes. She was a full system ability user. Being barefoot was not only comfortable, but also allowed her to better connect with the earth element for cultivation. But she had to consider her younger brother. It wouldn't be good if he followed her example and went barefoot too. After dinner, the two kids didn't tea-dawdle and quickly went to bed. Only Tang Hao remained awake, determined to observe the changes in that patch of vegetable field. This could very well be useful for Ain. Even if it was just a tiny bit, he didn't want to miss it. Suddenly, Tang Hao heard a faint popping sound, and he immediately became alert. Chapter 13. The seedling sprouted. Pop, pop, one after another. This is the sound of tender shoots breaking through the soil. Tang Hao couldn't help but come out of the house. He arrived at this small vegetable garden and could see more clearly the tender shoots that had just broken through the soil, looking incredulous. Not only had they sprouted, but they had also broken through the ground. Tang Hao kept thinking about this sentence in his mind. And then he saw the sky slightly revealing its white belly in the vegetable garden. The vegetables in the field had sprouted 2 tender leaves, swaying gently in the morning dew, full of vitality. Tang Hao had to acknowledge that these seeds were planted yesterday afternoon and had sprouted this morning. No, they actually germinated last night, and 2 small leaves had already emerged. Tang Hao sensed that the children were about to wake up, so he reluctantly left the vegetable garden. Instead of going back to the room, he went to the kitchen and started cooking porridge. By the time Tang San and Tang Yin got up, the kitchen was already filled with the smoke of cooking. Dad, Tang Yin was surprised again. After Dad cooked dinner that day, he hadn't done anything else. He didn't expect that this morning he would actually get up to cook. Isn't Dad supposed to sleep late and not get up? Dad, Tang San felt much better. Compared to last year, it was mostly Dad doing everything. Tang Hao still spoke very little, but thinking of Tang Yan's vegetable garden, he picked up Tang Yan. Tang Sha was completely confused, wondering why he was hugging her again. Well, she was still a child. Your vegetables have grown. Huh, really? Of course. Tang Sha knew they had grown. If it weren't for the fear of not being able to explain clearly, she would wish for her vegetables to mature instantly. However, it only worked at home. Those uncles and aunts who worked hard in the fields outside wouldn't be so easy to deal with. She was afraid of causing trouble. Nevertheless, Tang Sha still pretended to be very happy and struggled to get down from her father's arms. Tang Hao looked at Tang San's childlike appearance and finally let go of him. Tang San was finally free from his father's embrace. Although he couldn't say he was held well, but overall, he wasn't really a child. Brother, let's go look at the seeds. Tang San excitedly pulled Tang San's hand, eager to share, chattering about how the vegetables they planted had grown. Tang San was very supportive, being led by Tang San to look at this and that. Tang Hao looked at her. She was just a child, but why could the vegetables she planted grow so quickly? Tang Yin felt the absence of the scenery behind her, and her smile grew even wider. After all, she was just a child and knew nothing, not even whether her dad was testing her just now. Anyway, she didn't care. She was just a kid, knowing nothing at all. Yesterday, the vegetables they sold to Uncle Li were brought back, and after Tang Yin and Tang San picked up firewood, practicing in the mountains for a while, they held hands and went to find Uncle Li. As for Tang Hao, seeing the vegetables that seemed to have grown a bit more, he wanted to test whether it was a soil issue, believing that anyone could grow them. Tang Hao thought for a moment and found some seeds to plant nearby, wanting to see the results. Our vegetables, oh, Xiaoya's family grows the best. When my old man went to get supplies for Notting City, your vegetables were a bit few, but they were lively. Uncle Li looked at the 2 clean and good-looking children and couldn't help but tease them a bit. How did Xiaoya and Xiaosan plant them? It was Dad who planted them, and my brother and I helped with watering. Tang Yi noted down Notting City in his mind. So the city outside is called Notting City. Your dad farms? Uncle Li was a bit surprised, but soon proudly said, well, at least he still has some work to do. Tang Hao's reputation in the village is not very good, but it has improved a lot because of Tang Yan's words. Chapter 14. What do you call this? Tang Yin and Tang San left after getting the money. Vegetables were not expensive, 5 copper soul coins per pound, and her vegetables weighed 14 pounds, totaling 70 copper soul coins. Copper soul coins? That's interesting. I heard that 1,000 copper soul coins equal 1 silver soul coin, and 10 silver soul coins equal 1 gold soul coin. Not bad, just with an extra soul character. At this moment, Tang Yin had not thought too deeply about it, and happily took her brother home. Although the money was a bit less, it should be enough to buy some meat to supplement their diet, as her brother had lost quite a bit of his baby fat. Tang Hao has been observing the vegetable garden these days. He noticed that the seeds he planted only sprouted a little after 3 or 4 days, let alone having leaves. Therefore, the odd thing lies with Tang Yi. However, on the 10th day, Tang Yi's vegetables were ready to be harvested again, several days earlier than last time. Tang Hao has already entered deep thought. When planting the 3rd wave of vegetables on Tang Yan's farm, he actually finished 2 days earlier than the 2nd wave. Tang Hao couldn't help it. In fact, it was 2 days earlier because Tang Yin wanted to eat meat. Since the 1st wave of money came in, the family could eat meat 3 to 4 times. The 2nd wave had more vegetables, but it was still equivalent to the aroma of meat for 5 to 6 times. Now Tang Yin was craving again. Can vegetables grow that fast? Tang Yin looked at the meat at home and couldn't help but exclaim, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Once you've tasted sweetness, you can no longer endure hardship. Tang Yin murmured to herself while eagerly reaching for the meat, her stomach growling loudly. Tang Yi thought that her days of peacefully seeing the South Mountain would continue to be joyful and carefree. However, the very next day, that thought was shattered. On this day, neither too early nor too late, it was precisely breakfast time, and Tang San and Tang Yi couldn't find their dad anywhere. By the time they finished a bowl of porridge and were ready to look for their dad, they called out for him to come back for breakfast. Tang Yin had not finished a bowl of porridge when he saw his father's figure. Tang Yi habitually called out Dad, and then saw his father holding a purple plant that had a hint of blue fluorescence. It was just the right amount, endowing the grass with a lot of spiritual energy. As his father moved, the small purple grass swayed its two lively leaves, and there was a vine that looked like a cute little tuft of hair, swaying back and forth. Dad? Tang Yi was confused, and so was Tang San. His father had always been rougher than the coarse men in the village, but now he was holding a plant so carefully. The grass in his hands was not just grass. It was an endless treasure of the world, something that one feared to hold in their mouth for fear it would dissolve, and to hold in their palms for fear it would break. Tang San and Tang Yin had never seen such a father before. This is blue silver grass, something that father wanted to protect with his life. As Tang Hao spoke, his eyes softened, and even the grass in his hand seemed to understand its tendril. No, the vine seemed to sense Tang Hao's feelings and gently tugged at his hand, making Tang Hao's gaze even more tender. Tang San's heart skipped a beat. This grass has intelligence. No, that's not the point. Dad, what do you say this is? Tang San instinctively held his breath, afraid of missing the answer his dad was going to give. Blue silver grass. Tang San, that unreliable dad. Blacksmith, hammer. Tang Yan's hand hanging by his side couldn't help but tremble. Soul coins, soul, nodding city, nodding junior academy. A certain answer is about to be called forth. Chapter 15, Heartache for Brother. Wuhuan Hall, Tang Hao Yin. Tang Yan's breathing was a bit hurried, and her mind felt a little dizzy. Did she run into the world of anime in Douluo continent? How did she get into the anime? But the blue silver grass in front of her is somewhat different from that in the anime. Brother, Tang San. Tang Yin didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Anyway, her small face looked somewhat complicated at the moment. Tang Yan's gaze fell on Tang San. Her younger brother looked so small, cute, and obedient, and she felt an overwhelming urge to hug him. But this was Tang San. She, having read the comics, knew that inside this little body was an adult's mind. Thinking back on the foolish things she had done over the past 2 months made her feel a bit awkward. If she had known from the beginning that Tang San was that Tang San, she might have restrained herself. However, she had treated him like a brother and had invested her feelings. So how could she just take them back? This was her brother, the brother who could make her smile in her dreams. Oh, wait, calm down. So what if there was an adult's mind in her younger brother's small body? She was an adult too, and compared to her brother, it wasn't certain who was older. He was still her brother. Moreover, her brother called her sister, and she was still a sister, still had a brother, even if his identity was a bit special. But he was also her only family in this life. Well, she had 2 or 3 relatives too. Suddenly, realizing this, Tang Yin felt revitalized. Little Yin, do you understand? Tang Hao was gently gazing at the blue silver grass in his hands, explaining things to Tang Yin, completely unaware of her complex expression. However, Tang Sin noticed Tang Yan's complicated look and thought it was because their father had asked her to help take care of the blue silver grass. After all, Dad had just said it was something to be protected with his life, and he wondered if Tang Yin, with her childlike heart, might feel jealous. Well, actually, Tang Sin felt a little jealous too. The blue silver grass that Dad wanted to protect with his life. Tang Sin gazed at the blue silver grass in his father's hand, and as he continued to stare, he surprisingly felt a gentle aura that resembled his mother's. Tang San's heart trembled. Although this feeling was somewhat absurd, he sensed it. So warm. Tang San took a step forward, wanting to touch the blue silver grass. Dad! Just as Tang San extended his finger, the tendrils on the blue silver grass curled around his index finger, and the warm breath came rushing towards him even more intensely. Tang San couldn't help but shout. Tang Hao didn't say anything, just watched Ayin go to touch their son. Tang Yin was also brought back to her senses by Tang San's voice. Over the past 2 months, she had developed a habit of instinctively paying attention whenever she heard her brother's voice. After all, her brother was still a child, and she was always worried that something might happen to him, so she couldn't help but keep an eye on him. Thus, upon hearing her brother's voice, Tang Yin instinctively looked over and saw her brother looking somewhat at a loss, staring at his fingers entangled in the vines of the blue silver grass. Tang Yin thought that his younger brother was still a child. In his previous life, Tang San was picked up by the Tang sect while still in swaddling clothes and raised in the outer sect. He lived alone, without elders or relatives, feeling lonely. Yet he had a grateful heart and wanted to repay the Tang sect's kindness in raising him. He learned the hidden weapon techniques, becoming more and more invested, and eventually mastered them. This child left everything to the Tang sect, having paid the price of learning in secret. He came into the world bare and left the same way. From such a young age, with no one to teach him the greater truths, he could only explore little by little, suffering and enduring alone. It must have been very hard. When watching anime before, Tang Yi didn't feel much. But if he became her younger brother, she would feel heartache for him. For 10 years, he still held onto his childlike innocence. Tang Yi felt a pang in her heart. She was worried about her younger brother. Unable to hold back, Tang Yi approached Tang San's side. She looked at him, who now seemed so childlike, filled with confusion and surprise. He didn't dare to move, afraid of hurting the blue silver grass in their father's hand. In fact, this blue silver grass was probably from their mother. Even if he didn't know it was their mother, he must have felt it, right? Tang Yi reached out and touched Tang San's head. This time, the gesture was different from before. It was filled with compassion. Tang San also felt it. He didn't know why he felt a sense of heartache and grievance. Sister, Tang Yi smiled. This smile was not a carefree, silly grin. Her eyes already carried the tenderness of an older sister towards her younger brother, as well as a sense of protection. Yes, she wanted to protect this brother. No matter the spirit hall or any hatred, no one should think of touching her brother. He is her brother. No one had taught him or accompanied him before, so she would teach and accompany him. He would not have to bear it alone. He had her, his sister, as a support. She would cultivate well in the future, and no one should think of touching her brother. Tang San suddenly felt that his sister seemed a bit strange today. But thinking that Tang Yi always acted like a little adult, it should be normal. Dad, this blue silver grass is so cute. Is it for me to take care of? After thinking things through, Tang Yi quickly adjusted her mood. Tang Hao has been aware of everything that's been happening these days, but she hasn't paid much attention to it. Now looking at the agile blue silver grass, she probably thought of something. After struggling for a while, Tang Hao finally nodded. He indeed wanted to let Xiao Yi try raising it. Ain still had to wait for 100,000 years to transform, and he was afraid he wouldn't be able to see Ain transform. If the blue silver grass that Xiao Yi planted grew quickly, even if there was just a glimmer of hope, he still wanted to see the transformed Ain again. Perhaps it was fate that he went to see Ain, who had lost her memory and didn't know where she came from, and Xiao Yi became his family. It's really beautiful. This is Mom, so I have to protect her well. Tang Yi is an orphan who has never experienced the presence of a mother. At this moment, she thinks of the humanoid character Ain from an anime, who is very gentle and feels like a mother. She wants to have a mother. Tang San was very happy and couldn't help but reach out to touch the slightly fleshy leaves of the blue silver grass. A hint of healing ability and wood-type ability surrounded the blue silver grass. The leaves of the blue silver grass suddenly spread out, and the vines that curled around Tang San's fingers seemed to be growing as well. At this moment, Ain retracted the vines and instead moved towards Tang San. Tang San's healing abilities and wood-related powers attract both plants and animals. A large one is holding a blue silver grass, while two small ones are surrounding it. The expressions of the big one and the two small ones are filled with anticipation, amazement, and curiosity, creating a very harmonious scene. This is the first time this family of 3 or 4 has been so harmoniously together. Dad, Xiao San, the blue silver grass has grown a lot. In his previous life, Tang San focused entirely on hidden weapons, and in this life, he is in this small village, seeing plants grow with his own eyes for the first time. Tang Hao was excited. His guess was correct. However, Tang knew that this was the Douluo continent, so she no longer concealed her special abilities. After all, this world had martial souls, spirit rings, and soul power. What was wrong with her being special? It was pointless to hide it. Since they were all family, she couldn't keep it a secret for a lifetime. It was better to be open about it. Anyway, she was a 3-year-old child, knowing nothing and understanding nothing. Chapter 16. Martial Soul Awakening 3 years. A full 3 years had passed. During these 3 years, Tang lived quite comfortably, growing vegetables and taking care of her little brother. And every day, she shared her surplus wood-type abilities and healing abilities with Ain, who was essentially her mother. In these 3 years, Tang Hao still drank, slept, forged, and watched Ain, but things were a bit different. He watched Ain grow rapidly day by day and lived with more hope. He occasionally interacted with the two kids. 3 years had passed, and now Ain was almost 1,000 years old, right? You need to grow up quickly. Tang again pretended to be a naive and happy child for a day. 3 years had gone by, and she was almost hypnotizing herself into really becoming a child. Today was another day of pretending to be clueless while sharing her wood-type abilities with Yin. Over these 3 years, she had continuously practiced her abilities across all types. But the upgrades were still too slow. All her abilities had reached level 2, while her highest level wood type and healing abilities had upgraded to level 3 due to frequent use. However, she was still too busy. 3 years, and had only upgraded this little bit. She didn't know if it was because she hadn't used any crystal cores or fought any zombies that her upgrades were so slow. If it were in the apocalypse, she would have at least advanced from 0 to level 4 or 5 in a year. But now 3 years had passed. Aside from her wood type and healing abilities at level 3, everything else was still at level 2. Tang Yi scratched his hair. It was still too comfortable. At night, just when they were about to go to sleep, Tang Yi and Tang San would always share a few whispers. Sister, Grandpa Jack said today that he will go to awaken his martial soul in 3 days. Do you know what a martial soul is? 3 years had passed, and Tang San had called her sister for 3 years, but he never thought of Tang Yin as a younger sister, even though he did want a sister. Now, Tang San really regarded Tang Yin as an older sister, sharing everything with her. Sometimes, Tang San felt that Tang Yin was childish like a real child, but other times he thought she was knowledgeable and well-versed in many things, which wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. Tang San came to this world without ever leaving the Holy Soul Village, and he knows very little about the outside world. When Grandpa Jack came over to talk about martial soul awakening, he also asked what martial soul is. However, today his sister is not here, and he doesn't know if her answer would be the same as Grandpa Jack's. Well, he also doesn't know if his sister would know. Martial soul. Tang San thought for a moment and then said, a martial soul can be an animal, a plant, a weapon, or even a person's own self. Their strengths vary, and when used properly, martial souls can assist oneself and even people's daily lives, and they can also be used in combat. Among them, some people who possess soul power can become soul masters, revered by many. Soul power? Soul master? Tang San was taken aback, not expecting that martial souls could be divided into so many types. Those who awaken their soul power at the same time as their martial soul can cultivate their martial soul, gaining strength beyond ordinary people, thus deriving many different professions, which would be referred to as soul masters. Tang San nodded, feeling that it was like some derived martial arts, just with some differences from his previous life. Go to sleep, little one. You need to maintain good sleep to grow tall, Tang Yin said in a familiar tone, seeing that Tang San was fine. Tang San had also gotten used to Tang Yan's words that treated him like a child. However, Tang Yin suddenly thought of a plot where it seemed that his younger brother felt a bit disappointed when awakening his martial soul, which was blue silvergrass. Tang San immediately perked up. How could his younger brother be disheartened? At this moment, Tang San got out of bed and crawled onto Tang Hao's bed. Sister, aren't you supposed to be going to sleep? Brother, listen to your sister. This martial soul, right? No matter what kind of martial soul you awaken, don't be discouraged. Remember, there are no useless martial souls, only useless people. I understand. Tang San smiled, realizing she was worried about him. Knowing isn't enough. You have to remember, always remember, there are no useless martial souls, only useless people. Those adults like to judge strength based on martial souls, but you mustn't listen to them. Understand? Okay. Tang San nodded seriously, believing everything his sister said. All right, let's go to sleep. Seeing that, Tang San took her words to heart. Tang Hao also breathed a sigh of relief and crawled back to his own bed to sleep. The next morning, Tang Hao and Tang San cooked some porridge together and then headed up the mountain. Tang San practiced his purple extreme magic eyes. Tang Yin came into contact with nature, honing his extraordinary abilities. When the two of them returned to drink porridge with Tang Hao, Grandpa Jack arrived. Xiao Yin, Xiao San, Grandpa is here to pick you up. Oh, we're coming. Tang Yin gulped down the porridge in one go. Be careful, you can't run away. Ever since Ain started growing up quickly, Tang Hao had more hope in his life and became a bit kinder to the two children. Tang San patted Tang Yan's back, worried that his sister might choke from drinking too quickly. Okay, Dan not that. As she and Tang San were about to go out, Tang Yin suddenly thought of something and turned back to Tang Hao, saying, Dad, don't water Ain. I'll do it myself when I get back. Okay, Tang Hao replied, nodding. Ain would become a 1,000-year-old blue silvergrass in a few days. When it came to Ain, a softer expression appeared on his face. Tang San glanced at his father and smiled as well. He also liked Ain. Tang Yin and Tang San followed Grandpa Jack to the center of the village, a place that is usually rarely visited. Looking at the wooden house in front of them, this is the branch of the Wuhuan Hall. Tang San observed for a moment. With her and her brother included, there were only 9 awakened individuals here. She has supernatural abilities, but she doesn't know if she will have a martial soul. TSK. She should have one, right? Tang Yi thought a bit uncertainly. Brother, don't be nervous later. Everything will be fine with your sister around. Okay, I want to be nervous. Tang Yi wanted to laugh, but held it back, not knowing who was actually nervous. However, he didn't expose it either. Tang Yi was a little nervous, but not for herself. No matter what her martial soul was, she wasn't worried. Her concern was for her younger brother. She knew he would have two martial souls, and one of them, the her.Tang hammer, represented something significant. Those who knew understood the implications. And she was afraid of attracting the Soul Palace's attention too early. Even though her brother didn't reveal anything during the anime, now that she was here, this little butterfly, just by flapping its wings, could change some things and feelings. That was what she feared. Children, line up. Suddenly, a young voice interrupted, shifting Tang Yi's attention. Tang Yi's mind raced, and she pulled Tang San to the back of the line. Then the young man above smiled and said, "My name is Su Yuntao, a level 26 soul master, and I will be your guide. Now, I will awaken your martial souls one by one. Remember, no matter what happens, do not be afraid." One child after another went up, and everything was going quite smoothly. Watching each child leave disappointed, Tang Yi suddenly had a thought. She came up with a way to prevent her brother's her.Tang hammer from being exposed. Chapter 17 Watering a Yin. Tang Yi took out a small leaf from space and then stuffed it into his brother's left hand. Tang San looked at Tang Yi with confusion. No need to worry. The leaf contained her special ability, which made it transparent. As long as her brother didn't let go of the leaf, even if his her.Tang hammer accidentally came out, the ability on the leaf could render his her.Tang hammer invisible. Tang San understood the shape of Tang Yi's lips and roughly grasped her meaning. Over the past few years, the two had been almost inseparable, and sometimes a single glance could convey a message, although he didn't understand the meaning behind Tang Yi's actions. As a brother who believed in his sister and had already put on the sister filter, Tang San gave a slight nod. Tang San's fingers lightly touched something in his palm, seemingly a small leaf, which felt a bit cool. The next one was Tang Yi. But Tang Yi was afraid that her invisibility ability wouldn't last long, so she pushed her younger brother forward, letting him go first. Tang San nodded and stepped forward. Su Yuntao, who was observing from above, noticed that Tang San and Tang Yi had switched places, but he didn't think much of it. After all, he had awakened martial spirits from many children, and it was common for kids to be scared, so he didn't take this small matter to heart. He was truly disappointed after visiting so many villages without finding any good talent, and he had little hope left. Sure enough, it was another useless martial spirit. Su Yuntao sighed, but there was still one more child. He could still have some expectations. Next, Uncle, you haven't tested my soul power yet. Tang San reminded him upon hearing this. Right, my brother hasn't tested his soul power yet. Tang Yi, noticing his brother's martial spirit awakening, instinctively clenched his left hand. When the her.Tang hammer didn't appear, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, before he could fully relax, the next child was called, which was a bit irritating. Su Yuntao initially wanted to say that there was no need to test, as he had never seen anyone with soul power manifest from a worthless martial spirit like Blue Silvergrass. But seeing Tang Yi's serious little expression and his cute face showing determination softened Su Yuntao's heart, and he refrained from saying it. Come on. Su Yuntao had no expectations. However, the overwhelming soul power did surprise him. Oh my god, it's actually innate full soul power. Su Yuntao was astonished, and fortunately, he hadn't said what he was thinking earlier. Otherwise, he would have been embarrassed. This was innate full soul power. But as soon as he thought of this child's martial spirit being Blue Silvergrass, the excitement in his heart was quickly extinguished. Forget it. Next. Tang San nodded. He knew what innate full soul power meant. He roughly understood the matter of martial soul and soul power last night. Tang Yi noticed that Tang San seemed a bit down, so he couldn't help but pat Tang San's head and comfort him a little. Tang San was touched on the head and strangely felt much better. Suddenly, he remembered his sister's words. There are no useless martial souls, only useless people. In an instant, determination filled his previously lost eyes. Let's begin. Tang Yi was trying to calm down, but she wasn't very composed. She also wanted to know what her martial soul was. By the way, did she even have a martial soul? Then she felt some kind of force absorbing her energy, and she instinctively tried to suppress it. Don't resist. The person above, Su Yuntao, sensed the resistance and immediately spoke up, while also taking another look at the girl, awakening her martial soul. Such a small girl still had the ability to resist. Oh. Tang Yin realized that she was awakening her martial soul. But what was she resisting? The instinctive reaction was too strong. In the apocalypse, encountering even a slight disturbance should naturally lead to resistance. Sigh, she needed to change. She had to change. She worked hard to make the change. Tang did not resist, making things much easier. Soon, Tang felt a bit of itching in both of his palms. Damn it, could it be that he also has twin martial souls? Tang Yin closed his eyes and first sensed the martial soul that had not yet emerged. One was the her.Tang hammer, and what was the other thing? Never mind for now. Tang Yin clenched his left hand, stuffed the her.Tang hammer back in, and then allowed something unknown in his right hand to extend out. What is this thing? Su Yuntao was the first to express his confusion, which caught the attention of the children below. Is it a stone or a potato? But there are two small horns on it. Ugh. Tang Yin blinked. What is this? It's about the size of a palm, a somewhat flattened, round, yellowish-brown object that looks like a small stone from a distance, but it seems a bit soft. It has two small horn-like things growing on top. The top is tender and a bit green. What is this thing? Tang Yin couldn't understand and looked at the knowledgeable Su Yuntao with wide eyes. Uncle, what is this? Su Yuntao was also stumped. He didn't know what it was either. It could be called a stone, but it had two small horns on top. It could also be described as two new sprouts emerging from a handful of soil. But the color of those small horns was layered and unclear, making it impossible to determine what color it actually was. However, judging by its appearance, it showed no signs of aggression and should be a useless martial soul. After concluding it was a useless martial soul, Su Yuntao didn't dwell on it any longer. However, feeling the girl's expectant gaze made him feel a bit guilty. Ahem, I'll help you look it up after I return to the martial soul hall. For now, let's test your soul power. Tang Yin understood that Su Yuntao didn't know either, so he could only nod and go to test the soul power. It was again a full, innate soul power. Su Yuntao's heart was trembling. However, when he thought of the two children's martial souls, he still felt it was a pity. Su Yuntao retracted his martial soul and helplessly packed his things. Old Jack. The door opened, and Old Jack nervously greeted Su Yuntao. Master, how is it? Is there any possibility for the children in our village to become soul masters this year? When Tang Yin and Tang San came out, they saw two people talking, so they didn't disturb them and ran off with the other kids. Why are they running so fast? The two children rushed back, and Tang Hao thought something had happened. What are the Ayin? Tang Yin finished speaking and didn't hold his brother anymore, running ahead. Bang! Tang Hao's room door was kicked open. Tang Yin rushed straight to the blue-silver grass by the window, which was now as tall as he was. Little Yin? Ever since Tang Hao brought Ayin back, he had kept in his room and had gotten used to coming and going with the door closed. Now that his door was so rudely kicked open, he thought something had happened, and in the next second, he slipped into the room. Tang San's eyes flashed with surprise. His father's speed was so fast that even his purple extreme magic couldn't comprehend it. However, Tang San was also worried that something had happened, and without having time to think more, he ran into his father's room to see what was wrong with his sister. Just a moment ago, everything was fine, but suddenly he didn't know what happened and was pulled to run quickly. He thought it was just the nature of child, but now he no longer believed that. Chapter 18. Psychic disturbance. At this moment, Tang Yan's face was a bit flushed. She felt a warm sensation all over her body, as if her psychic power was surging and about to upgrade. Moreover, all her psychic abilities were about to upgrade. This situation was too strange. Such a thing had never happened before, and there had been no reports of such occurrences even after the apocalypse. But now, Tang Yin couldn't afford to think too much. She felt warm all over, and her head was a bit oxygen deprived. Tang Yin took a deep breath. She needed to unleash some of her powers. Otherwise, she would burn to death. Tang Yan's face became increasingly red, even more so than when one is drunk. Among all her abilities, her wood-type ability was the most intense. As long as she consumed some of her wood-type and healing abilities, she could reach a balanced state. She ran to her father's room to find Ayin, not wanting her abilities to go to waste, as this could be a significant boost. Tang Yin didn't think much. Holding a leaf of the blue-silver grass in her hand, she closed her eyes and wholeheartedly felt the power. As soon as she closed her eyes, her abilities surged wildly. Of course, others couldn't see the flow of her powers with the naked eye, but the blue-silver grass she held was different. It grew wildly, visibly expanding before their eyes, its body extending in circles. Originally appearing to be less than 1,000 years old, it instantly aged to 1,000 years and continued to grow vigorously. The blue-silver grass was dotted with glimmers of silver, resembling a scattered galaxy, twinkling and dreamlike. Moreover, the girl beside the blue silver grass also seemed to be touched by the beautiful glow, making her appear as if she could shine. As the blue silver grass grew, it seemed to protect the girl beside it. This scene was truly beautiful. It could hardly be surpassed by any fairyland. Little Yin, what Tang Hao saw when he rushed in was this very scene. He was somewhat incredulous. Tang Xin stepped in and saw such a scene. He thought he would never forget this moment. It was too magical. For a while, neither father nor son spoke, nor did they dare to disturb, silently guarding like two protectors. Time passed, 1 breath, 2 breaths. They lost track of the specific time. When the blue silver grass stopped growing, it had already filled Tang Hao's entire room. The blue silver grass, which had originally been about the same height as Tang San, now surrounded Tang San in a protective manner. Once the blue silver grass ceased its growth, Tang San could no longer hold on and began to fall backward. Sister, Tang San wanted to rush over to catch her, but the blue silver grass protecting Tang San rolled its vines first, catching her small body. By the time Tang San arrived, Tang Hao had also come over to take the child handed over by Yin. Little San. Over the years, Tang Hao had come to regard this lively child as his own daughter, and seeing her faint now made him worry. Dad, what's wrong with sister? Tang San asked nervously after seeing his father checking Tang San's condition. She exhausted too much energy and passed out, Tang Hao replied. After confirming his judgment with Tang San's steady breathing and the way she reached out to grasp Tang Hao's rough clothing, he felt a bit more at ease. Tang San listened and, seeing Tang Yin sleeping soundly, felt relieved. Dad, what just happened? Tang Hao also recalled what had just happened. It would take a few more days for Yin to break through the 1,000-year mark. After Tang Yan's intervention, not only did she break through the 1,000-year limit, but she also rapidly increased by nearly 1,000 years. If a few more days pass, Yin would be able to reach 2,000 years. Tang Hao couldn't help but stroke the vine of Yin, wondering if there was still hope for his Yin. The blue silver grass seemed to sense Tang Hao's emotions and curled its vines around Tang Hao's strong arm. Tang Hao has just recovered a bit. He let Xiao Yin take a nap first. Perhaps it's because her soul power is special. Tang Hao reluctantly gave an answer that could be considered an answer. Tang Xin still doesn't quite understand the theoretical soul power and martial souls of this world. Seeing that his father is concerned about Tang Yin and doesn't want to say much, Tang Xin also refrains from asking. He is also worried about Tang Yin. What happened earlier was indeed unusual. Tang Hao wanted to take Tang Yin back to their room, but he was stopped by Yin. Tang Hao quickly understood a Yin's meaning. She wanted Tang Yin to accompany her. Tang Hao finally placed Tang Yin on his bed, but his bed was relatively cold and hard, causing Tang Yin to twist uncomfortably. Seeing this, Tang Xin ran back to their room, found the bedding that Tang Ao liked, and made the bed softer. Over the past few years, Tang Ao had been sleeping on a comfortable bed, and he just couldn't get used to Tang Hao's hard bed. Fortunately, after Tang San's efforts, Tang Ao finally slept peacefully. Knock knock. Someone was knocking on the door outside. Tang Hao was afraid of disturbing others, and seeing his son and Yin worried about Tang San, he had no choice but to go out himself. Who is it? Tang Hao saw the door being knocked on insistently and had to speak up to stop it. Tang Hao, I've been calling outside for a long time, but no one has come out. The person at the door was Grandpa Jack. After talking with Su Yin Tao, he learned that Tang San and Tang Yin both had innate full soul power. Even though Su Yin Tao said the two children's martial souls were useless, they were still the hope of their holy soul village. Is there something you need? Over the past 3 years, Tang Yin occasionally sold vegetables and credited the merits to Tang Hao, which prevented the villagers from speaking ill of him. It was just that Tang Hao's cold personality made him dislike socializing with others. Nevertheless, life was manageable. After seeing him, Jack didn't ask many other questions and went straight to the point, which was about the children's schooling. Tang Hao understood and did not make a decision. The two children had consumed a lot of soul power today, and now they had fallen asleep. As for the matter of attending school, I will ask them and then give you a reply. Good. The children are young and should sleep more. Jack nodded in satisfaction. As long as Tang Hao did not oppose the two children going to school, that was the best step forward. With a satisfactory answer, Jack did not disturb them anymore. However, because Tang San had fallen into a deep sleep, he also forgot about the two children's martial souls. It wasn't until the next day that Tang San groggily opened his eyes. Looking around at a room that didn't quite seem like his own, he felt a bit dazed. Where's this? Soon, Tang San realized where he was. After he woke up, a purple vine reached out and affectionately rubbed against Tang San's little face. Tang Yin blinked her eyes, and her gaze fell on the blue silver grass. So big and so long, she was in her father's room, with plants around her. She seemed to recover a bit faster. Tang Yin embraced a Yin's body, and then the blue silver grass that originally filled the entire house gradually regressed to the height of just Tang Yin. Tang Yin mobilized the supernatural powers within his body, and, to his surprise, all the abilities had risen to level 3, with both the wood element and healing abilities also at level 3, but nearing the breakthrough to level 4. Tang Yin clenched her fists, finally breaking through to level 2. These 3 years have been quite distressing for her. Xiao Yin, you're awake. Brother, what did you call her? Chapter 19. Forging Iron. Tang Xin was still a bit confused, thinking he might have misheard, as he tilted his head to look at his sister who was walking towards him. Did you just call me? MHM. Tang Xin nodded helplessly. Then what did you just call me? Since she had indeed called him, it meant she hadn't misheard, having lived with Tang Ao for over 3 years. Tang Xin naturally understood what she meant. He asked, a bit aggrieved and helpless, Sister, can I not call you sister? The moment he saw Tang Ao faint, he no longer wanted to think of her as an older sister, but rather wanted to treat her as a younger sister to pamper. This way, Tang Ao would have no excuse to play any role. Can you not call Dad? Tang Ao retorted, glancing at their father who was about to come in, with a mischievous and wicked thought in her heart. If her brother really said he wouldn't call him that anymore, then she would treat him as a brother too. She had long been accustomed to protecting others in the apocalypse and couldn't get used to being protected, let alone being treated as a younger sister. Just look at how soft and cute he is, touching that chubby face. It's all so bouncy and adorable. How could her brother be so cute? Tang Xin sensed their father outside and didn't know how to respond. Tang Xin had no choice but to drop the topic and called out to Tang Hao, who had just entered Dad. Tang Xin felt a bit gloomy. Dad! Tang Yin also called out, her big eyes narrowing into a smile as she shouted. The little brother is already called Dad, which implicitly means he recognizes Dad. Naturally, he also recognizes his sister. Oh, it's another day for the caring sister to look after her little brother. Tang Hao nodded, not wanting to burst the bubble of the two children's conversation. Instead, he asked how Tang San's health was. I'm fine, I'm all better, Tang San said, patting his chest to show that he was in great shape. However, Tang Xin recalled the soul awakening from yesterday. That excitement was something she still couldn't fully comprehend. Her dad was even more impressive than Su Yun Tao. Surely he would know. Dad, I awaken my martial soul, Tang San exclaimed excitedly, extending her right hand to show Tang Hao. Dad, can you see what martial soul this is? The uncle who awakened my martial soul didn't know. Do you know, Dad? Tang Hao looked at Tang Yan's martial soul, speechless, because he didn't know what kind of martial soul it was either. He had never seen anything like it before. I don't know either. Well, even Dad doesn't know. Tang Yin felt a little disappointed, but she quickly adjusted herself. Dad, I have a small hammer. Can you see if it's the same as the hammer you use for blacksmithing? Tang Yin put away the unknown. Well, let's just name it Little Horn for now. Tang San retracted the small horns, and a small hammer emerged on her left hand, appearing in her palm with a faint glow, looking quite small. It was the Houtian hammer. Compared to the unknown martial soul, this Houtian hammer shocked Tang Hao, making his eyes widen a bit. Tang Hao looked at Tang San and then at the Houtian hammer in Tang San's hand, momentarily unable to come to his senses. Tang San is also a member of the Houtian sect. Dad, I also have the Houtian hammer. Tang San noticed his father's shock. He was equally astonished and delighted to see that Tang Yin had the same hammer as he did. It turned out he wasn't the only one with two martial souls. I also have another martial soul, which is blue silvergrass. Tang San captured Tang Hao's attention, and after he finished speaking, he spread both hands at the same time. One side was blue silvergrass, and the other was the Houtian hammer. Blue silvergrass. Tang Hao felt a mix of bitterness and joy upon seeing Tang San's blue silvergrass. He immediately hugged both children tightly, his emotional fluctuations different from usual. Tang San knew the reason, which made it a bit easier for him, but Tang Hao didn't know the reason at all. This would greatly shock him with the changes in his father. He rarely held him. Even the blue-silver grass growing nearby was touched by the embrace of the big and small figures, and at this moment, it stretched its vines and leaves over, entwining around Tang Hao and the two children. Tang Hao felt much calmer after seeing Ayin. Ayin was getting better, and the two children were understanding. Life had expectations and hopes. Unlike the days when he had just lost Ayin, he had no hopes then. He couldn't see a glimmer of light, and his heart was like dead ashes. But now he saw hope and realized that the future could be changed. He was no longer so despondent. Little San, you must remember, in your future, you must protect the grass on your right hand with the hammer in your left hand, forever, Tang Hao said, unusually serious. Tang San nodded in confusion. Tang Hao didn't explain when he saw it. Instead, he met Tang Yan's. Xiao Yin did the same. Tang Yin nodded reluctantly. She thought she was just going along with it. She didn't even know what the small horn in her hand was or how to use it. Dang Jian Sai, and the whole family quickly sat down to eat. Tang Hao also mentioned the question about going to school that village chief Jack brought up yesterday. And now he was asking the two children's willingness. Of course, they wanted to go. Tang Yin was the first to speak up, saying she had already explored the small village and wasn't tired of it. Her little brother's childhood friend was still waiting for him at school. She heard that her sister-in-law was a little rabbit, but she didn't know if it was easy to pet. After transforming into a human, could she still turn back into a rabbit? If so, it would be nice to hold the rabbit in her arms and pet it. Slurp Tang San couldn't help but slurp a mouthful of porridge. It was so delicious. He wanted to go. Tang San also wanted to see the outside world, which coincided with his thoughts. He also wanted to become a soul master. Tang Hao anticipated the answer and did not have much of a reaction. After the two children agreed to go to school, Tang Hao also made some plans. Tang Yin had no idea what would happen next. Right now, she was thinking that if she went to the academy, she would not only have a younger brother, but also a soft and adorable sister-in-law. As the main character of comic, she must be very cute. She loved cute and beautiful people the most. Tang was dreaming sweet dreams. Who would have thought that, after just a nap, she was carried out by someone? Feeling a bit dazed, Tang sensed the warm waves and became much more alert. She looked at the nearby furnace, feeling confused. Who brought her to this hot place? Didn't they know that a girl's skin needs moisture? It's scorching hot, and they brought her to a furnace. That's too much. Today, you two will temper this piece of iron 100,000 times. Hearing this, Tang suddenly woke up. Wait, what happened? Can someone give her a moment to process this? Dad, could you say that again? Was she not fully awake, or was she dreaming? Blacksmithing. They wanted her, a soft and cute girl, to do blacksmithing? Chapter 20. Hungry finally. Tang picked up the hammer under Tang Hao's guidance. 4,488, 7,470. Tang Yamei was silently counting the numbers, feeling a bit tired. At first, it was fine, but as time went on, it became increasingly difficult. Looking over at her younger brother, he was hammering steadily, one hit after another, with a good rhythm. Even though the repetitive action was dull and tedious, he didn't seem to mind the fatigue. Tang Yin was feeling frustrated. Unlike her, who was just messing around. She was the older sister and couldn't afford to lose face. With a pained expression, Tang Yin picked up the hammer again. But she could only keep it up for a few more swings. Dud, I'm hungry, she complained. She was hungry, and when she was hungry, she had no strength. Without strength, she just didn't want to do anything. How many did I hit? 4 or 7, Tang Hao asked from inside. She was a bit dazed, really too hungry to remember where she had counted up to. She was most afraid of being hungry. As soon as she was hungry, she couldn't think and didn't want to move. Tang felt she could be unreasonable. She was still a child. Thinking this, she threw the hammer in her hand aside and laid down on the ground in a very defiant manner. I'm hungry, I have no strength, and I'm really tired. My body feels completely drained. Tang Sen looked outside and saw that the sun had disappeared and the sky had darkened. Not being given any food. Is this any way to live? It's too cruel. Sister. Seeing this, Tang Sen was about to stop his work when he heard his father say, Xiao San, continue. Tang Sen saw his father come out and could only nod in response. In fact, forging iron blocks was something he was familiar with. He had started trying to use a hammer 2 years ago. So while 10,000 strikes seemed like a lot, it was still manageable with a bit more perseverance. However, Tang Yin was different. She had never touched a hammer before, yet she managed to strike over 7,700 times in one afternoon, much faster than him. Although Tang Yin didn't follow her father's method while he wasn't paying attention, 7,000 strikes was no small feat. Little Yin got up. Tang Hao walked over. Tang Yin, Dad, I feel completely drained. I have no strength left. Even if I have no strength, I can't just lie down. Tang Hao had a serious, fatherly expression, showing no room for negotiation. Tang Yan's soft, weak little hand pushed against the ground, and finally, she sat up. Gulu gulu, it's the sound of her hungry stomach. Dad, I'm hungry. Tang Yin looked pitifully with her big, moist eyes at Tang Hao. She was a soft, cute little sister. How could you bear to turn her away? Tang Hao, Tang San, hold back your laughter. Get up. Tang Hao couldn't quite handle the soft and adorable Tang Yin, and his heart softened just a little. Finally, he reached out with his big hand. Tang Yin felt there was a chance, and she eagerly stretched out her chubby little hands. However, she was still too hungry. and her outstretched hand felt a bit weak. Tang Yin felt that her eyes were playing tricks on her. She looked at her chubby white arms and asked happily, Daddy, do my hands look like lotus roots? They're white and plump, section by section, and they look really delicious. Tang Yi was happily talking, and then while thinking about whether to go up and take a bite, her forehead was hit. Ouch, Tang, you covered her slightly reddened head. How silly. Tang Hao directly picked her up. It seemed she really was hungry to the point of being silly, especially with that earlier look of licking her little lips. Wanted to try her hand. What else could this be but silly? Tang San was also paying attention to this side, and naturally saw the foolish Tang Yin over here. Tang San couldn't help but smile a little as his gaze fell on his bare arm, which did resemble a lotus root. Shaoxin came back to eat. Huh? Oh, almost got infected. Chapter 21. Time to go to school in the 3 months before school started, apart from being dragged to practice hammering. Tang San also learned to slack off by finding excuses to water Ayin. Remarkably, in those 3 months, he managed to elevate Ayin by another 5 to 600 years. Now, Ayin was just 200 to 300 years away from breaking through 3,000 years. Tang Hao also figured out Tang San's temperament. As long as she was well fed and not left hungry, she would be obedient. In the 3 months, both Tang San's and Tang Sha's hammers had improved significantly. Their blacksmithing skills had become increasingly proficient. Tang Hao sometimes couldn't help but marvel at the talent of his 2 children. Remember, do not reveal your Haotian hammer or add soul rings to it until the time of life and death. On the day he left home, Tang Hao instructed the 2 children. Tang Hao is becoming more and more like a father. Dad, I remember. Tang San nodded. Tang Yi was still forging iron last night and was a bit too sleepy to open her eyes, but she managed to nod. Xiao Ya. Hey, Dad, I'm here. Upon hearing Tang Hao's voice, Tang Yi immediately perked up. Then she saw Tang Hao handing over a small pouch that looked like it was only the size of her palm. The pouch was a somewhat dull yellow color and not very attractive, but it had a pink flower with 4 petals embroidered on it, which made it a little interesting. Dad? Tang Yi asked in confusion. Tang Hao then tied the small pouch with a string and was about to put it around Tang Yi's neck. Inside is Ayin. If you water it, just pour the water inside. Ayin can accompany you while hanging around your neck. Tang Zhao blinked and nodded. If Tang Hao didn't give Ayin to her, she would find a way to have Ayin by her side. She also wanted to see what her mother looked like when she transformed. Tang Hao didn't know that there was a jade pendant on Tang Zhao's neck. It was only when he was about to hang something around her neck that he noticed the pendant. It was something his sister had always worn. At this moment, Tang San spoke up. Tang Hao understood and did not ask any further. Dad, I'm coming. Tang Yin also didn't think much and took off the space jade pendant from her neck. Then layered the not-so-pretty small pouch with the jade pendant before hanging it around her neck. The small pouch couldn't be tucked under her clothes like the jade pendant, so she had to leave the hanging items outside of her clothes. At this moment, only the small pouch around Tang Yan's neck was visible, and the jade pendant was hidden underneath, making it hard to see. All right, it's definitely secure. This rope was forged from all her abilities, and as long as she wasn't dead, no one could take it off her, unless she was willing to do so herself. Tang Hao touched the rope around Tang Yi's neck with a hint of curiosity. He had never seen such quality rope before. Village Chief Jack came over and took the 2 children away. Tang Yi suddenly felt a bit reluctant. She had been in this home for 3 years and still had her dad. It seemed like in the storyline, Dad was secretly protecting them from behind, and now she had Ayin by her side. Could Dad not be following them secretly? Suddenly, Tang Yi figured it out, and her reluctance disappeared. Instead, she happily held her brother's hand and walked along. Tang San also felt a sense of reluctance. He had lived in this home for a long time, and leaving at this moment made him somewhat unwilling to part. Dad, I will come back to see you. In the end, Tang San couldn't help but say a final word. The few of them finally set off for the Nodding Junior Academy. Yes, that's what it's called, right? Chapter 22. Say it again. It wasn't far from Holy Soul Village to Nodding City. The 3 of them walked for half a day, and by the afternoon, they could already see the distant city walls. If it weren't for considering Village Chief Jack, Tang San and Tang Yin would have arrived long ago. Tang San watched as Tang Yin took 2 steps and then dozed off, feeling it was quite amusing. However, seeing her like this made him a bit reluctant. So he asked again, "Carry me?" Tang Yan's mind was still a bit hazy, but she knew that she shouldn't ask her younger brother to carry her. It would be more appropriate for her to carry him instead. Tang Yin shook his head directly, as he would be led by Tang San. 3 steps a yawn. 2 steps a pause. The 2 kids walked one after the other, making it quite amusing. Village Chief Jack looked at the adorable appearance of the 2 children, and his smile hadn't left the corner of his mouth. Little San, later, Grandpa will take you to the academy and then go back. You must listen to your teachers at the academy and never leave the academy on your own. When the semester ends, Grandpa Jack will come to pick you and little Yin up. By then, it will be almost New Year. Okay, Tang Sen nodded, noticing that Tang Yan's eyes were almost closing, and then he shushed Grandpa Jack. Then Village Chief Jack stopped, and Tang San, holding Tang Yan's hand, also stopped. Have you rested? Tang Yin murmured in confusion. After hearing his brother's affirmation, Tang Yin truly felt relieved. Tang Sen pulled Tang Yan's hand and quickly carried him on his back. This little one, if not for Grandpa, would be carried. Village Chief Jack thought something was wrong with Tang San, but didn't expect him to be carrying someone. No need, Grandpa Jack, don't worry. Dad has trained us. I could do it by myself. Over the years, Tang Yin has pushed some inappropriate things for children onto his dad, causing Tang San to unwittingly push some things onto their dad as well. Tang Yin is not very heavy, only a little over 30 pounds. Over the past 3 years, Tang San has not only practiced his cultivation techniques, but has also worked out with Tang Yin to build some strength. He can already carry stones weighing about 100 pounds and walk around the back mountain of the village. So carrying Tang Yin is quite simple. Village Chief Jack looked at Tang San for a while, and seeing that he wasn't struggling, he decided to wait. If he started to struggle, he would offer some advice. And they were also close to Nodding Academy. Tang San was sleeping soundly. When he woke up, he heard a dispute. The martial soul blue silver grass? And what about this little girl who knows nothing? She has innate full soul power? How ridiculous. This is truly absurd. I have been a doorman at the academy for 4 years, and I have never heard of any student with innate full soul power, let alone 2 of them. Do you think they grow on trees? And 2, that kid must be asleep. Does it look like they came here to study? What if they are some kind of cripple? And this kid's martial soul is blue silvergrass, and they also have full soul power? I suspect that this proof from the martial soul hall must be forged by you. The doorman at the school had a sarcastic tone that was loud enough for Tang San to wake up. Grandpa Jack was furious. However, when Tang San woke up, he noticed that the hidden weapon in his brother's hand was about to explode. His brother was angry. Say that again. He can insult him, but saying that his sister is a cripple is something he cannot tolerate, even carrying Tang San on his back. Tang San swiftly moved to block in front of Grandpa Jack, pushing the person opposite him away with a palm. This person's action was clearly aimed at pushing Grandpa Jack, and he knew what would happen if Grandpa Jack was pushed. You little brat, you're looking for death. Chapter 23. Insulting her brother. Damn it. Tang San was truly awake now. This person insulted her brother. Tang Yin pressed his hand on Tang San's shoulder and jumped down directly, before anyone could react. There was a bang. Tang Yin kicked the person away, then crashed through the iron gate of Nodding Academy. This was the first time Tang San, Tang Yan's older brother, had seen her hit someone, and he was surprised that she could actually fight. He used to think that his sister just had a bit more strength, but that kick had sent the person flying. It was quite astonishing. Xiao Yan, Grandpa Jack, was also taken aback. This kid Xiao Yan had enough strength to kick someone away. Tang Yin turned back to look at her frightened brother and Grandpa Jack, wondering if she should say it was all an accident. What had happened? The master had just arrived, and he hadn't even finished saying stop when he had already seen someone being kicked away. He had to swallow the word stop back down. And master, they're causing trouble. The doorman, still clutching his stomach in pain, was lying on the ground and quickly reported to the master as he saw him approaching. It was unclear whether the master heard the doorman's words. He glanced at the doorman, who shrank back in guilt. The master now had his hands clasped behind his back, looking quite dignified. Tang Yin vaguely recalled some of the plot. This person is indeed the master. There is still a bit of a difference between the anime and the live action. Tang Yin assessed the master, and the master was also evaluating the 2 children, especially Tang Yin, who could kick a person flying with just 1 kick. Can he do this without relying on soul power? Is it innate strength? The master wondered. After understanding the situation, he decided to take the 2 children away. As for the doorman, he was struck by one of the children. Would he dare to speak of it? Moreover, he was the one who had acted maliciously first, so it was fortunate he wasn't reprimanded. Tang Yin glanced at the master and didn't pay much attention anymore. As for her brother and the other party, she probably knew the content of their conversation. At this moment, she woke up and her thoughts were focused on her surroundings, from the small flowers and plants to the heights of the buildings. There was only one free work-study student in the village, and it was just the 2 of them. One of them had to pay full tuition, and they both needed to live. She thought about raising her brother to be healthy and plump, so her focus was on making money. Moreover, over the past 3 years, she had grown vegetables to sell and had saved a little. Her father had improved over the years, not drinking every day, and had saved some money too. It was all with her. Although this money was enough for a while, she didn't like to run out of resources. She needed to earn more money. As for how to make money, Tang Yi narrowed her eyes as if she had an idea. Just as she thought of this, she suddenly felt her younger brother, who was holding her hand, let go. Tang Yin, aren't you taking her away? Tang Yin returned to his senses and then saw his younger brother kneeling down to the master. How could his younger brother kneel to anyone? Tang Yi was taken aback and prepared to help the person up. Then he heard his younger brother say to the master, "Master, please take me as your disciple." Tang Yin, it's a bit awkward. There was this scene in the comic before, right? I don't quite remember. Silly boy, why do you have to kowtow to pay respects to your master? Don't you know that the gesture reserved for honoring kings and parents? A simple bow is enough. Saying this, he helped the person up. Once a teacher for a day, a father for a lifetime, you should bow to me. He then pulled his somewhat dazed sister. The master was somewhat moved. Once a teacher for a day, a father for a lifetime. Good. It seems I really didn't make the wrong choice. Saying this, the master's gaze also fell on Tang Yin. On me? Tang Yin thought that her brother's kneeling should be related to the etiquette of his previous life. But why is he looking at her now? Chapter 24. Do I want to pay my respects to a master? Tang Yin was a bit confused, extending her chubby fingers to point at herself. Do I have to worship a master? Looking at her younger brother's soft and adorable appearance, she asked uncertainly. It was hard to find a time when no one was around to manage her. She was the elder sister, and her brother listened to her. So she naturally wanted to do whatever she liked. If she found a master for herself, wouldn't that mean she would be controlled? Can I not worship a master? Seeing her cute brother nod, she felt reluctant. Moreover, she realized that she was her brother's guardian, while the master was her brother's teacher. So didn't that make her and the master peers? Thinking of this, Tang Yin was even less willing to worship a master. Why should she lower her status? Being peers was much better, right? Besides, her special abilities were her secret, and there were many things she didn't want to expose. Tang Yin thought of an excuse. It's okay. I'm very happy to take in a third disciple, the master sincerely said, and I've seen the proof from the Wuhuan Hall. I don't even know what Tang Yin's martial soul is, so I can't teach her better. Tang San felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. In fact, one of the reasons he wanted to become a disciple was because of Tang Yin. Many people were unaware of what Tang Yan's martial soul was, and he was still wondering if this teacher knew what Tang Yan's martial soul was. I'll take you to the academic affairs office to register. Tang San and Tang Yin nodded and followed. The registration went quickly, but there was a small episode regarding accommodation. The issue was between work-study students and regular students. All work-study students were assigned to the 7th dormitory, which was the worst dorm, while regular students were arranged in different dorms. At Tang San's request, they secured a spot for a work-study student, so Tang Yin could stay in a better dorm. Since he was a boy, it was fine for him to be a bit rough around the edges. Tang Yin also wants a work-study position. How could she let her soft and cute little brother have a worse life than hers? Suddenly, she thought of Xiao Wu, her sister-in-law, who is also a work-study student. It seems they even clean and work together, earning a bit of money every month. For the sake of a pair of childhood sweethearts. Tang Yin agreed to give the work-study position to her brother, but she also had to move into dormitory 7. Although she roughly knows the plot and that her brother won't encounter any major issues, how could she not witness this cute little brother and his adorable rabbit sister-in-law? Tang Yashi was very pleased, and she also wouldn't allow anyone to bully her brother. Anime is anime, but there are some blank daily moments that remain unknown. The teachers in the academic affairs office also knew that this was a pair of siblings, so they didn't have any objections and quickly agreed to let Tang Yashi move into dormitory 7. Tang Yin is feeling very happy, as she will soon meet her sister-in-law, which is just perfect. Tang Yi was thinking about whether to take her brother to buy some daily necessities when she suddenly paused. It seemed that her brother and sister-in-law would be meeting for the first time later, so she decided to put off the shopping. Brother, let's go. Let's see what the 7th dormitory is like. Tang Sin smiled at Tang Yin's childlike energy and followed suit. When Tang Yin reached the door of the 7th dormitory, he pushed the door open directly. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind came, and before Tang Yin could think, his body instinctively dodged to the side. His mind was focused on the idea of twisting a zombie's neck, but upon seeing an 11 or 12-year-old boy, Tang Yin quickly suppressed the supernatural ability that was about to emerge. The boy hissed in pain. He felt a slight ache in the leg he had just kicked, as if he had been shocked by something. Tang San had not yet considered Tang Yan's speed, and by the time he reacted, he was already standing in front. Are you the new work-study students? Chapter 25. Sister, I lost. Are you the new work-study students? The boy moved his still somewhat numb feet. feeling a bit regretful about his earlier impulsiveness. Tang Yin looked at the expressions of these people and knew what they were going to do. Sure enough, he then heard the boy say, "I am Wang Sheng, the boss here. We have rules in the 7th dormitory. Whoever wins the fight becomes the boss." Tang Xin understood, and then patted his brother's shoulder just when he thought that Tang Yin meant to bring him along. Unexpectedly, Tang Xin misjudged the situation. His sister actually pushed him out? This caught him a bit off guard, as it had always been his sister leading the way. Did she change her personality today? Tang Yin didn't think too much about it. She directly said, "My name is Tang Yin, and this is my brother Tang San. My brother is stronger than me. Since it's about who gets to be the leader, you can compete with my brother." "Sister, I don't want to be the leader." Tang San felt a bit helpless. He wasn't in the mood to be any kind of king of children. "It's fine, just have a match. Sister is counting on you." The sister-in-law also has to rely on her brother. She can't disrupt their first meeting. Tang San wanted to say something more, but his sister pushed him out. As for Tang Yin, she found a bed without a blanket, which seemed to be empty. This spot was perfect for watching the fight without getting involved. The location was ideal. It just needed a soft and cute girl. "Come on, little brother." Tang Yin didn't forget to encourage him. Tang San could only nod and soon started fighting with Wang Sheng. Tang Yin propped his chin up, looking quite engrossed, feeling like he was watching a 3D anime up close. It felt like being an outsider suddenly becoming part of the scene with a hint of beauty. Anticipating the ending, it turned out that the younger brother won, and all 11 kids from the 7th dormitory shouted Big Brother. The younger brother shyly said that everyone could just call him Tang San. Tang San looked at Tang Yin with a bit of anticipation. It was his first time fighting in front of family. Tang Yin smiled, praising his younger brother for being great, while secretly thinking to himself that it would be soon. It should be coming soon. Tang San was praised by his sister, and he shamefully realized that he was quite happy. It was the first time he had been complimented after a fight. Just as Tang San was about to find a bed near Tang Yin, a girl walked in through the door. "Is this the 7th dormitory?" Her voice immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially Tang Yin, who was very excited. She was all pink and cute, especially with the 2 bunny ears on her head that wiggled, making her look incredibly adorable. He wondered if her ears would feel soft to the touch. Tang San felt that this girl was different from his sister. His sister was mostly lazy but fierce without realizing it, while this girl was indeed a cute little girl. "Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Wu, as in dance." Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Xiao Wu wore a sweet smile. She was indeed a soft and cute girl. Tang Yin thought, "If you don't make a move, I will." How adorable, how soft. Fortunately, the 2 of them quickly started fighting for the position of the leader of the 7th dormitory. In the end, as expected, the younger brother was still unfamiliar with soul skills and lost. "It's okay." Tang Yin took a deep breath. It would be best if he could pet her rabbit ears. He didn't know when his brother would finally win her over. "Sister, I lost." Tang Sin didn't care much about losing, but he was afraid his sister would be disappointed since she was watching. "Hey, we have other girls in the 7th dormitory." Xiao Wu finally found a topic to talk about regarding the girls in the 7th dormitory. Just now, the girl had been staring at her, and she felt too shy to speak. While fighting Tang San, she had noticed this girl. It was simply because the girl's gaze held a kind of appreciation that was hard to describe, and that indescribable feeling of being seen through. She wanted to figure out who this was. Chapter 26. Stinky younger brother Tang Yin was momentarily speechless, still watching the increasingly close rabbit ears and the lovely figure of her sister-in-law approaching. Xiao Wu's heart skipped a beat. The direct presence of the rabbit made her a bit scared, and she instinctively moved closer to the person beside her, feeling that having some company might help. "Is she your sister, San?" "She looks good, but that smile is a bit unsettling." "Yes, she is my sister Tang Yin." "Tang Yin," Xiao Wu nodded, then looked at the still smiling Tang Yin. Xiao Wu swallowed, feeling a bit scared. "Hello, I'm Tang Yin, and this is my brother Tang San. You must be Xiao Wu, right? I just saw your soft skills. They're impressive. You can call me sister, just like my brother does." "Dang Jian Smai Di." "Ah, sister?" Xiao Wu felt a little shy being praised so seriously by Tang Yin. "Hey," Tang Yin happily responded, sitting on the bed, and then stood up, which made her quite a bit taller than Xiao Wu. In the end, Tang Yin couldn't resist reaching out her mischievous little hand. Xiao Wu blinked. Did she just call her sister? Before she could think it through, Xiao Wu suddenly felt her ears being touched like a rabbit's, and she froze in place, especially like a rabbit caught by its ears, obediently not moving. However, Tang Yin exclaimed, "So soft, so gentle, and so fluffy, it feels so good." Tang Sin looked at this and felt a bit embarrassed. His sister had once again fallen into her habit of touching people's heads and pinching their faces. Moreover, seeing Xiao Wu seemed frightened, Tang Sin felt it was inappropriate to just stand by. He quickly squeezed over, took his sister's hand, and placed it on his own head. After Tang Yan's gaze shifted back to Xiao Wu, Tang San said, "Sister, we don't have a blanket yet. How are we going to sleep at night?" Stinky little brother. Tang Yin naturally understood Tang San's intention, but when she saw Xiao Wu give her brother a grateful look, she momentarily forgot her little mood. Oh, so that's how it is. Little brother knows how to protect his wife now. Sister, I'm not stinky. Sister knows my brother is the sweetest and the best. Tang Yin felt happy and couldn't help but ruffle her brother's soft hair. In an instant, Tang San's once tidy hair became a bit messy. Tang San was also pinched on the face. However, these were all familiar to him, but in Xiao Wu's eyes, they were terrifying entities. Fortunately, Tang San saved her. If she hadn't been rescued and her long hair got messed up, it would definitely look ugly, especially since her hair was so long and she worked hard to comb it every day. Tang San is really a good person. While they were playing around, another person soon arrived, bringing blankets and discussing the work issues of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang Yin also nodded. As his younger brother and Xiao Wu had a childhood friendship, Tang Yin knew that her brother was protecting Xiao Wu, so she temporarily gave up on her desire to pet the rabbit ears. Besides, for some reason, Xiao Wu seemed a bit afraid of her appearance. There's still plenty of time ahead. Once they get familiar with each other, she can pet the rabbit to her heart's content. Tang Yin was in a good mood and had someone deliver 2 quilts as instructed by the master. 2 quilts. Tang Yin took advantage of his brother and also got a free quilt. Tang Yashin thought, I've saved some money on the quilt again. The master is really nice. Next is the problem of sleeping. Tang San's gaze fell on Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu's rabbit-like vigilance immediately kicked in. Before Tang San could say anything, Xiao Wu rushed to his side, where he was still making the bed, and spoke urgently, fearing that if Tang San's sister spoke first, she would feel embarrassed to refuse. Chapter 27. Where's my brother? Tang San, I see your bedding is quite big. How about we make a deal and push the beds together? That way, I will have bedding too. Huh? Tang San was puzzled. Then he met his sister's sparkling eyes, and Tang San felt even more uneasy. It wasn't proper for boys and girls to be too close. This was not good. Tang San shook his head. Xiao Wu was a bit anxious. If it was Tang San's sister inviting him, she might as well find Tang San. Xiao Wu hurriedly said, What's so bad about it? I don't care at all. What are you afraid of? Besides, I'm the leader of the 7th dormitory. Shouldn't you listen to me? As she spoke towards the end, Xiao Wu's tone became a bit pitiful, and she felt like crying inside. Why does Tang San's sister still look at her like that? Tang San looked at Tang Ao, hoping that his sister would stop staring at the little girl, as it seemed to frighten her into wanting to sleep with him. The younger brother wasn't afraid. They were all kids, and it was the same no matter who they slept with. Seeing her brother looking at her, Tang Ao thought he wanted her, as his sister, to take charge. Hey, don't be shy. That's your wife. Just go for it. Sleeping early or late is the same. Sister Tang San wanted to say something more, but she saw Tang Ao directly get out of bed and walk over to her brother's bed. With one kick, she pushed her brother's bed away, doing it with just the right amount of force so that it perfectly aligned with the next bed. Tang San, Xiao Wu, what great strength. Even if her waist is bent, she can't easily kick a bed far away like that. Moreover, that bed not only doesn't float, but also looks very stable, which is a bit scary. Tang San's sister is even stronger than her. Even the 11 people from the 7th dormitory were wide-eyed and looked bewildered. What great strength. This bed must weigh around 1 or 200 jin. Tang Yin looked at the 2 beds that were pushed together and felt very satisfied as she tucked her feet in. Then, to avoid disturbing her brother and Xiao Wu's time together, she said, I'm tired and going to sleep. You don't need to call me for dinner. Just pack some food for me when you come back. Tang San nodded, thinking that Tang Yin was really tired. After all, last night their father had made Tang Yin work on the forge for a long time, mainly because Tang Yin often slacked off, which was why their father had decided to have a final practice session. It was a punishment for Tang Yan's laziness. Once I get familiar with the academy, I'll take my sister around. Tang San remembered that his sister liked to wander around and enjoy the scenery. All right, Tang Yin nodded, ignoring everything else. She really needed to go to sleep. She was indeed tired. A child's body couldn't handle staying up late. If they stayed up one night, it would take a week to recover their energy. Their father had really made things hard for her. When Tang Yin woke up after a deep sleep, it was a bit dark outside, and the lights in Dormitory 7 had already been turned on. The people in Dormitory 7 only made some noise after seeing that Tang Yin was awake. You're Tang Yin, right? I'm Wang Hao. A little boy about 8 or 9 years old came running overexcitedly after seeing that Tang Yin was awake. Here, This is what Sister Xiao Wu told me to bring you to eat when you wake up. Wang Hao handed over a paper-wrapped package. Tang Yin took it and said thank you. Wang Hao, a bit shy, replied, no need to thank me. Your kick today was really impressive. How did you practice it? When Wang Hao said this, his eyes lit up a bit. Tang Yin opened the oil paper and saw her favorite big chicken leg inside, along with a refreshing half cucumber. Her brother was really cute, always bringing her things she loved to eat. You can ask my brother, he's much better than me. Tang Yin said while eating and smacking her lips, feeling very satisfied. So delicious. Wang Hao scratched his head, wondering if Tang San was really better than Tang Yin. Before he could figure out, he heard Tang Yin say, where's my brother? Chapter 28. Not good. Sister Xiao Wu and Tang San went out. Huh. Tang Yin paused her bite of chicken leg. Two people? They went out. Tang Yin thought about the plot and realized that at this time, it seemed to be going for a sparring session. Tang Yin was not very sure. She had watched the anime during the apocalypse, and after staying here for 3 years, she had forgotten many details, only remembering a few general plot points. Tang Yin rolled her big eyes and quickly finished the food in her hand. After thanking Wang Hao, she made an excuse and went outside. At this time, it was getting dark, and there were very few people in the academy who came out. Tang Yin didn't need to worry too much. With her speed ability combined with her mental ability, she quickly locked onto 2 figures. Soon, she was sitting on a rooftop, swinging her feet, and thanks to the large tree in front of her, it was hard for others to see her. At this moment, she looked at the pair of childhood sweethearts not far away. TSK, TSK, TSK. Xiao Wu's close combat attack had made her younger brother's feelings awaken. Tang Yin was watching with great interest. Suddenly, she sensed something. Tang Yin put away her lazy demeanor, and a few more hints of vigilance appeared in her eyes. Someone. With her psychic ability activated, she could sense any movement within a radius of 500 meters. People, objects, motion, and stillness could not escape her perception, unless the other party was stronger than her. Who is it? Tang Yin focused his attention. Bang! A very subtle leaf flicked, and Tang Yin finally caught a hint of movement. The surrounding wind turned into blades, striking over there. Whoosh! A shadow moved. Tang Yin followed without thinking. But when she chased outside, she was gone. Not good. Tang Yin felt that she had been careless. It was the comfort of these 3 years that had made her forget the danger. There was no time left. Tang Yin leaned back, executing a roll to evade the incoming attack from the opponent. Although he managed to dodge, the opponent didn't give Tang Yin a chance to react. With an elbow strike like a knife, the opponent charged directly at him. Tang Yin's eyes widened slightly as he raised his small hand to meet the opponent's elbow. Sparks of lightning flickered on Tang Yin's hand, and the black-clad person opposite him, caught off guard, had significantly reduced their strength upon impact. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tang Yin centered her palm and, using the opponent's force, leaped directly behind them. Flames! Tang Yin's crisp voice rang out, laced with a hint of coldness. And in an instant, a circle of fire surrounded the person, centered around the figure in black. The black-clad man did not expect the appearance of fire. His deep-set eyes flickered, and a powerful soul force burst forth, extinguishing the grand flames with ease. Fire blaze, earth escape. Tang Yin's cold gaze blinked slightly. Her power was still too weak. Little thing, you can't hurt me. The black-clad man's voice was hoarse, as if he were shouting through sand, looking at the even larger flames and the rising earth surrounding him. However, he could break through these with just a flick of his soul power. Is that so? Tang Yin said nonchalantly. With a squeeze of her hands, a surge of wind swirled around, and the water and fire combined, producing a hissing sound. In an instant, a large amount of thick white smoke billowed up, easily disrupting the opponent's vision and dampening the surroundings. Thunder rumbled. Tang Yin touched the wet ground with his small hand, and in an instant, a series of lightning strikes were directed towards it. Bang! The man in black didn't have time to think, and he was already blown away by the lightning. Tang Yin didn't dare to look at the consequences. She restrained for a moment, also to escape. It was truly her unexpectedness that allowed her to hold the opponent back. If it took too long, she feared the opponent would see through her tactics and react. It was like saying that in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are in vain. As for the black-clad person engulfed in black smoke from the explosion. Chapter 29. Too dangerous. Tang Hao stood there with a face full of black smoke. He originally wanted to teach Tang Yin a lesson, to let her know not to follow people carelessly without any strength. But this girl really surprised him. This ghostly girl. Cough, cough. Tang Hao couldn't help but cough. And as he opened his mouth, a puff of green smoke came out. He looked at the nearly shattered cloak and felt a bit regretful. He had only seen Xiao San and Xiao Yin coming to study, and Xiao San had taken on a master. Tonight, he just asked the master to help take care of these two kids, who knew that after he finished giving instructions, he wanted to see how Xiao Yin and Xiao San were doing. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yin was so alert. Although she wasn't quite at the point of discovering him, he still wanted to see how alert she really was. He merely moved a leaf, and she sensed it, even keeping up with his speed, even when he deliberately slowed down. But the fact that she could catch up also surprised Tang Hao. Whose child is Xiao Yin? And who in the Hao Yin sect has lost a child? Just now, the technique that Xiao Yin used seemed to not involve soul power. Tang Hao thought of Tang Yan's unknown martial soul. Is that the reason? He had never seen Xiao Yin use these strange moves before. On the other side, after going invisible, Tang Yin escaped directly. Once she had run far enough and had a certain distance, she finally covered her pounding heart and gasped for breath. It was too dangerous, really too dangerous. After 3 years, she finally felt the urgency of life and death again. It was a bit thrilling and also a warning to herself. Indeed, staying in a too comfortable place made her a bit lazy, and she nearly forgot her original intentions. If it weren't for her special ability, which caught the opponent off guard, she wouldn't have escaped so easily. As she covered her still racing heart, she walked back to the dormitory, silently vowing to become stronger, to become stronger. The desire to grow stronger surrounded her constantly. Sister, where have you been? I was looking for Tang San for a long time, but as soon as he saw the sweat on Tang Yan's forehead, his attention was diverted. Why are you sweating so much? Saying this, Tang San took out a handkerchief and wiped Tang Yan's sweat. You should wipe off the sweat. If it cools down, you'll get sick. Since Tang San had an older sister, he had become increasingly attentive. After all, girls shouldn't live too roughly. Sometimes, Tang San even worried that Tang Yin lived too carelessly, rougher than boys. It's fine, I just ran a lap and got a bit sweaty. I'll be fine after a wash. You don't need to worry, brother. Tang Yin didn't mention the thrilling incident just now and instead smiled cheerfully like usual. However, as she calmed down, she felt that the figure she had fought earlier seemed somewhat familiar. Moreover, in the storyline, did Dad also follow that person's attire? If that person was Dad, Tang Yin felt that her fists were getting harder, but she still needed to wipe away her sweat. Tang San amusingly wiped Tang Yan's sweat and mentioned that tomorrow the master would take him to hunt for soul rings. Huh, I want to go too, Tang Yin exclaimed. Tang San explained, the master said he would take me first. He hasn't fully studied your martial soul yet, so he will check your martial soul attributes before taking you with him. The master said that the place to find soul beasts is very dangerous, and he can't protect 2 people. But don't worry, sister, I'll go take a look first, and then I will bring you with the master. Tang San didn't realize how dangerous the hunt for soul beasts was, so he didn't dare to risk taking his sister along. He planned to prepare thoroughly to ensure his sister's safety before bringing her with him. Okay then, Tanzan notet, semingili agoen. But Tang San didn't know that she was just pretending to agree. Chapter 30. The brother misses her early the next morning. As soon as there was movement next door, Tang Yan's ears perked up. Her brother was about to go out. She certainly couldn't let him go alone, even though the master was there. However, she remembered that the master didn't have much combat ability, so she was still worried. Not to mention hunting soul beasts. There were many uncertain dangers in the forest of soul beasts. She only had this one brother in this life, and the last, and she couldn't let him get hurt. So after Tang San left, Tang Yin secretly followed him. Protecting him from the shadows was the same, and her abilities were all at level 3. Her wood-based ability had been stuck at level 3 for a long time. If she went into the forest, it would be more beneficial for her wood-based ability. Tang Yin thought to herself as she secretly followed behind. As for today's opening ceremony, she had asked someone to help her take leave. Now, she just needed to keep close to the person. Tang Yin wasn't skilled in stalking, but she did have an invisibility ability. As long as she was careful, it would be fine. Her ability was at level 3 now, so she could maintain it for 2 or 3 hours. However, Tang San stood alone on the road, feeling a bit chilly. Why was his brother and master riding in a horse-drawn carriage? Could she chase after them on foot? A cold wind blew, and no one could answer Tang San's question. Finally, he took a deep breath. It was just 2 legs chasing after a 4-legged carriage, right? He could do it too. Using his speed ability, he could run faster than a car. Then Tang San felt that the carriage was too slow, and it was a bit of a waste of his speed ability. There was no other way. He picked a leaf from the roadside. With a whoosh, it floated into the carriage and landed right on Tang San's lap. Xiao San, what's wrong? Just as master was explaining something, he suddenly noticed Tang San's expression change and paused his teaching. It's nothing. I just saw this leaf and thought of my sister. Tang Yi picked up the leaf that had fallen on him, feeling a bit cold. It reminded him of the time when he awakened his martial soul, when his sister had given him a leaf to hold. But after the awakening, the leaf had disappeared on its own. At that time, Tang Yi had asked Tang Yi about it, and she simply said it had fallen, then gave him another leaf she had picked from somewhere. He thought then that Tang Yi had a child's heart. Now, seeing this leaf that resembled the one his sister had given him, he felt a bit nostalgic for her. After all, in the past 3 years, the siblings had been inseparable. He wondered if she would miss him since he left this morning. I haven't been apart from my sister before. Sorry I got distracted for a moment. Master, you can continue. Master did not scold Tang Yi after all. Xiao was still a child. It was normal to miss family when apart. Tang Yi held the leaf in his hand, listening seriously to the teacher's words. These were all the knowledge he wanted to understand. Tang Yi brought the leaves into the carriage, and her brother held on to them, which made her feel quite good. Did her brother miss her? The past few years of care weren't in vain. The leaves contained a trace of her spiritual power, and as long as her brother held them, she could sense everything within a 10-mile radius. So all she needed to do was enjoy the scenery and occasionally take a few steps forward. She was really quite clever. The roads around her were all dirt, with plenty of plants and trees, which made Tang Yi feel at home. Since her father and brother weren't here, she happily took off her shoes and tucked them away. Barefoot, she directly touched nature, feeling incredibly comfortable. Chapter 31. The apothecary. Along the way, Tang Yi saw a lot of local customs. She also accidentally stumbled upon an apothecary. Oh wow, there's an apothecary here in Douluo? Well, not everyone in Douluo continent is a soul master. Ordinary people need to seek medical treatment when they are sick or in pain. Some soul masters also need to use it. But she wondered what kind of medicinal herbs were sold inside. Tang Yi was curious, so she went in barefoot. Hey, how did a little girl run in here? A shop assistant in the medicine shop, seeing a barefoot girl, thought she was just some wild girl from a nearby village. I came to see what medicinal materials you have, Tang Yi said directly, and to make things easier, she took out 2 silver soul coins. What kind of medicinal materials do you want? Did your adult send you here? The shop assistant didn't rush her out, as long as she wasn't here to cause trouble. My dad told me to buy some seeds for medicinal materials to take back, Tang Yi nodded, pulling Tang Yi out to take the blame. What kind of seeds do you want? My dad said he wants seeds that can grow very expensive medicinal materials. Tang Yi, not knowing much about the medicinal materials in this world, could only say it this way. Did he mention any names? My dad said as long as they can grow high-quality medicinal materials, that's fine. Seeing the girl was so young, the shop assistant had no choice but to fetch some high-quality seeds. These are the seeds of her.Tang. If cultivated well, they can sell for 1 gold soul coin per pound, and if they are cultivated excellently, they could be worth 10 times that. The shop assistant said, then took out a small paper bag. Inside were a small pile of very tiny black seeds, much smaller than ants. her.Tang. This was the first time she had heard of such a medicinal material. Yes, many soul masters from prominent families like to use her.Tang to brew tea. It can soothe soul power and make it more stable. However, it's extremely difficult to cultivate. If you're not careful, you'll end up killing them. You see, these flower seeds are harvested after 3 months of blooming, and they sell for 1 gold soul coin per pound. If they're older flower seeds, the price is even higher. If you want them, I'll give you this bag of seeds. The shop assistant, seeing there wasn't much business, chatted a bit more with Tang Yi. You'll give it to me? Aren't you charging? You child, it's just 1 silver soul coin for a small bag. If you can cultivate it for 3 months, getting dozens of pounds won't be a problem. The shop assistant almost laughed. He was more lenient, because she was such a clean and cute child. Oh, she was surprised. If you want to buy it, I'll give it to you. If your dad doesn't want them and the seeds haven't been used, you can come back before today, and I can exchange them for you. After all, her.Tang is expensive and difficult to grow. He had been holding on to these seeds for a long time without selling them. It was also because this child said she wanted seeds that could grow expensive medicinal materials that he took them out. All right. Tang Yi saw that the shop assistant didn't seem to be lying, so she took the small bag. After handing over a silver soul coin, she took the seeds and left. Extremely difficult to cultivate. With her wood-type ability, there was no such thing as difficult cultivation for her. Tang Yi first caught up with his brother's carriage, then stopped again and found a relatively secluded place where he began to induce the seeds. The heart petals? She had seen them just now. They should be clusters of tender white petals with a hint of soft yellow stamens inside. They weren't very large, probably about the size of her little finger. Soon, Chapter 32, Negotiating the Price. The few small black seeds on Tang Yi's palm began to sprout, growing tender green shoots that appeared even more delicate in the sunlight. They were also rapidly growing, basking in the sun and fueled by the supernatural abilities Tang Yi bestowed upon them. 3 months. This was already a simple matter for Tang Yi. With her current level 3 wood-type abilities, if she were to use them all without considering the consequences, she could accelerate growth to 100 years. However, that would be very harmful to her body. At present, she occasionally channels her wood-type abilities to a yin without harming herself, which amounts to about 5 or 6 years' worth in a day. If her abilities were to upgrade again, the effect could multiply several times. But for now, she is stuck at level 3. Tang Yin sighed, watching the seeds in her hands continuously sprout leaves and gradually form buds. The heart petals grew only as high as her thumb. However, despite their short stature, their roots spread out and continued to grow on each segment, resembling vines that didn't reach upward but instead spread outwards. Soon, Tang Yin's 2 small hands could no longer hold all of them. The blossoms were blooming, and the faint floral fragrance felt incredibly refreshing. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yin felt an indescribable comfort within. This is the heart petals. She admired the tender, white flowers, with tiny yellow specks decorating the centers. They were truly beautiful. If these heart petals could grow and spread like this, it would be much more convenient. TSK. 1 gold soul coin per pound. Huh. Tang Yin felt that her little treasury had some hope. Soon, she headed to the next place. She also paid special attention to the pharmacy, but unfortunately, there were still too few pharmacies. However, she saw a general store. This should work. Tang Yin happily ran in. Inside, there was a big uncle dozing off, but when Tang Yin walked up and tapped the table, the uncle woke up. Oh, it turns out to be a little child. The uncle yawned, still a bit groggy from just waking up. Uncle, do you buy heart buds here? Tang Yin didn't want to waste time and took out a large bunch of heart buds that she had just harvested from her space. The uncle winced, his teeth aching a bit, but quickly realized this is top-quality heart buds, and they look very fresh, showing no signs of damage. Both the roots and leaves are intact. Do you want to buy them, uncle? Seeing the surprised look on his face, Tang Yin knew he would buy them, but she still asked. In fact, she exposed her space because the existence of such storage was something only wealthy families or nobles could afford. By revealing a bit about her space, she hoped not to be looked down upon and to avoid being given less money. Yes, of course. I hunted in the soul-hunting forest, and many of my clothes got damaged. I need to buy a few decent outfits. Otherwise, when I go home, my dad will be heartbroken seeing me like this. If the price you give me isn't enough to buy a splendid outfit, then I won't sell it. I can always go back to the forest and hunt some soul beasts. Tang Yin said with some disdain as she tugged at her plain clothes, as if even the ordinary outfit she wore was beneath her identity. All right, the price is negotiable. The uncle swallowed his words, realizing that this unknown rich young lady had come out to experience life. How could something as rare and difficult to nurture as a heart core casually end up in a small place like his, especially such a precious heart core? Hurry up. Tang Yin nodded. Chapter 33, Looking Foolish. In the end, Tang Yin held 10 golden soul coins in her hand. On the surface, she appeared to be barely managing, but inside she was extremely happy. About 3 Jin, and she could sell it for 10 golden soul coins. It turned out that the shop assistant hadn't lied to her after all. She didn't know what it would be like to dry it and drink it after soaking, but she heard it was useful for soul power. TSK, she would soak some another day. Tang Yin finally went happily to find his younger brother. It's just that. Tang Yin looked at the tall gate and the rows of guards, feeling a bit puzzled. It required a token to enter. She was a step too late. Her brother and the master had already gone inside, leaving her alone. Could someone show her what the token looked like? Could she go back and fake one? Was there still time? But the guards paid her no mind. She simply could not enter. Tang Yin took a few steps back. Not far away, there were quite a few people, some in groups, and others engaged in transactions and trades. It looked promising, so she wondered if she could squeeze in. However, at that moment, someone happened to be going in, and she accidentally caught a glimpse of the other person's token. Tang Yin was taken aback. It seemed a bit familiar. Tang Yin ran over happily. He saw the uncle who took out the token with a young man and a teenager. Tang Yin didn't pay much attention, but instead looked at the token. Uncle, can I take a look at your token? The person being called was Prince Jinan. He looked at the little girl by his waist and thought of his granddaughter at home, becoming much more tolerant. You can only take a quick look, okay? Prince Jinan said with a bit of amusement as he handed over the token. Thank you, Uncle, Tang Yin said feelingly. Ha, what a little child. At his age, he could be your grandfather. Tang Yin really took a look and felt that she looked more and more familiar. Is this what allows her to get in? Tang Yin asked a rhetorical question, but it was as if she was answering herself. I have one too. There's a token like this in her jade pendant. Exactly the same. During the apocalypse, ever since she was born, she had that jade pendant. It is said that it was left by her parents. When she first started using the jade pendant space, there was nothing inside, only 2 tokens, one of which was exactly the same as this uncle's. The other one, she had not yet seen anything like it. You have one too. Jean Wang and perked up upon hearing Tang Yan's words. Even a young man and the boy accompanying Jean Wang and looked at Tang Yan. Tang Yin returned the token to the other party, and she took out the token from her jade pendant and showed it to the guards. The guards looked at Tang Yin, this child, in astonishment upon seeing the token. Such a small child holding the highest command token. Can I go in? Tang Yin asked. Yes, yes, please. The guard, hearing her crisp question, immediately opened the door and invited Tang Yin in. Tang Yin received confirmation and immediately went in. As it was getting dark, she couldn't help but worry about her brother. She was indeed holding the highest level token of the Spear Hall. The boy's indifferent gaze revealed a hint of curiosity. It couldn't be wrong, but that child seemed unaware of what the token represented. Jean Wangin watched from a distance as the figure disappeared, looking rather foolish. The boy, lost in thought, finally said something. Young master, you don't understand. This is called cute. Jean Wangin couldn't help but smile, but he didn't continue the discussion. Let's go. Chapter 34. Targeting his brother. The deeper Tang Yi went into the forest, the more she felt the abundant spiritual energy. Indeed, the spiritual energy in nature is very alluring. Tang Yin was barefoot on the patches of grass and plants, and she could feel streams of spiritual energy entering her body, then melting within her, ready for her use. This feeling was quite nice. Moreover, with her wood and healing abilities, both animals and plants in this deep forest instinctively felt a connection to her. The spirit beasts in the forest did not actively attack her. On the contrary, some of the gentler spirit beasts were quite fond of approaching her. Her brother was still holding her leaf, and she quickly found him, watching the master educate her brother while searching for suitable spirit rings. Tang Yin felt relieved to see her brother doing well. She sat on a thick tree branch, listening attentively. As she listened to the master's endless theoretical knowledge, she began to feel drowsy. However, she happened to spot a decent-looking leopard. Well, it should be a leopard. It looked about 50% similar. Tang Yin approached it and used her mental power. Her mental energy could not only observe the environment, but also control the spiritual sea. This leopard should be over 10 years old, and it was easy to control. Moreover, with her affinity, as soon as her mental energy made contact with the leopard, it quickly submitted without the need for further control. Tang Yin was satisfied and directly had the leopard carry her, letting it leisurely follow her brother and the others. She was really a little clever girl. Tang Yin quietly closed her eyes and lay down on the leopard's back, surrounded by a strand of spiritual energy. As long as no one had any murderous intent towards her, she would ignore everything else. As for her brother, he was still holding onto a thread of her spiritual energy, and with the leopard following at a safe distance, she would be able to react to any major events. The vigilance required in the apocalypse was not to be taken lightly. Gulu gulu as the sky darkened. Tang Yan's stomach involuntarily growled a few times, and she slowly woke up. It was getting dark. Tang Yin stretched lazily and looked at his younger brother and the master under the tree, not far away. He leisurely took out some rations from his space. While eating, he watched his adorable younger brother, wondering if he had eaten yet. Suddenly, Tang Yin paused while chewing. Xiao San, what is wrong? The master asked when he noticed Tang San staring at a certain spot for a while. Nothing. I just felt for a moment that my sister was right beside me, and I was a bit dazed. He seemed to have heard a familiar voice just now, but he wasn't sure if it was an illusion. He looked in that direction, but there didn't seem to be anything there. Tang Yin, it's a bit alarming, but fortunately, she has invisible abilities. I wonder at what level her brother's purple extreme demon, I, would be able to see her invisible powers. Tang Yin was lost in thought and didn't notice anything unusual, but the leopard beneath her suddenly bared its teeth in a certain direction. The leopard seemed to be agitated, which caught Tang Yan's attention. Was the leopard scared? But it was only because of her that it was forcing itself to stay in place. Otherwise, it would have run far away by now. What was it? Tang Yan's doubts passed quickly, and her mental strength immediately scanned the terrain. Soon, she was clear about everything happening within 500 meters around her. As for what scared the leopard beneath her, it was a large snake. It was now rapidly approaching her direction. No, that's not right. To be precise, it had its sights set on her younger brother. This couldn't be allowed. Chapter 35. She can't protect him forever. Tang Yin subconsciously wanted to go out, but after seeing her brother already on guard, she could only pull back the foot she had just stepped out with. Her brother also needed to grow. She couldn't always protect him. There are many dangers in the Douluo continent, and there are too many uncertain factors. She couldn't just think about protecting him. Everyone has their own unforgettable growth journey, and her brother naturally has his own as well. She couldn't intervene too much, otherwise excessive protection would become an invisible executioner. Tang Yi stood still after coming to a realization, reaching out to calm the agitated leopard. She focused intently on the snake, ready to act if necessary. With her mind made up, Tang Yi's spiritual energy spread out in all directions, paying attention to every movement around her. The sound of farting was like thunder, shaking the heavens as Luo Sanpao was commanded by the master. The master then told Tang San, "Run quickly." The snake that was flung away was nearly 4 meters long, with thick poisonous smoke spreading out as it flew after the master and Tang San. Even the master's pet martial spirit closely followed behind. Tang didn't take a break either. After instructing the leopard to leave on its own, she followed closely behind. Her small figure moved like a ghost. The combination of her speed ability with the wind and wood elements made her incredibly fast. In just a few moments, she had caught up with her brother, but she did not reveal herself. Instead, she used the dense vegetation to hide her body. She glanced at the large snake, which opened its mouth wide as if to bite, its sharp poisonous fangs emitting toxic gas. Tang Yi noticed the fear in Luo Sanpao's eyes with just a glance. Hey, this pet martial soul can feel fear too? Sanpao, block it. But fear was of no use under the master's command. Luo Sanpao's plump body turned and charged towards the mandala snake, trying to use his body to block its advance. Unfortunately, the snake's speed and alertness were impressive, and it quickly bit onto Luo Sanpao, who soon transformed into a wisp of light and returned to the master's body. Truly troublesome. Tang Yi was about to chase after the snake, and she wondered if she should create some obstacles to slow it down. However, she soon noticed her brother starting to make a move as he threw one white radish after another accurately at the mandragora's snake, which did slow it down a bit. But this was only temporary. The mandragora's snake quickly sprang up again, wanting to eat the troublesome delicacy. Her brother was also making a move. Tang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. It was a hidden weapon. Previously, when she was at home, her younger brother liked to play with small objects, but she wasn't interested and didn't pay much attention to it. At this moment, the hidden weapon had already hit the mandala snake. Her brother also leaped forward, heading towards the large mouth of the mandala snake. Tang Yi's throat almost smoked, and his heart couldn't take it. It was really too thrilling. Tang Yi's hand was already tightly clenched, but fortunately, his brother dealt a fatal blow to the mandala snake with the hidden weapon he held. Truly, Tang Yi wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling that it was even more thrilling than when she was in danger herself. After the danger had passed, Tang Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief, and her tense body relaxed a bit. She sat atop a tree not far from her brother and watched him act silly. He really has her style. Tang Yi touched her nose and observed her brother's natural act of pretending to be silly. She wondered if she had done too much in the past, teaching her brother a thing or two. But this is also a good thing. Both she and her brother are still kids, so how could they understand so much? If they ask, it's just that they don't know. If they ask, it's just luck. Tang Yi looked happily at her brother, absorbing his martial soul. She heard that one needed a guardian during the absorption process, so she glanced at the master and tried to learn how to be a guardian as well. Suddenly, the master, who had just said he would protect her brother, suddenly collapsed. Tang Yi was startled and said, "Wasn't it agreed to protect her brother?" Chapter 36. No need at all. Tang Yi jumped down and came to Master S' side. She looked at Master S' complexion and felt something was wrong. He was poisoned. Was it from a snake, just now? Tang Yi did not let it go, slowly inputting his special ability. After a few moments, the master's complexion improved significantly. Soon, he slowly regained consciousness and saw a little girl with big eyes blinking at him. The master, who had just woken up, was startled, but he quickly reacted. "It's you, Tang Yi." The master sat up. He remembered being poisoned by the mandala snake and thought he was going to die. He was worried about Tang Sin being alone in the deep forest and what bad things might happen to him. He didn't expect that Yu Xiaojiang was still alive. "By the way, Tang Yi, how did you end up here?" This was a good question. How did a child manage to get in? "I wasn't at ease leaving my brother, so I followed him. When I found my brother, I saw you lying on the ground, poisoned." Tang Yi shifted the topic. "I'm poisoned." "Yes, he has poisoned." The master quickly checked himself and felt no pain. Looking at the poison wound, he saw that the black blood was already gone. "Did you detoxify me?" Tang Yi wanted to muddle through, but when she thought about the future, if she revealed some of her abilities, the master would likely take her along wherever he took his brother, right? After all, capable people are given some preferential treatment, no matter where they are. Hmm. As Tang Yi spoke, her left hand emerged, and soon her little horns and little martial soul appeared. I found that the master was poisoned, and it can help you detoxify. The master's research-oriented gaze fell on Tang Yi's martial soul, but no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't figure it out. He still didn't know what Tang Yi's martial soul was at this moment. However, after hearing Tang Yi's words, he made a preliminary judgment. Is it an auxiliary martial soul? It seemed like the master was asking, but he had already tentatively confirmed the answer. Tang Yi shook her head, indicating that she didn't understand either. Since no one understood, she decided to use it to conceal her special ability. She felt that her martial soul was meant to hide her powers. Can your martial soul detoxify? Can it heal wounds? The master asked as he already took action, pulling out a small knife from somewhere and making a cut on his own finger. Soon, blood started to flow from the wound. Try to activate your soul power and see if your martial soul can heal. There's no need to do that. She thought it was agreed that she couldn't use her abilities without the additional soul rings. So why was she being asked to activate her soul power for healing? To be honest, she really didn't know how to activate this little horn to make it work. Tang Yi? I understand now. Tang Yi smiled. She placed her small hand on the master's arm, activated her special ability, and the wound on the master's finger quickly stopped bleeding and began to heal little by little. Tang Yi deliberately slowed down the pace, allowing the master to go much slower. However, this surprised the master. You just cure the toxins in my body, and along with healing the wounds, do you feel any strain? Yes, I feel like my body's strength has decreased significantly. It's not really a strain, though. It's just that I resolved the toxin and healed a small wound. Nothing too serious. In the apocalypse, the zombie toxin is the most formidable. As long as you get bitten, if there's no healing type ability user to help within half an hour, it's basically waiting to die. However, a level 3 ability user can only heal a maximum of 2 people who have been bitten by zombies. Once they exhaust their abilities, they feel as if they are dehydrated. Just like last time when I fainted, it was also due to excessive consumption of abilities. Losing consciousness in the apocalypse is extremely dangerous. Tang Yi was thinking here and for a moment did not pay attention to what the master was saying. In the end, she only heard one sentence. Take me to hunt the soul beast to obtain the soul ring. Chapter 37. How did you get here? Take me to hunt the soul beast to obtain the soul ring. Tang Yi was stunned. She still hadn't figured out what kind of martial soul she had in her hands. And now she was to be taken to hunt the soul beast. My initial judgment of you is that you're an auxiliary type. When you heal wounds and toxins, it also helps restore the soul power within me. So your martial soul not only can detoxify and heal wounds, but also can restore soul power. Auxiliary martial souls themselves have poor self-preservation ability. So I recommend that the soul ring you obtain can strengthen your self-preservation ability. Self-preservation. She thought she probably didn't need that. Is it necessary to kill the opponent to obtain the soul ring? She had some doubts about this. In the previous anime of Douluo continent, wasn't there a sacrifice? Although it said that sacrificing a soul beast is incredibly unfair, how much better is it for the soul beast that gets killed? Is there no way for a win-win situation? Not necessarily, but other methods are too distant for us. Soul beasts are unwilling to become human soul rings. They would rather self-destruct than allow humans to obtain their martial souls. But what if they are willing? Tang Yi had a sneaky thought. Although the soul ring from a sacrifice is the most fitting, where would you find a soul beast willing to sacrifice itself? What difference does it make to them if they die? The master shook his head. Oh, do you think it's too cruel? The master asked. Generally, young girls are more tender-hearted, but the rules on this continent are like that. No. Tang Yi shook her head, saying it wasn't cruel. If we want to talk about cruelty, how could it compare to the cruelty of the apocalypse? Under the ravages of the apocalypse, people's values and morals have long collapsed. To survive, they would burn, kill, and plunder. For a bottle of water or a loaf of bread, they would sell their relatives and friends. She just had her own bottom line. If others don't offend me, I won't offend others. It would be a pity to kill those soul beasts that have struggled to live for 100,000 or even 10,000 years just for a soul ring. For people in the apocalypse, simply living is a very extravagant wish. When she thought of those soul beasts that had lived so long suddenly disappearing, she felt it was a shame. The master was surprised. He thought Tang Yi would find it cruel, but the indifference emanating from that small body made him somewhat unable to understand Tang San's sister. For a moment, he felt that this child was too indifferent to human affairs, so indifferent that she did not seem like a child. Master, what kind of soul beast do you think I should hunt? Tang Yi sensed the master's scrutiny and immediately revealed her chubby little tiger teeth. looking like she couldn't wait. She resembled a curious and excited child. The master shook his head, realizing that he had overthought it. To protect Tang San, the master began to chat with Tang Yin. However, as soon as the conversation turned to theoretical knowledge, Tang Yin couldn't help but doze off. Really, it wasn't that she found the master's theories boring. It was just that her child's body couldn't take it anymore, her head nodding little by little, making her look very pitiful. The master felt embarrassed to continue speaking. The night was deep. It was normal for a child to be tired. The master had no choice but to let Tang Yin lean against a tree and sleep while he sat nearby, paying attention to the movements around them. Fortunately, the night passed without any major disturbances. After the sun rose, Tang San also woke up from absorbing the soul ring. Tang San felt the power within him. He felt an endless strength coursing through his entire body. His Shintian skill had also made a breakthrough, with his soul power being the internal energy of the Shintian skill, and the internal energy also being soul power. Tang San realized this and wanted to share his happiness with someone. He turned to his side and, to his surprise, saw his sister. Sister, how did you get here? Chapter 38. A hug of love. Tang San arrived in front of Tang Yin and pinched Tang Yin's face, feeling its soft texture, confirming it was not fake. Tang Yin was awakened by the call of sister. Looking at her younger brother beside her, she gave him a loving hug. Habitually, she patted his head and pinched his cheeks. Brother, why do I feel like you've grown a little bit? Tang San often pinches faces and touches heads, so he knows what it feels like. At this moment, it seems that his hair has grown a little bit, and his youthful face has also matured slightly. Tang San, with his spiritual power, can clearly feel the subtle changes. It seems so. Tang San clenched his strong fist. His soul power has increased, and his body has also undergone some changes. Sister, I have a soul ring now, look. Tang San excitedly shared with Tang Yin. This is not just a breakthrough in soul power, but also a breakthrough in his Shintian skill, which is worth celebrating. Really? Let me see. Tang Yin was also very happy. She was glad for her brother's happiness. She wanted to see the difference between the anime version and the real-life version. Okay. Tang San raised his right hand, and deep blue silvergrass surged out from his palm. A clear yellow halo rose from beneath his feet, swirling around his body. This was a distinctive feature of a soul master at the first ring. Looks good. Tang Yin praised. How's the resilience? The master, seeing that Tang San had woken up, wanted to ask about his soul skills, but who knew that after seeing Tang Yin, Tang San almost couldn't see him anymore. Indeed, he missed his sister. However, he was very excited upon seeing Tang San's blue silvergrass. Good. Tang San then noticed the master. He seemed to have overlooked him earlier, which was a bit inappropriate. Nevertheless, Tang San nodded, and a dark purple blue silvergrass with mandala snake patterns directly bound the trees in front of him. Good, this is really great. It seems my judgment was completely correct. The blue silvergrass has become more resilient after absorbing the mandala snake soul ring. If I'm not mistaken, it should also carry some toxicity from the mandala snake. But what is its current skill? It should be binding. I want to try it on some small animals. Tang San was still not very sure. He hadn't experimented yet and couldn't say for certain. All right, let's try it now. The master was eager to see Tang San's first soul ring. Tang Yin listened for a while, and her brother was still uncertain about the function. However, when Tang Yin thought about how she saved the master and helped him wake up early, it made sense. Tang Yin is not very interested in theoretical knowledge. They are having a heated conversation, one big and one small. Tang Yi took out some things from the space to cook. Tang Yi's gaze suddenly fell on the corpse of the mandrake over there, and he wondered if it was edible. If it was indeed edible, that nearly 4-meter-long mandrake snake could last him a long time. Tang San secretly thought to himself, but seeing his younger brother's small figure, he decided against it and chose not to take the risk. He didn't even know if the snake meat was poisonous. On this side, Tang San and the master smelled the aroma and began to feel hungry, calming their mood a bit. Sister, later I will accompany you and the teacher to hunt soul beasts. Tang San's gaze fell on the small pot over the fire, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, but with the teacher present, he didn't ask. All right. Tang San nodded indifferently. As for how to hunt, it all depended on her. Sister, how did you get into the deep forest? Tang San was curious about this. The teacher said only those with a token could enter. Chapter 39. I'll give it to you. Well, it seems he couldn't escape the outcome of being questioned. If she said she came in with a token, how could she explain the origin of the token? She herself didn't know why there was a token in her space. Sister? Seeing Tang San's dazed expression, he knew she was lost in thought. Tang Yin came to his senses and then leaned close to his brother, as if whispering. I secretly followed a group of adults in. You mustn't tell anyone, Tang Yin said softly. It was just like doing something they shouldn't, not wanting outsiders to know. In fact, Tang Yin was still being deliberate. Although his voice was a bit low, the master wasn't very far away. And a soul master generally has much better hearing than ordinary people. So the master did hear what Tang Yin said. However, seeing the two children like this, he didn't say anything. Tang San nodded, naturally agreeing, but he thought the teacher must have heard him. Following a group of adults should be what the teacher said about teaming up to come in and hunt beasts like mercenaries. Hurry up and eat, and after we finish, we'll go find a spirit beast for Xiaoya. The master saw that the two children were still whispering softly, talking about yesterday's experiences, and the more they talked, the more excited they became. The master couldn't help but remind them. It was because Tang Yi saved him that he felt closer to Tang Yi. And since Tang San was his disciple, and Tang Yi was about the same age as Tang San, the master thought that even if Tang Yi wasn't his disciple, he could still teach him. All right. Soon, after a few people finished eating, Tang and put things into the space. Then he took out a water bag containing some heart flower petals. After pouring in the hot water he had just prepared, Tang and shook it a few times and then handed it to Tang San. Brother, hold this. Drink it if you get thirsty. Okay. Tang San didn't know what else was soaking inside. He thought it was just hot water. Then he stored it in the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Let's go. Tang and habitually took his soft hand and walked in front. Sister, put on your shoes. Tang and silently took out her shoes and put them on. She wanted to argue, but past experiences told her that arguing would ultimately be useless. At this moment, the master said, "You all follow behind me." Tang Yin didn't have any rebuttals, holding his brother's hand and following step by step. The air here in the morning is really nice. Tang Yin couldn't help but stretch lazily. As for the vigilance of the master and her brother, she felt much more relaxed. Brother, look at this leaf. The patterns look so clear. Saying this, she ran a couple of steps away, picked the leaf that looked quite nice, and infused it with her wood-type abilities, so it could maintain this appearance for a long time. Here you go. Little Yin, don't mess around with the flowers and plants in this forest. They all have spiritual energy, and many of them don't look as good as they seem. A lot are poisonous or can swallow people. Seeing that, Tang Yin couldn't stay still and was instead moving about restlessly. The master couldn't help but give her some guidance. Oh, Tang Yin could only nod, puffing her cheeks. She just felt a bit bored and wanted to tease her brother. She also wanted to pick a little flower for her brother to wear. Tang San carefully took the leaf given by Tang Yi and tucked it away, gently patting Tang Yi's head to offer comfort. The master looked at Tang Yi and couldn't help but sigh and shake his head, realizing that she was indeed just a child. However, compared to his sister Tang, his brother Tang San was surprisingly steady, almost like an older brother. There was a commotion. Tang San instinctively protected Tang Yin behind him. The master also sensed it. It wasn't long before they saw the golden eyes over there, and he had already determined what kind of soul beast it was. It was the golden-eyed Black Panther. Chapter 40. Golden-eyed Black Panther, the master said, wanting Tang San and Tang Yin to run. This golden-eyed Black Panther prefers to live in groups, so if one appears nearby, there will likely be an ambush from others. As the master spoke, he retreated while trying to cover the two children. If I'm not mistaken, this golden-eyed Black Panther is almost 100 years old. Roar! The golden-eyed Black Panther took 2 steps forward and roared twice in the direction of Tang Yin. As for the master, who was blocking its path, it seemed a bit impatient. Teacher, it seems like it's not attacking us. Tang San pointed out a clue and said to the master. Master, don't be too excited, Tang Yin spoke up at that moment. Tang Yin took 2 steps forward, and Tang San realized that the golden-eyed Black Panther didn't seem to have any intention of attacking them. However, for Tang Yin, he couldn't take that risk and was still worried, holding on to Tang Yin's hand to prevent him from going closer. It's fine, brother, don't worry. This little leopard is here for me. We know each other. Tang Yin chuckled and let Tang San release his hand. But Tang San still wasn't at ease and followed Tang Yin step by step. At this moment, the master also became puzzled. Tang Yin took a couple of steps, then waved at the golden-eyed Black Panther, which walked over to him. Seeing the massive body of the golden-eyed Black Panther, Tang San still called out uneasily, and Tang Yin patted his brother's hand. Soon, the golden-eyed Black Panther arrived at Tang Yin's side, squatting down next to him and rubbing its head against Tang Yin's calf, as if signaling something. Tang Yin understood what this meant, and then, under the surprised gazes of Tang San and the master, she steadily mounted the golden-eyed Black Panther. Throughout the entire process, the golden-eyed Black Panther was very docile, with the master being the most astonished. The master, who often studies martial souls and soul beasts, naturally knows how much animosity soul beasts hold against humans. But now, brother, you come up too. Tang Yin patted the space behind her, inviting her brother to join her. The golden-eyed Black Panther seemed to understand Tang Yan's words and gracefully walked towards Tang San. Roar. The golden-eyed Black Panther let out a low growl and slightly lowered its body next to Tang San, as if urging him to get on as well. Teacher, this scene is really too abnormal. It's somewhat different for what the teacher taught him. Why does this old beast listen to my sister so much? Get on. The master currently didn't know what was happening either, and could only take it one step at a time. Perhaps soul beasts and humans are not as irreconcilable as they seem. Tang San nodded, and then sat on the back of the golden-eyed black leopard. Master, do you need to sit? Tang Yi thought, as both she and her brother were on the leopard. This time, only the master was left walking. She wondered if she should find another big leopard for the master to ride on. No need. Let's go find a spirit beast first. The master shook his head and then looked at Tang Yi with curiosity, thinking that perhaps it wasn't the spirit beast he was studying that had the problem. Maybe it was Tang Yi's own martial soul issue. As for the outcome, the master thought he still needed to do some research. All right, Tang Yi didn't dwell too much on it. She thought it would be better to focus on finding the spirit beast and the spirit ring. She wondered if she could absorb a spirit ring. All right, Tang Yi suddenly thought of something. The master looked over, confused. Little leopard, I want to go find a spirit beast to obtain a spirit ring. Can you take me there? Master. Upon hearing this, the master wanted to say something to Tang Yi, but he noticed that the golden-eyed black leopard beneath her let out a roar in response to her words. Master, hurry up. Tang Yi happily tugged at the fluffy ears of the golden-eyed black leopard, not forgetting to speak to the master who was following beside her. As soon as Tang Yin finished speaking, the golden-eyed Black Panther had already taken off running. Master, sister. Tang San was a bit worried as the golden-eyed Black Panther suddenly started running and couldn't help but shout. Xiaoyan, the deep forest is dangerous. Quickly make the golden-eyed Black Panther stop. The golden-eyed Black Panther was less than 100 years old, but in this forest, there were countless old beasts that were over 100 or even 1,000 years old. If they went deeper, the dangers would only increase. Sister, listen to the master. Quickly make it stop. Don't go further inside. The golden-eyed Black Panther was running too fast, and Tang San could only hold on to Tang Yin in front of him to steady himself and avoid falling off. Little Panther, stop for a moment. Tang Yin patted the golden-eyed Black Panther's head and called out. The master, who was chasing behind, panted as he reached the side of the golden-eyed Black Panther. Xiaoyan, the deep forest is dangerous. You can't run around recklessly. The master repeated. Master, I think this speed should be safe. The little panther lives in this forest and is very familiar with the routes here. If there is any danger, the little panther will let us know. Tang Yin said, then thought for a moment and gently whispered something in the ear of the golden-eyed Black Panther while stroking its head. Suddenly, the golden-eyed Black Panther let out a roar in a certain direction, and soon several golden-eyed Black Panthers came running out, some being 10 years old, some 100 years old, and even one that was 1,000 years old. The master tensed up completely upon seeing the 1,000-year-old golden-eyed Black Panther. They could handle a 10-year or 100-year golden-eyed Black Panther, but if the opponent was a 1,000-year golden-eyed Black Panther, it would undoubtedly be a dead end for the three of them. How did Tang San's sister provoke these golden-eyed Black Panthers? However, Tang Yin was not worried at all. She even happily waved at the approaching golden-eyed Black Panthers. Master, come quickly. Ride on this little panther. They will take me to get a soul ring. The master was speechless. Everything had surpassed his thoughts. Teacher, Tang San was also puzzled. Didn't the teacher say that soul beasts did not harbor much hostility towards humans? Why was it like this now? The master was at a loss for words, finally saying, this is likely related to Xiao Yan's martial soul. This also explained why Tang Yin was able to find them safely after arriving at the soul-hunting forest. Master, hold on tight. We are leaving. Tang Yin naturally sensed the master's and her brother's confusion and inquiry. However, she could not tell them. If she had to say anything, she could only say that she didn't know either. After all, she was still a child and naturally didn't understand much. Tang San's smile was pure, like a child who had found an incredibly fun toy, completely carefree. The master and Tang San didn't know what to say. The master sat on the back of a golden-eyed Black Panther, and the feeling was quite magical. Usually, spirit beasts would attack humans upon encountering them. They would never allow themselves to be ridden. Their pride absolutely wouldn't permit it, and even self-destruction would not allow them to be manipulated. This was beyond a master's research. Now, the master felt a deep interest in Tang San's martial spirit. Chapter 41, Little San, Don't Go. Master, what do you think of this little fox? Tang Yin said, holding a small fox that he somehow obtained. The master shook his head, stating that it was just a 10-year-old fox, not to mention its attributes. It was also a 10-year soul beast, and thus not suitable as a soul ring. When the master saw the soul beast gently resting in Tang Yan's hands, he felt somewhat numb. He couldn't help but wonder what Tang Yan's martial soul was, as it seemed to make these soul beasts so docile. The master couldn't help but ask Tang Yin how he felt about these soul beasts. I feel great. They're all so well-behaved, Tang Yi said, smoothing the little fox in his hands before releasing it. Suddenly, a roar echoed, attracting Master Tang San and Tang Yi. Even the few golden-eyed black panthers stood with their tails erect, as if on alert for something. We decided to go take a look. Tang Yi's mental energy sensed that this sound was different. It seemed to be wailing, pleading for help. Tang Yin didn't think much and then rode on the 1,000-year-old golden-eyed black panther. Sister, Tang San exclaimed, not having time to think, and chased after her. The master saw this and could only follow. Xiao Yin, Xiao San. Soon, they reached their destination. Roar. Master, it's a lion. Tang Yin saw many lions, all circling as if guarding something. They were all 1,000-year-old golden flame sacred lions. The master was astonished. Xiao Yin, don't go over there. Before the master could recover, Tang Yin had already walked toward them. Sister, Tang San also called out to Tang Yin. These golden flame sacred lions are all 1,000 years old. We can't handle even one, let alone more than 10. It's okay, that lion is about to die, but it has babies in its belly. I need to go save it, Tang Yin said, knowing there would be a cost. Utilizing Tang Yin's spirit, the golden flame sacred lions sensed that Tang Yin was friendly and approachable, and they all moved aside to clear a path. Teacher, Tang San watched from the side, and even a master could only shake his head. Over these past 2 days, while searching for soul beasts, they had witnessed Tang Yan's gentle affinity with the soul beasts. Let's observe first. Besides, these were 1,000-year-old golden flame sacred lions. If they attacked, they would be helpless. Roar. Tang San wanted to get closer, but before he could take a few steps, a golden flame sacred lion roared at him, indicating that he should not approach, or else they would not be polite. He is my brother. You are not allowed to be fierce with him, Tang Yin said, already pulling out a dagger from his space. The golden flame sacred lions were relatively amicable towards Tang Yan's words, which worked to prevent them from obstructing Tang San's approach any further. Without the golden flame sacred lions blocking him, Tang San quickly walked to Tang Yan's side. Sister, what do you want to do? It can't survive, but it has babies in its belly, so I will dissect it. This lion seems to have gone through a battle and now has no strength left to give birth. We can only resort to using the knife now. Dissect it? Tang San did not expect Tang Yin to calmly say such a thing. Yes, Tang Yin replied as he made an incision in the lion's belly. Sister, I will help you. Tang San looked at the blood that had already flowed out. He didn't want Tang Yin to dirty his hands. All right. Tang Yin did not stop him and quickly instructed Tang San. The two of them worked together seamlessly to take out the 3 bloody little lions from the belly of the golden flame sacred lion. They calculated that they had been saved. If they had stayed in the mother for a little longer, they would have suffocated and died. Here, these are your children. They are all very healthy, Tang Yin said, placing the 3 little lions at the mouth of the golden flame sacred lion. Roar. The golden flame sacred lion let out a weak roar, as if thanking Tang Yin. You're welcome. Seeing the 3 kitten-sized lions, Tang Yin finally softened his heart and used his powers to cover the belly of the golden flame sacred lion. Soon, the dying golden flame sacred lion quickly regained its strength. Tang Yan's face was somewhat pale. She hadn't used so much healing ability in a long time. Sister, Tang San looked at the recovery of the golden flame sacred lion in surprise, and naturally also noticed Tang Yan's rosy face, which had lost its color. I'm Fina. She hadn't fully healed the golden flame sacred lion, just restored it to about 60 or 70%. The rest could rely on itself to recover. All right, Tang Yin said, then stood up. Perhaps because she had squatted for too long, she felt a bit dizzy when she stood up. Sister, Tang San's hands were still stained with blood, and he couldn't use his dirty hands to support Tang Yin, so he could only push him with his shoulder to prevent him from falling. However, very soon a robust and beautifully colored golden flame sacred lion squatted down beside Tang Yin, allowing him to lean against it, preventing him from collapsing. Thank you, Tang Yin said, feeling only a moment of dizziness, which soon passed. The golden flame sacred lion, which had been on the brink of death, had now recovered to about 60 or 70% and was able to stand up, after letting out a roar towards Tang Yin. It roared at the dozen or so thousand-year-old golden flame sacred lions surrounding them. It seemed to be conveying some kind of signal. Then they formed a circle around Tang Yin and Tang San, or more accurately, around Tang Yin. Even the golden flame sacred lion that had just given birth joined the others in surrounding Tang Yin. 1,000-year-old golden flame sacred lion picked Tang San up and carried him out of the circle they formed. "Don't be afraid, brother, they just want to thank me." Tang Yin comforted his struggling brother. Tang San was confused about what they wanted to do. "Xiao San, don't go." The master sensed something keenly and pulled Tang San, who wanted to move forward back. "Master, what do they want to do?" "Sacrifice," the master said uncertainly. "However, a soul beast sacrifice is a matter for a soul beast. But why were there 17 of them? A total of 17 soul beasts were to be sacrificed." "Sacrifice." Tang San's eyes widened as he looked at the surrounded Tang Yin. "Sacrifice," the master said, "once a soul beast sacrifices itself, it will die and its soul will be extinguished. But master, they are 1,000-year soul beasts and my sister's body." "Soul beasts willingly sacrifice themselves, and the soul rings naturally won't resist. Moreover, the soul rings from the soul beast sacrifices will be more closely aligned with the person themselves," the master said excitedly. Even though this wasn't happening to him, being able to witness such a sacrifice was worth his life. Over here, the 17,000-year soul beasts simultaneously emitted purple rings of light, rising in circles and then landing on Tang Yan's head. 17 rings, merging and separating, then merging again, after an unknown number of merges and separations. When the 17 rings turned into one soul ring, it transformed into something like a seed, small and suspended above Tang Yan's head. Tang Yin seemed to feel wrapped in a warm breath, and then his whole body floated up. Chapter 42, The 1,000-Year Soul Ring. The purple seed-shaped soul ring directly entered Tang Yan's brow, initially emitting a faint glow. In the end, Tang Yan's brow returned to calm. Tang Yan's floating body slowly landed. Tang San and the master thought that everything had calmed down, but in the next second, a cold light radiated from Tang Yan's body. However, something seemed to be growing from the center of his previously calm forehead. It resembled a floral crown, centered on his forehead, extending outwards to both sides. A piece of something shimmering with a hint of golden light delicately settled on Tang Yan's head like a crown. It looked as if a little princess from a kingdom had donned her own crown, and with the crown on, the little princess appeared even more dignified and exquisitely adorable. "Soul bone." Before Tang San could speak, the master's voice trembled as he exclaimed, "What is a soul bone?" Tang San had never encountered such knowledge before, and at this moment, he felt that his sister's aura was even more noble and imposing, not allowing anyone to offend her. Tang Yin needs to digest the soul bones on her body and the excess power within her. All her abilities seem to have become exceptionally harmonious, as if there is a sense of mutual enhancement. This feeling is very strange and subtle. Meanwhile, the master has some free time and discusses the issue of soul bones with Tang San. An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours pass, and Tang Yin still hasn't pulled herself out of this profound feeling. Night gradually falls. The 17,000-year-old golden flame holy lions are now guarding Tang Yan's side. Tang San understood what soul bones were, and his gaze fell on the 17 golden flame sacred lions. He then became puzzled again. "Teacher, didn't you say that soul beasts would perish and be destroyed when they sacrificed themselves?" But now, the 17 golden flame sacred lions have all performed the sacrifice. Yet, they are still protecting Tang Yin and seem to be fine. This is the first time I've seen this. I think I can only know the answer after Xiao Yin wakes up. The master was also confused. How could soul beasts sacrifice themselves and not have any consequences? Perhaps it was because too many soul beasts had sacrificed themselves? The master was uncertain. Tang San nodded, thinking that Tang Yan's matter was an exception. The night was about to leave, and the new day was just beginning. Tang Yin moved his eyeballs first, and after a few seconds, he opened his eyes. However, in that brief moment, Tang San seemed to see a flash of golden light swirling in Tang Yan's eyes. Crack, crack. Tang Yin moved her somewhat stiff neck. The surrounding golden flame sacred lions also stirred, all standing up and then roaring a few times at Tang Yin, as if thanking her or bidding farewell. "Thank you." Tang Yin waved her hand, and then the 17 golden flame sacred lions left with 3 small ones. At the beginning, when Tang Yin saved the female lion, it was under certain conditions. She had agreed with the female lion that it would save its child, and in return, she would receive a soul ring as a reward. Later, when When she saw the three small lions, she softened her heart and healed the mother lion, deciding to forego the soul ring. However, Tang Yin did not expect that in the end, they chose this method. Sister, how are you feeling now? Do you have a soul ring? Tang San came over to examine Tang Yin and, seeing that she seemed to be fine, couldn't help but ask. He was somewhat curious if Tang Yin had a soul ring. This. Tang Yin paused, and a small horn emerged from her foot, a purple golden light starting from her forehead. Suddenly, Tang Yin emitted a purple glow all over her body, and a purple soul ring rose from her feet, then circled around her. This is a 1,000-year soul ring. This is the soul seed from a soul beast. As long as the soul beast wholeheartedly sacrifices itself and combines for over 10,000 years, it can produce a soul seed. When the combined soul seed is sent into a person's body, it forms a soul ring. Tang Yin explained that she learned this from the mother lion's legacy, and that mother lion was also the Lion King. The longer it exceeds 10,000 years, the easier it is to produce a soul seed. Tang Yin pinched her small hand, and the small horns retracted. Such sacrifices also come at a cost. The years of soul rings produced from the soul seeds correspond to the years of cultivation that the sacrificed soul beast have to give. So, this soul seed represents 100 years of cultivation from each little lion, which means that I have a soul ring of 1,700 years. Moreover, what Tang Yin did not mention was that if these lions die in the future and their soul rings are not absorbed by anyone, the years of cultivation from those lions would be added to her soul ring. At that time, her soul ring could potentially become 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years. It turns out that soul seeds can work like this among soul beasts. The master fell into deep thought. He had studied the attributes of soul beasts and human martial souls, but did not know that soul rings could be obtained in this way. Yes, but they must be willing. If even one of them is unwilling, the soul seed cannot be produced. Tang Yin nodded. She hadn't expected it to be like this. Previously, she had been thinking about whether to let them willingly sacrifice without killing them. As long as they were unwilling, she wouldn't force them. During the past 2 days she spent with the master and her brother, she had been doing just that. Willingness. The master paused, realizing that this situation could only be achieved by Tang Yin. Sister, try to see what abilities your soul ring has. After understanding, Tang San no longer thought about being able to use the soul seed later. He knew that, in this situation, only Tang Yin had it. Okay, note that. The purple soul ring beneath her feet rose. Holy flame. As soon as the words fell, the surroundings became hot, and flames erupted around Tang Yin. With a flick of her finger, the flames moved in the direction she indicated. Soon, a large tree that was about 40 to 50 years old was completely burned down. So powerful. Tang San couldn't help but exclaim. The battle-type master was at a loss for words. Wasn't he supposed to be an auxiliary? Such strong attack power is not what an auxiliary should have. The master temporarily swallowed back his words about the auxiliary being weak. Come back, Tang Yin said, and the flames disappeared. If it weren't for the absence of a large tree, one might think nothing had happened. She controlled it freely. Your brother is amazing too. When he gets his soul ring next time, I will also find a soul seed for him. Tang Yin naturally noticed her brother's astonished and somewhat yearning gaze, and she couldn't help but pat his head and say, okay. Tang San nodded, but he didn't take it too seriously. It wasn't easy for soul beasts to exceed 10,000 years, let alone be willing. There couldn't be that many good things. Tang Yin is already content with his good fortune, even happier than if he had obtained it himself. Xiao Yin. At this moment, the master spoke somewhat seriously. Chapter 43, Limit. What's wrong? Tang Yin asked upon hearing the voice. Don't let others know about the soul bones on you. The master said seriously. Tang Yandong then nodded. Understanding the master, thank you. Tang Yin understood the meaning of what the master was saying. After seeing that Tang Yin understood, the master did not say anything more. Tang San and Tang Yin already have their martial spirits, and the three of them are ready to return to school. On the way, Tang San finally realizes that the water Tang Yin gave him is a bit unusual. Tang Zhi was sitting in the carriage, feeling drowsy and wanting to sleep. When his brother asked, he vaguely replied that it was Xin Rue. Xin Rue? Tang San wanted to ask more clearly, but Tang Zhi was tired, so he turned to the master instead. The master was taken aback and then asked Tang San to show him. This water pouch was given to Tang San by Tang Zhi, and it had been kept in space so it wouldn't spoil. In the past couple of days, Tang Zhi had occasionally fed him some fruits, and during meals, Tang San wasn't thirsty, so he hadn't drunk any water. Xin Rue was rare and valuable. Even many wealthy families couldn't buy it, as it had a price but no market. The master had never mentioned this type of thing to Tang-san before. Now, seeing Xin Rue, the master was still surprised, but then he remembered that Tang Hao seemed to have accepted it. However, he didn't expect that Tang-san didn't know. It seemed that Tang Hao preferred his daughter a bit more. The master quickly explained it to Tang-san. After a while, they soon returned to Nodding City. The class hadn't ended yet, and there was no one in the dormitory, which suited Tang's wishes perfectly. Now she was the only one there. As for Tang-san, his brother had been taken away by Wang Hao on the way back to school, as he heard that the work-study students had gotten into a fight with the regular students. Tang Yin finds it meaningless for these children to fight, especially since she wants to break through her supernatural abilities. Is it because of his soul bone? Tang Yin locked the door of the 7th dormitory and then took out the soul bone on her head, which looks a bit like a crown. Tang Yin studied it for a while and felt that the quality of this soul bone seemed a bit familiar. Tang Yin propped his chin on his hand, feeling the soul bone while lost in thought. After thinking for a while, he couldn't figure anything out, so he took out the small pouch from around his neck. He retrieved the ein inside, placed the blue silver grass in front of the bed, and sat cross-legged, with the wood-type ability continuously circulating. Soon, the blue silver grass sensed the wood-type ability and began to grow, elongating and thickening, with vines spreading outwards from Tang Yin. The faint purple-silver light was the hallmark of the blue silver grass. In the apocalypse, abilities could be pushed to their limits, used until nothing remained, and yet they could continuously grow and increase, rising from the brink of despair. However, in this Douluo continent, using all abilities could harm a body. Tang Yin didn't know what the conclusion was, so every time he used his abilities, he would hold back. But this time, he wanted to see if using all his abilities would break through the 3rd level bottleneck and push into the 4th level. He dared to do this today because he had a soul bone. This soul bone could ensure that his mental strength wouldn't collapse and could better regulate his abilities. Therefore, by exhausting only the wood-type ability, he still had other abilities to support him, which shouldn't be too dangerous. He had been stuck in this wood-type ability for too long. If he succeeded this time, then in the future, other abilities could be used in the same way. This was a risk, but also a quest for novelty. Tang Yin took a deep breath, then closed his eyes, gripping the blue-silver grass in front of him. The blue-silver grass, which was already growing rapidly, surged even more fiercely after Tang Yin closed his eyes. The blue-silver grass, originally less than 3,000 years old, became even more vigorous after Tang Yan's wood-type abilities were unleashed. There were 50 beds in the dormitory, and the house was large enough, but it couldn't hold out for long before being overwhelmed by the blue-silver grass. 4,000 years, 5,000 years, 6,000 years. Suddenly, Tang Yin couldn't hold on any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. I can't do it anymore. Tang Yin felt that her whole body was in pain, as if her pulses were about to be torn apart, and she had no strength at all. Suddenly, she felt very, very sleepy. Tang Yin couldn't help but feel faint. Blue-silver grass noticed Tang Yan's condition and gently brushed against his face with a delicate vine, as if trying to comfort him, urging him to stop and not continue. Tang Yin shook his head and then put blue-silver grass back into his pouch. At the same time, he took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. As for the blood he had just coughed up, it had landed on blue-silver grass, and he currently didn't have the energy to clean it off. Before falling asleep, Tang Yin was still thinking, I failed. When Tang-san returned and saw Tang Yin sleeping, he thought Tang Yin was just tired and had gone to sleep. As he had no particular routine when he was at home, he would just sleep whenever he felt tired. Tang-san looked at Tang Yin sleeping peacefully, her face flushed and normal. He didn't think much of it. After covering her with the blanket, he began to do his own things. The next day, Tang Yin was awakened by Tang-san. Sister, wake up. It's time to get up for class. Tang-san shook his head, tightly hugging the blanket, refusing to open his eyes even a little. Little San, your sister hasn't gotten up yet? Xiao Wu also leaned over, and seeing Tang-san still asleep, she wasn't as scared anymore. Tang-san nodded and half lifted Tang Sha. Little San, are you going to carry your sister to class? Xiao Wu said curiously, watching Tang-san's actions. My sister doesn't usually sleep in. She must be tired from going to the beast hunting forest a few days ago. It's fine to let her sleep a bit more, Tang-san said as he wiped Tang Sha's face, then put a coat on her and helped her put on her shoes. Throughout the process, Tang Sha didn't wake up, completely exhausted. She didn't want to get up. She felt that what she needed was sleep. With enough rest, her injuries would heal faster. Tang Yin was covered by Tang-san and slept for a whole morning. By the afternoon, he was really hungry and had no choice but to wake up. Sister, are you hungry? Tang San asked, and then took out the food he had prepared from the night of the 24 bridges under the moonlight, all of it being light and simple. Considering that Tang Yin had just woken up not long ago. Tang Yin looked around. Is she still on her brother's back? Looking around again. Are they about to return to the 7th dormitory? Sister, if you don't wake up soon, I'm going to have to call you to get up for dinner. Tang Yin got off her brother's back, feeling so hungry that she thought she could eat an elephant. Tang Yin ate quickly and didn't answer her brother's question for a while. After finishing the food her brother gave her, she took out more food from her space to continue eating. Are you very hungry, sister? Tang San was surprised, not expecting Tang to be so hungry this time, able to eat so much food. Chapter 44. You are my only brother. Tang Yin nodded randomly, finally recovering a bit from the state of hunger, and then asked, Have you eaten, little brother? As she spoke, she shared some of the food in her hand with him. No, I saw that you haven't woken up yet, so I thought I'd carry you back first. Everyone else is eating in the cafeteria. Tang Yin nodded, which explained why there was no one in the dormitory. Tang San took the food that Tang Yin handed him, eating while watching his sister devour her meal. He noticed that he still hadn't finished what was in his hand, while his sister had already finished a huge pile in front of her. That must be enough for 5 or 6 adults, right? Tang San swallowed the food in his mouth and then asked uncertainly, Sister, do you want some? Not for now. You eat. Tang Yin shook her head. She didn't intend to take food away from her brother. Tang San nodded, not being polite, and quickly finished eating. Then he took out his water bag, which still contained the water that Tang Yin had given him. Every day, she would prepare some for him to drink. Sister, I've been wanting to ask you. You have a space now, right? Tang San said. Then he took off the 24 bridge moonlit night from his waist and mentioned that it was given to him by the master. At that time, he was still thinking about when he could get a similar one for Tang Yin. Yes, that's it. Tang Yin said as she flipped over a small jade pendant that was pressed against her neck by a little pouch. Also, when Dad gave me the blue silvergrass, I think I took the wrong one, and then I discovered that you could put things inside. Tang Yin said, looking as if she had discovered a great treasure. I wanted to tell you, but you and a master left, so I could only chase after you. Tang San nodded, without any doubt. This jade pendant had always been carried by his sister, and now that he had discovered its purpose, it was likely that she had simply forgotten about it due to her previous amnesia. Just like that. After Tang San experienced the night of the bright moon at the 24 bridges, he also understood that such things as spatial storage were not something everyone could possess. He just didn't know whose child his sister was. The thought that his sister might be taken away by someone in the future made his heart ache. Tang San couldn't help but ask a silly question. Sister, will you always be my sister? What silly thing are you saying? Are you not my brother anymore? Tang Yin thought her brother seemed a bit foolish at this moment and couldn't help but ruffle his hair. You are my only brother. The only brother in 2 lifetimes, and also a family member. Tang San nodded, feeling a bit silly himself. No matter whose child his sister was, she would always be his sister. Sister, do you have any plans for the afternoon? Tang San asked. Shouldn't have any. I'm still a bit weak and don't want to wander around, she replied. We'll talk about it when I'm feeling better. In the afternoon, I want to find a blacksmith shop to see if they're taking apprentices. Are you going too, sister? Dad told us before that when we get to Nodding City, we should find a blacksmith to be an apprentice. No, I don't want to. Remembering the 3 months of swinging a heavy hammer, she rejected the idea. Sister, you're not going? Then I'll go by myself. I don't know if I'll encounter any dangers along the way. If I accidentally touch the hot iron, it should hurt a lot. Tang San said vaguely. I wonder if it will leave a scar, and it shouldn't be too ugly, right? As he spoke, he pinched his relatively fair and tender hand, then playfully squeezed his sister's face. I'll go. Tang Yin swallowed her words of not going, gently touching her brother's soft face with a heart full of concern. What if such a cute face and such fair, chubby hands get hurt? Ah, are you really going too, sister? Tang San held back a laugh in his heart. Knowing Tang Yan's character well, she would take any question about him getting hurt seriously. I will go. Tang Yin naturally knew her brother was doing it on purpose. But even so, just thinking about the hot furnace and those sparks flying from the iron blocks, and looking at her brother's fair and soft little boy appearance, she couldn't help but worry. Tang San seized on Tang Yin's soft spot and successfully completed the task his father assigned to him. His father said that he should not stop practicing the punching technique and that becoming an apprentice could earn him some money while also allowing him to practice, achieving 2 goals at once. After leaving school, Tang Yin bought a lot of snacks by the roadside and kept stuffing them into his mouth while following his younger brother. Soon, Tang San found a blacksmith. Tang Yin wasn't very interested in blacksmithing, so he let Tang San go ask first. Tang Yin was eating behind Tang San, listening to their conversation. After all, she and Tang San were just 6-year-old children, How could the adults possibly let them forge iron? This was normal thinking, Tang Yi thought. Just as she saw her brother about to leave, she pulled him back. Uncle, can we just try it? These things can't be casually tried. What if you get hurt? The uncle who was forging iron softened a little upon seeing the cute Tang Yi. It won't happen. Just let us try. My brother and I often help Dad forge iron at home. We're quite familiar with it. Let us give it a shot, and if it really doesn't work, you can let us give up, right? Tang Yi blinked her big eyes. If we break your things, we can compensate you. As she spoke, she took out a few silver coins. Tang Yi's strength proved that she could afford the loss. The uncle hesitated a bit. Then, the other uncles on the side began to cheer, saying, let them have a try. Let these two kids give up? All right, if you can lift this hammer, I'll believe you. The uncle thought to himself that this hammer was not something an ordinary child could lift. It shouldn't hurt them. Thank you. Tang Yi nodded and then gave Tang Sen a look, urging him to go up. Tang Sen nodded, picked up the hammer, and didn't waste any time. He went over to ask another uncle operating the bellows to increase the fire. At that moment, Tang Yi didn't stop to watch either, but walked to the side and borrowed a hammer from another uncle. A few uncles glanced at each other and ended up lending a hammer to Tang Yi. Sister, Tang Sen called out. Tang Yi also stood in position with great tacit understanding, and with a thud, a piece of heated iron was thrown over. Tang Yi lifted the hammer and struck down with one blow. Bang, bang, bang. Tang San and Tang Yi were in perfect harmony as they pounded the iron block. Suddenly, a gasp was heard. This was the chaotic wind hammer technique. An uncle was the first to express his surprise. Tang Yi nodded. A small piece of iron had been purified of impurities. In the end, the two of them naturally transitioned from being apprentices to officially forging iron. However, they only had free time in the afternoon. Chapter 45. Nothing has changed after things settled down. Life became quite leisurely. In the morning, they attended classes. In the afternoon, they forged iron. And in the evening, while Tang Yi practiced, she also remembered to cultivate herbs or plants to sell. Whatever herbs were valuable, Tang Yi would raise them. Soon, 6 years passed. During these 6 years, she created quite a bit of time for her brother and Xiao Wu to spend together. It's unclear if it was because they had just arrived, but after Tang San and Xiao Wu had a sparring session, the two often went out to spar from time to time. Their relationship was quite good. Of course, Tang Yin and Xiao Wu's relationship was also decent. But Tang Yin had a habit of touching Xiao Wu's rabbit ears. Xiao Wu always avoided Tang Yin, trying to avoid being alone with her whenever possible. The result was that Xiao Wu became even more attached to Tang San. Sigh. Tang Yin sat by the roadside, unable to help but sigh again. Sister, it's time to go. The young Tang San had already grown into a teenager. Tang Yin looked over at the sound, and this was the reason she raised her voice in sorrow. 6 years. A full 6 years. Her younger brother had grown from a cute little boy into a teenager who looked about 7 meters tall. Tang San wanted to cry. Clearly, she was also 12 years old this year, so why was her height only 45 meters? Ah, is this worth crying about? Is this the height an older sister should have? Even Xiao Wu is 6 meters tall. 6 meters. Next to the two of them, she looks like a little shorty. A little shorty. As long as she stands next to her brother and Xiao Wu, she looks like a little sister, not an older sister. This is something Tang San can't accept. Sister, how about I carry you? Tang San caught Tang San's gaze and wanted to laugh, but he held it back. He also knew why Tang San was sighing like this. Whenever his sister showed this expression, he knew she was thinking about her height again. Sister, how about I carry you too? After returning to Tang San's home 5 years ago, Xiao Wu, who wanted a sister after having Tang San as a brother, ended up calling Tang San's sister as well, since Tang San was indeed Tang San's older sister. Tang San had a cold expression, looking at the two who were trying to hold back their laughter. No need, you guys go ahead, I'll catch up later. I still have a batch of medicinal materials to sell. Sister, Xiao Wu and I can keep you company, Tang San said. You guys go ahead. It shouldn't be far from Shrek here. Buy and browse whatever you like. I'll go to Shrek to register and wait for you in a couple of days. Tang San said, pulling out some gold soul coins and stuffing them into Tang San's hands. Speaking of which, Tang San had become a little rich girl now. Over the past 6 years, she had sold a lot of medicinal materials, all of which were expensive, and she had made a good profit. All right then. Tang San knew that Tang San had made up her mind, so he had to obey. Besides, it wasn't far from Shrek here. They could just browse around. Let's go. Let's go. Tang San waved her hand, indicating to leave. She was the shortest, but not all 12-year-olds were as tall as her brother. Looking at many 12-year-old children in this Douluo continent, she felt it was quite normal. This normality is naturally about her height. Shrek Academy. Tang Yin silently recalled the name of this academy, Shrek 7 Monsters. She probably remembered this much, and later participated in competitions, encountered the spirit hall, and then Xiao Wu was exposed, leading to their separation. After the 5-year agreement, it seemed like a sacrifice. Later, there was Sea God Island. So much time has passed, and there are many details she can't remember. 6 years have passed, and her abilities have only reached level 6, with only her wood-type abilities being slightly higher at level 7. The upgrade process is really slow. She has been in this Douluo continent for 9 years, and her abilities have only upgraded this little. Tang Yin felt a bit like crying without tears. If it were the apocalypse, 9 years' time would probably be enough to reach nearly level 10. Tang Yao was lost in thought, and surprisingly, he managed to sell some of the herbs in his hand. Then he started buying all kinds of delicious food to store in his space. As someone who had experienced the apocalypse, supplies were of utmost importance, and storing things had become an ingrained habit. Tang Yin was walking aimlessly, not paying particular attention to anything, and not clearly seeing what was under her feet. Suddenly, she slipped and almost fell, but with her abilities, she quickly reacted. Tang Yin had just steadied himself when he heard a voice nearby. "Wu you? Whose child are you?" After hearing the cry, Tang Yin turned to look. It was a child about 3 or 4 years old, sitting on the ground and hugging his little knees while crying. His big eyes were shimmering with tears, and his small face was beautifully sculpted, making him an exceptionally lovely child. Calling him a little golden boy wouldn't be an exaggeration. "Wu, sister, I'm hungry." The little boy, seeing that Tang Yin was looking over, seemed to have found something and spoke to Tang Yin with a pitiful expression. Tang Yin swallowed. "So cute. I want to take him away in a sack. But I don't know what color or style of sack the little cutie likes." "Little brother, where are your mom and dad?" Tang Yin squatted down and handed over the meat bun in his hand. "Phuket." The child spoke with unclear pronunciation and took the bun from Tang Yin. Looking at such a small child, his eating speed was not slow at all. He quickly swallowed one bun and then looked eagerly at the bun in Tang Yin's hand. Tang Yin gave more. The child ate again, then eagerly looked at Tang Yin for more, and after finishing, looked eagerly again. Back and forth, the 6 big buns in Tang Yin's hand were all gone. Just like that, a small child had finished eating. Then, looking eagerly at Tang Yin again, "Sister, I'm hungry." Tang Yin's gaze fell on the child's flat little belly, having eaten 6 large buns, but still not full. Hungry. There was no choice. Tang Yin could only take out a large bag of bread she had stored in her space, enough to be 3 times what she had just given. She was curious if the child could finish it. Upon seeing food, the child was not polite at all and reached out with his chubby little hands to continue eating. Soon, the entire bag was finished, but the child was still hungry. Tang Yin was also blinking her eyes. This was too much food. She didn't even want the burlap bag anymore. It was too expensive to maintain. Giving. Tang Yin felt it was too much to handle and took out a bag of bread. After seeing the child seriously start eating, she swiftly ran away. The child, who was biting into the bread, paused for a moment, a smile in the corner of his eyes. He was no longer the confused child who only knew to ask for food. Really silly, not a bit changed. Now, he spoke clearly and continued eating the bread in his hand. After finishing, he picked up the things he had thrown away earlier. If Tang Yin were there, she would definitely know that what the child picked up was exactly what he had almost tripped over earlier. Chapter 46, Shrek Academy. Tang Yin, who had run away, was already over a kilometer away in just a few seconds. But Tang Yi paused for a moment and said, "By the way, whose child is that? He looks so adorable. What if something happens to him? Wouldn't it be a pity?" Tang Yi thought for a moment and hesitantly returned to the place she had been before. But there were no children here at all. There wasn't even a single person. Even the thing that had tripped her was gone. If it weren't for the fact that she was missing some food, she would really think that the child from earlier didn't exist at all. Tang Yin searched the area for a while, but couldn't find the child. So she had to give up. Forget it. She might as well look for her brother. Although her brother had grown up and wasn't as cute as he used to be, he ate less and was obedient. Not to mention, her brother was quite handsome. Tang Yin thought about it and quickened his pace. After walking for most of the day, he finally found his younger brother. "Forget it, brother." Tang Yin was about to call out to him, but as she looked up, she saw her brother and Xiao Wu entering a Rose Hotel. It's that kind of hotel, right? Without her around, they really know how to have fun. It seems like this kind of plot should have existed before. Tang Yin has forgotten many details, but it doesn't matter. She goes off gracefully, and I won't be the third wheel for now. I also don't know what delicious specialties there are around here. Tang, he hadn't left the Rose Hotel for long when he felt a significant fluctuation of soul power. Was there a fight happening? Tang San's gaze returned to the Rose Hotel. As her spiritual power opened up, the people and objects in the Rose Hotel appeared in her eyes. butI, martial soul, white tiger, level 37 soul master, please guide me. Tang San, martial soul, blue silvergrass, level 30 weapon soul master, please guide me. Yes. Her brother's soul power had already reached level 30. He should have gone to obtain his third soul ring, but it just so happened that it coincided with the Shrek enrollment date, so they put it on hold. Of course, it was also her doing because when her brother was obtaining his second soul ring, she wanted to find a soul type for him. Unfortunately, at that time, she and the master searched for a long time, but couldn't find multiple suitable soul beasts to form a 10,000-year one. Even the suitable ones were only available individually, and they simply couldn't meet the requirements. There were 10,000-year ones available, but the attributes didn't match well. In the end, they had to settle for a ghost vine that was nearly 1,000 years old. Over the past few years, she had given her brother plenty of heart fruits, ensuring his martial soul and soul power were absolutely stable. If he hadn't paused and not gone to obtain the third soul ring, she believed he would have reached level 32 or 33 by now. However, she felt that soul power doesn't break through quickly. The soul powers compress against each other, and when a breakthrough occurs, it can sometimes result in several levels being gained at once. It is similar to the cultivation of spiritual energy, continuously compressing it to make its own power more immense and solid, becoming more beneficial at critical moments. It was over. On this side, the fight between butI and Tang San was reaching its conclusion. Of course, the winner was still butI. There was still a difference between level 37 and level 30. However, Tang San thought for a moment. This butI was a member of Shrek, and he was 2 or 3 years older than her brother. By that calculation, her brother didn't really lose. Tang San, I will wait for you at Shrek Academy. Tang Yin listened and saw butI coming out of the Rose Hotel. Without using her mental energy to look at butI, she found that he was quite handsome at 15 years old. Just now, she heard butI introduce himself. 15 years old. 15 years old. Tang San estimated butI's height and felt a bit like vomiting blood. How could this be a 15-year-old boy? He clearly looked like a young man around 18 or 19. Tang Yin was a bit reluctant to speak. She adjusted her height and became even less inclined to talk. If she were to live with the Shrek's 7 devils, just thinking about waiting in line or walking together made her anxious. The height difference. It was hard to imagine why she was so short. Was there something wrong with her genes? butI, holding a pair of beautiful twin girls, suddenly felt something in his line of sight. He turned around and saw a small child looking dejected. However, it wasn't his concern, and he was interested in such a small child anyway. Tang Yin felt a bit down and casually found a hotel to stay in. She was somewhat discouraged about registering at Shrek Academy in a couple of days. However, aside from her height, everything else was fine. Soon, Tang Yin perked up and spent the next 2 days exploring the area, familiarizing herself with the nearby shops and surroundings, making it easier for her to buy things in the future. On this day, it was also the enrollment day for Shrek Academy. Tang Yin woke up early, contemplating whether to call her brother and Xiao Wu at the Rose Hotel. Unfortunately, before she could even enter the Rose Hotel, she was stopped by the staff inside. The reason being that she was too small. Clearly, she was about the same age as her brother and Xiao Wu. No, she was even older than them. Why were they stopping her? Sigh. Once again, her 1.40 m little lowly appearance hindered her progress. Tang Yin was hit hard and didn't want to call her brother and Xiao Wu to leave together, so she went ahead first. Tang Yin arrived early at Shrek Academy, and there weren't many people registering yet. It could have been too early. There were only 3 of them, including her. The registration required handing over 10 gold soul coins. The teacher overseeing the first assessment looked a bit lethargic and was yawning as he pointed to the box on the table filled with gold soul coins and said, "You came quite early, little girl." The other participants were accompanied by adults or parents, but only Tang Yin was alone, her cute and delicate appearance catching attention. butI had just arrived and noticed Tang Yin. He recognized her as the little girl who had stared at him for a long time outside the Rose Hotel that day. Tang Yin nodded without saying much. butI didn't want to disturb her and began looking for a nearby tree, leaping up. "Come on, stretch out your hand so I could take a look." This teacher was an elderly man who, seeing Tang Yin sitting obediently, added a few more words. "Is it okay now?" After taking her pulse, Tang Yin curiously asked. This method of determining age by taking a pulse seemed a bit reminiscent of ancient times before the apocalypse. The old man looked at Tang Yin in surprise, then nodded and said to butI, "Past, take her inside." "Thank you," Tang Yin politely said to the old man, and then followed butI out. Your soul power should be quite high, right? butI did not miss the teacher's glance. It's okay, Tang Yi humbly replied. Here, if your soul power exceeds level 25, you can directly pass to the 4th level. butI handed her a ball for testing soul power. Tang Yi took the light blue ball and began to infuse it with soul power. Chapter 47, Uncle Sausage. Tang Yi took the water blue ball and began to infuse it with soul power. Level 33. butI was surprised. He didn't expect such a small person to have reached level 33 in soul power. A competitive spirit ignited within him. How old are you? 9. Do you believe it? Tang Yi wanted to say 12, but when he thought of his 12-year-old brother and the 12-year-old Xiao Wu, he silently wanted to take the words back. He didn't want to admit that he was so short at 12. 9 years old. butI nodded, but he was still astonished that this little girl was only 9 years old. What did he look like at 9? As he thought about his own decline, he wondered if he was going to continue to fall further. butI was shocked by Tang Yi's high soul power at such a young age. You can't really believe it, right? Tang Yi looked at butI, feeling that he was being a bit too much. Was he scared? Or was he just feeling defeated? butI. Suddenly, the elder over there called out, and butI came back to his senses, told Tang Yi to wait a moment, and then ran off. Tang Yi shrugged and thought, forget it, he would know eventually. At that moment, a distant call could be heard. Selling sausages, selling sausages. Come take a look. Come and see. Oscar brand sausages, delicious and sweet, affordable and generous in quantity. Only 5 copper coins each. Eat Oscar brand sausages, and you're guaranteed to pass the entrance exam more easily. Tang Yi glanced over and recalled a bit, one of the Shrek's 7 monsters, with a food-type martial soul. The person who left the deepest impression on him was someone named Oscar. In the apocalypse, what was lacking was food, and something like sausages was hard to come by, especially the authentic kind. Every time Tang Yi watched the anime and saw Oscar turning into a big sausage, he wanted to try what it tasted like. Looking at the sausages in the anime made him very hungry, and now, he finally had the chance. Over here, Tang Yi excitedly waved at Oscar. Hey kid, want a big sausage? Oscar was surprised that someone came to buy sausages right after he set up his stall, marking a good start. Tang Yi nodded, not minding being called a kid. Here you go, 5 copper coins for one. Thank you, Tang Yi said habitually, and the appearance of the food looked pretty good. How is it? Tasty? Want another one? Oscar, who rarely sold sausages at school, couldn't help but ask when he saw Tang Yi enjoying it. It's delicious. The aroma is wafting, the exterior is dry and crispy, very tasty, especially good. Tang Yi nodded, surprised that this sausage was much better than ordinary sausages. The texture was different. Another one, please. Tang Yi's appetite flared up. All right, rarely finding someone who appreciated his sausages, Oscar felt he had found a kindred spirit. He was very enthusiastic towards Tang Yi. Since he hadn't eaten much breakfast, Tang Yi sat in Oscar's cart, finishing one sausage after another. Sure, of course. When Tang Yi asked if she could eat on his cart, Oscar readily agreed, as he was a big employer. Sis. After Tang Yi and Xiao Wu entered, they saw Tang Yi sitting prominently in the cart, propping her chin while eating sausages. Brother. Xiao Wu. I'm over here. Sis, I thought you weren't coming. Didn't he expect you to arrive first? Tang Yi and Xiao Wu walked over. Yeah, it was on the way, so I came over first. Tang Yi didn't want to mention how she was underestimated today. By the way, the sausages are really good. Do you two want one? As she spoke, she used one free hand to hand over 2 skewers of sausages. Yes, my sausages are really delicious. No deception. You can get one for 5 copper coins. Oscar was still pondering if this kid was the sister of these two. It didn't quite seem like it, but since it was about business, he put that thought aside for now. Okay, Xiao Wu. Tang Yi asked Xiao Wu beside him. Sis said it's delicious, so I'll try some too. Xiao Wu shyly smiled, and Tang Yi handed both skewers to Xiao Wu, saying, you didn't eat much for breakfast, and since Sis said this is good, you should eat more. Tang Yi said to the seller Oscar. Uncle, could you please give me 2 more? Oscar's expression suddenly became stiff. What did you call me? I called you uncle. Is there a problem? Oscar, with a face full of stubble, thought there was no other way to address him than uncle. Tang Yi also nodded. Look, I'm so tall and have a beard. If I'm not called uncle, what else should I be called? Of course, there's a problem, and a big one at that. Bro, I'm only 14 this year, and you actually call me uncle? You're only 14? That's right, my name is Oscar. I'm 14 this year, a freshman at Shrek Academy. You can't just call me uncle because I have a bit of facial hair. Tang Yi was speechless for a moment, while Tang Yi quietly chuckled to himself on the side. Xiao Wu looked on in surprise as well. not expecting that the person in front of her was only 14 years old. Tang San saw Tang Yin smiling happily and knew that this person was not lying. So he didn't dwell on it and took 2 sausages. Seeing there was no more fun to watch, Xiao Wu also prepared to eat the sausage. But before she could take a bite, someone shouted, "Wait, don't eat." Oscar, upon seeing Dai Mubai, felt a bit intimidated. "Boss Dai, do you want a sausage? Get lost. What's wrong? Can't I eat?" Tang Sin asked, noting that his sister had already eaten at least 10. He glanced at the bamboo skewers next to Tang Yin. Dai Mubai's expression became a bit strange. He also noticed that there were quite a few bamboo skewers beside the little girl he had brought over. He could only say to Oscar, "Xiao Ao, get a new sausage out." That's not so good. Under Dai Mubai's gaze, Oscar finally agreed, shrugged, and put on a look of giving up. Super recovery sausage. Tang San's eyelid twitched. Xiao Wu's mouth twitched, and she felt embarrassed to hold the 2 skewers in her hand. She quickly put them back on Oscar's cart. "I don't want to either, it's just this command. But this thing is definitely fine," Oscar retorted under the death stares from several people. "See?" Dai Mubai said to Tang San and Xiao Wu. Only Tang Yin continued to eat without changing her expression. "Sister." Tang San raised his voice a bit. "What's wrong?" Tang Yan's expression was as normal as could be, as if Oscar had just casually mentioned eating. "No, you can't eat." As Tang San reached out to snatch the sausage from Tang Yan's hand, she asked, "Why not?" Tang Yan's eyes were as clear as could be, making it seem like the others were thinking too much. "Just don't eat." Tang Sin felt they might be overreacting. Those who had already thought wrongly, upon seeing Tang Yan's pure gaze, couldn't help but silently repent, wondering if their thoughts were too avant-garde. Even the seller, Oscar, felt a bit embarrassed. "Ahem, everyone is here. Why don't we go take the exam?" Dai Mubai also felt it was hard to explain, thinking it would make him look like a bad influence. He could only change the awkward topic. Right, we still have to take the exam." Tang Sin hurriedly stepped forward to carry Tang Yin down from the cart, fearing she would reach out to grab something again. Tang Sin looked around at a few people with a cold expression, making everyone feel a bit embarrassed. "All right, let's go take the exam. Sis, if you're still hungry, I have your favorite buns here." Saying this, Tang Sin took out the 2 buns from the night of the 24 bridge under the moonlight. Tang Yan's eyes suddenly shifted, and holding the bun in his hand, he looked at them seriously and said, "If you want to be surprised by the sausage, then do you want to be surprised by this bun?" Tang Yan's question was straightforward, without any hint of mischief. It wasn't until he saw their faces suddenly stiffen that he couldn't help but laugh inwardly. It was really making a big deal out of nothing. During the apocalypse, most people's values and beliefs had mutated. If one could enjoy the moment, who would still care about such R-rated things? Not to mention thinking inappropriately. One could just sit there eating instant noodles while watching the live version. Tang Yin happily bit into a bun, walking while reminding Dai Mubai to lead the way. The others felt awkward and dare not speak. Just a moment ago, they thought Tang Yin was very innocent. However, her words were quite thought-provoking. And how could she say such things as casually as eating? Is this little girl really only 9 years old? Dai Mubai suddenly realized, murmuring to himself, "Sister." Xiao Wu walked over to Tang Yin, took her hand, and whispered, her face still showing a hint of blush. "Sister, you're a girl." Tang San, feeling a bit embarrassed, tugged at Tang Yan's sleeve and said softly. Tang Yin looked at her younger brother on the left and Xiao Wu on the right and nodded, saying, "Okay, I was wrong. I almost forgot. She's an older sister and shouldn't lead her younger brother astray." "Sister?" At this moment, Dai Mubai finally realized that Tang San and Xiao Wu were calling that little girl sister. If you remember correctly, Tang San was 12 years old this year, right? "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce her. She's my twin sister, named Tang Yin." He and Dai Mubai were not acquainted through fighting, and they could be considered friends now. "Aren't you 9 years old?" "Ha, hello. I'm Tang Yin, and I'm 12 this year." Tang Yin recalled how she had just tricked Dai Mubai into believing she was only 9 years old and couldn't help but touch her nose. "I just said that casually, and I didn't expect you to really believe it, haha." Tang Yin smiled awkwardly. "I actually wanted to explain it to you clearly, but I didn't expect the teacher over there to call you away, so you understand, right?" Dai Mubai nodded. Looking at Tang Yin, who was not even up to his chest, he didn't dwell on it. He just glanced at Tang San and then at Tang San's sister. The height difference was too significant. "I'm Dai Mubai, a student of Shrek Academy." Dai Mubai introduced himself. Then he let Tang San and Xiao Wu go test their soul power. Of course, a little chaos ensued due to cutting in line, but in the face of strength, everyone fell silent. Tang San, level 30. Xiao Wu, level 29. Ning Rongrong, level 26. Zhu Zhuqing, level 27. All right, this is the exam for the 4th round. Throughout the introduction on the way, Tang San didn't listen much, but he couldn't help but notice Zhu Zhuqing's tail behind her, making even the usually aloof Zhu Zhuqing feel a bit shy. Sister, we're here, Tang San tugged at Tang Sha, who was still staring at Zhu Zhuqing's tail. Oh, Tang Sha blinked, still not taking her eyes off Zhu Zhuqing's tail. Is this a real tail? I kind of want to touch it, but we're not familiar with each other yet, so I feel embarrassed to touch it. Sigh. Xiao Wu. Tang Sha called out to Xiao Wu beside her. Xiao Wu understood. Her ears perked up, and she quickly ran to the other side of Tang San, hiding behind him, then tilted her head and said to Tang Sha, Sister, we have an exam now. Let us be serious. Xiao Wu recalled the scene of her rabbit ears being petted and shook her head wildly. Her martial spirit was herself. And being touched by Tang Sha felt like being targeted by a fierce tiger, which was terrifying. Fortunately, she had grown taller, so Tang Sha wouldn't easily be able to reach her rabbit ears anymore. She needed to eat more and grow taller than Tang Sha. Then it wouldn't be so easy for Tang Sha to touch her rabbit ears. Just like now, Tang San felt a little frustrated. He really was shorter and couldn't do as he pleased. He couldn't help but smile when he saw the 5 little monsters. Humph, you all want to attack me together? As long as one of you is still standing within the time of a stick of incense, you pass. Zhao Wuji was excited about having 5 little monsters to deal with. After discussing it with butI, he became even more interested, but he couldn't help but notice that the 2 little guys over there were a bit too fidgety. He let out a cold snort. A stick of incense? That's easy. Xiao Wu exclaimed. Teacher Zhao, isn't this a bit too much? ButI, however, was somewhat worried. When Tang San and the others heard this, they felt that things were not so simple. Zhao Wuji glared at butI and said, What's wrong with that? The dean is not in the academy, so I'm the highest authority here. If I say it's good, then it's good. All right, I want a stick of incense, and you all can discuss for a while. You don't have much time, so get ready. Xiao Bai, you can also tell them about my strength so they can be a bit prepared. Bai, feeling helpless, had no choice but to come over to Tang San and the others and began to introduce everything about Zhao Wujia. Once everyone understood who Zhao Wujia was, they all became serious and vigilant. Then everyone quickly introduced themselves. When it was Tang Yan's turn, she hesitated and said, Tang Yan, Martial Soul, Little Horn, Level 30 Auxiliary Spirit Master. Apart from Tang San and Xiao Wu nodding, everyone else was left in the dark about Tang Yi's introduction. Could there really be someone unsure of their own martial soul attribute? After everyone quickly familiarized themselves, Tang San asked, Do you have any good suggestions? Everyone shook their heads, and Tang San said, If not, then let's listen to my plan. With that, Tang San started to arrange things. When it was almost time, everyone nodded, except for Tang Yi, who puffed her cheeks and said helplessly, Brother, I don't like fighting. That's okay, sister. Just watch and move, he replied. Your martial soul is too unpredictable. To be honest, I've lived with you for nearly 10 years, and I still haven't figured out your strength. Moreover, Tang Yi really didn't like fighting. She would never resort to violence, which also meant that very few people knew just what her strength was. Dang Dan, note that. She didn't remember how the details unfolded. She only knew that in the end, her brother and the others passed the test. And then, the Shrek's 7 devils began to take shape. Sister, come on, Xiao Wu said as she walked ahead. Xiao Wu was also a bit curious about Tang Yan's martial soul. And since Tang Yan reported an auxiliary martial soul, she was indeed one of the members to be protected. Don't be nervous, we will win, Ning Rongrong said beside Tang Yan. After all, both she and Tang Yan were auxiliary soul masters, and Tang Yan looked so small and cute, which made her quite endearing. Over here, Zhu Zhuqing also came over and nodded to Tang Yan. Her meaning was clear. Tang Yi, where did she show that she was nervous? She was just venting her feelings to her younger brother, not that she really wanted to fight. Chapter 49, Tang, you couldn't hold back anymore. Teacher, we can start. Zhao Wuji conjured another incense stick, and before he could light it, Ning Rongrong had already taken the lead. Qibao turned out to be Lioli. Tang San and Tang Yin nodded, and Tang Yin tacitly came to Ning Rongrong's side. Tang San saw Tang Yin go to Ning Rongrong's side and felt a bit relieved. He then activated his blue silver grass to attack Zhao Wuji. As expected, Zhao Wuji's first attack was aimed at Ning Rongrong. Tang San smirked, his lively eyes looking towards Zhao Wuji empty. Just as Zhao Wuji's attack was about to reach Tang San, it seemed to be blocked by something, diverting off to the sides. Meanwhile, Tang San and Ning Rongrong were unharmed. Zhao Wuji was somewhat surprised, but before he could figure it out, Tang San's blue silver grass had already bound him. Xiao Wu, Tang San called out softly, raising his hands in front of his chest. Xiao Wu didn't even need to look. She could perfectly coordinate with Tang San. Zhu Zhuqing on this side was also quick, working with Xiao Wu on either side. A slight smile appeared on Zhao Wujia's face. He was curious to see what these kids could come up with. He hoped they wouldn't disappoint him. As Xiao Wu landed several kicks, Zhao Wujia seemed unfazed, instead grinning widely, as if he had no strength left. Oomph, then I'll give you some strength. Tang San didn't fall behind either. With a flick of his blue silver grass, he pulled down a wooden house, which directly smashed onto Zhao Wuji. In an instant, dust and smoke billowed. Tang Yi instinctively waved her hand at the tip of her nose. Sure enough, she just didn't like fighting. Just look at this destructive power. The 7 treasures are famous, first for strength, second for speed. Tang San and the others attacked simultaneously. At this moment, Zhao Wujia laughed heartily, saying, "It's quite fun to turn around like this." At that moment, Tang San sensed something and directly said, "Not good." At this time, 7 dazzling soul rings simultaneously rose up. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, 7 terrifying soul rings attached to his body. Tang Yin finally felt something different. She had never encountered such a strong person before. Is this what level 76 is like? Tang San was indeed a bit interested. He saw Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing working together to launch a close-range attack on Zhao Wujia, and Tang San also made his move. Soon, the blue-silver grass completely surrounded Zhao Wujia. In an instant, everyone turned their gaze over. The keen Tang San sensed a slight fluctuation of soul power. As if something was about to surge out, Tang San quickly stepped forward and shouted, "Brother, get out of the way." But it was too late. Xiao Wu pushed Tang San aside and confronted Zhao Wujia. It was clear that Xiao Wu was about to use her charm. It was useless. Dang dang. But she was still a bit far away and couldn't quickly stop it. Ice shield, fire flame. However, she still wanted to help. And suddenly, an icy shield appeared in front of Xiao Wu, along with raging flames trying to stop Zhao Wujia's advance. Zhao Wujia did stop, but he possessed a soul power of level 76, easily pushing Xiao Wu, who had less than 30 soul power, away. Xiao Wu had already fainted. Tang San caught Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, she's fine, just fainted. She'll be okay by tomorrow," Zhao Wujia explained. Then his gaze fell on Tang Yin. "I almost overlooked you. Little girl. Sister, look at Xiao Wu." Tang Yin came at Tang San's side. Tang San knew his sister's healing abilities and looked worriedly at Xiao Wu in his arms. "Don't worry." Tang Yin became serious at this moment, no longer showing the lazy attitude from before. "Sparring is fine, exams are fine. But if Xiao Wu hadn't pushed her brother away just now, it seems her brother would have been seriously injured." Tang Yin placed one hand on Xiao Wu's hand, and as the healing ability activated, Xiao Wu quickly woke up. "Sister?" Xiao Wu opened her eyes and saw Tang Yin, instinctively wanting to cover her rabbit ears. Tang San was relieved to see Xiao Wu still in the mood to protect the rabbit's ears. He wanted to let Xiao Wu be held by his sister, but after seeing her petite figure, he could only turn to Xiao Wu and ask, "Can you move?" Xiao Wu nodded. At that moment, Ning Rongrong came over to support Xiao Wu. "Sister, you rest over there. I can handle this." Tang San knew that Tang Yin didn't like to fight, so he was thinking about how much of a difference there would be if he used hidden weapons and all his skills against a level 76 soul sage. Tang Zhan wanted to say that she would come, but after seeing Tang San's expression, she understood. "You want to fight me alone, but don't forget that just now. The 5 of you were no match for me." Zhao Wujia watched the interaction between Tang San and Tang Zhan, and couldn't help but say that he actually wanted to see what moves that little girl had, as she hadn't shown any skills earlier, and he really thought she was a support-type soul master. Moreover, Zhao Wujia didn't forget that from the very beginning, when he wanted to strike that girl from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, he was distracted by something invisible. "Yes, I want to use all my moves to fight against the teacher." Tang San knew that his sister was there, so he didn't say anything to represent everyone. Moreover, Tang San always understood one thing. His sister was stronger than him, so, as long as they could hold out for that incense sticks time, as long as one person succeeded, they would all pass. And he felt that with his sister around, he had no worries. "You ignorant kid, this is an agreement." Zhao Wujia glanced at Tang Zhan, who had already given up her position, and he wanted to see what this kid was capable of, and then see what that little girl could do. According to Dai Mu Bai, this little girl had the highest soul power among the 5 little monsters, and judging by Tang San's expression, she should be the most powerful one. Tang Yin nodded, and Tang San began his attack, sending a shower of hidden weapons towards Zhao Wuji. At this moment, Xiao Wu had recovered and was in good spirits. "Sister, do you think Xiao San will win?" "He should, right?" Tang Yin couldn't be sure. After all, there was too great a difference in levels between the two. Even though his younger brother had hidden weapons, They were not omnipotent in the face of absolute martial power, unless Zhao Wuji held back a bit. Tang San approached Zhu Zhuqing, nodded at Dai Mubai, and then took Zhu Zhuqing's hand to heal her injuries, followed by Ning Rongrong. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong felt it was magical. Even though they hadn't used their martial souls yet, they were able to recover. Dai Mubai also looked at the girl who was shorter than his chest. During their time together, he found the girl somewhat mysterious. Her martial soul was mysterious, and her soul skills were even more so. At that moment, Zhao Wujia was angered by Tang San's dragon beard needle. The fifth soul ring exerted gravitational pressure. This was a 10,000-year soul ring. The pressure around them continued to intensify. Tang Yin clearly felt that his brother was injured. Tang Yin's clenched fist couldn't help but tighten. Over the years, her brother had been raised plump and healthy, and he had never been hurt. Seeing her brother injured now, the bloodthirsty nature she had buried deep within her heart began to resurface little by little. Especially when Tang San was thrown out by Zhao Wujia, his head nearly hitting the sharp hidden weapon on the ground. At that moment, Tang Yin couldn't hold back anymore. Brother. Chapter 50. Sister, be careful. Brother. With a whoosh, Tang Yin had already disappeared from her spot, catching Tang San even faster than Dai Mubai. However, due to her limited height, it was still difficult for her to princess carry a 1.7-meter tall Tang San, so she could only carry him on her shoulder. Sister, I'm fine. Tang San was safely placed down, covering his chest to stop the surging blood. Take a rest. Tang Yin used her abilities to heal Tang San. Little brat, it's your turn now. Zhao Wujia was indeed somewhat irritated by Tang San's antics, and he never expected to be at a disadvantage against a child today. It's my turn. Tang Yin stood in front of Tang San. Even though the incense had already burned out, the pent-up frustration in her heart still needed to be released. Otherwise, it would be quite uncomfortable. Although she knew these injuries were unavoidable, it didn't prevent her from feeling uneasy. Bottling it up wasn't a solution. Fortunately, her brother had been healed, and she regained some rationality, no longer feeling the impulse to kill from just a moment ago. We've already passed this round. Just consider me consulting with the teacher. Tang Yin thought for a moment, worried that this person might get angry and cause trouble later. So she decided to clarify first. Of course, I would like to see what abilities you little brat has. One Tang San was already enough to irritate him. But after the irritation, he felt excitement. After all, these little monsters were from their Shrek Academy. Tang San nodded and reached out to help Zhao Wuji retrieve the hidden weapons, including the dragon whisker needles. Sister, don't touch them. Tang San quickly shouted when he saw Tang Zhe trying to touch his hidden weapons. Many of these items are poisonous, and if not retracted using special methods, they can easily cause harm. It's fine, I just need to clean them up a bit. How can I ask the teacher otherwise? Tang Zhe said, and suddenly a gust of wind brushed past. The hidden weapons on the ground and nearby were collected by Tang Zhe and placed in front of Tang San. Even the dragon whisker needles from Zhao Wuji's body were taken out. Zhao Wuji was a bit surprised by Tang Zhe's display, not having sensed any soul power being used. Even more astonished was Tang San. He knew his hidden weapons best, and his sister had touched poisonous weapons without any issues. Was it because of her healing ability? Your sister feels really strong. How did she do that just now? I didn't quite understand, Dai Mubai asked Tang San. Tang San smiled wryly. To be honest, he had never seen his sister fight and didn't know much about it. You're quite good, little kid. Zhao Wujia was quite pleased to see that the hidden weapon inside him had been drawn out. Thank you for the compliment. Tang Yin nodded and then politely said, please, go ahead. Then come over here. Even though Zhao Wujia was injured, it was just a minor wound. As a level 76, he wasn't afraid of a 33rd level soul master. Zhao Wujia wanted to see how Tang Yin would make his move, so he didn't strike first. Tang Yan's lips subconsciously curled up and his eyes narrowed slightly. It was empty. There was no wind, no force, and it felt like there was nothing at all. However, this time Zhao Wujia felt something different. He had seen Tang Yin use this move when he was fighting against a few small monsters, but this feeling was different. Just now he was on the outside, and now he was on the inside. This was a realm. How old could this little kid be? Teacher, watch closely. Zhao Wujia only heard the sound, and then lost sight of the person. So fast, Zhao Wujia had to become alert, his soul power emanating in waves. Trying to capture Tang Yan's figure, he saw rolling smoke and hot vapor quickly filling the entire realm. He couldn't see anything. Zhao Wujia couldn't see, but he still felt someone approaching him. The first soul skill, immovable king body. Anything within 3 meters would be knocked away, and of course, Tang Yin also received assistance. as she flipped 180 degrees in the thick mist. It was this slight movement that Zhao Wujia noticed Tang Yan's figure. The fourth soul skill, position tracking. It wasn't that Zhao Wujia wanted to use this skill so quickly, but the opponent was harder to catch than a rat. As the soul skill was unleashed, it quickly locked onto Tang Yan, but just as Zhao Wujia was about to attack, the target had already disappeared. Where did she go? Zhao Wujia was puzzled. It was indeed the first time a little kid had escaped his fourth soul skill. The place Zhao Wujia had locked on actually revealed several pea-sized objects. What was this? Just as Zhao Wujia opened his mouth, he saw those pea-sized objects directly pouncing towards him. Zhao Wujia wanted to look down on these weak little peas. But the next second, he realized something was wrong. He saw the peas growing wildly, sturdy vines binding Zhao Wujia in place with considerable force. If it weren't for his soul power, he would have found it hard to breathe. This is really interesting. Zhao Wujia looked at the blue-silver grass that was somewhat similar to Tang San's attack and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is it? There is even more interesting stuff coming up." As soon as Tang San's words fell, the green vines entangling Zhao Wujia suddenly grew long thorns. And the bound Zhao Wujia was pricked by these thorns, causing both pain and itchiness, but without any satisfying relief, which was truly infuriating. One Tang San was already enough. Now, there was a little brat as well. His face was terrifyingly dark. Zhao Wujia was fuming. Seventh soul skill, martial spirit, true body. He was now covered in thorns, practically turning into a porcupine. Heaven, Teacher Zhao was getting serious. butI looked at the situation over there and couldn't help but say, seventh soul skill, martial spirit, true body. Teacher Zhao transforms into a powerful golden bear for battle, and the power of his soul skills increases to 150%, with a 200% boost in defense. What? A few people gasped in surprise. butI also hadn't expected that Teacher Zhao would actually use the seventh soul skill. It seemed he was really pushed to his limits. Tang San was struggling to bear the suddenly overwhelming soul power. Crack, crack. It could be seen that her spatial domain was about to be destroyed. Tang Yin took advantage of the fact that the spatial domain had not completely collapsed yet. With a flash of her figure, the lightning ability around her quickly circulated, and the water vapor from earlier was soon utilized. Crack, crack. The conductivity of water is quite terrifying. Her level 6 lightning ability, although not as powerful as Pikachu's Thunderbolt, is still considerable. With a loud bang, accompanied by Zhao Wuji's exclamation, the whole spatial domain shattered. A thick cloud of smoke billowed out. For a moment, everyone couldn't see the situation clearly, but they could still hear Zhao Wuji's painful cries. Everyone craned their necks to see, and soon the smoke cleared. They saw Tang Yin standing unharmed to one side, while another Zhao Wuji also stood there, seemingly not heavily injured, but he was covered in soot from head to toe, with his hair standing on end. In short, he looked like a black man. Someone couldn't help but laugh. On the other side, Zhao Wuji was fuming inside, wondering what kind of soul skill this little brat had. Little brat, you have completely angered me. He, the dignified king of immovable wisdom, felt embarrassed today. Sister, be careful. Chapter 51. I'm hungry. The speed was so fast, even faster than when he had competed with Tang San and the others before. Tang San and the others all felt that Teacher Zhao Wujia had held back just now. As Zhao Wujia threw a punch, Tang Yin flipped backward, dodging Zhao Wujia's attack. And at the same time, he raised his hand to grasp the flowing lightning on Zhao Wujia's hand, which made one feel numb. First soul skill, Sacred Flame. Bang! Zhao Wujia, caught off guard, did not expect Tang Yin to release his soul skill so quickly, and he was completely unprepared, truly unable to defend against it. In the end, Zhao Wujia used his soul power to protect himself, but some of his hair was scorched. Tang Yin used his soul skill. Those watching shouted. But after saying that, they felt something was off. Tang San has been using soul skills all along, right? The first soul ring is 1,000 years. Tang Yan's soul power is not as powerful as that of an extraordinary ability, but being able to unleash it simultaneously caught Zhao Wuji off guard and caused him some minor trouble, which was enough. However, the 33rd level of soul power still fell short and did not inflict significant damage on Zhao Wuji. The second soul skill is the Mighty Diamond Palm. Tang Yin increased the distance between the two, and she also took a stance with her fists. She wanted to see how the power of a level 6 ability user compared to the soul power of level 76. You really dare, little girl? Zhao Wujia didn't expect this little girl to challenge him to a fist fight, but he was afraid of hurting her, so he held back a bit of his strength. Likewise, Tang Yin also pulled back her fists. To be honest, she was a bit nervous. But your strength is still lacking a bit. Zhao Wujie was surprised by Tang Yan's power. Although he had reduced his strength, Tang Yin still managed to take it without injury. Then let's add some force. At the point of contact, Tang Yin followed Zhao Wujie's strength upward, using her wind manipulation ability to lift herself, then lightening her body somewhat. Suddenly, she produced a Rui stick, which was just a big iron rod. Watch my 1,000-pound drop. 7th soul skill, martial soul, true body. Zhao Wujie blocked with both hands, catching Tang Yan's 1,000-pound drop. The little girl is still a bit lacking. Phantom. As soon as Tang Yan's voice fell, her figure split into several copies of herself, all seemingly replicated. 1,000-pound drop. Several voices echoed in unison, moving in sync, each holding a Rui stick and surrounding Zhao Wujie's head, all striking toward the same spot. Zhao Wujie grunted. The combined force was several times stronger, and he was having a hard time holding up. If he didn't use other soul skills, he would be embarrassed. 6th soul skill, great strength diamond roar. Tang Yi was momentarily stunned and somewhat surprised, but she quickly ran away. The wind came, and with a few leaps, Tang Yi had already run quite far, but still got caught up in it. Cough, cough. Silently wiping away a trace of blood that had appeared at the corner of her mouth. It had been a long time since she had bled. Sister, over there. Zhao Wujie, although he had one, wore a dark expression. He had been forced by a little kid to use his 10,000-year soul skill multiple times, even though he had restrained some of its power. Although he was quite happy to have such a little monster in the academy, it was still a different matter, as he had suffered losses today from 2 little guys. Sister, what's wrong? Did you get hurt? Tang San ran over to support the still somewhat unsteady Tang Yi. With Tang San joining the battlefield, others came over as well. After all, this was the person who had made a level 76 soul sage look so embarrassed. Ning Rongrong considered herself a genius, but upon seeing Tang Yi, that sense of superiority as a genius vanished in an instant. It turned out she wasn't the only genius. She could only be the genius in her own clan. Outside, she realized there were greater talents and stronger people. You are really amazing, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but say. Everyone nodded in agreement, thinking she was just a support-type soul master. But who would have thought she was a monster? Shrek Academy only accepted monsters. I am hungry, and I don't have any strength. Everyone looked at Tang Yi, but Tang Yi had consumed a bit too much of her abilities and was struggling to stand. With everyone staring at her, she felt too embarrassed to say it out loud. She could only look expectantly at her brother. Tang Sin understood and quickly took out a lot of food that Tang Yin loved to eat. Tang Yin was hungry, and as soon as he started eating his own food, he ignored everything else. The crowd was like, they still wanted to see how a generation of genius was formed. Is this it? Not impressive for more than 3 seconds. Zhao Wujie wanted to say something, but seeing the situation, he had to give up. It seemed that even the food in that little kid's hands was worth more than what he had. Ha, my sister is hungry and has no strength, so don't expect her to say anything. She doesn't even want to bother with anyone. Xiao Wu noticed that the atmosphere was a bit different and couldn't help but laugh. But it's okay. Once my sister is full, she will be easy to talk to again. Tang Sen nodded with a helpless smile. He indulged his sister's little habits, and seeing her eat like this, his tense heart relaxed a bit. If Tang Yin could eat, he probably wouldn't have too many injuries. Teacher Zhao, sorry for the trouble. Zhao Wujie still had a dark face and ordered Dai Mubai to take them to the dormitory later. He directly glared at the person hiding under the tree over there. Little brat, why don't you bring me 2 sausages? Hey, coming right up. Oscar, not daring to laugh sneakily, quickly ran out from behind the tree. Please go ahead, teacher. Oscar chuckled, not expecting that little girl to be so impressive. Look at teacher Zhao all covered in soot. Get lost. Zhao Wujie, not easily guessing Oscar's thoughts, took 2 recovery sausages and directly pushed him away. At this moment, Tang Yin, who was ignoring them, called out in a crisp voice. Uncle Sausage, bring me a few too. Oscar nearly slipped and fell at those words. What kind of crisp Uncle Sausage is that? Over here, Tang San instinctively covered Tang Yan's mouth. Sister, wanna eat? He meant to say buns, but Tang Yan's earlier words echoed in his mind. For a moment, he didn't know what to eat. Sister, let's eat grapes. Look how beautiful these grapes are. They must be very sweet. Xiao Wu cleverly picked up a bunch of grapes nearby and said, little friend, how about next time? I've used a bit too much soul power today. Let's do it next time, haha. Oscar also became awkward. He used to be very happy when someone liked his food spirit, but then came Tang Yin. If Tang Yin hadn't said that thing about sausages and buns, it wouldn't have been so awkward, but ever since Tang Yin said that, it felt normal to give anyone food, except when it came to this little friend Tang Yin, it felt a bit off. Chapter 52, Given by Dad, let's go. I'll take you to the dormitory. butI spoke at this moment, giving Oscar a glance. Oscar understood immediately, nodded, and laughed heartily. Haha, I haven't packed up my stall yet, so I'll leave first. Sister, you must be tired. I'll carry you. As Tang San spoke, Xiao Wu very cooperatively lent a hand. And soon Tang Yin was on Tang San's back. Tang Yin, what else could she say? Her mouth was covered. In the end, Tang Yin was eating on Tang San's back and soon fell asleep. There was no other way. Shrek Academy was like a village, occupying half of the area, with the other half being villagers, and the two sides did not disturb each other. Shrek was poor, but it was also quite large, so they walked step by step, and it was still quite a distance. Tang Yin had used her abilities a lot today and was also injured. After her body was hurt, she would feel drowsy, and once she fell asleep, her body would automatically heal, which was why she had already fallen asleep on Tang San's back before reaching the dormitory. There was still a bit of food at the corner of her mouth, and the attentive Xiao Wu wiped it clean for Tang Yin. Everyone's gaze fell on Tang Yin, and there was a slightly different expectation for their future interactions. After all, they still hadn't figured out Tang Yin's martial soul and soul skills. She was an interesting person. Who wouldn't look forward to that? When Tang Yin woke up, it was already the next day. He found that there was no one else in the dormitory, and looking at the bed, there should have been two people. Tang Yin moved her body and slowly crawled up, looking at the unfamiliar dormitory. She thought of something and then took out the blue silver grass from her pouch. Now, Ayin has been around for nearly 40,000 years. And in a few days, it should reach that age. Currently, she can promote the growth of 20 years' worth of blue silver grass in a day. Ayin, I fell asleep yesterday and didn't water you, but I'll water you now, Tang Yin said, poking the leaves of the blue silver grass with her small hand. The blue silver grass, having grown for over 10,000 years, can control its form well and won't surge as wildly as before when Tang Yin promotes its growth. The blue silver grass moved its small vines and quickly wrapped around Tang Yin's outstretched finger. Haha, it tickles. Tang Yin laughed uncontrollably as it scratched her palm. Who is it? Suddenly, Tang Yin sensed something and instinctively protected the blue silver grass in her arms, her gaze sharpening as she looked toward the door. It's me. A deep and husky voice replied. Tang Yin looked up and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Dad, can't you be a little more normal when you come over? Always acting so mysterious. I can't help but think you're a killer or a peeping Tom. Nonsense. Little Un, you're getting more and more outrageous. Who describes their dad as both a killer and a peeping Tom? It's broad daylight and you're wearing a cloak. Is that normal? Tang Yin leaned back on the bed with her arms crossed, her tone a bit disdainful, but she said it very lightly. Aren't you here to see if I'm beaten up? Tang Hao pulled down his cloak, revealing his bearded face, and was about to sit down by Tang Yin's bed. Wait. Tang Yin panicked and quickly hugged Tang Hao, who was trying to sit down. Dad, how long has it been since you showered? Look at this messy hair and big beard. You must have been wandering around some deep forest at night. And look at your clothes. You've got leaves on you. After years, she was no longer the Tang and from the apocalypse. Now, she was cute and clean. If he sat down on the bed, she would have to wash it. Between washing clothes and washing the sheets, she thought washing clothes was more convenient. Little girl, are you complaining about your dad now? Tang Hao didn't actually sit down. He just looked at her lying on the bed like a little lord, lacking some energy. He knew Tang and loved cleanliness more as she grew up. He was just teasing her. Ouch, it takes gold coins to get better, Tang exclaimed as he tapped her on the head. Although it didn't hurt much, she liked to make a big deal out of it in front of her dad. Maybe she could even get some compensation. There was an old saying during the apocalypse, getting money from dad is like picking it up for free. Tang Hao instinctively picked up the person who had jumped onto him. At nearly 2 meters tall, holding Tang, you made her seem even smaller. You little money lover. It's good that dad isn't asking you for money, and you still ask dad for money? Although I'm very rich, dad's money is different from my own. Tang Yin patted Tang Hao's broad shoulder and chuckled, her big watery eyes almost turning into crescent moons. You. Tang Hao couldn't help but laugh at Tang Yan's cute demeanor, poking her small nose, then took out a large bag of money and placed it in her arms, seeing that it was as big as a bundle. Tang Yin quickly hugged it. So heavy, there must be a lot of money, hee. She jumped off Tang Hao and squatted on the ground, opening the bundle. The golden light inside made Tang Yan's little tiger teeth shine. Wow, so much, Tang Yin exclaimed, hugging a handful of it. Dad, did you rob someone? Tang Hao wasn't bothered by Tang Yan's joking comment and responded seriously. Dad is so amazing. I'm going to find my brother to help me count how many gold soul coins there are. Tang Yin excitedly picked up a large bundle and ran off, seemingly forgetting that she had space capabilities. Really a girl who never grows up? Tang Hao shook his head. However, Tang Yin ran back after a short distance. She called out to the still-standing Tang Hao, "Dad, please take care of Ian for me, and my bed allows Dad to sit on it." Fearing that her dad would really stand there foolishly. "Got it." Worrying little girl, Tang Hao said helplessly, also fond of such a cute and playful child. Goodbye, Dad." As soon as Tang Yin walked out of the dormitory building, she used her psychic power, and with her level 6 psychic abilities, it was no problem to lock onto the entire Shrek Academy. Soon, she found her brother and Xiao Wu. "Brother, Xiao Wu," Tang Yin shouted from a distance. The four who were talking heard the voice but couldn't see anyone, looking left and right but finding nothing. "Who? Did I just hear something?" Ma Hongjun was arguing with Dai Mubai when suddenly he heard a voice that sounded like a little girl, which was unfamiliar to him. "It's my sister," Tang San said, and then a figure came running over in a hurry. "Brother, Xiao Wu, come see what I have." Tang Yin excitedly handed over the bundle, and Tang San quickly took it. "What is this?" Tang San had already guessed what it was when he held it, but he was still a bit puzzled. His sister wasn't lacking in money. "It's for Dad. I had a hard time tricking it from him." "Dad's!" Chapter 53. You're really rich. Tang San couldn't believe it. His impression of Dad was that he had always seemed poor, yet he had so many gold soul coins. "Where's Dad?" Tang San hadn't seen Dad for a long time. The last time was 5 years ago when Dad said he had something to do and left them behind in Notting City. However, they returned home to stay for a few days every year since that was their home. He should still be in my dorm." Tang Yin had forgotten about that. It had been a long time since her brother had seen Dad. However, with her increasingly powerful psychic abilities, she could more accurately locate Dad, which was why she could interact so comfortably with him. Over the years, they had been playing hide and seek, and sometimes when Tang Yin got bored, she would tease Dad, and they both seemed to enjoy this back-and-forth banter. "Sister, let's go back to find Dad," Tang San said, then greeted Dai Mubai and left first. "Okay, if you have things to do, go ahead." Dai Mubai nodded, seeing how eager Tang San was to meet his dad. Was that cute little sister also a student this year?" Ma Hongjun asked Dai Mubai beside him. "Yes." Dai Mubai understood what Ma Hongjun was puzzled about, thinking he probably thought Tang Yin was younger like he did before. "She is Tang San's older sister, 12 years old this year, with a soul power of 33. 33? A soul master. Yeah." As Dai Mubai mentioned yesterday's assessment, Ma Hongjun was taken aback. "If it were me, I don't think I could win." Dai Mubai thought about the soul skills Tang Yin used yesterday and added, "Maybe I would definitely lose." Dai Mubai clenched his fists. Realizing he couldn't continue to slack off, he needed to take things seriously. Ma Hongjun gasped, looking at the little figure that had already disappeared. He was glad he hadn't rashly approached her. Even Dai Mubai couldn't win against her, so he thought he definitely couldn't either. "Let's go, it's time to eat. We need to gather in the afternoon." Ma Hongjun nodded. "Dad." Tang San arrived at Tang Yin's dormitory door, feeling a bit hesitant. "Sister, what does your dad look like?" Xiao Wu asked curiously, as she had never seen Tang Yin's dad. Pretty handsome, I guess." Tang Yin thought for a moment and then said, "Is he?" Xiao Wu was quite looking forward to this handsome description, but upon seeing the burly uncle walking out, whose hair and beard obscured his features, she thought, "This is handsome." Xiao Wu couldn't help but look at Tang Yin a little more. Tang San touched his nose and said, "My dad just doesn't care about his appearance. If my dad tidied up his hair, shaved his beard, and changed into a clean outfit, he would definitely be incredibly handsome." Xiao was a bit at a loss for words and could only stand by and watch. Moreover, as she looked at Tang San's father, she couldn't shake off a sense of instinctive danger. "He has grown up." Tang Hao came out and patted Tang San on the shoulder. Tang San nodded. Originally, he had a lot to say, but at this moment he didn't know what to say. "As long as you and Xiao San are doing well, I can rest assured," Tang Hao said as he handed the blue silver grass in his hand to Tang San. "Dad, are you leaving?" Tang San couldn't help but ask, his tone filled with reluctance. "Dad still has some things to do. The path you chose for yourselves, no matter what, you must walk it well," Tang Hao said earnestly to Tang San. "Dad, I understand." Tang San nodded. There was no need for too many words between father and son. Just a certain atmosphere between them seemed to convey understanding. "Take good care of Xiao San. She's a girl," Tang Hao suddenly said to Tang San before leaving. Tang San thought of something and nodded affirmatively. "What did you say to your brother?" "I'm the older sister. Do I need to take more care of him?" Tang Yin didn't expect that this time their dad would actually agree to meet her brother. Previously, she had caught their dad several times, thinking that he should meet her brother a few times, but he always refused. Tang Yin also has no way out. Tang Hao smiled and said nothing, reached out to pat Tang San's head, and soon disappeared. Dad left really quickly. Tang Xin tidied up his messy hair. Dad must have some important things to do. We are big kids now, and should support him, Tang Xin said. Xiao Wu noticed that Tang Hao had left, and her vigilance lessened significantly. Just now, Tang San's dad had looked at her, which had frightened her. Is Tang San and Tang Yan's dad a titled Douluo? All right, don't look anymore, brother Xiao Wu. Come help me count how many gold coins are here, Tang Yin said as he stored away the blue silver grass. This big bundle should have at least 10,000 gold coins, right? Tang Yin estimated, then opened the bundle at the dormitory door. The three of them lowered their heads and started counting the coins 1, 2, 3. Before they could count properly, Zhu Zhuqing returned, followed by Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Tang San, Tang Yin, Xiao Wu, are you gonna eat? You probably don't know where the cafeteria is, right? I'll take you there. Dai Mubai didn't see any parents around, probably realizing that the other party had gone back. However, there was one thing Dai Mubai didn't understand. Shrek Academy has a dean overseeing it, and besides students and teachers, no one should be able to enter. Hey. Do you want me to help you count? Ma Hongjun said, unable to resist moving closer to the shiny gold coins in their hands, speaking a bit mischievously. Tang Yin knew that wealth shouldn't be exposed. With a wave of her hand, all the gold coins had already fallen into her space. What are you counting? There's nothing to count. Dai Mubai said to go eat. All right, who are you? Tang San saw Tang Yan's appearance and helplessly shook his head. He was also a student of the academy, named Ma Hongjun with the martial soul phoenix. Oh, I see. After hearing Dai Mubai's words, Tang Yin understood that he was the one with the lowest appearance among the Shrek 7 monsters. But it seems that in the later storyline, Ma Hongjun becomes handsome in the end. As expected, chubby people are all potential stocks. Hello, I am Tang Yin, Tang San's sister. Hello. Ma Hongjun did not expect that Tang San's sister was so polite. You are really wealthy. Tang Yin looked at Ma Hongjun's belly and said, in a world where resources are scarce, how many chubby people are left? Generally, those who are fat are either quite capable or very wealthy. Tang San is really flattering. Oh. Originally, I thought Tang San's sister was very polite, but after this sentence, why does it feel a bit strange? But she didn't sound frivolous at all. Ha! Xiao Wu covered her mouth and laughed. The others couldn't help but laugh as well. Especially Tang San's serious expression and Ma Hongjun's lost look. Chapter 54, Love Ding. Ding, ding. Tang San, who was focused on eating, couldn't help but lift his head. Dai Mubai quickly stood up and said, that's the bell called by the dean. We should hurry. Fortunately, the 5 of them, the new students, were gathered in the cafeteria, so there was no need to search. Huh, I'm not finished eating yet. We have to hurry. The dean doesn't like it when people are late. At this point, Ma Hongjun seemed to shiver a little. Tang Yin had no choice but to put down his chopsticks. Let's go. With 5 new students this year and 2 returning ones. That makes 7. The last Oscar hasn't arrived yet. He must have overslept. I'm here. The last Oscar came rushing over, holding a sausage in his hand. But when his gaze fell on Tang Yin, he almost choked and quickly swallowed the bite he had taken. I'm here. He didn't hear the crisp voice saying, sausage uncle, I want a few too. Oscar breathed a sigh of relief. Without the stubble, Oscar's peach blossom eyes were slightly sunken. His face was like jade. Handsome and harmonious, with appropriately thick eyebrows and a nonchalant smile on his face, looking like a dashing nobleman. Is this sausage uncle? They had never seen Oscar like this before, and they were all surprised. It was a world of difference from yesterday. Where's your beard? Tang Xin couldn't help but ask. Oscar replied softly, there are a few new beauties, right? If I don't look a bit more spirited, how can I attract their attention? Oscar was still feeling proud of himself, but when he sensed a scrutinizing gaze, he turned around to see it was Tang Yin. Ha! I just need to tidy up the beard that has grown. Tang Yin looked around with an appreciative gaze and nodded in agreement with Oscar's words. It does catch attention. Very handsome. Oscar's lips twitched a bit. Ha! Little Wu, bursting with playful spirit, pulled Ning Rongrong over to circle around Oscar. He is quite handsome, right, Rongrong? Little Wu and Ning Rongrong shared a dorm, and their relationship was quite good. Tang San smiled helplessly. His sister has really spoiled Xiao Wu. He's quite handsome. Ning Rongrong nodded and chuckled softly. Oscar, who was originally a bit awkward, felt his heart race upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words and her soft laughter, making him feel a little shy and embarrassed. The dean is here. I can only casually shift the attention of a few girls. Yo-ho, brother. You have something going on. The chubby Ma Hongjun teased Oscar quietly in his ear. Go away, go away. Oscar pushed Ma Hongjun away. Then he heard Xiao Wu say something about a schemer. Oscar, with good intentions, came over to explain, stepping a little closer to Ning Rongrong. Tang Yin smiled. as if he understood everything. What a passionate youth. Love over here. Flandre also walked over. Tang Yi keenly noticed that Flandre glanced at her, and by the time she looked back, Flandre had already shifted his attention. Was it intentional or unintentional? This year is quite good. We have 5 more little monsters joining us. I, Flandre, the headmaster of Shrek Academy, welcome you to our academy. Later, each of you will hand in 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who is in charge of finances. butI, the headmaster. butI said respectfully. Flandre said, 5 new junior brothers and sisters have arrived. Later, you will tell them the academy's rules. Yes, headmaster. All right, now let's start your first class. Oscar. Here. Oscar, who had just said something bad about the headmaster and feared retaliation, since the headmaster was quite vengeful but also protective, was nervous. Prepare your soul skills. Huh? His soul skill is just the food sausage, right? Your task now is to eat at least 1 sausage made by Oscar. Everyone was shocked. Only Tang Yi's eyes lit up. She happened to be hungry. No way, headmaster. Oscar was initially quite happy, but when he met Tang Yi's gaze, he suddenly felt a bit strange. Right, headmaster, what kind of class is this? Xiaowu couldn't help but say, this is called adaptive training. If you don't eat such a good martial soul, how will you dare to eat when you encounter mice, cockroaches, or earthworms in the future? Upon hearing this, everyone changed their expressions drastically, except for Tang Yi, who remained unfazed. Flandre looked at Tang Yi and pondered for a moment. Who wants to go first? Me. I'll go, Tang Yi said excitedly. To be honest, Oscar's food martial soul tastes quite good. It can fill you up and restore some stamina, making a pretty good martial soul. Tang Sin stretched out his hand, but eventually withdrew it. Oscar hesitantly handed the sausage in his hand to Tang San. It's delicious. Tang Sin squinted his eyes, savoring the tasty food. His expression was simply one of enjoying delicious food, and seeing this made everyone put away their strange thoughts. I'll have one too. Give me one. Me too. Seeing Tang Sin enjoying the food, everyone couldn't help but want to taste it as well. After all, this was also part of their training. The dean was right. If they encountered rats, cockroaches, or earthworms in the future, would they eat them to survive? Wow, this is really delicious. Xiaowu couldn't help but exclaim. The texture is much better than regular sausages. Ning Rongrong nodded. Do you want another one? After hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Oscar forgot all his previous thoughts and only remembered her praise. Okay, thank you. Ning Rongrong paused but accepted the sausage Oscar offered. Originally, she was the little witch of her family, defying heaven and earth, believing she was the best at everything. However, after coming here and meeting the impressive Tang San, she subconsciously compared her soul power and martial spirit with everyone else. To her horror, she realized that none of these people were inferior to her. In fact, she was the weakest. Her pride felt like it had lost its foundation. Her background was no longer something she could flaunt. Despite having such a good lineage and many resources, she was still outmatched by them, and she felt embarrassed to bring it up. All right, that's it for today. After you go back, make sure to rest well. Tomorrow morning, we will head to the Stardow Forest to help Tang San obtain his 3rd spirit ring. This will also give you a chance to familiarize yourselves with each other's martial spirits and soul skills along the way. Remember, this is also a good training opportunity for you. Yes, Tang San, come here for a moment. Tang San nodded to Tang Yin and Xiaowu, then followed Dean Flandre. After the dean left, butI shared some of the academy's rules with everyone, and soon everyone dispersed. Sister, let's go together. No need. I share a dorm with Zhu Qing. We can go together. Tang Yan's gaze fell on Zhu Qing, who had already walked a bit far, and her tail. Chapter 55. Can I touch it? As soon as Xiaowu saw Tang Yan's expression and tone, she knew what was going on. The rabbit ears on her head couldn't help but twitch. Zhu Qing, let's walk together. Tang Yin quickened his pace and caught up with Zhu Qing. However, Tang Yin didn't walk alongside Zhu Qing. Instead, he fell a few steps behind her, watching the tail that swayed back and forth behind Zhu Qing. Is that tail real? Tang Yin was puzzled multiple times. Zhu Qing felt a bit uneasy as she was being stared at by Tang Yan's tail again. Her aloof demeanor was almost breaking. Is there something going on? Zhu Qing stopped and said. Tang Yin felt a bit embarrassed as she scratched her head and then asked, is that tail real? Sure enough, it was about the tail. Zhu Qing thought to herself. It's not real, Zhu Qing said in her characteristic voice. Not real, but it moves. Tang Yin pointed over here, even though Zhu Qing had already stopped. However, her tail was still swaying. If it was fake, then it was too realistic, right? My martial soul is the nether spirit cat. Having a tail helps me learn the habits of the nether spirit cat better and understand its fighting style. I see. Tang Yan's gaze fell again on Zhu Zhuqing's tail, as if many cats rely on the length of their tails to assess their agility and stability. Can I touch it? Tang Yin was still curious and wanted to feel what this very realistic tail was like. Zhu Zhuqing thought that after her explanation, Tang Yin wouldn't be curious about her tail anymore. Rarely, Zhu Zhuqing's face turned slightly red. Although it was a fake tail, it was infused with her soul power to better integrate the habits of the nether spirit cat, so she could feel it. Otherwise, the tail wouldn't be so flexible. Moreover, for the nether spirit cat, the tail is the most sensitive part, so it shouldn't be touched casually. Is it not allowed? Tang Yin lowered her head a bit disappointed. She really wanted to touch it. Seeing the slightly disappointed little girl Tang Yin, Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit reluctant. Sorry. All right. Since Zhu Zhuqing had said she didn't want to, Tang Yin didn't want to force her. Just looking at it should be fine, right? Zhu Zhuqing, walking in front, felt that the atmosphere behind her was a bit heavy. Finally, Zhu Zhuqing said, if you really want to touch it, I have a spare one in my dorm. Before Zhu Zhuqing could finish her sentence, Tang Yan's eyes lit up upon hearing there was a tail to touch, and she hurriedly nodded, very excited. MHM, MHM, MHM. Yes. Tang Yin was so happy that she wanted to hug Zhu Zhuqing, but upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing's height, she gave up. Let's go, let's hurry up. Tang Yin excitedly walked ahead of Zhu Zhuqing, looking like she was leading the way. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned slightly red. What strange habit did Tang Yin have? Liking to touch tails? Where is it? Where is it? All the way. Tang Yin was very excited. After returning to the dorm, she was even more thrilled. Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit helpless. As they walked, she seemed to have gotten used to Tang Yan's lively personality. The sunshine and liveliness in her sparkling eyes seemed to radiate light, not annoying at all, but rather endearing. Zhu Zhuqing took it out from the bedside table under Tang Yan's excitement. Wow, Tang Yin pounced on it like a cat fanatic. Wow, this thing is so realistic, so soft, so nice to touch, and so fluffy. If you hadn't told me it was fake, I would have really thought it was real. How can it be so realistic? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Tang Yin rolling on the bed with the tail, and her usually cold eyes softened a bit. Did you buy this? Can we buy these things? Suddenly, Tang Yin asked excitedly, thinking about something. If these things can really be bought, does it mean there are many different types available? Tang Yin increasingly thought that she would be sucked in, so that in the future, when she wanted to pet some furry creatures, she wouldn't have to run deep into the forest, which was a bit far. There are indeed some to buy. Some beast martial soul users want to understand their martial soul attributes more precisely, and quite a few people use these things, mostly ears and tails. This is also because on the Douluo continent, with characters like Xiao Wu sporting rabbit ears and Zhu Zhuqing having a cat tail, it hasn't attracted much attention. Because of this, people have become accustomed to it and don't find it surprising anymore. However, Tang Yin is not a native and is unfamiliar with many things. After we return from the Stardow forest, can you take me to buy some? Tang Yin had indeed never seen a store that sells such things. You want to buy? Isn't your martial soul just a small horn? What do you need beast martial soul items for? Besides, these things aren't something everyone has. They are custom-made. I want a colorful foxtail, and a wolf tail seems nice too. That fluffy feeling must be great to touch, and when the weather gets cold. If someone doesn't want to use a blanket, just covering up with a fluffy tail would feel quite ceremonial. Oh right, it seems there are also many pretty ears that look quite nice. Tang Yaba Balala's memory spoke for a long time. After listening, Zhu Zhuqing said, feelings are just for fun. The next day, they were going to the Stardow forest. Everyone got up early, had breakfast, and then gathered on the playground. Tang Yin was dozing off on the side. She had been too excited last night. She wanted to look at books about spirit beasts, checking out which spirit beast tails or ears looked nice, and was so thrilled all night that she couldn't calm down. It was very late before she finally fell asleep. But this morning she had to get up so early. At just 12 years old, her little body couldn't handle it, so she could only doze off with half-open eyes, her head nodding slowly, almost falling asleep while standing. Sister, didn't you sleep well last night? Tang San came over to ask. Tang Yin, still a bit confused, didn't hear clearly. She just knew the person beside her was her reliable brother. With a tilt of her head, she leaned against Tang San's back and fell asleep. Tang San helplessly supported Tang Yin, fearing that she might not be able to stand and would fall down. Did my sister stay up very late last night? Tang San asked Zhu Zhuqing beside him. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Tang Yin studied all night. She's very diligent. Indeed, capable people have to put in much more effort than ordinary ones. Zhu Zhuqing had already set a high standard for herself, but after seeing Tang Yan's dedication, she made her own time schedule even more precise. Studying? Tang San was astonished. His sister couldn't possibly be that diligent. Chapter 56. Borrowing flowers to offer butI. Tang San's confusion grew as he saw that Zhu Zhuqing didn't seem to be joking, so he decided not to ask any further. Where is Xiao Ao? He hasn't arrived yet? He wouldn't have overslept again, would he? By this time, almost everyone had arrived, and only Oscar was still missing. The chubby Ma Hongjun couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Tang San and Oscar shared a dormitory. Before he could respond, he was stunned by the person who came over. It was Zhao Wujia. Just a couple of days ago, he had looked so disheveled, and now he was all bruised. Who had beaten him up? But who could possibly have the ability to beat up a soul sage at level 76? Everyone exchanged glances, suppressing their laughter, not daring to speak first. If they said something inappropriate, would they hold a grudge against them? What are you laughing at? Zhao Wujia's bruises on his face and body hadn't even faded yet, and he was reluctant to come out and lead the team. However, once Flender had made up his mind, he wouldn't easily change it. Where's that brat Oscar? Why hasn't he come yet? Doesn't he know we're going to the Douluo forest today? When I left this morning, I saw Oscar in meditation and didn't want to disturb him. So I left first, Tang San said. Still meditating? Hurry and bring that kid over. Okay. Tang San nodded and handed the leaning Tang Yin to Xiao Wu. However, at that moment, Tang Yin was also awakened by Zhao Wujia's loud voice, and he didn't need anyone to support him anymore. At that time, they heard Oscar's cheerful voice from the other side. I did it. Despite Oscar's noble appearance, his behavior was as silly as a dog. What did you do? Hurry up and join the team. Teacher Zhao, I succeeded. My soul power has reached level 30. The happy Oscar didn't feel intimidated by Zhao Wujia's black face at all. Everything he saw seemed adorable to him now. Unable to contain himself, Oscar hugged Zhao Wujia, looking so joyous that he seemed to have learned some animal behavior. Zhao Wujia was somewhat taken aback by Oscar's level 30, but once he reacted, he was also overjoyed. He happily patted Oscar, who was already hugging him. Good boy, that's great. Just in time to go to the Douluo forest to get your spirit ring. Haha, I'm so happy. After releasing Zhao Wujia, Oscar went around hugging everyone. It was fine for the boys, but he almost hugged a girl too. Haha, sorry for getting too carried away. Oscar almost hugged Xiao Wu next to Tang San. But fortunately, Tang San was quick to block him. After a moment of awkwardness, Oscar hugged Tang San instead. Everyone congratulated him. Once Oscar calmed down a bit, the 8 students and 1 teacher finally set off for the Douluo forest. However, are we running the whole way? Tang Yin couldn't believe it. When she heard Dai Mubai arrange the formation, she was dumbfounded. Yes, everything from here on out relies on us. Unless we encounter a 1,000-year soul beast. Teacher Zhao, one team make a move. Tang San's eyes twitched. How long would they have to run to reach the Douluo forest? Moreover, running was also a part of their training. Since Dai Mubai said so, Tang San had nothing more to say. Everyone was running anyway. From morning until evening, they had run over 400 kilometers, but with Oscar's spirit, they weren't too tired. They heard it was still about 100 kilometers to the Douluo forest. And at their pace, they would arrive by noon tomorrow. Now, they had reached the town, and everyone was getting ready to eat. Tang Yin had been running all day and was slumped in her chair, not wanting to move at all. She didn't like fighting in the first place, so she naturally wasn't very fond of exercise either. After running all day, she was physically fine, but felt a bit mentally exhausted. If it weren't for the fact that this was part of her training, she would have wanted to find a soul beast to sleep and eat at the same time. Just thinking about it was delightful. Sister, are you okay? Drink some water. The food should be here soon. Tang San poured water for Tang Yin and also filled a cup for Xiao Wu. Is Xiao Yin okay? Should I get another sausage? Oscar looked at Tang Yin, who was sitting in a slouch position, thinking she was really tired. Are you hungry? I have some snacks here. Zhu Zhuqing took out some snacks from the side. Dai Mubai recognized those snacks and thought they looked familiar. They were the ones he had given to Zhu Zhuqing. From the looks of it, Zhu Zhuqing hadn't touched them at all. Would it be that Dai Mubai, who had always been indifferent towards Zhu Zhuqing, suddenly took her snacks just to give them to Tang Yin, borrowing flowers to present to butI? However, if this was a way to get closer to Zhu Zhuqing, then that would be quite nice. Yeah, let us have some snacks. It should take a while for the dishes to come, Dai Mubai said with concern. They remembered what Xiao Wu had said. If Tang Yin was hungry, she would lose all her mood and energy. Moreover, among the 8 of them, Tang Yin looked the youngest, petite and delicate like a doll, and her personality resembled that of a child who hadn't grown up yet, making them more inclined to take care of her. They subconsciously forgot that Tang Yin was 12 years old, about the same age as them. Their height difference wasn't minor. Thank you. I'm fine, just not used to running for so long. Tang Yin looked at everyone who was concerned about her, and instead of slumping in her chair, she sat up straight and looked a bit more energetic. Here it comes. The food is here. Ma Hongjun, also feeling hungry, couldn't he help but exclaim when he saw the dishes being served. It's all meat. Tang Yin perked up, and everyone began to eat while chatting and laughing. Suddenly, a group of people from next door came in, laughing loudly before even sitting down. Ha ha! Where did these country bumpkins come from? No wonder the food doesn't taste good. It's all spoiled by these bumpkins. Exactly, look at that fat guy and that kid. They probably haven't eaten good food before. Ha, what a bunch of country bumpkins. butI and Tang Sin put down their chopsticks, but Tang Yin, who was focused on her food, ignored the noise outside. She was a child who cherished food and would never waste it. As for those who were not related to her, they could say whatever they wanted. The group laughing consisted of 6 boys and 1 girl, along with a teacher-like figure. Judging by their attire, they were likely soul masters, all wearing the same outfit embroidered with the words Tsanghui, presumably the name of their academy. Oh, I thought some big shots came from a corner. Is this all they have? What a joke. Ma Hongjun shot back directly. butI curled his lips. It was just a small Tsanghui academy. What else there to show off? We haven't even looked for trouble yet, but it seems trouble has found us. Oscar made a sarcastic remark, and then shared the unwritten rule of the academy. A soul master who doesn't dare to cause trouble isn't a good soul master. Now both sides were ready to clash. You all go. I'll just wait here, Tang Yin said, still holding her fork. With so much delicious food, how could she put down her dinner to deal with people who had nothing to do with her? The 7 of them nodded and went out to fight the Tsanghui Academy members. Tang Yin was eating, but her mental focus was still on a few of them. For a moment, she didn't notice a small child running over. Tang Yin was enjoying her meal while watching a fight outside. Suddenly, something tugged at the corner of her clothes, leaving her puzzled. What was that? She shifted her gaze and found herself staring into a pair of round, big eyes. A child? No, it was a big eater. She couldn't afford to keep one of those. Sister. The child had a beautiful, delicate face and spoke in a soft, sweet voice that was incredibly adorable, making it hard for anyone to resist the urge to take action. Tang Yin swallowed hard. She clearly knew in her heart that she couldn't afford to raise this beautiful little boy, but looking at his adorable appearance, those big eyes, the small, cute face, and the little red nose that sniffed playfully, Tang Yin's hand couldn't help but move. So cute, so cute, so cute. Hug. The little boy tilted his head and opened his arms towards Tang Yin, exuding a charm that begged for a hug and for someone to take him in. Her defenses completely crumbled. Sister hug, oh my. Tang, he felt his heart racing. What a charming little creature this is. How can such a cute being exist? And looking at his little head, there's a soft and gentle feeling that gives the illusion of being worth a pet. What a divine little critter. As soon as Tang Yin moved, the subsequent actions were no longer under her control. The 3-year-old little boy, looking like a small gentleman, was held on her lap. She pinched his cheeks and ruffled his hair, going back and forth repeatedly with the little boy. Amazingly, no matter how Tang Yin touched his head or pinched his face, the little boy laughed happily, as if this was indeed something fun to do. Tang Yin forgot that this was the existence of a big eater. Now she feels like she's starting to like such a well-behaved and cute child. Little baby, what's your name? The little boy paused when he heard the words little baby, but after thinking of something, he happily hugged Tang Yin and said, Xinghe, sister, my name is Xinghe. Xinghe is really beautiful, not just nice to hear, just like your name. Tang Yin rubbed against the child's tender and smooth face, feeling more comfortable than a fluffy little animal. Right, it's time to eat. Tang Yin looked at the table full of dishes and finally remembered that he needed to eat. However, looking at the starry sky on his body, Tang Yin looked into the big, blinking eyes of Xinghe and finally softened. Forget it. Let's just eat this meal first. However, what Tang Yin didn't expect was that the kid only ate a normal person's portion and then stopped. Are you full? Tang Yin asked. Yes, I'm full, the kid said while pulling Tang Yin's hand to touch his soft little belly. Really full? Last time you ate so many breads and meat buns, and you were still saying you were hungry, but now it's just this? MHM sister, rub it. Okay. Tang Yin nodded calmly on the surface, but inside he was completely melted by this little boy's cuteness. Why was he even asking for a belly rub? It was just too adorable. Tang Yin was so focused on attracting the cub that she forgot to ask how the child found her. Suddenly, there was a lot of noise outside, and Tang Yin felt the fluctuation of soul power suddenly intensify. She checked for a moment. Everyone go die. You stay here. She went out to take a look. Tang Yin thought that if they got into a fight, Teacher Zhao would probably come out to help if they couldn't win. But it seemed like she wanted to be surprised. This time, Teacher Zhao did not come out. Is it because she didn't participate in the battle? Tang Yin thought to himself, having already come outside. The soul power of both sides was radiating holy light. Had it reached a polarized state? I thought it was someone important, but it turns out to be just a child who hasn't grown up yet. The teacher from Tsanghui Academy saw the suddenly appeared figure and thought it was a big shot, but it was just a little kid. Oh, so it's just a turtle? Tang Yin felt offended. That speed must be very slow, otherwise their essay saying. What was it again? A shrinking turtle, refusing to move. Slow as can be. What was I saying that fell off? It turns out to be a shrinking turtle. No wonder it's so hard. After hearing Tang Yan's words, Dai Mubai and the others burst into laughter. The originally tense atmosphere became much more relaxed. Xiao Yin is right. I was wondering why we couldn't hit it. Turns out the turtle shrank into its shell. A few girls nearby were also secretly laughing, but while they laughed, their soul power remained cautiously vigilant. You little brats. The teacher from Tsanghui Academy turned pale with anger after hearing Tang Yan's words. Well, turtles are originally green. I am a Xian turtle. The teacher from Tsanghui Academy was furious, and his soul power surged, causing the students behind him with lower soul power to be knocked off balance. The teacher is angry. Someone even whispered this remark. Tang Sen also started moving, using his speed ability while giving a glance to Tang Yin and saying, "Good for you, old guy. A turtle is a turtle. No matter what kind of turtle you are. You don't believe me when I say you're slow? Slow turtle. If you have the ability, catch me." Tang Yin's speed was very fast. The teachers at Tsanghui Academy hadn't even had the chance to use their soul skills before they saw Tang and arrived by their side. Fortunately, his soul power was higher than that of his opponent, allowing him to withstand Tang Yin's kick with his own soul power. By the time Tang Yin launched his next kick, he had already managed to use his soul skill. Xian Gui protects the body. Old turtle, your shell is really tough. Tang Yin spoke while not retracting her foot, even circling around the academy's teachers at her quick pace before striking out again. Clumsiness was indeed a disadvantage of a turtle. It couldn't compare to speed. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Tang San quickly dispersed to surround the academy's teachers while Tang Yin stalled for time. 7 treasures, led by Ning Rongrong, took the initiative. Soon, everyone used their strongest moves to attack. You are dead. This thoroughly angered the teacher from Tsanghui Academy. He withdrew into his shell, and the surroundings quickly froze, exuding a chilling aura. The first to feel the cold was Tang Yin, who was closest. Perfect. I have ice too. Tang Yin moved closer instead of retreating. Ice and fire. Melt. Crack. As soon as Tang Yan's voice fell, a cracking sound was heard. Chapter 58. Is she disappointed? Tang Yin followed the sound. It was the cracking of ice. The ice, along with the turtle shell of a teacher from Tsanghui Academy, had already developed cracks. Was the defense about to break? Tang Yin leaped, and Dai Mubai and the others had just arrived. Tang Sin used the blue silver grass to bind the opponent first. Then they each unleashed their strongest soul skill, directly knocking the teacher from Tsanghui Academy dizzy. For a moment, he had not yet regained his composure. Tang Yin combined the speed and power abilities to deliver a flying kick, sending the unprepared teacher from Tsanghui Academy flying, landing in front of his students. Teacher? Teacher. The situation turned too suddenly. They couldn't imagine their teacher would lose like this. Looking at those few people was like seeing monsters. Impressive. Oscar from the support department ran over, glancing at the person lying there. Old Turtle has really become an old turtle. Indeed. Let us see if they dare to be arrogant again, or mock us as country bumpkins. Ma Hongjun straightened his back, his big belly seemingly expressing his pride and arrogance. The 8 of them stood together, united against outsiders. This made the people from Tsanghui Academy tremble and unable to act arrogantly. Let us go. We're leaving. After fainting, the teacher from Tsanghui Academy woke up, scolding the students to leave quickly. It was too embarrassing to be defeated by a few kids. After they left in a dejected manner, it was the first celebration of victory for the 8 of them together. For a moment, their friendship deepened significantly. Zhao, Teacher Zhao. Suddenly someone shouted, catching the attention of the other 7. When they saw Zhao Wujia, everyone instinctively stopped cheering and happily called out Teacher Zhao. Zhao Wujia did not share their playful demeanor. Instead, he looked at Tang Yin with a serious expression. Seeing this, everyone calmed down from their excitement and looked at Zhao Wujia. Why didn't you join everyone at the beginning? Zhao Wujia asked Tang Yin. Teacher Zhao. Tang Yin was hungry and had no strength. But after Tang Yin ate enough, he came, right? Yes, Teacher Zhao. Tang Yin has this odd habit. Once he is full, he finds no big deal. Right. I understand that feeling of being hungry. It's really uncomfortable. Dai Mubai Oscar and Ma Hongjun had been at Shrek Academy for a while and somewhat understood the reason for Zhao Wujia's seriousness. Before Tang Yin could speak, they explained the situation to him. Zhao Wujia wasn't actually trying to lecture them. He was seriously looking at the 8 of them and said, "Since you 8 have entered Shrek, you are one whole. Do you understand?" "Yes." Everyone responded. "I understand." Tang Yin nodded, seriously saying, and also understood why Zhao Wujia didn't take action at the beginning. "All right, you all go to sleep." "Yes." Everyone dispersed and left. However, Tang Yin thought of that pretty little boy. Turning around to look for him, he found no trace of him. He was no longer there. He asked the night watch bartender, who thought for a moment and indeed remembered. That kid left with his guardian. Oh, he left. Tang Yin couldn't tell if he felt disappointed or hesitant. She had planned that if Xinghe didn't eat much, she would take care of him. But it turned out he had an adult with him. Well, otherwise, how could he run so far alone? Sigh. Tang Yin sighed. A bit disappointed, she walked away. What a lovely little boy he was, and just like that, he was gone. To be honest, she hadn't even had enough time to touch him. Tang Yin left, and the 2 people secretly watching him also turned around, one big and one small. The big one was Jin Wangyan, and the small one was naturally Xinghe. Is the young master not following anymore? Look at that little girl. How disappointed she is. Is she disappointed? I see she just wants to pinch his face. Ah, the young master is really heartless. One moment he was calling that little girl sister in her arms, and the next moment he turns his back on her. Jin Wangyan joked, but when he met the young master's youthful yet undeniably stern expression, he fell silent. He couldn't help but chuckle. Did the young master feel anything this time? Xinghe didn't respond to Jin Wangyan's words, but instead asked, "How's the investigation going?" "Still searching. There are too many books in the clan, and not many of our clansmen love reading, so the books are all jumbled up. If I want to find the records of our clan's tokens, it might take some time." Jin Wangyan rubbed his nose, thinking it was ridiculous. He shouldn't have dared to tease the young master when the task wasn't even done. "Need time? Then what are you doing here?" The young master's voice was crisp but carried a hint of coldness. Jin Wangyan suddenly remembered something and shivered. Indeed, the young master was not someone he could tease. The smaller the young master appeared, the bigger his temper seemed. This especially made milk. I'll leave after delivering it to the young master." Jin Wangyan placed a ring-like object down and ran off quickly. As he distanced himself, he called out boldly, "Young master, remember to drink it, to prevent getting smaller." Crack! The grass under Xinghe's feet suddenly split open in several places, and he kicked a grass-covered stone in the direction Jin Wangyan had left. This drew Jin Wangyan's laughter from afar, and he could faintly hear, "What a miss. Young master, keep it up. Xinghe, just wait. When he grows up, the first one to hang up that old rascal Jin Wangyan will be me, and I'll make sure he bakes in the sun for a few days." Xinghe took out the milk from his space, still in a bottle-like container, and was so angry that he almost threw the space away. But thinking about how he was getting smaller, without this milk, he wouldn't feel full from eating anything else, and the more he ate, the faster he would shrink. In the end, he silently put away a bunch of bottled milk in his space. He had to remember this for Jin Wangyan. Soon, Xinghe disappeared from spot. He moved quickly, jumping several times and covering hundreds of meters in no time, reaching the Xingdou Great Forest. Look at that girl and her group. They should be coming here. It will be faster for me to wait for them here. As for why he left, that girl was not the only one. In his current childlike form, not to mention whether she would take him, even her teacher would not agree. The Xingdou Great Forest was quite dangerous for them. The next day, after Tang Yin and the others got up early and had breakfast, they didn't waste any time, as they still had over 100 kilometers to reach the Xingdou Great Forest. The soul beasts in the Xingdou Great Forest were not as easy to deal with as those in other domesticated forests. Here, there were soul beasts that had existed for tens of thousands of years, and the number of those over 1,000 years old was countless, with dangers everywhere. Chapter 59. Wait a moment. Xingdou Great Forest. Arrived, Tang Yin entered the dream forest and saw many oddly shaped plants that looked quite beautiful and vibrant, creating a festive atmosphere with plenty of spiritual energy in the air. Zhao Wujia called everyone to stop and said sternly, "Once we enter the forest, none of you are allowed to stray more than 20 meters from my side. Ning Rongrong, Oscar, you two need to stay especially close to me. No one is allowed to attack soul beasts without my command. Do you understand?" Understood. After hearing Zhao Wujia's words, everyone's mindset became alert. Tang Yin wanted to take off her shoes to feel the natural surroundings, but stopped herself. Forget it. She decided to act a bit more normally. "Sister, control yourself a bit after we enter," Tang San instructed, and Tang Yin understood what her brother meant. Her spiritual power could communicate with soul beasts and make them close to her. Additionally, There was the matter of multiple soul beasts being sacrificed to generate soul seeds. Each of these things, if revealed, would seem quite abnormal, and there was concern about ill-intentioned individuals taking advantage of it. As they were not the only ones from Shrek Academy, there were people from other places as well. If they encountered one or two with bad intentions, it would always lead to trouble and danger. Okay, Tang Yi naturally understood what her brother meant. As they walked along, butI was leading the way, with the others closely following behind. Tang Yi watched butI in front of her recklessly destroy the plants and soul beasts with his tiger claw, feeling a bit heartbroken. These are all lives, and it seems a bit wasteful for them to die or be damaged for no reason. They can't be harvested, can't be collected, and some of them could still be sold for a good price. Tang Yi was lost in thought and didn't take any action, just as Tang Sen said. It's very normal, not doing anything sneaky. In fact, Tang Yi also wanted to do something, but why did teacher Zhao Wujia keep staring at her? It felt like she was a student who needed special attention. Tang Yi covered her face. Could it be that her actions had left such a deep impression on teacher Zhao Wujia? At this moment, Tang San told butI, who was leading the way, to take a detour, as it would not only reduce harm to the weak soul beasts, but also avoid attracting any dangerous soul beasts due to the blood of the soul beasts. Let me clear the way. At this time, Tang Yi stepped forward, walking ahead so that a few more people could shield her from Zhao Wujia's occasional gaze. Can you handle it? These weeds and branches can easily scratch your skin. I'm tough and not afraid, she replied. It's fine, I just look a bit delicate, but I'm about the same as you. Saying this, Tang Yi continued to walk forward. Tang San and butI nodded, and butI had no choice but to let Tang Yi lead the way. However, a miraculous scene occurred. Every step Tang Yi took, any branches or weeds in front of him seemed to come alive, making way for him. Not a single plant or animal was harmed. Instead, they became even more accommodating. Tang Yi knew they were puzzled, so he explained, "This is my soul power, which is naturally in harmony with plants. I have also developed a skill called step-by-step blooming lotus. It can make seeds sprout instantly and also allow plants to move aside. Is this a mutated soul power?" butI, who was walking in front, could see it clearly, and those following behind also peered forward to take a look. Mutated soul power? I have only heard of mutated martial souls, but not mutated soul powers. Could it be that the soul powers we cultivate are different? Zhu Zhuqing pondered and then asked. It really did move aside. How amazing. The teacher said that some very rare individuals are born with their own aura. Tang Sen explained theoretically that soul power and martial souls do not have a specific predetermined form. They might mutate because of certain events or people. For example, among them, the useless martial soul blue silvergrass, the food martial soul recovery sausage, and the chubby Ma Hongjun, whose clan all have non-attack martial souls, the chicken. But for Ma Hongjun, it mutated into the martial soul phoenix, with fire that is much hotter than ordinary fire. After hearing this, everyone fell into contemplation. They didn't know how long they had been walking, when the usually silent teacher Zhao Wujia said, "Let's take a break." They stopped to eat something. It was already noon. They didn't know when they would encounter a suitable soul beast. While resting, Tang Yi sensed a disturbance first. He had been lazily leaning against a big tree, but suddenly sat up straight. "Xiaoyan, what's wrong?" Zhu Zhuqing, not far away, immediately noticed Tang Yin's change. "There's a movement," Tang Yin said. Zhao Wujia also stood up. "Everyone get up. Something is approaching." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly got up, and Tang Sen asked first, "Sister, did you sense something?" Tang Sen knew that his sister was indeed a bit lazy, but her sharpness was not lacking at all. Everyone looked at Tang Yi. After all, she was the first to notice something approaching. "Wait a moment," said Tang Yi as she took out a book. She remembered that she had flipped through many soul beasts the day before, and there happened to be one that looked similar. Everyone watched curiously as Tang Yi flipped through the book, unsure of what to say. It felt like a very dangerous situation that required vigilance. Yet she took out a book and started studying now. It's not like this is how one seeks help in a crisis. However, Tang Yi's innocent little girl appearance and her serious book flipping made her somewhat adorable, so they couldn't bring themselves to make any other sarcastic remarks. Zhao Wujing also twitched his mouth, wondering whether he should call Zhu Zhuqing to take a look. Then they heard Tang Yi say, according to the records in the book, it should be a phoenix tail coxcomb snake with a blood-red flesh crest, a fan-shaped tail, and it is about 7.28 meters long. It should be a phoenix tail coxcomb snake from around the year 1684. Tang Yin couldn't help but push his brows. This action almost required a pair of glasses, looking like a steady top student. Well, it was just for show of facade. "Great. Oscar, you lucky guy, this is just right for you." Zhao Wuji's eyes lit up upon hearing this. However, everyone was looking at Tang Yin as if asking how he knew so accurately, even stating the number of years. They all wanted to see how the book in Tang Yan's hands recorded this. It's coming towards us. Tang Yin didn't explain their curious and confused little eyes, but instead put away the book. As Tang Yin finished speaking, everyone retracted their eagerness for knowledge. Everyone was now on high alert with their martial souls activated, ready for battle at any moment. The howling phoenix tail coxcomb snake seemed to possess a certain intelligence, as if it knew that Tang Yin was the one who had exposed its whereabouts, and it directly opened its large mouth towards Tang Yin, who was standing on the tree trunk. Tang Yin leaned to the side to dodge. Over here, Zhu Zhuqing struck with a claw, and the people below began to attack as well. The 1,000-year-soul beast had quite good speed. Ning Rongrong, who was being protected, directly used her martial soul. 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. Second ability, speed. Chapter 60, domain. Dai Mubai struck at the front, and his claw landed on the tail of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. The tail of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was focused on speed and quickly swatted Dai Mubai, who was in pain 10 meters away. Dai Mubai let out a muffled grunt, and as he tried to strike back, the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, suddenly in pain from an unknown source, let out a loud roar that was somewhat piercing. Suddenly, the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake sprayed a toxic gas similar to poison. Tang San controlled the blue silver grass and also paid attention to everyone's movements. He said directly, "The colorful mist sprayed by the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake is just for scaring people. It's non-toxic." Those who originally wanted to avoid it believed Tang San's words and did not dodge the mist, instead attacking the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake directly. Seeing that these humans were not fleeing, but approaching it, the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake did not want to fight and sought to escape. As it attempted to flee, Tang San's soul power surged, and countless blue-silver grasses formed a cage, blocking the escaping phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Oh no! Oscar, unable to suppress his curiosity, ran up to the cage to take a look. Tang San's younger brother jumped up as well. "Little San, you also came to see it." As he spoke, the cage trembled, and Tang San said, "No," before directly grabbing Oscar by the collar and jumping down. Oscar could not help but scream as they fell from height. "Teacher Zhao," Tang San shouted, and Zhao Wuji's thought it was his turn to attack, directly using his martial soul. "Sister, what's wrong?" Tang San sensed something was off with Tang San's brother. "Little brother, gather everyone." Tang San's brother dropped Oscar, who landed on his bottom and couldn't help but exclaim. Then he saw Tang San nodding, and the blue-silver grass that had been paying attention to everyone directly pulled them over. "Sister, what happened?" "Yeah, what's going on?" Everyone looked confused. "Someone is coming," Tang San's brother said, moving his feet and lightly speaking. Domain. Everyone felt a cool breeze pass through their bodies. In a place invisible to everyone, a transparent barrier enveloped them. A figure that had been inconspicuous slightly moved, its gaze falling on Tang San's brother's domain. "Domain, what's going on?" Zhao Wujia, on this side, had directly beaten the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake to the brink of collapse, and seeing everyone's tense expressions, he asked, "Little Oscar, go absorb the soul ring." "Everyone, don't make a sound. Someone is coming," Tang San's brother instructed. Everyone exchanged glances, then nodded, trusting Tang San's brother. Zhao Wujia also signaled Oscar to absorb the soul ring. Oscar gave a thumbs up, took Tang San's dagger, killed the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, and immediately began to absorb it. The others were curious about who Tang San's brother was referring to. They all stayed in place and waited. However, it wasn't long before an old woman appeared with a young girl in everyone's line of sight. The chubby Ma Hongjun covered his mouth. There really was someone, and the girl looked quite nice. Then everyone looked at Tang San's brother, who raised an eyebrow and made a gesture for them to remain silent. Everyone gave Tang San's brother a nice gesture, and their gazes shifted. Once they saw who it was, Zhao Wuji's body tensed up, looking around as if searching for something. A few people who did not recognize the newcomers exchanged glances, seemingly inquiring about their identity. Dai Mubai threw a clear look at everyone, as if to say he would explain later. Everyone nodded and then looked towards the old woman and the young girl. "Strange, why is there nothing here?" The young girl frowned, stamping her foot unhappily. "We chased all the way here. It shouldn't be like this," the old woman said, directly observing the surroundings, noticing the signs of a fight. Has the battle ended? But even if it's over, someone should be absorbing the soul ring. No, it shouldn't be over yet. The traces of battle here are all fresh. Obtaining a soul ring requires someone to guard it. It seems the other side is either hiding or hasn't caught the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake yet. Just like us, chasing after it, the old woman said, her cane moving, and 6 soul rings emerged from her body, her soul power gradually expanding as she sought to see if anyone was hiding nearby. Tang Yi curled her lips. Her spatial and invisibility abilities were at level 6. Theoretically, she could easily fend off anyone below level 60 in soul power. However, her opponent was above level 60 and could detect her abilities. A full-force attack from someone above level 70 could break her domain. Nevertheless, with the assistance of her mental power, she could still disrupt the opponent's perception. "Grandma, did you sense anything?" the girl asked the elderly woman. "No, it should have gone far. Let's continue to chase." The elderly woman shook her head, indicating she hadn't found anything and couldn't sense anyone nearby. "All right." The girl nodded and quickly left with her grandmother. After receiving Tang Yi's hint, everyone began to talk. "That person just now was level 60, right?" Ning Rongrong said. "But Teacher Zhao is level 76. If they were to fight, they wouldn't lose," Zhao Wujie replied. "If I'm not mistaken." That elderly woman was the snake granny Ko Xiangxiang from the legendary couple, the dragon and snake, Zhao Wujie stated. The dragon and snake? The dragon and snake are a couple who debuted early and possess extraordinary strength, especially the dragon lord Meng Shu. When I heard about them, he was already at the soul sage level. It wouldn't surprise me if he has reached the soul Douluo level by now. Soul Douluo. Everyone was shocked. The couple had a very good relationship and never separated. With the snake granny here, the dragon lord must not be far behind. Zhao Wujie found a spot to sit down. They seem to be here to find that phoenix tail cockerel snake. If we encounter them, it could be troublesome. The snake granny is not to be feared, but the dragon lord is. Yes, and there's another person. It should be the dragon lord that Teacher Zhao mentioned. Tang Yi said, noting that another strong individual was not far away. If the snake granny set off a signal flare or something, that person would arrive quickly. Tang Yi felt that the dangerous thing before was that aura. As for the pair of grandparents and grandchildren, she didn't take them too seriously. She just vaguely remembered that when obtaining the soul ring for Oscar, there were people trying to snatch the soul ring, which inevitably brought trouble. She forgot what the trouble was, but she sensed a dangerous aura, which made her more alert. If we encounter it again, let's avoid it a bit. Everyone nodded, and Tang Yin also retracted her domain. Just now, they couldn't see us. Zhu Zhuqing asked Tang Yin. Yes, when that snake woman activated her martial soul, just now, it scared me. If I hadn't remembered what Xiao Yin said about not making a sound, I would have acted. Ma Hongjun also wanted to know the answer and immediately surrounded them. Chapter 61, Great Principles. Was Xiao Yin's domain just now an invisible domain? We could see outside while those outside couldn't see us. Dai Mubai seemed to know a bit more. Yes, it is a type of domain. This kind of domain is based on soul power and reaches a certain state of mind, or it is formed when the martial soul is mutated or stimulated. Such things are rare and hard to come by. Tang Yin habitually adjusted his eyebrow shape and then began to talk nonsense. Everyone's soul power attributes are different, and they all have their own domains. Just like you, each person has a domain, but you haven't triggered it yet, so it remains dormant. Everyone has one. Everyone was surprised and looked at Tang Yin. Even Teacher Zhao Wujie was no exception. This was the first time he had heard such words. Tang Yin nodded. Although it was just her guess, it was still feasible for her to ramble on about it. After all, things in this field are hard to say. Some come early and some come late. Yes, everyone has it. Tang Yin nodded. Does the field require any big conditions to be fulfilled? Dai Mubai thought. He was very interested in Tang Yin's statement that everyone has their own field. Here, Tang Yin touched her heart. Everyone looked over. The chest of a man. Ma Hongjun saw Tang Yin patting her chest and wanted to say it was flat, but that was Tang Yin. He couldn't even take one punch from her. So he quickly changed his words. Are you stupid? My sister is referring to the heart, a heart. Xiao Wu directly kicked Ma Hongjun after hearing this. Are you crazy? Dai Mubai also gave Ma Hongjun a headbutt. Such a cute girl. Why say something about a man's chest? What kind of talk is that? Ma Hongjun could only laugh awkwardly. It was a slip of the tongue. He just hadn't thought it through. Xiao Wu, the fat guy, was just joking. Tang Sen also wanted to hit someone, but Xiao Wu helped him out, so he just pulled Xiao Wu back a bit. Ma Hongjun thought Tang Sen was going to help him out, feeling quite touched, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his butt like being pricked by a needle. Ma Hongjun wanted to shout in pain, but was held back by Tang San. He looked at Tang San, smiling, and asked, right? Fatty. Ma Hongjun wanted to cry, but had no tears. What kind of younger brother is this, indeed? One should not casually talk about Xiao Yin. He quickly smiled and said, I just thought everyone was too serious, just trying to make you all laugh. Tang Yin looked at Ma Hongjuan's big belly, and she didn't hold it against him. After all, Ma Hongjun was a wealthy man. A heart with conviction. Seeing everyone looking puzzled, Tang Yin continued, I have a heart that wants to protect my brother, which drives me to constantly become stronger, to protect him. That year, when I took the second soul ring for my brother, I saw him in trouble. In my anxious state, I couldn't bear to see him get hurt, even a little, and then I gained my domain. Tang San's words are also true. She only knew that the space was mainly used for storing things. However, during that time when she obtained the ghost vine, it seemed like the ghost vine was about to kill her brother in one strike. In her panic, her mind went blank, and she instinctively wanted to block the ghost vine, and then she felt something pulling her. The space domain directly blocked in front of Tang San. Tang San listened to Tang Yan's words, his face becoming very gentle, with a smile constantly playing at the corners of his mouth. When everyone looked over with envy, he felt a bit shy. However, recalling that thrilling experience, he thought that if it weren't for Tang Yan's domain blocking it, he could have avoided it, though he would have sustained some minor injuries. It was also during that incident when Tang Yin erupted and directly restrained the ghost vine, releasing it only when it had just a breath left. When Tang San absorbed the second soul ring, Tang Yin had also fainted due to the excessive outburst of his abilities, and in the end, it was Tang San who carried him back. Therefore, a heart can be a guardian, an obsession, a concern, or a drive to become stronger, and all of these are reasons to trigger a domain. As long as you find out what you truly desire, the domain might naturally come to you. What do you truly want? Everyone seemed to ponder this. A beautiful seed was quietly planted in their hearts. Human potential is limitless, and it requires you to continuously dig deeper. Don't say it's impossible or that you can't do it. Rather, it's that you haven't done enough or that you're looking in the wrong direction. Tang Yan's words were quite motivational, almost like chicken soup for the soul, and they flowed easily. However, they left them both confused and yet with something becoming more resolute. A spark of fire. Tang Yin sighed. Xiao Wu looked at Tang Yin and felt that he was glowing, unable to help but murmur, "Sister." Tang Yin looked at the confused Xiao Wu. As an older sister, she smiled gently and lightly placed her hand on Xiao Wu's head, softly stroking it like a loving elder. So don't give up. Anything is possible. Xiao Wu felt a pang in her nose, and at that moment, she felt that what she wanted to hide deep in her heart was seen through and embraced. A sense of inexplicable grievance welled up, and tears filled her eyes. She reached out and hugged Tang Yin, silently crying in her embrace. Sigh. Tang Yin let out a quiet sigh and gently patted Xiao Wu's back. Tang San didn't know what was wrong with Xiao Wu, but he felt a heaviness in his heart when he saw her like this. You all should believe that no matter what happens, until the last moment, the outcome is still uncertain, so don't easily say to give up. As he comfortingly patted Xiao Wu, he looked around at everyone and said seriously. Everyone was taken aback, especially Dai Mubai, whose hands involuntarily clenched tightly, as if reflecting his inner feelings. Zhu Zhuqing instinctively glanced at Dai Mubai, then shifted her gaze, her eyes showing an added determination. Tang San also looked at his sister seriously. All along, his sister had been like a little child, always lazy about studying, fond of playing tricks, and loved to touch and interact with flowers, grass, and small animals. She was generous with family and friends, but quite stingy with others. She was always cheerful and smiling, like a happy little son. He didn't realize how infectious his sister's seriousness could be. Perhaps it had always been this way since he met Tang Yin. Tang San recalled the days leading up to his martial soul awakening. His sister had shared many things he didn't know, but it had been so long that after following his teacher, he had forgotten much of the beginning. His sister was also knowledgeable, aware of many things that ordinary people did not know. You are right, Xiao Yin, until the very last moment, the outcome is uncertain. She wanted to prove to their father and uncles that she was not just a little demon who acted willfully. Even though she was currently the weakest among them, she would work hard to cultivate. Exactly. Dai Lauda, did you hear that? I believe I want to always be this fat. Once my martial soul, the phoenix, stabilizes, I will become a handsome guy. By then, you can't call me fat anymore. Ma Hongjun imagined himself becoming handsome in the future, with many girls flocking to him. That feeling would be great. He wasn't really this fat. He had just been forced to gain weight to suppress his martial soul. Get lost. Dai Mubai adjusted his mindset and saw Ma Hongjuan's mischievous expression, knowing what he was thinking. There were still many girls around. Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and then turned back to Tang San and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Tang San smiled, knowing that this kid had come to terms with it. Tang Yin seems to have heard something. She looked in a direction. Huh. Did she hear something? There's nothing. Tang Yin felt the sound from earlier. It should be, that direction. Tang Yin determined a direction and then carefully sensed it with his mental power. Chapter 62. Come help put out the fire. The small figure, who was initially amazed by Tang Yan's profound reasoning, couldn't help but let out a cold snort when he saw Tang Yin and butI smiling at each other. He really knows how to sway people's hearts. However, Tang Yin was too perceptive and actually noticed it. Xing'a didn't have time to think too much and cautiously hit again. There's nothing. Tang Yin didn't see anything with her mental power, so that cold snort just now was just her auditory hallucination. Tang Yi pondered for a moment and noticed that everyone else had no reaction, so she must have misheard. Her psychic ability did not observe every little detail all the time, as it would consume a lot of energy. Therefore, unless she sensed everyone as presence, she would not focus her mental energy to perceive. Tang Yin regained his composure and helped wipe away Xiao Wu's tears. Xiao Wu realized she had cried in front of everyone and felt embarrassed, her face turning red. Fortunately, no one pressed the issue, as everyone has their own secrets that don't need to be uncovered. Tang Yin wiped away his tears and then stretched lazily. It was time for dinner again. Of course, Tang Yin, who had good food conditions, wouldn't let himself suffer. Some dry rations? I still have some here. butI said as he prepared to take out the dry rations he bought, only to see Tang Yin clearing space. I want to eat that. I want white rice. Tang Yin replied and continued with his task. Is it that particular? Ma Hongjun looked over, and although he didn't quite understand, he helped Tang Yin clear out a sizable area. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong also lent a hand. Sister, I'll help too, Xiao Wu said as she adjusted her emotions and ran over, as if she knew what Tang Yin was about to do. Sister, do you need help? Tang Xin also came over. Having been in the wild with Tang Yin before, he naturally knew what Tang Yin was planning. Here, Tang Yin said as he took out some ingredients that needed to be sorted. Tang Xin skillfully cleaned up. Are we going to cook on site? Seeing the ingredients, everyone understood. Xiao San, I'll join too, even though I can't cook, but I can learn. butI came over to help. Cooking, does it require fire? My phoenix fire is very useful. Fatty, just stop. Can you control the size of your fire? I'm afraid it will be over before it even starts. butI said with a laugh. Go away. How is that possible? I can start with a big fire using firewood, and when the time comes, it's easy to adjust the fire size for Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun said stubbornly. Puff, did you forget that my sister also has fire? Xiao Wu couldn't help but interject. Right, Xiao Wu also has fire, and it seems she can control it freely. Reminded by Xiao Wu, everyone recalled Tang San's versatile fire. Not just fire, but also water and ice. Ha ha ha, exactly. Because of the upcoming dinner, the joyful atmosphere was brought back. Sitting over there, Zhao Wujia looked at these energetic kids and couldn't help but smile leisurely. Zhao Wujia glanced at Tang San, truly infectious. These young fellows looked so youthful and sunny. Tang San spread out a golden tablecloth on the ground and then arranged some pots and bowls in the space. Everyone then witnessed a beautiful and somewhat magical performance. What is it to control water and fire freely, rising around the pots and bowls? Then they saw all the materials Tang San had just cleaned flying into the air. Is this soul power? Can it be used like this? Ning Rongrong's mouth fell open. It was the first time she had seen soul power used in such a way. Tang San received a signal from Tang Yin and nodded to clarify for everyone. It's possible. As long as we concentrate our soul power on an object and then manipulate our own soul power, we can achieve this. Although it is similar to the Xiantian skill. With Tang Yin having taught me such a method, I can better control my soul power and the Xiantian skill. Can we also practice this? Zhu Zhuqing asked. This was something everyone wanted to know. Yes, Tang San nodded and then demonstrated it to them in detail. Once we master it, we can carry some very small hidden weapons with us and move them at will. The hidden weapons will follow the movement of your soul power. Tang San considered everyone as friends and teammates, so he emphasized this point, but it was not merely about controlling small objects. Hiss! The listeners couldn't help but gasp. Just like earlier, Ma Hongjun recalled how Tang San had pulled him over with a needle earlier, and when he wanted to move away, the needle had already been retracted. He hadn't felt Tang San pulling it. It should be this method. Tang San nodded. I absolutely have to learn this when I return to the academy. The discussion among everyone was lively, and suddenly a rich fragrance wafted over, drawing everyone's attention. A pot of delicious soup contained a grass soul chicken, a type of soul beast known for its tender meat, which some soul masters specifically raise. Many people enjoy it. The grass soul chicken was rinsed in the air before being added to the pot with a new round of water. The fire was lit. And then several types of small herbs they didn't quite understand, along with a couple of wooden-like things, were added. As the water bubbled, the aroma grew even stronger. So fragrant. Ma Hongjun couldn't hold back his saliva and moved closer. Tang Xin glanced at the other person, and then a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes as the flames began to swirl fiercely. "Ah, my hair." Ma Hongjun was startled, and then he noticed that there was still fire on his head. He hurriedly tried to extinguish it, but it seemed that no matter what he did, he couldn't put out the fire on his head. Ha ha! Everyone laughed at the sight. It was amusing because the chubby guy was in a panic, and even though the fire was clearly on his hair, it didn't seem to burn him at all. "Someone come help put out the fire." The chubby guy was anxious, not realizing that he might be going bald soon. "Chubby, you're a fire phoenix. What are you afraid of?" Tang Xin couldn't help but laugh and said that. "Use your fire to put it out. What are you afraid of?" butI also couldn't help but laugh at Ma Hongjun's foolishness. Right. Ma Hongjun felt that he had exaggerated too much just now. Once his martial spirit was activated, there was no fire at all. Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but laugh again. "You guys, are you even human? No nothing, okay? It's not burning you, right? And you're still laughing. Ha ha. I can't help it. Ma Hongjun, you're too funny." Xiao Wu couldn't hold back anymore. She wanted to restrain herself, but ended up grabbing Tang San's hand. Thinking of Ma Hongjun's appearance just now, she couldn't help but lightly pat Tang San's shoulder. Tang San's smile remained undiminished as he supported Xiao Wu, fearing that she might laugh too hard. Chapter 63, Gulu Gulu. However, very soon, Tang San's dinner was ready, and everyone stopped laughing. When they saw Tang San's creations, they couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The rich herb chicken soup and the spicy grilled fish, weighing around 50 to 60 pounds, were grilled to a golden yellow, coated with special spices that enhanced the fish's delicious aroma. There was also a large pot of sesame shrimp, red and inviting, which stirred up a strong desire to eat. Even the white tofu looked so springy that just a gentle shake made it wobble, creating an impulse to swallow it whole. "Can we start eating?" Taking a deep breath, saliva started to accumulate in their mouths, and everyone couldn't help but swallow. Wait, there was also a dish of blanched vegetable hearts. Upon hearing this, everyone prepared their bowls and chopsticks, their eyes roaming over the tablecloth, as if waiting for Tang San's command to dig in. Who would have thought that this little kid had such skills? Zhao Wujia also sat down, waiting for Tang San to mention the blanched vegetable hearts so they could start eating. Slurp, someone's saliva dripped out and was swallowed back. But everyone was just focused on eating, not caring about who did what. "All right, we can eat now." As soon as Tang Yin finished speaking, everyone quickly picked up their chopsticks, fearing that if they were a second late, there would be nothing left. Tang Yin also joined them. From a distance, he watched the delicious food and fragrant aroma of the Milky Way and saw Tang Yin's satisfied eating posture, making him unable to help but lick his lips. The food made by that silly girl looked so good. Suddenly, he felt a bit hungry and wanted to eat. Tang Yin licked his lips again, but then thought of something, and a puzzled expression appeared on his pretty little face. He had food, so he didn't want to eat. Tang Yin took out a bottle of specially made soul beast milk, complete with a nipple, and upon seeing the nipple, he almost wanted to throw it away in anger. But thinking better of it, he stuffed it into his mouth. His cheeks puffed up in anger as he watched Tang Yin eat, while he drank the milk. A distraction from thirst. Gulp, gulp. Tang Yin hugged the milk bottle and unknowingly drank quite a bit of soul beast milk. Gulp, gulp. Suddenly, his stomach growled, and Tang Yin instinctively covered his belly, but he was drinking milk, so it couldn't possibly be him. Then his gaze turned to Oscar, who was absorbing a soul ring. Gulp. Oscar smelled the aroma and became even hungrier, becoming more eager to absorb the soul ring. What could be so fragrant? Finally, when Oscar opened his eyes, he found that no one was around him. There was still a waft of fragrance in the air, and he looked over. "What the hell? What are you guys doing?" Oscar dashed over, excitedly inhaling the aroma of the food. "Oh my God, add me to the list." Seeing that there was not much food left, Oscar joined the fray. "Fatty, show some mercy, I just started eating." "Little AO, your speed isn't good enough, go practice some more." "Wow, little AO, you're amazing. You could still snatch food from me." Of course, after a round of tussling over food, everyone supported their round bellies. By the way, eating such delicious food, will it attract soul beasts? Fatty asked while burping. "You only thought of this now." butI couldn't help but slap Ma Hongjun on the back. "What else could it be? Did you think of it earlier? We're in the domain, you know." Tang Yin, having eaten and drunk enough, started chatting with everyone. "When was it?" Ma Hongjun naturally didn't know. Puffed. "It was when you were burned by fire." Haha, remembering the scene where Ma Hongjun was just burned. Everyone smiled. "What's not what?" Fatty got burned, What fire burned him? Isn't he the fire phoenix? Oscar didn't he know? Seeing everyone laughing, it must be interesting. Ma Hongjun, this is going to become black history, right? Ha! You don't know. Just now everyone was laughing and taking turns saying things. Ha ha ha, fatty. You're too funny. You still call yourself a fire phoenix. After Oscar learned the reason, he laughed as well. Laugh, 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 and everyone forgot about what happened earlier. Ma Hongjun said somewhat fiercely, but everyone became more familiar, naturally knowing fatty wasn't angry. Suddenly they couldn't just keep laughing. By the way, didn't you absorb the soul ring? What is your third soul skill? Fatty suddenly said, successfully drawing everyone's laughter back. That's right. Little AO is now a soul master at level 31. Congratulations, little AO. Congratulations. Everyone almost forgot and hurriedly congratulated him. Thank you, thank you. Oscar felt a bit shy. Quickly show us your third soul skill. Ma Hongjun nudged Oscar beside him with his elbow. However, Oscar, still thanking them, remained silent. What is wrong? Hurry up and show it. Ma Hongjun became shrewd this time, sensing the opportunity. How about we talk after we return to the academy? TCH little AO. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid we'll laugh at you? Your third soul skill incantation can't be more ridiculous than the first two, right? Ma Hongjun said. Fine, but let me make it clear first. You must not laugh when you hear my incantation. Everyone nodded sincerely, but the smiles in their eyes showed some contradiction to their agreement. Oscar stood up, then activated his soul power, quickly demonstrating his third soul skill. Think of flying. Mushroom sausage. Oscar raised his eyebrows and looked at everyone. For a moment, no one spoke. Oscar nervously asked, how is it? Ha ha. Think of flying? Which flying one? Tang Yin couldn't help but laugh. Her thoughts were really led astray by these people. Ha ha. Everyone also thought of something not so good and started laughing. They were originally sitting together on the grass, laughing so hard that they couldn't help but slap the ground. Didn't we agree not to laugh? Little AO, why is your incantation still so strange? You guys, if I show you my third soul skill, don't be scared. Saying this, he ate the sausage in his hand. Soon after, as Oscar stood up, everyone raised their heads and couldn't help but stand up. Wow, is it flying? Ning Rong looked the most enthralled. Oscar came down to introduce his third soul ring, and everyone was very surprised. All right, it's getting dark. Everyone rest for a bit. Tomorrow we continue to find soul beasts for Little San. Zhao Wuji looked at the time and said. Everyone nodded, found a place, and started to rest. Even Tang Yin rested. Just as Tang Yin was about to fall asleep, it seemed like someone in her mind said something. Danger is coming. Tang Yin suddenly opened his eyes. Who? Tang Yin looked at everyone's lack of reaction. So, she thought it was just her who heard it? Tang Yin's spiritual power rapidly expanded, wanting to see who it was. Chapter 64, I don't know. Is it a huge 10,000 years? By the way, it seems that in the original work, there was a friend of Xiao Wu, Ming Qingyou, Ming Xingxing. Tang Yin felt much more relaxed after figuring things out. As for the sound from before, she decided to set it aside for now. Tang Yin felt the movement of Teacher Zhao and went to explain, Teacher Zhao, I need to take Xiao Wu out for a bit. It's very dangerous at night. My dad is here to find me, so please keep it a secret. After a moment's thought, Tang Yin mentioned her omnipotent dad. Sure enough, when she mentioned her father, Zhao Wujia showed a bit more respect, probably knowing who Tang Yan's dad was. With Tang Yan's dad around, it should be safe. Zhao Wujia agreed. If we don't come back by tomorrow morning, please don't wait for us. You all can leave first. I will find you later. Zhao Wujia nodded. With Tang Yan's father around, finding them should be easy. You all go ahead. Tang Yin approached Xiao Wu, and since everyone was busy with their own tasks, not many people noticed them. Sister, Xiao Wu called out, but Tang Yin gestured for her to be quiet. Then the two of them cautiously walked out. Sister, what's wrong? Xiao Wu asked, still confused. Come with me, Tang Yin said, pulling Xiao Wu along at a quick pace, so fast that Xiao Wu struggled to keep up. Sister, we shouldn't run around. Xiao San and the others will worry, Xiao Wu reminded her. I left a message for my brother, Tang Yin replied as she continued to run. A soul beast said it was your friend and insisted on meeting you. I'm afraid it will scare everyone at our resting place. Friend? Xiao Wu's expression changed as she recalled something, feeling that Tang Yin knew something. Just a bit. Not much, Tang Yin said, continuing to lead Xiao Wu away. I understand, Xiao Wu said, quickening her pace. What is that silly girl doing? A small shadow hiding in the darkness spat. Didn't we agree it was dangerous? Why is she going that way? Xing He, feeling a bit angry, chased after them holding a half-finished milk bottle. His speed was faster than Tang Yan's. Moreover, Since Tang Yin was not fully exerting herself while bringing Xiao Wu along, she naturally fell a bit behind Xing. Roar. The 8-meter-tall Ming sensed something and let out a loud roar. Xing looked at Tang Yin, who was getting closer, and threw the milk bottle in his hand. Bang! The bottle hit Ming's forehead, causing the towering figure to stagger backward. With a loud thud, he fell to the ground, creating a significant noise. Ming lay on the ground, his head aching, and his body felt somewhat immobilized. After a moment, he began to recover, but then he found a small child on his chest. Ming wanted the child to leave, but hesitated, wondering if he should scare the child away. Just then, he heard, "Don't move." Xing realized he was about to be exposed, plopped down on Ming's chest, shook his little feet, propped his chin up, and thought that Tang Yin must be coming soon. Ming immediately felt a force suppressing him, preventing him from getting up, forcing him to lie still. Who is this person? So powerful. Xing patted the Ming beneath him. "Hand me the milk bottle next to you." Ming felt he could move again, but he was still hesitant, sensing a tremor from his soul. The child on him also gave him a sense of pressure from his soul beast bloodline, making him reluctant to disobey. Is he also a soul beast? But shouldn't a transformed soul beast not carry bloodline pressure? "Who are you, sir?" Ming picked up the milk bottle that had fallen beside his left hand and handed it to Xing, not daring to make any extra movements. "You don't need to worry about this. Just don't say anything about me later." Xing pulled out a cloth and wiped off some residue from the milk bottle. As he wiped, he recalled that he had thrown the bottle, which had fallen to the ground. Xing silently put it back into his space and took out a new one. Ming remained silent but agreed. However, he sensed Xiao Wu's presence growing closer and started to worry. When Tang Yin arrived, Xing demeanor changed dramatically, transforming into a seemingly harmless, innocent little boy, babbling while hugging his milk bottle and playing on Ming's massive body. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of Ming's chest, one might think he was just a large rock. Ming, Xiao Wu, familiar with both Ming and Ming, immediately recognized who was lying there. Ming, thinking about the child on him, dared not respond to Xiao Wu. He even wanted Xiao Wu to leave, but then he felt the child kick him, and the message was clear: act normally. "Zistak I ovu?" Ming reluctantly replied. "Why are you here?" Ming. Xiao Wu asked, noticing something was off. "Why are you still lying down?" Then she saw the small figure on Ming. "Ming, is this your child? It's been so many years. You have a child now?" The mention of this made Ming's back feel cold. This child was not a good one. He wanted to explain what had just happened, but recalling the child's warning not to mention anything about him, he held his tongue. "Xing, what are you doing here?" Tang Yin scanned the surroundings, noticing there were no other creatures nearby. How did a child end up on a 100,000-year-old soul beast? "Sister," Xing called out in a babyish voice, holding a milk bottle that was bigger than both of his arms, cutely reaching out at Tang Yin. Tang Yin couldn't help it when he saw something so soft and cute. "How did you end up here?" Tang Yin came to Xing's side and picked up the little boy. Xing tilted his head as if he were pondering the meaning of Tang Yin's words. And Tang Yin was waiting for an answer. Who would have thought that the little boy suddenly smiled happily and then cutely said, "I don't know." "Tang Yin, Ming, sister, do you two know each other?" Xiao Wu also ran over to Ming's chest. Ming looked at the three people on him and silently chose not to speak. He might as well lie flat. "Well, we've met a few times," Tang Yin said, and her mischievous hand couldn't help but touch and pinch Xing's fair face, not even sparing his soft hair. Xing was getting used to it. He handed the milk bottle in his hand to Tang Yin, then wrapped his small hands around Tang Yin's neck, resting his little head on Tang Yin's shoulder. This way, with one hand holding the person and the other holding the milk bottle, Tang Yin couldn't move around too much. "Milk bottle?" "Dan dan snai." The bottle was full of milk, and it smelled very rich. She felt a slight urge to drink it. She had never smelled such rich milk since coming to Douluo continent. "Sister, do you want a drink?" Xing didn't expect this silly girl to still like drinking milk. At this age, she really is a silly girl. If it weren't for necessity, she wouldn't drink milk. Otherwise, only a fool would drink milk, especially from bottle. "No." Tang Yin shook her head. She felt a slight urge to drink, but seeing the nipple on top, she couldn't bring herself to do it. She wouldn't really snatch the milk from a baby, right? "Sister, he's so cute." Xiao Wu looked at Xing in Tang Yin's arms and, seeing how Tang Yin was pinching his face, recalled her childhood memories of often being pinched by Tang Yin. Now, she also wanted to pinch him. "Sister Xiao Wu, I have something to tell you." Just as Xiao Wu touched Xing, Ming anxiously said this. "That baby can't be touched. Xiao Wu, if there's something, you can say it first. Also, help me ask how Xing is staying with your friend." Chapter 65. The answer to the verification. Tang Yin was teasing Xinghe over here, while Xiao was saying something to Erming over there. Xinghe felt like he was being toyed with and finally couldn't hold on any longer. He closed his eyes and decided to sleep. After all, they couldn't keep messing with him. If you're to change back, no way, what was he thinking? Xinghe closed his eyes and lay on Tang Yan's shoulder, falling asleep. At this moment, he didn't have to pay attention to Tang Yan's movements, which was quite relaxing. As for the answers he wasn't quite sure about, he should be able to find out by tomorrow. Tang Xia saw that Xing He had closed his eyes and thought that children easily fall asleep. Having been a child before, she naturally understood their desire for sleep. The night was deep and a cool breeze blew. Tang Xia took out a small blanket to cover Xing He. Over here, Xiao Wu said she was about to advance to her spirit ring, so Tang Xia had no choice but to stay nearby and keep watch. Of course, Erming was also there to protect Xiao Wu. As for Tang Xia wanting to know why Xing He was here, there was no answer. Erming said it was a secret that couldn't be revealed. Tang Xia took another glance at Xing He, wondering what kind of secret could allow a 10,000-year spirit beast to keep a child safe in such a dangerous Stardew forest. Every time she encountered Xing He, he was always alone. Even if someone said he was not alone, she had never seen anyone else with him. The next morning, everyone noticed that Tang Xia and Xiao Wu were missing. Fortunately, Tang San knew in advance that his sister was taking Xiao Wu out for a reason. As for what that reason was, Tang San felt relatively at ease. Not only because of his sister's strength, but also because of her ability to deceive soul masters over level 60, as well as her affinity with spirit beasts. My sister should be out obtaining a spirit ring. He explained, she told me that if they weren't back by morning, we should leave first, and she would find us. Obtaining a spirit ring. Isn't Xiao Xia only at level 33? Has her cultivation skyrocketed to level 40? butI was no longer calm. In fact, none of them were calm. Wait, didn't you all notice that my sister only has 1,000-year spirit ring so far? Tang San explained to everyone. Upon hearing this reminder from Tang San, everyone was stunned. It seemed like they had only ever seen Xiao Xia use one spirit ring. Zhu Zhuqing said at this point, using one spirit ring, the other two spirit rings could also be suppressed and hidden, Ning Rongrong added. Recalling that she had seen Tang Xia with only one spirit ring and thought she had some way to hide the other two. After all, there were many methods to conceal or suppress spirit rings. Those who understood nodded, while those who didn't were caught off guard by Tang Xia's sudden use of a 1,000-year spirit ring, making them overlook the rest. Wait, every 10 levels is a bottleneck, and we need to obtain a spirit ring. Otherwise, our soul power will break through to the next level, Oscar suddenly said. However, this answer was common knowledge that everyone on the continent understood since birth. They looked at Tang San, expecting him to provide an answer. That's true, but my sister is an exception. She has no bottleneck. Even without obtaining a spirit ring, she can continue to cultivate. Tang San was also surprised by this. At that time, he had cultivated slightly faster than Tang Xia, reaching level 21st. Then they went to hunt spirit beasts. After he obtained his spirit ring, Tang Xia fell into a deep sleep from exhaustion after saving him. When he carried her back to the academy, they found that Tang Xia had gone from level 19 to 21. It shocked their teacher. Tang Xia had broken the situation where one could only break through 10 levels with a spirit ring. Then they discovered that Tang Xia not only broke through level 21, but could even rise to her current level of 33, still without a bottleneck. As for their desire to help Tang Xia obtain a spirit ring, they either encountered unsuitable ones or the years were not enough. Tang Yin looked at these and said to let things take their course. She also wanted to see if she could find a better soul seed. Moreover, Tang Yan's abilities were also improving, and some of her attack techniques were maturing. The master and Tang San allowed her to do as she pleased. Perhaps, on the basis of not relying on soul rings, they felt that soul power could also cultivate their own unique soul skills. Tang San explained a bit, of course. He didn't mention the matter of the soul beast sacrificing the soul seed, but he managed to give a rough idea. So, does Xiaoyan really only have 1,000-year soul ring? Zhao Wujia really didn't notice that the little kid only had one soul ring. It really is just one. The others found it hard to believe. Well, I had already reached level 30 before coming to the academy. Although I didn't want to miss the academy's registration. I was also wondering if I could break through level 31 without obtaining a soul ring. Hiss. No wonder Xiao San reached level 30 so early and didn't seem impatient at all. Xiao San reached level 30 first, but Xiao Ao got the soul ring first. He was still thinking if Xiao San would be a bit anxious. However, after observing, he didn't see any impatience from Xiao San. Dai Mubai had previously admired Tang San's temperament. So that's how it is. How does Xiao San feel now? It's been half a month since he reached level 30, right? The fat guy couldn't help but ask. No. Tang San shook his head helplessly. After reaching level 30, it felt like his soul power didn't increase, but it became purer. It's fine. Xiaoyan's physique should be different from ours. butI patted Tang San's shoulder. Xiaoyan is a monster among monsters. The fat guy thought of many of Tang Yan's skills and felt both envious and silently shed tears. They collectively acknowledged the fact that Xiaoyan was a monster among monsters. They also roughly imagined the strange skills that Tang Yin possessed, thinking it was because of this that he could level up without any bottlenecks. Why didn't Xiaoyan take us along to get the soul ring? We could help. The Stardew Great Forest is dangerous. If she and Xiao Wu go alone, will it be okay? It will be fine. We must trust sister. Tang Sin shook his head and said firmly to everyone. Everyone paused and then nodded one after another. However, they felt that something was a bit off. She is only Tang San's sister, not their sister. Since that's the case, let's go find a soul beast for Xiao San first. Zhao Wujia said at this moment. He knew the little kid's abilities, so as long as they were careful, they should be able to navigate through the Stardew Great Forest. Everyone nodded, quickly tidied up, and set off. Dai Mubai quickly arranged the positions, and then everyone went together to look for a suitable martial soul for Tang San. Meanwhile, Tang Yin was sleeping soundly under a big tree entwined with many vines, covered by the Milky Way. Xinghe woke up first. The answer he verified came out. Chapter 66, This Sister. Xinghe stretched out his little hand and squeezed hard. The strength had not regressed again. Then Xinghe slightly moved away from Tang Yan's embrace and reached out to touch the bones on his ankle. Upon touching it, his eyes lit up. The bone age had not changed. No, it should be said it hadn't regressed, but instead, it had grown positively for a day. He was growing. Sure enough, it's you. Xinghe's gaze fell with spirit on Tang Yan's still sleeping little face, and he couldn't help but reach out and pinch it. Tang Yin felt disturbed while sleeping, moved his body, and directly treated the little Xinghe as a pillow. Xinghe was caught off guard and was hugged over, then felt Tang Yan's little face buried in his soft belly. Xinghe. Tang Yin felt something soft and fragrant, and she couldn't help but rub her face against it, taking a deep breath. Xinghe's delicate little face suddenly flushed with a hint of suspicious redness, and he weakly pushed Tang Yan's head away with his hand. Stop it. Tang Yin, still in a daze from sleep, naturally didn't wake up. Xinghe was a bit overwhelmed by the breath on his stomach, and when his little hand was grabbed, he pulled out his other hand, wanting to push Tang Yin's head away. If he couldn't push it away, at least he hoped to shift the breath a bit. In his anxiousness, he forgot to conceal his feelings and said, "Get up, silly girl." Huh? Tang Yin, still a bit groggy, seemed to have heard something significant, and the voice sounded somewhat familiar. What did you just say? Tang Yin became a little more alert, pausing for a moment before asking. Sister, I'm hungry. Xinghe immediately switched to a cute little baby tone, speaking softly as if he were acting spoiled. It's already dawn. Hearing Xinghe's words and seeing the cute little boy's face, Tang Yin felt energized. Hungry? Tang Yin sat up. Xinghe finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hungry. Following Tang Yan's hand, he temporarily left her embrace. He still felt a bit overwhelmed, and as he looked around, they were still in a tree, almost instinctively wanting to jump down. Fortunately, he remembered he was a weak little baby and managed to hold back. Tang Yin was unaware of Xinghe's many thoughts. She casually gathered her long hair, put away the small blanket, and then hugged her down. Let us wash up first. Tang Yin took out her things. Xinghe followed her example and began to wash up. Sister, my soul power has reached level 31, and I am now a soul master. Xiao Wu happily ran over and excitedly hugged Tang Yin, whose mouth still had not wiped away the bubbles. Xiao Wu, who was over 1.6 meters tall, hugging Tang Yin, who was about 1.45 meters tall, truly felt a bit like scrambled eggs and rice. Tang Yin pushed and wiped her mouth clean. After picking up the tiny Xinghe, she finally felt a bit of comfort. She was no longer the smallest one. Tang Yin was able to reassess Xiao Wu, but after seeing that Xiao Wu seemed to have grown a little taller again, it really was too heart-wrenching. Have you grown a bit taller again? After congratulating Xiao Wu, Tang Yin couldn't help but ask, holding on to the last bit of hope. Yeah, after my soul power increased. I feel like I've grown a little taller, Xiao Wu said happily, feeling that the distance from being touched on a rabbit ears was getting further and further away, which was really good. Tang Yin, wait a minute. Tang Sha suddenly thought of something. Could it be that she has fewer soul rings, which is why she doesn't have as high a level as them? It seemed she had realized something significant. Let's go find soul rings. Are you going to hunt soul beasts, sister? Xiao Wu knew that Tang Sha only had one soul ring, and upon hearing that Tang Sha wanted to hunt for soul rings, she felt a little sad again. It was time to hunt soul beasts again. But she also understood that the law of the jungle was an unchangeable fact in the current Douluo and Dopa. Your friend Ming? Or Ming? Can I help? Let's go look for soul beasts and obtain soul species. Tang Sha asked. This gorilla had lived here for a long time, so it should know what groups of soul beasts live together, which would make the search much easier. Should we let Ming go? Xiao Wu glanced at Ming. Ming was very tall, and he was a 100,000-year soul beast. Other smaller soul beasts wouldn't dare to approach. They might all run away before we even get there. Xiao Wu explained. It's okay, we can look for 10,000-year ones too. No 3, no few. As long as there are more than 3 soul beasts, their combined age can reach 10,000 years. And then a soul species can be formed to create a soul ring. Speaking of soul species, Xiao Wu remembered what Tang San had said about sacrificing soul beasts that combine to reach 10,000 years to form soul species. No need to actually kill soul beasts. Xiao Wu was naturally happy. All right, I'll ask Ming. Xiao Wu said as she approached Ming. But before Xiao Wu could say anything, Ming already agreed. In fact, Ming had no choice but to agree. Not only did he feel a bit shivery seeing that childlike Star River, but that child also called him brother. And Xiao Wu also called him brother. He could only lead the way. Tang Yin expressed her requirements. Ming nodded and then said to Tang Yin, this sister will come with me. Oh. Tang Yin's raised foot froze. She tilted her head stiffly and asked, what did you just call me? She thought she must have heard it wrong. You are Xiao Wu's sister, so naturally. You are my sister. She found herself somewhat unable to refute this. But how could this gorilla, after all, have been around for 100,000 years, still be so large? Did she really have such a big younger brother? Although Xiao Wu also transformed after 100,000 years as a soul beast. A transformed soul beast is like a human child, learning step by step, walking step by step, as if they were reborn. So it could be said that she was older than Xiao Wu by a bit. Sister Xinghe saw Tang Yin's stiff expression and felt like laughing. It must be frustrating for her. He thought that calling her sister was quite good. Are you hungry? Tang Yin was also conflicted for a little while. But soon she stopped being conflicted. The term sister sometimes not only represents familial affection, but can also refer to a big sister figure. Tang Yin remembered that Xinghe had woken up early and said she was hungry. She directly took out yesterday's milk bottle from her space and inserted the nipple into Xinghe's mouth. Xinghe, is this revenge? Impossible. That silly girl can't possibly know who he is. Giving milk to a little baby is quite normal. Aren't you hungry? Why aren't you drinking? Tang Yin asked when she saw Xinghe not moving. Xinghe silently comforted himself, telling himself it was just a coincidence, to avoid revealing his identity. He maintained a blank expression while holding the milk bottle and drank it little by little. Sister, Xiao Wu, let us hurry, Ming said, reaching down to the ground, signaling them to jump onto his hand. He also wanted to get away from the person in Tang Yan's arms as quickly as possible. Chapter 67. Fierce but adorable. Tang Yin nodded and jumped into Ming's palm while holding Xinghe. Xiao Wu naturally didn't lag behind. And when Ming had just placed the person on his broad shoulder, she followed suit. Tang Jia said, Ming, let's discuss something. Sister, please go ahead. Ming dared not look at the baby in Tang Jia's arms. If you really want to call me sister, that's fine, but we need to change the wording a bit. What? Ming didn't understand what that meant, but he knew it was better to listen to Tang Jia about certain things. If you have any requests, just say them directly. Ahem, how about you call me big sister or big sister head? Big sister? Hey, from now on, let's do it this way. The word sister sounded a bit awkward when Ming said it, but big sister sounded much better, even if it had a hint of a little gangland flavor. It didn't affect Tang Jia's mood now. Tang sat down while holding Xinghe, swinging her little feet on Ming's shoulder, feeling quite good. She thought that if she got a soul ring later, she might grow taller. What a wonderful thing that would be. Sister, aren't you wearing shoes again? Xiao Wu leaned over and looked at Tang Yin's bare little feet, unable to help but ask. Oh, you don't know this, do you? It's not that I don't want to wear them. It's a way for me to feel nature, and it's also a form of cultivation. It's comfortable, Tang Yin replied. Can you really cultivate barefoot? Xiao Wu asked, a bit incredulous. Of course. Tang Yin, holding Xinghe in her arms, swung her feet while taking out some buns from her space as breakfast. Then she pulled out a few fresh carrots for Xiao Wu. Sister, do you want me to eat raw carrots? Xiao Wu asked, looking at the carrot in her hand with some hesitation. Aren't you a little rabbit? Tang encountered. Well, I'm a rabbit soul beast, but right now I'm a person. How can I just gnaw on a carrot so rudely? However, since Tang Xin wasn't around, she thought it was okay to be a bit rude, and Xiao Wu started crunching on the carrot. The little rabbit took bites, complimented by the swaying rabbit ears on her head. It was really cute. Sister, you just ate buns with your hands. She felt a bit of grease on her ears, and Xiao Wu pouted angrily. Ah, I'm sorry. I couldn't help it because you were too cute. Tang Yin said as she washed her hands and then used some ability water to clean Xiao Wu's rabbit ears, followed by using heat to dry them. At this point, Xiao Wu's rabbit ears were all drooping down. Sister, I'm feeling wronged, she said. Ha ha, it's okay, it's okay. Tang Yin laughed at Xiao Wu's pitiful expression and wanted to reach out to touch her ears, but before her hand could extend, a small hand pulled it back. In a place where Tang Yin couldn't see, Xing Yi's expression turned a bit sinister. This silly girl, can she touch any soul beast's ear fur? Tang Yin did not sense the change in the Starry River, but both Ming and Xiao Wu, as soul beasts, felt it to some extent. Ming shivered, while Xiao Wu was somewhat confused. However, she was saved and was still a bit happy, giving a smile to the Starry River. What's wrong? Are you still hungry? Tang Yin was pulled back and thought that the Starry River had finished the milk. Sister, drink milk. The Starry River held the milk bottle in front of him and directly put it to Tang Yin's mouth. Soft nipple. Damn, little brat. She wanted to drink milk, sure, but not with a nipple like this. She was already so big, yet they still gave her this. Not drinking milk? The little boy seemed startled by Tang Yin's words. His previously happy little face instantly fell, and his dark eyes were filled with pure disappointment. As if he just wanted to share something delicious with a friend, but was rejected by the little friend. His small body, which was originally standing, now squatted down sadly. Turning his back to Tang Yin's sister, the Starry River gives you milk. You were just mean to him. Xiao Wu, touched by the pitiful Starry River, couldn't help but whisper in Tang Yin's ear. I didn't mean to. How could you be mean to a child? In the apocalypse, sharing food with someone definitely meant they were friends, especially if it was a child. Little baby, are you going to cry? Thinking about the possibility of such a beautiful, cute, and soft little boy crying because of her, she felt deeply guilty. She remembered how the Starry River's dark eyes went from bright joy to dimmed grievance. All because of her. Starry River? Tang Yin poked the back of the Starry River. The Starry River shifted his little bottom, looking truly wronged. However, what Tang Yin didn't know was that the Starry River, with his back to her, was not feeling wronged at all. He actually felt that Tang Yin was coaxing him. And he was quite happy, just putting on an act. He just thought, she's such a silly girl. Her habit of randomly touching others isn't good. Sorry? I didn't mean to scold you. Tang Yin hugged him back. The Starry River, seeing himself turn around, put on a wronged expression again. You scolded me, little brat. The Starry River said, no longer calling her sister. No, that's not true. You must have misheard. Tang Yin tried to brush it off, but the little boy was too clever. Oof. He turned his back to her again. Really, I'm not lying to you. Tang Yin quickly turned him back around and lifted him a little higher in her arms. You want to drink milk? The Starry River smiled inside, but spoke in a wrong manner. I don't like drinking milk. Tang Yin originally didn't want to speak, but meeting the Starry River's dark eyes, she couldn't help but respond. Oof. The Starry River pouted and snatched back his milk bottle, taking a couple of sips, as if to say, even if I finish it, I won't let you drink it. Although he was being mean, he was still very cute. Tanya covered her face, almost overwhelmed by cuteness. Tanya, what? Before Tanya could react to the cuteness, she was called by Xing Yi. Tanya, Seeing Tanya's puzzled expression, Xing Yi couldn't help but laugh, hugging his bottle and lying back into Tanya's embrace. Tanya, Xing Yi called again. I'm here, I'm here. Tanya felt that this little kid was retaliating for what she had just said about being a little brat. Tanya, Xing Yi lay in Tanya's arms, occasionally chiming in as she comforted him. Xiao Wu, watching from the side while munching on a carrot, found their interaction very amusing. It was so harmonious to see this child, named Xing Yi, with her sister. She even wanted a cute little kid just like him. Chapter 68. The transparent butterfly in their back and forth. Ming was not slow either, quickly entering a dreamlike place. So beautiful. What greeted the eyes was a clear little river, adorned with small flower buds resembling lotus flowers. With sunlight shining down, there were ripples dancing on the surface. In the center of the river stood a jagged stone bridge, entwined with flowering vines, with many colorful flowers in full bloom, countless varieties difficult to count at a glance. In the distance, a group of butterflies danced among the flowers, like little fairies in a lively scene. The trees and plants on both sides were lush, as if this little paradise had been specially created. Without Ming leading them here, it would have been hard to find this place. This is the territory of the transparent butterflies, Ming said, setting down the few people on his shoulders. This small paradise was not suitable for his intrusion. His size would cause destruction. Transparent butterflies. Tang Yi, holding He, stepped into this little world, with Xiao Wu following closely behind. These transparent butterflies looked like very dreamlike soul beasts, as their wings were nearly transparent. And under the refraction of this little paradise, their wings appeared even more colorful and beautiful. They possessed great dreamlike power, easily causing people to faint or enter hallucinations. After Tang Yi and the others stepped into this place, the transparent butterflies that were still playing around flapped their wings vigorously. Soon they began to stir, gathering in groups as if to block Tang Yi in their way. The transparent butterflies were neither large nor small. The big ones measured about 20 centimeters, while the smaller ones were around 6 or 7 centimeters. They varied in age, some being 1,000 years, some 100, and some just 10, but all were united despite their differences. Tang Yi sensed their hostility, but not towards her. It was directed at the Star River in her arms. Why was it the Star River the size of a baby? Even if she had affinity, and they weren't hostile towards her, then Xiao Wu, who had no affinity, and Ming should be even more hostile, right? Why was the Star River involved at all? Tang Yi was ready to stand up and protect He, wanting to tell the piercing butterflies not to be hostile toward the child. Then he noticed that He seemed to be frightened for a moment, clinging to Tang Yi's neck with his head nestled against it. Only Ming knew that when He turned around, his two dark eyes were looking at him, with danger evident in them. Roar! Ming understood and directly shouted at the piercing butterflies, drawing their hostility towards him. Clang, clang, clang. Sure enough, all the piercing butterflies turned towards Ming, ready to release their pollen. However, soon all the piercing butterflies sensed something and made way. Tang Yi felt it. A soul beast over 10,000 years old, specifically a 10,000-year transparent stabbing butterfly. Titan giant ape, softbone rabbit, what are you doing here? The two 10,000-year transparent stabbing butterflies were not very large, similar in size to those of 1,000 years. However, their wings were more transparent and beautiful, as if covered with a layer of smooth and delicate light. Roar! I heard that your species has a very low survival rate. We can help. You can help us? For millions of years, we've been living like this. How can you help? My big sister can help you. Tang Yi felt it was her time to make an entrance. However, thinking of the hostility that the transparent butterfly had towards He, she had no choice but to pass He to Xiao Wu to hold. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe she was actually able to hold this soft little child. Xiao Wu fumbled a bit while holding him, but He directly pushed Xiao Wu away and struggled to stand on his own while holding the milk bottle. Xiao Wu, I feel rejected. Tang Yi had no choice but to let Xiao Wu help keep an eye on it. She took a step forward and said, I need a soul seed. I think we can make a deal. Tang Yi, upon realizing that it was the tothat die, probably understood their survival issues. Each butterfly has to go through egg hatching and then emerge from the pupa to become a butterfly. The effort required for breaking the egg and breaking free from the pupa is considerable. If the tothat die lack strength, they may die without being able to break free from their pupa. This isn't even the main issue. The important thing is that every 10 years, they have to undergo metamorphosis and break free from the pupa again, with only a 50% survival rate each time. Thus, the number of tothat die is dwindling, and those that live for thousands of years are exceedingly rare. Each time their clan as a 1,000-year butterfly king undergoes metamorphosis, they are filled with worry. If the 1,000-year butterfly king is gone, their territory will be invaded by other spirit beasts, and they may face extinction. Therefore, they were shocked to hear that there was a solution to this problem. If you can truly help us, we can promise you a soul seed. The butterfly king did not expect to hear the term soul seed from the mouth of a human child. This is an ancient practice. In ancient times, humans and spirit beasts were mostly friends, rather than the predator-prey relationship that exists now. The practice of sacrificing a soul seed is generally known only to the kings within the clan who accept the inheritance. Of course, Tang Yi nodded. Although the butterflies can't help in breaking free from the pupa, these butterflies are not like those from before the apocalypse. They all possess soul power. The very meaning of breaking free from the pupa is to allow them to transform into butterflies, making their wings stronger and more magnificent. However, this is different. They have already undergone metamorphosis and do not need to strengthen their wings. It's just that their lifespan as butterflies is inherently short. So they must break free from the pupa and be reborn every 10 years. However, Each time they form a new pupa, it becomes increasingly hard, and they can only continue to cultivate, grow stronger, and wait for the next opportunity to break free more powerfully and survive. Thus, their only difficulty lies in breaking free from the pupa. As spirit beasts, they naturally do not know how to use weapons for assistance, and even if they knew, using any weapon outside could accidentally harm the metamorphosing butterfly inside, making it even more fragile and unable to emerge. So how will you help us? Can you take me to a pupa that is about to transform into a butterfly? Tang Yi steadied himself. The butterfly king quickly understood, meaning it was time for metamorphosis. But the pupa had not been able to emerge for a long time, and it was likely that the transformation would fail, leading to the pupa's death. You can come in with us, but your friends must stay behind. The butterfly king did not sense any danger from Tang Yi. Instead, it felt a sense of familiarity and trust towards him. But those others cannot come. Tang Yi looked at Xiao Wu and Xing He, as well as Ming, who was guarding the exit. He nodded, indicating that it was fine. Xing He, seeing that Tang Yi was not taking him along, felt a bit unhappy and stepped forward to grab Tang Yi's hand. Can you take me with you? I'm still a cub and I can't hurt anything. The butterfly king glanced at Xing He and, seeing that he was indeed a human cub, had no choice but to nod in agreement. Tang Yi picked up Xing He and followed her into another world. Compared to the laughter and playfulness outside, this place was much more sorrowful. Chapter 69. Fly up quickly. Tang Yi did not suppress her psychic abilities because she needed to communicate with the piercing butterflies. Therefore, after she entered, a wave of deep sorrow surged over her like a tide. The sound of the piercing butterflies, delicate yet filled with a hint of lament, resonated in the air. As soon as she entered, Tang Yi felt it. It was the anxiety of a loving child. 2,000-year-old piercing butterflies circled around an inverted chrysalis, continuously fluttering their wings. The sound tinged with impatience. One call after another. Each whisper was for the chrysalis that was about to wither and turn yellow. It was also a feeling of longing for a mother. Mother, it's been 7 days. If you don't come out soon, little butterfly will never see you again, and little butterfly will be scared. The 6 or 7 centimeter large piercing butterfly was exhausting itself with its flapping wings, yet it continued to flutter around the almost withered chrysalis, its tone filled with sorrow. Finally, truly exhausted, it curled up next to the chrysalis, which was even larger than itself, softly murmuring something. There was also the fact that it had lost its parents long ago and only had a younger sister left, which was heart-wrenching to witness. If it weren't for the ability to understand the consciousness language of these piercing butterflies, others would think that the little piercing butterfly was merely playing. Sigh. Tang Yi couldn't help but sigh. Even though she had long been accustomed to life and death, she still felt a pang of sadness for these pure emotions. White hair replaced black, and the desire to care for one's parents is thwarted by their absence, wanting to hold on yet feeling powerless. The butterfly king also couldn't help but turn away. Xing He's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Tang Yi. Seeing her emotions, he tightened his grip on the baby bottle. Clang, clang, clang. Tang Yi's arrival instantly attracted the attention of the piercing butterflies surrounding his friends. Upon making contact with the starry river, they became alert, but they quieted down significantly upon seeing the butterfly king. This year's chrysalis count is 48, with 5 having emerged. Currently, 11 are nearing the time to break free from their cocoons, while over 30 remain in uncertain conditions. Each transformation is a matter of life and death for the piercing butterflies. If you can truly help, please save them. The butterfly king communicated with Tang Yi. Tang Yi nodded and set Xing He down, taking her hand instead. She approached a nearly withered chrysalis, which belonged to a pair of translucent butterflies. When Tang Yi got closer, they instinctively wanted to block her, but under the orders of the butterfly king, they could only step aside. The other dozen or so translucent butterflies present gathered around to watch. Tang Yi used his mental power on the nearly withered chrysalis, where the life inside was already very weak. If it weren't for its parents constantly calling out outside, it would have likely given up hope long ago. However, even if it wanted to try hard, it no longer had the strength to break free from this shell. Tang Yi used his healing abilities to restore the strength of the piercing butterfly inside. Seeing the piercing butterfly flutter its wings, Tang Yi waved his hand and took out a small bottle from his space. He then sprayed it twice on the shell of the butterfly pupa, and the once hard shell became as thin as paper. With a crack, the hard pupa shell was opened by the piercing butterfly inside. And as long as there was an opening, the metamorphosis into a butterfly would be quick. The surrounding piercing butterflies naturally understood what this meant, and the parents were already happily circling around the struggling, piercing butterfly. It's done. The butterfly king couldn't believe it. The outcome that was about to be declared death had been reversed. Clang, clang, clang. A responding piercing butterfly flew to Tang Yi's side. It was a very small piercing butterfly, the one that couldn't even fly but was still determined to stay by Amu's side. Now it had hope, and even though it couldn't fly, it rolled over twice while coming over, trembling its wings. Amu, Amu, please save Amu. It rolled and fluttered over to Tang Yi, who couldn't help but reach out to catch the small piercing butterfly. Its wings were already very thin, and rolling over like that had hurt them. Tang Yi treated it while moving to another chrysalis, which belonged to the transparent spike butterfly. The situation was similar to the previous one, and Tang Yi repeated the treatment, then touched the object in her hand. Upon hearing the cracking sound, the little transparent spike butterfly almost cried, staring blankly, fearing that all of this was fake. Tang Yi and the butterfly king nodded, then went to rescue the other dying butterfly pupae. In the end, Tang Yi and the butterfly king arrived at a quiet place. These are the flower essences I concocted, which have a slight corrosive effect that can soften hard substances. Tang Yi explained that he brought this to marinate some tough and difficult to soften soul beast meat. The level of corrosion does not harm the meat or the skin. It only softens the material. Of course, even if consumed, it poses no danger, as these are made from flowers and can aid digestion. Soul beasts that have existed for over 10,000 years have already developed intelligence, and the butterfly king understood what Tang Yi was talking about, holding the flower essence with great fondness. With this substance, in the future, those butterfly pupae would no longer be indestructible, and their race would not lose a batch every 10 years. Thank you, the butterfly king said to Tang Yi, then circled around him. Clang, clang, clang. This was a unique ritual of the piercing butterflies. Soul beasts value integrity. Since Tang Yi helped them, they would give him soul seeds. The originally promised 2,000 soul seeds had unknowingly formed into 5,000 or even 10,000. The piercing butterflies were incredibly sincere. Under the butterfly king's explanation, they all came to surround Tang Yi. Even the little piercing butterfly, just over 30 years old, brought its newly transformed butterfly companion to offer a tribute. And that family, along with the piercing butterflies that Tang Yi had saved, they were simple-minded and had clear feelings of love and hatred. The wings of the piercing butterflies shimmered like colorful light, with groups coming together in hundreds and thousands, making them impossible to count. Even knowing this was originally a transaction, they were still very grateful. Understanding that they needed to sacrifice their own age and cultivation to generate soul seeds, they all came forward. Clang, clang, clang. It is said that when 100 birds face the phoenix, now it is 100 butterflies fluttering for one person. The sacred light shone down, and this was their willing offering. Tang Yi felt as if she had entered a dreamlike world of colorful light, lingering around her. Under the guidance of the piercing butterfly, Tang Yi took flight. A radiant seed fell into her brow, and she felt a warm sensation all over her body. Suddenly, she sensed a slight itch at her back. Tang Yi couldn't help but let out a soft hum. Tang Yi heard Xiao Wu's voice, its wings. Then Tang Yi fell into a subtle warm sunlight again. The sacrifice took a full half an hour. It wasn't until Tang Yi woke up. When she opened her eyes, she found herself stepping into thin air. Tang Yi lost her balance and was about to fall. Sister, you have wings. Hurry and fly. Xiao Wu shouted anxiously. Chapter 70. Xiao Wu, hurry up. Wings. Tang Yi rolled in the air and saw the wings behind her, which shimmered with a faint glow, somewhat transparent. Although the view wasn't very clear, the wings were beautiful. She had wings now. No, wait, this was a soul bone. Tang Yi figured out, and with a wind ability, she spun herself around and flew a little higher. She flapped her wings with all her might and finally took off. She could fly. No, that's not the point. It's her height. Tang Yi had a soul bone and quickly adapted to it. After putting away the soul bone, she pulled over Xiao Wu, who was standing nearby. What's wrong, sister? Xiao was a bit confused when she was pulled over. Stand up straight. Tang Yi also straightened her back. After standing properly, she looked at Xiao Wu again. It seems like you've grown a bit taller. Tang Yi squinted her eyes and was still measuring how tall she was compared to Xiao Wu. Sister, have you grown taller? Xiao Wu also noticed Tang Yi's intention, looked at her, and felt that Tang Yi seemed to have grown taller. Right? I think so too. Tang Yi's eyes lit up, happily looking at Xiao Wu, and said, when we go back, let's find something to measure and see how much I've grown. Although she wasn't as tall as Xiao Wu yet, she used to reach Xiao Wu's shoulders, and now she could see her neck. It was a pity that she hadn't prepared any measuring tools in the space. She had been puzzled about her height before, so naturally, she didn't have anything to measure it. By the way, I think I can still go get another soul ring. Tang Yin thought about whether getting another soul ring would help her grow taller. Tang Yin was happily thinking. Xiao Wu chimed in beside her. And seeing Tang Yin so happy, she was also glad for her. Are we going to find the soul seeds now? Or should we go back to find Xiao San? Xiao Wu suggested, wondering how Tang San and the others were doing. She was so excited that she forgot about her brother's situation and didn't know how he was doing now. But my leaf shattered. Tang Yin wanted to sense the leaf she had placed on Tang San. Who knew that as soon as she sensed it, the leaf shattered? This caught Tang Yin off guard. What shattered? Xiao Wu didn't quite understand Tang Yin's words. My brother might be in danger. We should go take a look. How could her leaf possibly shatter? Her brother would have taken good care of the leaf she gave him. What is going on now? Tang Yin ran a couple of steps, and soon she felt something was missing. She paused, as if she had forgotten about Xing He, holding his milk bottle. Xing He had been silently standing aside since he obtained the soul ring from Tang Yi, his dark eyes watching her, just wanting to see when she would remember him. However, he never expected that in the end. Only when Tang Yi was about to leave did she remember he existed. Xing He silently took a couple of sips of milk. He wasn't angry, not angry at all. This silly girl just didn't have deep feelings for him yet. It seemed his efforts were still lacking. Xing He was quickly picked up by Tang Yi. He thought she would take him away. But before he could even settle in her arms, she put him on Ming's back. Ming, take good care of Xing He for me. I'm leaving now. Xiao Wu, hurry up. Tang Yi said, her feet not slowing down. Upon hearing Tang Yi's words, Xiao Wu quickly followed. Only Ming and Xing He were left behind. While Tuasi Dai had returned after the sacrifice, Ming looked at Xing He on his back, feeling a bit hesitant to speak. This child hardly needed his care. It would be better if he wasn't cared for at all. At this moment, Xing He's face darkened. That silly girl actually left him behind. Just like that. They were still all cuddly together last night, and now she could so easily abandon him. My lord, we can't just stay here forever. Let's catch up with him. Xing He thought about going after Tang Yi alone, but then he remembered he was still a child and had to do things properly. Naturally, he couldn't just run off by himself. Ming cautiously placed Xing He on his shoulder and then followed in the direction of Tang Yi. However, he didn't expect Tang Yi's speed to be so fast. At this point, he could only catch up to Xiao Wu and couldn't see Tang Yi anymore. Ming, how did you catch up? Xiao Wu asked while running, thinking that Tang San and the others might be in danger. I wanted to help. Ming couldn't just say it was because of the Xing He on his back. Sister Xiao Wu, let me help you go faster. Ming said as he picked up Xiao Wu and placed her on his shoulder as well. What about Tang Yi? Xing He asked. She runs too fast. I can't keep up, Xiao Wu replied, a bit puzzled by Xing He's tone, but she's still. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang San and his companions encountered the human-faced demon spider, and coincidentally, Tang San was about to prepare to obtain a soul ring, but was interrupted. Even more unfortunately, it was the snake lady and her granddaughter, whom they had met not long ago. To make matters worse, the Dragon King was also present today. After a struggle, Tang San and Meng Aran, the granddaughter, decided to compete. The winner would claim victory. Both were at level 30, and at first, they were evenly matched. However, after a while, the differences in their abilities quickly became apparent. As the battle progressed, Meng Aran began to feel anxious. This guy was actually stronger than her, even though they were both level 30. You can't beat me, just give up, Tang San couldn't help but advise, recalling how they had missed out on the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. After seeing the snake lady and Meng Aran, he had begun to have his doubts. Ultimately, he observed that the belly of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake had been injured before they arrived, leading him to suspect that it was the snake lady who had inflicted the injury. Now, the encounter with the human-faced demon spider seemed too coincidental. Was it bad luck or mere coincidence? You wish. Meng Aran was not deterred by Tang San's words. Instead, they ignited her competitive spirit. Unexpectedly, several throwing darts appeared in her hand, catching Tang San off guard. He hadn't anticipated that Meng Aran would have such a skill. Fortunately, Tang San was quick. He reached for the 24-bridge moonlit knight at his waist, adding a few hidden weapons to his arsenal to counter the flying darts coming from Meng Aran. With a series of clinks, Meng Aran was astonished to see her soul-breaking blade blocked. She couldn't believe it and felt unconvinced. So she threw several more soul-breaking blades at Tang San while using her soul power to try to stop him. Tang San turned around, using a blue silvergrass as a support point. He leaped to avoid Meng Aran's martial soul attack, but suddenly a leaf fell out of his clothes. Tang San was taken aback, not expecting there to be leaves on him. Chapter 71. Are you angry? Did she leave it behind when she went away? Tang San instinctively reached out to grab the leaf, as this was the shape of leaf his sister liked, and he couldn't let it be damaged. Originally, Meng Iran was very annoyed that Tang San had evaded her attack, but she didn't expect that in the next moment, Tang San would reveal a flaw. She glanced at the reason for Tang San's flaw, and it turned out to be an ordinary-looking leaf. He exposed his weakness for such a plain leaf. Meng Iran couldn't believe it. However, since it was such a precious leaf then, first soul skill, Serpent Blade. Meng Iran launched a quick attack. Tang San saw Meng Iran was about to attack Yezi, whom he was trying to protect. He didn't have time to use his soul skills, so he could only use the Xianyu hand. Tang San's hands underwent a change, quickly catching the leaf. Clang! The Xuanyu hand collided with Meng Iran's first soul skill, producing a piercing sound. Little San, butI, and the others were shocked, seeing that it was done barehanded. Tang San was pushed back a few meters by the soul skill, and he also took a bit of damage. Surprisingly, he managed to catch it. Long Gong saw this scene and was quite astonished. This child must be extraordinary. Tang San didn't care about his own injuries and quickly opened the leaves he was protecting. Unfortunately, the leaves themselves were very fragile. Even though he had blocked the attack, the impact of the soul power still caused the leaves to shatter. "You've gone too far." Tang San was angry. Disregarding his injuries, the blue-silver grass around him surged violently towards Meng Iran, and he added several hidden weapons to his hands, shooting them towards her without any hesitation. Meng Iran was entangled by the blue-silver grass and couldn't break free for a moment. She saw several sharp weapons coming her way and widened her eyes in shock, unable to escape. At that moment, Long Gong saw a flash of movement and used his dragon staff to block Tang San's hidden weapons. "We still lost," Long Gong said. "Grandpa," Meng Iran protested. But faced with Tang San's anger, she fell silent. "Senior Meng, our match isn't over yet." He was still angry. How could he let Meng Iran off so easily? But before he could finish his sentence, he was silenced by butI, who had been paying attention to him. butI sensed something was wrong when he saw the leaves shatter at the beginning, and he was ready for any unexpected situation. Seeing Tang San speaking, he understood the general idea. butI signaled for Tang San to calm down. Their group couldn't defeat the united forces of Long Gong and Shipe. "Senior Meng, since we won, this spider demon is ours, right?" "Of course," Long Gong said, noticing Tang San's anger, but thinking of what Zhao Wuji had told him. He chose to ignore it. Tang San was impulsive for a moment, but he was interrupted by butI, which made him calm down a bit. He realized that he was not alone here. He had companions and couldn't act recklessly. Tang San secretly persuaded himself, but the hand beside him was tightly clenched, so hard that it made his palm ache. It was this pain that brought him some clarity. He was still too weak. He couldn't even protect the things his sister had given him. Tang San pressed his lips together, looking at Meng Iran as if trying to remember her appearance. Meng Iran felt a bit unwilling under Tang San's gaze, with a hint of unrecognized grievance. "We're in a competition. If you have a flaw, I have to seize it. It doesn't matter if you look at me. I'm not in the wrong." Tang San naturally knew that he had revealed a flaw during the competition, and it was a mistake to let the opponent seize it. However, reason and emotion ultimately cannot be reconciled. "I understand, but the grudge against the destruction of Yezi. He has remembered," Tang San said without blinking. "Oomph." Meng Iran snorted coldly, still not very satisfied. "Iran, let's go," Long Gong said as he took Meng Iran away. From a distance, they could still hear Meng Iran's delicate voice saying, "Grandpa, you're so powerful. Why are you afraid of them?" "It's not fear. Are you really making Grandpa bully the weak?" "Oomph." As they walked away, Oscar and the others gathered around, as they knew about Tang San's anger. "Are you okay, Xiao San?" butI asked. Tang San looked at the shattered leaves in his hand, feeling extremely distressed. Everyone looked on with sympathy. Having spent these days together, they naturally knew that Tang San liked oddly shaped leaves, and sometimes even gifted him leaves. Tang San took great care to keep it. Given Tang San's affection for Tang Yin, he must be very sad about the broken leaf that his sister sent him. Should we wait for Xiao Yin to come back and give him a few more? Ma Hongjun, who wasn't very good at comforting people, said while scratching his head. "How about I go find a few beautiful ones to give you? Get lost. Can you even comfort someone?" butI directly moved Ma Hongjun aside, saying, "Is this about the leaf? This is a matter of a sister's gift and a brother's care. Okay, let's first focus on obtaining the soul ring." Zhao Wuji didn't quite understand why the broken leaf was such a big deal. He thought about how they should absorb the soul ring soon, fearing that if they didn't something bad might happen. Zhao Wuji said, "Xiao San, let's absorb the soul ring first." Oscar patted Tang San's shoulder, trying to comfort him, and produced 2 sausages from his hand, noting that Tang San had taken quite a bit of damage earlier. Tang San nodded, carefully wrapping the broken leaf in a handkerchief before putting it away in the 24-bridge moonlit night. After organizing everything, Tang San took the sausages Oscar offered. Thank you. Tang San glanced at everyone gratefully. After eating the sausages, he felt a bit down and didn't notice that the man-faced demon spider had already reached 2,000 years of age. By the time Tang Yin arrived, the sky had quietly darkened. Tang Yi breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her brother absorbing the soul ring. Although she had sensed the situation here with her mental powers when she was closer, she still felt uneasy without seeing her brother with her own eyes. Tang Yin attracted everyone's attention after her appearance. It's Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, you're back. Tang Yin nodded and glanced at everyone. They all seemed fine, but she noticed something was off. What's wrong? Did something happen? Tang Yin asked, recalling that her leaf had shattered and that thread of mental energy had dispersed. Everyone gathered around and took turns explaining what had happened today. So, you mean to say that the leaf I gave to my brother fell out, and he disregarded his own safety to protect that leaf? Hearing this, Tang Yin felt a sharp pain in her lungs from anger. That was just something she placed on her brother to easily sense their direction. For that leaf, he went barehanded. Not only did he get hurt, but he also didn't realize his mistake. Tang Yin watched her quiet brother absorbing the soul ring, and she gritted her teeth. If her brother wasn't still absorbing the soul ring, she would have slapped him awake. Doesn't he know that his own safety is the most important? Xiao Yan, are you angry? Chapter 72. Who are you? Xiao Yan, are you angry? Oscar whispered, sensing Tang Yan's urge to hit someone. What kind of leaves do you like? I can find them for you. Zhu Zhuqing, seeing Tang Yan's expression, thought she was sad because her leaves were damaged. Xiao Yan, I can help you find pretty leaves too, Ning Rongrong added. If you like leaves, we can help look for them. If you're also feeling down, then Xiao San will feel even worse. Fatima Hongjun tried to persuade. Tang Yin looked at them one by one, trying to persuade her, wondering if they misunderstood something. Ahem, I'm not sad or upset. Tang Yin stated the reason. I'm just angry that my brother is disregarding his own safety for a leaf. Although she felt a bit touched, her anger outweighed the sentiment. Who? Suddenly, they sensed some movement and became alert. Sister. At that moment, Xiao Wu jumped out. Everyone relaxed their guard upon seeing Xiao Wu. Sister, you ran too fast. If it weren't for Ming, I wouldn't know how long it would take to catch up. However, she was afraid Ming would scare everyone, so after a certain distance, she had him let her down, and she came over herself. Suddenly, Tang San, who was absorbing the soul ring, let out a soft grunt. It was painful. This quickly drew the attention of everyone who wanted to continue talking. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, who had been panting, immediately ran to Tang San's side. What's wrong with Xiao San? He's absorbing the 3rd soul ring. Absorbing the 3rd soul ring. How could this happen? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, a blood mist surrounded Tang San, but unfortunately, it wasn't the glow of soul power. It was the blood from Tang San's body. Tang San's brows were tightly furrowed, his lips pressed together, as if he were enduring immense pain. They could even hear the cracking sounds of his bones, which was very dangerous. Teacher Zhao, if this continues, Xiao San will be in danger, Dai Mubai said worriedly. It's the man-faced demon spider. Its cultivation has already surpassed 2,000 years. The master said the limit for the 3rd spirit ring is 1,760 years. Xiao Wu said softly, already on the verge of tears, her eyes reddening. Sister said Tang San is in danger, and it really is dangerous. Sister, look at Xiao San. Don't disturb Tang San. He's absorbing the spirit ring. He can only rely on himself now. Teacher Zhao said weakly. Teacher Zhao, I want to give it a try. At that moment, Tang Yin stepped forward, feeling that if this continued, her brother might bleed from all 7 orifices or even. Tang Yin pressed her lips together, feeling that this shouldn't be the case. She believed her brother should be able to pull through, but when she looked at Xiao Wu beside her, she seemed to understand something vaguely. Right, it was Xiao Wu. According to the original storyline, her brother was determined to become stronger to rescue Xiao Wu, who had been captured by Ming. He had planted this belief deep in his heart. No matter what, he would come back to save Xiao Wu. He couldn't die, nor could he leave. However, the storyline of Xiao Wu being captured by Ming had been changed by her. Her brother no longer had that urgent desire to save her, nor did he have the mindset that he had to become stronger, even if it meant risking his life. So, was her brother still too comfortable, which led to this situation? Tang Yin clenched her fist. Her intervention seemed to change nothing on the surface, but in reality, it changed a lot. I need to save my brother. Tang Yin nodded seriously. She couldn't just stand by and watch her brother fall into danger. Then go ahead. Zhao Wuji met Tang Yan's serious expression, and after a moment of clenching his fist, he finally spoke. Sister. Xiao Wu grabbed Tang Yan's hand, looking a bit worried. Tang Yin nodded to Xiao Wu and sat cross-legged beside her brother. Before the healing ability began, her mental ability had already stepped into a place that seemed to be a sea of consciousness. He wanted to drive her away. Tang Yin's eyebrows twitched slightly. She couldn't use her mental power to attack, since this was her brother. Not knowing the situation well, it wouldn't be wise to use healing either. She could only use her abilities to protect her brother's heart first. But why was her brother's sea of consciousness so chaotic? It seemed like he didn't recognize her anymore. Thinking of this, Tang Yin felt a pang in her heart. Her brother must not forget her, his sister. Second soul skill, nightmare. Tang Yin's lips moved slightly, and a brilliant light burst forth from her, enveloping both her and Tang San. The people outside quickly covered their mouths, fearing that any sound would disturb Tang and hiss. The next moment, Tang Yin felt a brief pain in her head, but she quickly regained her clarity. Did she arrive in another world? Was this her brother's sea of consciousness? Tang Yin was somewhat confused. This place was filled with magnificent ancient buildings, stone steps, rockeries, and flowing water, presenting a beautiful scene steeped in antiquity. However, she thought it was better to find her brother first. Just as she was about to unleash her mental power, Tang Yin hesitated. The thought that this might be her brother's sea of consciousness made her realize that if she used her mental power, it would be easy for the main consciousness of the sea to detect her, and then she would be kicked out. She had managed to deceive the main consciousness with her nightmare to come here. With no other choice, Tang Yin could only use her feet to quickly move around this ancient and quaint place, searching to see what kind of place this really was. Suddenly, Tang Yin sensed some movement ahead. She paused and hid. Find him. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I must bring Tang San back. Tang San had jumped off the ghostly cliff, and the chance of survival was slim. What a pity for such a talent. If 3 days don't work, then 5 days. If 5 days don't work, then 100 days. No matter what, you must find Tang San for me. Tang Yin listened from outside, her heart racing. This is the Tang sect. Is this her brother's past life? So is she now in her brother's sea of consciousness, or in another time and space? Tang Yan's heart was beating a bit erratically, and her breathing became somewhat rapid. However, she did not expect the person inside to be so alert. Just her heavy breathing had already attracted attention. Who? As soon as the voice fell, there was a loud crash as the doors and windows were opened. Who are you? In an instant, 3 figures in white had appeared in front of Tang Yin. Tang Yin instinctively took a few steps back and got a good look at the 3 men, all of whom appeared to be elderly, with a dignified demeanor. They wore white robes, each with a golden Tang character on their chests. Judging by their stature and temperament, as well as the tone they had just spoken in, they were undoubtedly high-ranking members of the Tang sect, likely the sect leader or elders. Who are you? One of the irritable elders questioned, waving his hand, sending a powerful internal force toward Tang Yin. Tang Yinmei's eyebrows slightly moved, such a strong aura. Chapter 73, Not My Brother Yet. Tang Yin instinctively blocked the internal energy of the old man. Second elder, the elder who had made a move, was called by another person. Big brother. This little girl is not simple. That internal energy just now couldn't be easily resolved by a child. Second elder, the sect leader, Master Tang, shook his head and looked at the now vigilant girl. Little girl, who are you, and how did you end up in our Tang sect? I'm here to find someone. Who are you looking for? My brother Tang San. Tang Yin straightened her posture, her tone serious and earnest, trying to prove her determination. However, Tang Yin forgot that she was still a 12-year-old girl, while at this time, Tang San was already an adult. Tang San? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Little girl, are you here to make fun of us? The second elder laughed heartily at Tang Yan's words, his tone filled with sarcasm. Are we old and blind? Or do you think we're easy to fool? Not to mention that Tang San is already 29 years old. You, this little girl, probably haven't even reached the age of adolescence. 29? Tang Yin felt as if she had heard a heartbreaking sound. So her brother was 29 years old in his previous life. How old was she in her previous life? 24? No, 25. Well, she still couldn't compare. Tang Yi's fingers trembled slightly, but soon her back straightened even more. So what if she was older in her previous life? In this life, she was older than her brother, and he was no longer her brother. Little girl, you heard what my second brother said. Why don't you confess? Who are you and what do you want? Mr. Tang's voice turned colder. It's just a matter of status. I'm still Tang San's sister, and I'm looking for Tang San. Tang Yi stood her ground, and the next second, she ran away. She needed to find someone. She didn't know if her brother outside could hold on. Chase. 3 elder-level individuals pursued Tang Yi, but fortunately, she had speed abilities, so they needed some effort to catch up. Ghosts see trouble. Tang Yi noticed that when the sect leader gave the order, just now, someone went out, and she remembered the direction. The place she went to was Ghost See Sorrow. The 3 people chasing after her didn't expect that Tang Yin would go to Ghost See Sorrow, which is bottomless. This should be the place. Tang Yin looked at the deep, misty cliff that was shrouded in rain. In front of the little girl was the place known as Ghost Grief, and there was no way to go. If you tell the truth, who are you, and what are you doing at the Tang sect? We might let you go. This is indeed Ghost Grief. Tang Yin took a step forward. This is where her brother fell. I am Tang Yin, Tang's sister. I came to bring him home, not to make fun of you all. As Tang Yin spoke, she cupped her fists and bowed. It's impossible. Tang San was a lonely child picked up by the elders of the outer sect. Where did an elder sister come from? Now there is one. As Tang Yin spoke, the corners of her mouth curled slightly, and she jumped into Ghost Grief as well. Little girl. Mr. Tang, seeing this familiar scene, instinctively shouted out. Tang Yin's body kept falling down, but there was no fear in her eyes. The wind force surrounding her would normally cause pain, but Tang Yin's wind ability quickly turned enemies into friends, making her descent even faster. Look, someone is falling down. The disciples who were originally searching for Tang San in the air saw Tang Yin's figure and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She can fly. She has wings. Some also shouted, is she still human? Tang Yin fell freely, increasing the possibility of finding her brother. When she was close to the ground, she used her soul bone and began to search nearby. Finally, she found him in a patch of chaotic weeds. Brother. Tang Yin walked over and found him unconscious. She quickly treated Tang San, and when his weak breathing became steady, she finally stopped. Then she noticed that she had been too anxious just now and hadn't paid much attention to other details. Tang Yin took out a piece of cloth from the space to cover the person's body. It's here, right here. Tang San has been found. The Tang Min disciples have been paying attention to Tang Yin ever since he appeared. When Tang Yin called out brother, they rushed over. Upon seeing Tang San, they shouted excitedly. After searching for several days, Tang San was finally found. Tang Yin looked at the crowd that had surrounded her, and she quickly rolled her brother up and hoisted him onto her shoulder. Taking a few steps back to keep them at bay, she said, Who are you? Let him go. He is an inner disciple of the Tang sect. He is my family. Tang Yin wanted to say brother, but if she did, they wouldn't believe her. Does Tang San have any family? Someone asked, and they didn't know. They weren't familiar with Tang San, only having heard that he had moved from the outer sect to the inner sect. Let's go back, someone suggested, and Tang Yin agreed. She needed to find a quiet place for her brother. She would wait for him to wake up. Upon returning to the Tang sect, the news had already reached the sect leader from afar. They welcomed her back. Tang San has been found. The sect leader was naturally delighted and wanted to see how Tang San was doing. However, when they saw Tang Yin, they froze. Ghostly Encounter actually managed to return alive. He instructed people to take Tang San back, and then stop Tang Yin. You can't go in. 2 elders arrived as well, and naturally noticed Tang Yin. She looked at these people and ultimately did not force her way in. Her brother's injuries had been treated, but he was still unconscious, and she could only wait for him to wake up. However, Tang Yin would not leave. She had to wait for her brother to regain consciousness. Mr. Tang also learned from the disciples who escorted him back that it was Tang Yin who found the person, and that this person had wings and could fly. This is definitely not something a normal person can do. I can choose not to go in, but I also cannot leave. I have to wait for my brother to wake up. An elder wanted Tang Yin to leave, but Tang Yin firmly stated that if she had to leave, she would take her brother with her. If they couldn't force her, they could at least let her run away. Young lady, we can talk, mister. Tang said as he approached at that moment. Tang Yin nodded. Are you really Tang San's sister? If this little girl isn't a normal person, then it's possible. Yes, I've already treated my brother's wounds. Just wait for him to wake up, and you can tell him that his sister came to find him. You healed Tang San? The second elder exclaimed, surprised. He had just seen that there were no wounds on Tang San's body and was wondering what was wrong. It turns out someone healed him, but could he really recover that quickly? The second elder did not believe Tang Yin. He was asking the sect master. Mr. Tang nodded. He glanced at Tang Yi and then said, Tang San is now an inner disciple of our Tang sect. If you really are his sister, then let's wait for Tang San to wake up to see the result. All right, Tang Yi and the elders waited. However, they did not expect that the result they would get was not what Tang Yi wanted. Chapter 74. Do I have to be forgotten too? After Elder Tang and discussed, Tang Yin waited in the shade of the tree outside, accompanied by 2 elders. Due to Tang and special circumstances, she was considered a dangerous person, so they had to be cautious. Mr. Tang is waiting for Tang San to wake up in the room. Tang San felt like he'd been unconscious for a long time. At first, he felt a lot of pain, his whole body ached. He didn't know how much time had passed when he sensed a warm current, like a ray of bright light, gradually driving away the pain. He wanted to see who it was who brought him this light, but his eyelids felt so heavy that he couldn't open them. However, he didn't give up. He tried hard to open his eyes. With more effort, when he finally managed to open his eyes, he saw Tang San saw the wooden roof, which felt somewhat familiar. He shook his head to clear his mind. Suddenly, a pain shot through his head, and he couldn't help but cover it, as if something was slipping from his memory. Before Tang San could think too much, he heard a voice beside him. Tang San, you're awake. Tang San turned around and saw a familiar person, the sect leader. When disciple Tang San saw Master Tang, he wanted to get up, but was held down by Master Tang on the shoulder. Don't say any more about mistakes. You are already an inner disciple of the Tang sect, and will be the only candidate to inherit my position as sect leader. This can't be done, sect leader. Tang San, do you know the current situation of our Tang sect? Tang San was stopped by this sentence. He remembered the words of Elder Tang Lan about revitalizing the Tang sect and restoring its former glory. Mr. Tang patted Tang San's shoulder. There is something important that you need to handle. There's a little girl outside, looking about 12 or 13, claiming to be your sister. She jumped down from the ghostly encounter and saved you, and she also healed all your injuries. For Tang San, who had never had any relatives, his heart skipped a beat at the word relatives. She jumped down from the ghostly encounter and saved me. He felt a warmth in his heart that he couldn't explain, a feeling that seemed familiar. However, he couldn't recall when he had felt this way before. Yes, I thought she would go down without return, but unexpectedly, she brought you back. Regardless of whether that little girl named Tang Yin was truly Tang San's sister, they were grateful for her saving him. Sister, Tang San murmured softly, but still couldn't find any memories. In the end, he could only shake his head. I can't remember having a sister. I was taken into the Tang sect by an elder when I was in swaddling clothes. I was born a Tang sect person and will die as one too. Mr. Tang nodded, feeling gratified to see Tang San like this. Since you're awake, you should go meet that girl and clarify everything. Okay. Tang San nodded, tidied his appearance, and when he looked in the mirror at his long hair, he felt a bit of unfamiliarity. Is it an illusion? However, Tang San didn't think too much about it. After getting ready, he pushed open the door. Tang Yin had been paying attention to the movements over here. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, she straightened up and walked over. Although her brother had changed his appearance, she still recognized him at first glance. Brother! Tang San was caught off guard when a girl who looked like a little girl rushed over and hugged him. He felt somewhat at a loss. He lived in the outer sect, was not liked by others, and was often bullied by his peers who said he had no talent for learning Tang sect's hidden weapons. He also did not enjoy playing with his fellow disciples and focused solely on studying hidden weapons and martial arts. No one had ever shown him such straightforward enthusiasm. Brother, let's go home. Tang San thought about his younger brother outside and wondered if it would have any impact if he didn't return for too long. Tang San had not yet reacted when Tang Yin took his hand. He instinctively grasped it, but after doing so, he felt that it was inappropriate for a man and woman to be so close, and he let go. However, could Tang Yin be so easily shaken off? Brother? Tang Yin tightened her grip, naturally not letting Tang San go. Miss, I don't know you, and Tang Min is my home. Where'd he go with this girl? Perhaps she recognized the wrong person. I am not your brother. You don't remember me anymore? Hearing her brother say that he was not her brother made her feel a sudden pang in her nose, and she insisted on asking, do I have to be forgotten too? Brother. Tang San opened his mouth as if he had something to say, but when he looked at the girl who was not even up to his chest, holding her head high, her delicate little face showing a sense of grievance. Even her eyes that resembled his seemed to be tinged with a hint of sorrow. In an instant, Tang San could not say anything. Seeing such a girl made his heart ache. He wanted to comfort her, but he felt that this feeling was strange. The two of them stared at each other, neither of them saying a word first. Tang San, the second elder, who was not known for being quiet, worried that the Tang San they had finally found would leave with this inexplicable girl, could not help but shout. Second elder, the sect leader, Mr. Tang shook his head, signaling the second elder not to disturb them, as he trusted Tang San. The second elder clenched his fist, glanced at the two over there, and turned away, showing a look of disinterest. Elder, sect leader. Tang San noticed the actions of the sect leader and the elders, and he reluctantly pulled back his gaze. No longer looking into the eyes of the girl in front of him, He could not abandon the Tang sect that raised him because of these unclear feelings. He cannot be ungrateful. Therefore, regarding the girl, Tang Sen expressed his apologies. In the end, he finally said, "I'm sorry. I grew up in the Tang sect, and all my memories are the Tang sect. I thought about it, and there hasn't been any part of my life that is missing, so I don't know you. Little girl, perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else." Tang Sen said again, "Moreover, given our ages, I could not possibly be your younger brother, and you could not possibly be my older sister." Tang Sen slowly withdrew his hand as he spoke. This time, Tang Yin did not pull him back with force, so he was able to easily retract his hand. Unexpectedly, he found it effortless to pull back his hand, which left him feeling somewhat empty. Upon seeing Tang Yin, who had already lowered her head, he felt a twinge of compassion. "Even though I'm not your brother, if you want, I could be your big brother," Tang Sen said, and then thought that having a sister like that would be quite nice. "I will protect my sister, and I won't let anyone bully her." As Tang Yin listened, she no longer felt sad, watching him as he continued to express his desire for her to be his sister. Tang Yin kicked Tang San's calf in anger, causing Tang San to be unable to speak for a moment due to the pain. "Damn your sister. You can forget about being my brother in this life or the next." Chapter 75. You two are innocent and playful childhood sweethearts. Tang Jia was so angry that she feared staying any longer would make her explode her brother. After saying this harshly, she walked away, wanting to think quietly about how to help her brother clear his mind and stop obsessing over wanting to be an older brother. It's been so many years, and that thought still hasn't faded. This little brat is really arrogant, daring to hit someone right under our noses in the Tang sect. The second elder watched Tang Jia run off and instinctively went to chase her, but another elder beside him stopped him. "Fourth brother, you can't stop me." Second brother. The fourth elder shook his head helplessly, indicating for him to look at Tang San. Tang San only felt pain for a moment, and it quickly faded. That kick just now was only because the young girl was upset. "Tang San, how do you feel?" the sect leader asked as he approached Tang San. Tang San shook his head, watching the girl leave, feeling an indescribable sense of loss in his heart, something he had never experienced before. It hurt, as if he was about to lose something important. "Master, can you tell me about her?" He had just woken up and was still unclear about things. How did she come to the Tang sect? Why was she so certain that he was her brother, even jumping off a cliff to find him? "I don't know much either. This little girl, we don't know where she came from, and none of the disciples in the sect recognize her. She said she came to find you and insisted that she is your sister, but we naturally didn't believe her. By the way, the little girl is named Tang Yin, and she also has the surname Tang. Under the ghostly see you again, some disciples saw that the little girl has wings and can fly, which is likely how she safely reached beneath the ghostly see you again. Tang Jian." Tang San silently repeated this name, as if trying to remember her in his heart, as if it meant something. Since returning from the ghostly see you again, he couldn't make sense of himself. After Tang Yin walked for a while, she began to think about how to help her brother recover his memory. Generally, how does one regain memory? Directly using mental force to stimulate him wouldn't work. That would hurt him. What about drowning? Could a lack of oxygen to the brain stimulate its potential? No, what if he drowned? How about a gravitational impact to the brain? Or jumping off a cliff again? No, those seem too violent. It should be gentler. So how can it be gentle? Asking about his well-being? Serving tea and water? Recreating scenes? It seems all of those are a bit difficult, but now there are no other options. So she has to give it a try. Ahem. Let us start with food, drink, and clothing. Ever since Tang Sen woke up, he just felt something was missing. Clearly, in the Tang sect, he had gained the attention of his master, and his revived Tang sect hidden weapons had a bright future ahead. However, something was still lacking, and that little girl he had parted ways with lingered in his heart, but the entire Tang sect could not find her. At this moment, Tang Yin was holding a large cage used for baking buns, stacked quite high, almost covering her figure. When she reached the inner gate of the Tang sect, she noticed someone following her. Tang Yin saw that it was the leader of the Tang sect and the elders, the same three from before. Are they really that free? However, seeing that they were just following along, it seemed like they were merely there, so Tang Yin chose to ignore them and continued looking for his brother. When they arrived at the place where Tang San was, it was a pond with a pavilion nearby. Tang San was sitting on a large rock outside the pavilion, seemingly in deep meditation. Tang Yin had no hands, so he had to kick a small stone with his foot. The small stone flew directly toward Tang San's head, but it was not harmful and was quickly caught by Tang San. He was a bit puzzled and looked around, but saw no one, only stacks of cages. Tang San wanted to see clearly who it was when he heard a crisp voice. "Brother." Tang San couldn't help but smile, almost shouting sister. His eyelids twitched, and he suppressed the words that nearly slipped out. What brings you here? Tang Xin stood up and came over to help unload the items from Tang Yin's shoulders. Don't touch. Tang Yin dodged Tang San's hand and placed everything on the stone table in the pavilion. What are these? Tang Xin asked while helping to support them. You'll find out soon, Tang Yin replied, then pulled Tang San's hand away. Brother, watch closely, Tang Yin said, snapping her fingers, and a ring of fire surrounded the stack of cages. Tang San looked at this miraculous scene and should have felt amazed, but he thought it was only natural. He was too familiar with this moment. He watched the excited Tang Yin and wanted to say something about not being her brother, but the words were on the tip of his tongue, and he didn't want to let that happy smile fade. Brother, do you know about past lives and present lives? What past lives and present lives? Tang San was taken aback. If I say that after you jumped into the ghost sea Cho, you already died and were reincarnated into another world where you're still called Tang San, and you became the son of a blacksmith. You have a dad and an older sister. Dad is very messy and doesn't like cleanliness, but he loves us very much, teaches us morals, teaches us how to forge iron. You're always very obedient and well-behaved, while I often slack off and get chased by Dad, but you always cover for me. Tang Sin listened quietly, feeling that this was a very happy family. Just listening quietly was already so beautiful. Later, we grew up and went to Nottingham Academy to study, meeting many friends, among them a girl named Xiao Wu, who was very cute. You often practiced together. Tang Xin felt that this name was very familiar. She spoke so long and passionately, without anyone interrupting her. Just a little mention of Xiao Wu moved his heart a bit. Tang Yin, sure enough, when the child grows up, he no longer listens to his sister. No, it's not right. It's the younger brother who has grown up and no longer listens to his sister. Tang Yin maintained a good smile and said, well, you two are childhood friends. Just a step away from expressing your feelings for each other. No, that's impossible. Tang San instinctively retorted upon hearing this, his innocent face turning suspiciously red. Not sure if he was embarrassed or shy. How could it be impossible? I've already thought of names for your children. Seeing the big boys blush, Tang Yin couldn't help but want to tease him. There should be both a girl and a boy. If it's a boy, he should be a bit like you when he grows up. He was cute as a child and will be handsome when he grows up. How about we call him Wu Wu? Before Tang Yin could finish, her mouth was covered. Stop talking. You're so young. Why do you say these things? Tang Sin couldn't find the words. Oh, what do you mean by these? Do you believe what I said? Tang Yin pried Tang San's hand away and looked at him with bright eyes. Chapter 76. You just deserve a beating him. Who are you? Tang Yin nodded. Wanted to see what her brother would say. Tang Sin looked at Tang Yan's expectant expression and didn't want to disappoint her. He moved his mouth, but ultimately couldn't say anything. Go ahead and say it. You didn't let me say what I wanted to before. Isn't that you putting yourself in it? You've already put yourself in it. I'm still your sister. Who else could I be? Tang Yin was angry and slapped Tang San on the back. You're really asking for it more and more. Have I been too good to you in the past? And now you're making me mad? Sister, he still can't relate. Looking at a girl who isn't even as tall as his shoulders. He has to call a girl who hasn't grown up sister? That's impossible. You just deserve a beating. Tang Yin understood Tang San's eyes and felt a bit like fighting. Dinner. Tang Yin snorted coldly, putting away her anger, and opened a layer of cages, each containing 3 different dishes. There were a total of 8 cages, which meant 24 dishes. The top layer had various buns, followed by snacks, and the further down you went, there was everything. Big fish and meat swimming in water, crabs and seafood, dragon and phoenix running on the ground, and steamed pigeon hanging in the air. There were also light lettuce and radishes to relieve greasiness, and even a cage of rice. In an instant, the fragrant smell wafted in, and everyone's appetite was whetted. The entire stone table could hardly hold it all. How could this be? Tang San was stunned. Even the 3 elders watching from the shadows were taken aback. Not to mention that all these dishes were steamed in one cage, but the required heat and temperature, as well as the steam that would permeate to other wooden cages, would cross their flavors and could ruin their taste. However, this scene was so appetizing that the 3 of them couldn't help but step out from their hidden positions. Master, 2nd elder, 4th elder. When Tang San saw the 3 men come out, he immediately bowed. Tang San, you are already my direct disciple. It's only right for you to call me master, Mr. Tang said, his gaze falling on the table of delicacies. Then he accidentally met Tang Yan's penetrating gaze. Mr. Tang, having seen grand occasions before, greeted Tang Yin normally. Little girl, we meet again. He didn't expect this little girl to have such a skill. He was truly impressed. Tang Sin bowed again but did not speak. He also looked at Tang Yin. Tang Yi twitched the corner of her mouth. Why did these people, who had been hiding so well, suddenly come out? She hadn't even cultivated a good relationship with her brother yet, hoping to see if he could remember anything. However, she was still on their territory, and it wasn't certain if she could win a fight, so she could only put on a good front. The elders had just had lunch. Naturally, they hadn't tea. We were just thinking that it hadn't been long since Tang Sen woke up, and we wanted to see if there was anything he wasn't used to. Mr. Tang said this. Let us all go together. Tang, didn't know how to respond. Had they rehearsed this? They had clearly been following her all the way. That is troublesome for the young lady. It's no trouble at all. Later, I'll need the seniors to teach me some skills. When Tang Yi thought of something, she wondered if there would be dangerous moments that could stimulate her brother. Her brother shouldn't be in danger, so she would take it on herself. When she was in danger, would that be the case? Tang Yin slightly narrowed her eyes, having made a decision. With a bit of enthusiasm, she added bowls and chopsticks for the three of them. She initially planned to wait until her brother was full before giving him a beating to vent her frustration. But the arrival of the few seniors gave her a new idea. Tang Sen looked at Tang Yin, who had originally been warm towards him, and then turned to the sect leader and the elders with enthusiasm. He felt a bit jealous. Those dishes that looked so delicious were no longer just his privilege. However, these three were the pillars of the Tang clan, and in the end, Tang San could only comfort himself this way as he began to join in the food competition. If he waited too long, there would be none left. I didn't expect this little kid to look small, but actually cook these dishes quite well, said the second elder, who had previously held some reservations about Tang Yin, immediately changing his tune. As long as the second elder likes it, please take care of us later, Tang Yin said with a smile. She would spare no effort to make them give their all, putting her in a risky situation. Come, have some water, Tang Yin said, taking out the water brewed with heart flour, handing out a cup to each person. What kind of tea is this? It feels refreshing going down, with a hint of rich sweetness reaching all the meridians, making my whole body feel relaxed. It's really comfortable. Little kid, give me another cup. Sure. Tang Yin poured another cup for the second elder. Unexpectedly, Mr. Tang and the fourth elder clinked their cups lightly and also finished the heart flour water in one gulp. Then pushed their cups forward, making their intentions quite clear. Tang Yin, she continued to fill it up. Tang Sen also drank this water, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if he had often drunk it before. This is Shinrue. I have been brewing it for you since you were 6 years old, until you were 12. I was also 12, and you and your brother are a rare pair of dragon and phoenix twins. You are now absorbing the third spirit ring, which is very dangerous. If you continue to forget and don't come back with me, you might very well die from the explosion of your body. Everything here is not real. It is all your obsession. Do you understand, brother? Tang Yin suddenly said seriously. Mr. Tang and the two elders suddenly felt uncomfortable with these words. Everything was fine just a moment ago, so why were they saying this now? Tang San's cup tightened slightly in his hand. He wanted to ask if Tang Yin had mistaken the person, but he had a vague feeling that what Tang Yin said was true. 3 seniors. Thank you for your trouble. At this moment, Tang Yin stepped forward, and Mr. Tang and the two elders naturally understood what Tang Yin meant. I want to take a gamble, and I hope the 3 seniors can help. As they walked out, Tang Yin spoke softly. Mr. Tang wanted to say something like that's not your brother, but seeing Tang Yi's determined expression, he ultimately nodded to the two elders. As one should be soft to the mouth when eating, it's also good to let this little girl give up, right? Thank you for your trouble. Tang Yi politely cupped his fists and then began attacking the sect leader and the two elders. This little girl is really fast. However, having speed alone is not enough. The little girl took the hits. The sect leader and the others were not being polite either. Tang Yin continuously dealt with the situation. She knew that the sect leader and others had already agreed to her request, so after holding on for a while, she began to gradually retreat. Tang Sen watched as Tang and was being pushed back step by the sect leader and the two elders. But the sect leader and the two elders didn't show any signs of stopping, giving the illusion that they intended to kill Tang in one fell swoop. Sect leader and elders, please stop. Tang Sen became increasingly anxious. Chapter 77. I am Tang San. I am your brother. Tang Yin narrowed her eyes, sensing her brother's panic. She raised her left hand, and her soul rings lit up. You want to kill me? Tang Yin seemed to be pushed back a step, looking incredulously at the 3 elders. Cough, cough. She suddenly coughed violently, as if suffering from internal injuries. You come to my Tang sect time and again. Do you even regard my Tang sect? The second elder coldly huffed. You are not of my kind. You must be exterminated. The fourth elder was quite blunt, drawing a sword from somewhere and directly slashing at Tang Yin. Tang Yin rolled to the side but still couldn't completely evade, and his arm was accidentally cut, quickly staining his arm with blood. Little girl, my Tang sect is also well known in the martial world. Yet there are few who can come and go as they please like you, treating our Tang sect as if it doesn't exist while trying to incite our disciples. That is your wrongdoing. If I let you go today, it will surely bring disaster. Mr. Tang, the great master, became serious at this moment. One should never let those who provoke the Tang sect go unpunished. Ha! What good Tang sect, what a good those not of my kind. Their hearts must be different. Tang Yin covered his arm, his soul power surging, wanting to unleash a powerful move. Second brother, quickly stop her, we must kill her. She's not a normal person. The fourth elder directly used his inner strength to press forward. Even the sect leader, Mr. Tang, and the second elder joined in using their inner strength, determined to crush Tang Yin. No, she's not. Tang San did not expect the situation to take such a turn. They had just been happily eating together. Why did it have to come to killing? He saw the blood, and his breathing became heavy and labored. He didn't want this. He didn't want her to be harmed. If she had to be hurt, he would gladly take the hit for her. Tang Yin, cough. Tang Yin couldn't help but cough, and seeing Tang San coming over, she struggled to say, "Don't come over." Tang San couldn't understand how Tang Yin, with her small frame, could stand against 3 elder-level individuals by herself. Yet, her rigid back and unwavering determination, along with the blood that had started to seep from the corner of her mouth, spoke volumes. Tang San couldn't wait any longer. He desperately wanted to take on all the weight for Tang Yin. How would he not go over? Sect Master, elders, please stop. Tang San shouted with all his might. At this moment, he had also arrived beside Tang Yin. He used the Xiantian skill and, together with Tang Yin, bore the heavy internal energy, sharing some of the pain with Tang Yin. Tang San, what are you doing? The second elder, who had initially staged the act for Tang San, couldn't help but say when he saw Tang San run out to confront them. Tang San, do you know what you're doing? The master, Mr. Tang Da, also couldn't help but ask. He had always believed in Tang San, trusting that he would always be one of them and would never turn against them. But now, using the Tang sect's techniques against them, Tang San pleaded with the master and the elders to stop, insisting that Tang Yin was not a villain, nor a bad person, and that infiltrating the Tang sect was understandable. Struggling against the internal energy of the 3, Tang San found it difficult to speak, yet he still persisted in saying everything. Tang San, do you know what you are doing? You are betraying the Tang sect. The second elder's temper flared up, and the internal energy of his subordinates increased even more. Tang San has not betrayed the Tang sect. I just want her to be okay. Ridiculous. The fourth elder couldn't hold back any longer. After the second elder suppressed Tang San, he directly struck out towards Tang Yin. Puff! Tang Yan's small body couldn't help but be sent flying, blood spitting out in midair. Drip! Some blood directly splattered onto Tang San's face. Tang San was momentarily stunned, feeling as if the world had stopped at that moment. His gaze, somewhat vacant, was fixed on the person who had been knocked away, and he unknowingly had bloodshot eyes. Something surged into his brain. I'm a sister, you're the brother, ha ha ha. Brother, your face is so soft. Let me touch it. Ha ha. Brother, you're so obedient. Brother? Where are you going, brother? Oh dear, brother has grown up. Is there still chub on your face? Do you want to carry your sister? Your sister can't walk anymore. Sister. Sister. Tang San desperately caught the falling Tang Yin. Her small body seemed like it could shatter, lacking warmth in his embrace. Sister, sister. Wake up, sister. Tang San trembled all over. I am your brother, Tang San. I am your brother, Tang San. Sister, please wake up. Plop. It seemed like something cool fell on Tang Yan's face, and her long eyelashes quivered slightly. Plop. Another drop fell on her fair face, splashing onto Tang Yan's lips. It was a bit astringent and salty. Tang Yin slightly moved her eyes and opened them. However, with that movement, she felt a pressure in her chest and couldn't help but cough. But it was another mouthful of blood. That senior said it was all just an act. Why did it turn real afterwards? She was caught off guard. It was her brother, her little brother. Tang Yin felt the tears on her face and couldn't help but reach out to touch her brother's face. After feeling the wet tears, Tang Yin was stunned. It wasn't her illusion. Her brother was crying. Yes, I am Tang San. I am your brother. Tang San held on to Tang Yan's outstretched hand tightly, fearing that if he loosened his grip, she would disappear. Sister, I'm sorry. Don't cry. If you cry, you won't be cute anymore. Tang Yin struggled to reach out and pat her brother's head. I will take my sister for treatment. We will go home. Tang San didn't know if the injuries Tang Yin suffered would affect her. If this place was his obsession, then he would give it up. He just wanted his sister to be well. All right, let's go home. Tang Yin felt a bit tired, holding her brother's hand, with a smile at the corners of her mouth. Finally, he remembered her. Tang-san, you can't leave. Master Tang couldn't believe that Tang-san was just going to leave with her. I'm sorry, Master. Tang-san will always be Tang-san. But Tang-san has a new home, new friends, and a reason he must return. After bowing to Master Tangda while holding Tang Yin, Tang-san turned and ran. Over there was the ghostly cliff. Tang-san did not stop his steps. Each step he took was very firm. Sister, let's go home. Tang-san said this and jumped down from ghostly sea trouble. In an instant, the entire space changed and everything here vanished. He also no longer had Tang Yin in his arms. After absorbing the soul ring, Tang-san suddenly opened his eyes. He remembered Tang Yin covered in blood, and as soon as he woke up, he immediately shouted, Sister, it's Xiao-san. Xiao-san is awake. Tang-san is awake. Chapter 78. Unruly Old Man's Sister. Tang-san looked at Tang Yin, who was also sitting cross-legged opposite him. Feeling a bit scared, he hugged her tightly. Tang Yin had also woken up. She felt a little tight in her chest and had a slight headache. It was really too harsh. Although she used her second soul skill to make the sect master and those two elders seem more realistic, how could they forget their original intention of acting? It made her hurt for quite a while. She felt a bit weak. Loosen up. Loosen up. Tang Yin patted her brother's head, feeling choked. Sis, are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere? Tang-san felt a bit dazed when he heard Tang Yin speaking with strength, realizing that his sister in his arms was healthy. Xiao-san, what's wrong? butI and the others had gathered around. Xiao-san, you finally woke up? It was really dangerous. Yeah, it scared me to death. Brother, you scared me to death. Xiao Wu, seeing Tang-san awake, felt her worried heart relax a little. However, seeing Tang-san's concern for Tang Yin, she also went to support Tang Yin in Tang-san's arms and asked with concern, Sister, what's wrong? I'm fine. My brother is just overthinking. Tang Yin finally came out of Tang-san's embrace, breathing in the fresh air, looking at the familiar faces, and feeling really good. Everyone learned that Tang-san was fine, and at this moment, Tang-san had successfully absorbed the third soul ring, and everyone came to congratulate him. However, it was still too early for congratulations. Tang-san felt a slight itch and some pain in his back, and for a moment, he wasn't quite used to it, accidentally letting out a soft moan. Tang Yiming keenly noticed this. Originally, she wanted to pick up Xiao Wu and then call everyone to leave, but seeing that there seemed to be quite a few people, she changed her direction. She lowered her head, moved her brother away a bit, and kept a distance from everyone. Xiao Ya, what's wrong? Everyone was startled by this movement. Then they saw spider claws growing out from behind Tang-san. Everyone was so scared that they couldn't close their mouths. And they began to speculate about what had happened to Tang-san. Tang Yin wanted to mention the soul bones, but remembering the master's words, he ultimately said nothing. Tang-san was stunned for a while after discovering that he had grown spider legs. Then he controlled himself to retract the spider claws. Ever since his sister first had a soul bone, he began to understand these things, and it seemed that it should be an external soul bone. Sister? While Tang-san was adjusting to the soul bone, Tang Yin had already leaned against Xiao Wu and fallen asleep. It seemed he was tired. Xiao Yin was asleep. Zhu Zhuqing looked back at Tang Yin, whose breathing had calmed down, and judged he's asleep. Everyone was still discussing whether Tang-san had turned into a spider. Now Tang Yin could sleep while standing. It should be due to excessive use of soul power. Zhao Wujia also glanced over and made a judgment. Everyone nodded. Looking at the small Tang Yin, they subconsciously regarded him as a child. It was normal for children to sleep a bit more, so there were no doubts. I'll do it. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Tang Yin beside Xiao Wu and reached out to pick him up. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to carry Tang Yin. Tang-san, watching the sleeping Tang Yin, quickly retracted the unfamiliar soul bone. Now when he saw the unconscious Tang Yin, he would think of her covered in blood in his arms, and he instinctively became scared. He wanted to go over to confirm if she was really asleep, but he was stopped by butI. I'll go check on my sister first. Tang-san thought butI had something to discuss with him, but he felt he should check on Tang Yin first. No, you should put on your clothes first. Tang-san finally realized that he was naked, and then he saw the amused expressions on Oscar and Ma Hongjuan's faces. He decided to go put on his clothes. After Tang-san got dressed and confirmed that Tang Yin was really asleep, he felt relieved. After thinking for a moment, he said to Zhu Zhuqing, who was holding Tang Yin, let me do it. Tang-san reached out to hug, but Zhu Zhuqing hesitated a bit. In fact, Tang-san wasn't heavy. He was rather soft and easy to hold. So many spiders. At this moment, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, there were indeed a lot of spiders. Prepare for battle. butI said as he had already taken up a stance. Tang San took a look and saw that there were too many small spiders. He asked Zhu Zhuqing to hold Tang Yin properly while he took out a hidden weapon from the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Everyone use this. Isn't the young master going over? Jin Wangen looked at the little milk baby standing beside him with his hands behind his back, and he found it amusing. If the young master didn't look like a baby, his posture would seem serious. However, the young master was just a 3-year-old baby. Jin Wangen stifled a laugh, holding it in, since he was still next to the young master. She's already asleep? Why should I go over? Xinghe glared at Jin Wangen, clearly displeased. Jin Wangen rubbed his nose, suppressing his laughter, and then said, "We did find what the young master wanted. That martial soul is indeed the token of my clan." Xinghe remained silent, as if he had anticipated this already. Jin Wangen thought of the contents recorded in the book and couldn't help but chuckle. Does the young master want to see what the book says? Perhaps I should tell the clan members to change how they address the young master? As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Xinghe's expression and continued. Now that we have the token, it seems the young master's title might need to be changed. Upon hearing this, Xinghe's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but kick out in frustration. Jin Wangen was kicked and rolled away, but he quickly rolled back, his smile even more pronounced. Young master, you're so inappropriate. Xinghe couldn't take it anymore and kicked him away again. Xinghe then found a spot to sit back down. If the young master isn't going out, then we should return to the clan. Jin Wangen, who had rolled several times, ran back and stood about a meter behind Xinghe. We'll go back tomorrow. Xinghe answered and closed his eyes to rest. Jin Wangen saw that the young master, no, it should be the master, had closed his eyes. So he didn't disturb him and quietly waited against a nearby tree. After a night passed, Tang Yin was full of energy again. Finally going back to the academy. It's been quite an adventure out here. Tang San and Oscar have obtained their soul rings, and they can finally go back. Everyone is getting ready to return. Tang Yin also remembered that she seemed to have asked Erming to help take care of Xinghe. She didn't know if Erming would be able to look after the child. Tang Sha pulled Xiao Wu and asked her if she should bring Xinghe back. Over here, Xinghe walked out under the lead of Jin Wangen. Chapter 79, Blushing? Zhao Wuji couldn't see the soul power of the newcomer, but he felt the old man's extraordinary demeanor. He stepped forward to block a few students. May I ask who you are? Zhao Wuji inquired. Jin Wangen had no ill intentions toward Zhao Wuji and then glanced at his young master. Zhao Wuji also looked at the small, chubby child. Tang Sha. After stepping out, Xinghe completely changed from a little adult to an adorably cute little boy. Little Xinghe. Tang Sha was still contemplating whether to take this little boy back, but unexpectedly, he ran back by himself. Hug. As soon as Xinghe entered his childlike state, he trotted over in his little black boots, running joyfully towards Tang Sha. Tang Yin watched as such a cute little person ran towards her, feeling quite happy. She quickly caught the child and lifted them up. This series of actions felt somewhat familiar. Over here, knowing that Xinghe was not a child, Jin Wangen suppressed a laugh, glanced at Zhao Wuji, and smiled, nodding. The younger generation at home wants to say goodbye to a friend. Zhao Wuji understood, and seeing the two excited individuals, he had no reason to stop them. However, his gaze fell on Jin Wangen and then on Xinghe. It was worth pondering that such a small child was brought into the starry forest. After all, ordinary children usually awaken their martial spirits at least around 5 or 6 years old, and this little baby probably hadn't even awakened their martial spirit yet. I'm leaving. Xinghe felt a bit reluctant, rubbing his soft little face against Tang Yin's neck. Leaving? Going home? Tang Yin, holding the soft and fragrant Xinghe, looked at Jin Wangen after hearing Xinghe's words. Upon seeing him, Tang Yin was taken aback for a moment, feeling as if she had seen that person somewhere before. However, he looked over as well and smiled kindly at Tang Yin, his gaze as if he had seen her for the first time. Perhaps she was remembering incorrectly. Tang Yin, look at me. Seeing Tang Yin looking at Jin Wangen, Xinghe stretched out his little hand to hold Tang Yin's face, pulling her attention back, and then answered her question. Tang San, observing Xinghe's actions and tone, felt something was slightly off. He frowned and cast a probing gaze at the little baby. Sister, this child is quite cute. Let me hold him too. At this moment, Tang San walked over with a gentle smile, looking very much like a tender big brother. Right? I also think he is cute. Tang Yin agreed with her brother's statement and was about to let Xinghe go to him. Xinghe was momentarily stunned, holding tightly onto Tang Yin, refusing to go over. His round eyes shot a glare at Tang San from an angle where Tang Yin couldn't see. Then he looked at Tang Yin with a pitiful expression. I want Tang Yin, not anyone else. What a joke. Being hugged by a girl was already enough for him. Being hugged by a boy? Was he not concerned about his dignity? If that old man Jin Wangen were to hug him, The news would spread throughout the entire clan the next day. You want to go? Tang Yin was melted by Xinghe's soft little eyes. He was just too cute. But sister, I also want to hold him. He is really so cute. When Tang Xin said, so cute, he bit his teeth and emphasized, his fingers unable to resist poking the child Tang Yin was holding. He hadn't forgotten how this child had just glared at him, doing so from an angle that Tang Yin couldn't see. Was this normal behavior for a child? Therefore, Tang San concluded that this child was not as soft and cute as he seemed on the surface. He didn't believe that such a small child would run into the starry forest without being simple, even if someone was with them. Hearing Tang San's words, Xinghe ground his teeth, feeling annoyed with this man. Moreover, seeing Tang Yin in deep thought, it seemed there was room for negotiation. Xinghe said, I'm going home. You must not forget me. When I grow up, I'll come find you. Xinghe hurriedly said, then took Tang Yan's hand and handed her a small pouch. Well, it was just a small pouch. For me? Tang Yin looked at the slightly blue pouch in her hand, which was embroidered with cloud patterns, and it matched her clothes much better than the one her father had given her. Yes, inside is what you like, Xinghe said, then suddenly gave Tang Yin a peck on her fair face, and fearing that Tang Yin would ask questions or something, he quickly jumped out of her arms. Tang San. She was still thinking about what she liked when she was suddenly ambushed, and then she saw Xinghe running away as if afraid of being chased. This little brat. Tang San was also stunned by Xinghe's actions. After reacting, his face darkened as he wanted to go catch him back. His sister. Even if the other party is just a little kid, he is still a boy. A boy. Tang Sin wanted to catch someone, but the person had vanished without a trace. Can a child really run that fast? Tang Yin didn't think much of it. After all, it's just a little child. It's quite normal to give hugs and lifts. However, there was no need to run so fast just to give her a kiss. It seems that Xinghe really likes her sister. Xiaowu looked at the soft Xinghe and wanted to hug her too, but Xinghe didn't like her hugs, so she didn't go over. Although she didn't approach, she watched from the side and naturally saw that the cute little child blushed after giving Tang Yin a kiss. She found it amusing to see a little baby turn red so quickly and share what she saw with Tang Yin. Oh, Xinghe blushed? Tang Yin also found it interesting. Such a young child getting shy really is a bashful kid. No wonder she didn't want others to hug her. The sister had a point. Xiaowu nodded, realizing it wasn't that she didn't want to be hugged. She was probably just too shy. Tang San. All right, it's time to go back to the academy. Good. Tang San couldn't find anyone, so he had to hold it in. If he sees that kid again, he's going to give him a good beating. Young master, is it necessary to run so fast? We're not in a hurry. Jin Wangen followed along, unable to hide the gossiping spark in his eyes and the smirk at the corner of his mouth. Shut up. Xinghe coldly replied to Jin Wangen, the blush on his face not yet fully faded. My young master, you've really grown up, Jin Wangen sighed. Change the way you address me back. Xinghe couldn't help but say, yeah, change what, young master? If we change it back, it will mess up the seniority. You can't just add a little in front. The way the little young master said, it seemed so reasonable. Jin Wangen felt that what his little young master said made sense. Behind the little young master, there could also be a little young master. How did he not think of that? Chapter 80. What excuse did we gain finally back to the academy? I'm back. Everyone was very happy after returning to the academy. And of course, Tang Yin was also very happy. Although there was no dense spiritual energy like in a forest, these leisurely and peaceful places were what Tang Yin liked the most. But Tang Yin turned her head. She had noticed it for a long time. On the way back, her younger brother seemed hesitant, glancing at her from time to time. She wondered if her brother had something he wanted to tell her. Tang Yin raised her eyebrows and walked over to take her brother to a quiet place, so she could ask him what was wrong and why he couldn't speak openly about it. When Tang San noticed Tang Yin had already come to his side, he instinctively called out. Xiaowu blinked her eyes, wondering what secret conversation the siblings were about to have. Understanding the situation, Xiaowu made space for Tang Yin and Tang San. However, before they could say anything, Shrek Academy's dean, Flender, arrived with several teachers. Everyone hushed their voices, stood in order, and waited for Flender to speak. All right, everyone is here. I have a few announcements to make. The first, of course, is to introduce the teachers in the academy. Tang San's gaze fell on Master Yu Xiaojiang. Was he just here to teach them? Soon, Flender finished the introductions and began to discuss something important, which was that all 8 students would be under the master's guidance and arrangements. Naturally, everything was handed over to the master, and the others left, quickly leaving only the master and the 8 students. Now I will assign you your ranks. After a brief self-introduction, the master scanned everyone and continued. Number 1, Daimu Bai. Number 2, Oscar. Number 3, Tang San. Number 4, Ma Hongjun. Number 5, Xiaowu. Number 6, Ning Rongrong. Number 7, Zhu Zhuqing. Number 8, Tang. Sen widened his eyes in surprise. Was this ranked by height? The master had not finished speaking when Tang San raised his hand. The master saw Tang San's gesture and thought there was something important. So he paused and looked at Tang San. Tang San, do you have something to say? How is the ranking done? Why am I ranked 8th? Tang San analyzed that according to soul power, this ranking was not sufficient, and according to age, it seemed not right either. So what about by height? The master looked at Tang San's short figure among several tall students and was momentarily at a loss for words, especially since Tang San was deliberately standing on tiptoes to appear taller. Having known Tang San for 6 years, the master naturally understood some of his childish nature. The master cleared his throat. This ranking is not based on anything specific. I just recited it in order, he explained. Then can I not be ranked 8th? Why? The master pretended not to know, though he was somewhat aware of the answer. I'm afraid someone will laugh at me. Master, look, I'm the 8th student of Shrek Academy. Being 8th means I'm the 8th brother. You know, type of soul beast, right? The 8th brother calls out in a strange way, Tang San explained. Puffed. Cough, cough. The 7 students listening to Tang San's explanation couldn't help but laugh. The corner of the master's mouth twitched. What kind of reason is that? However, having known Tang San for 6 years and understanding his childish heart, if he didn't satisfy Tang San's request, he would be puzzled for a long time. Considering the upcoming training, the master decided to meet Tang San's not too big, not too small request. Then what number do you want to be ranked? Well, that's a bit difficult. The 1st to 7th positions are already filled. How can I squeeze in? Xiao San, you can be bold. If you like number 1, I can take number 2. Mubai directly spoke up, his smile sincere. Xiao San, if you want, it's fine to shuffle our numbers. Oscar also chimed in. The others looked at Tang San, their meaning clear. No matter which number Tang San preferred, he could have it. Tang San, Master, can I have the 0 number? Tang San thought for a moment and then continued. Our Shrek only accepts monsters, so we are the Shrek 7 monsters, starting from 0. That sounds pretty good, doesn't it? What do you think, Master? Shrek 8 monsters sounds good too. The master doesn't know what the kids are thinking these days. Fortunately, apart from Tang San, everyone else also thought Shrek 8 monsters sounded nice. How's that nice? If our academy becomes famous in the future and others become jealous of us, won't they have one more excuse to criticize us? What excuse? Everyone still hadn't guessed Tang San's intention. Yeah, what excuse? I want to know too. Everyone was confused. Ugly monster. Just as everyone was guessing, Tang San, following Tang San's line of thought, blurted it out. Everyone with keen hearing heard it. Suddenly, everything became quiet. So quiet that even the master was left speechless. Ugly monster. Only Tang San's eyes lit up as he ran in front of his brother, happily patting him. Yes, yes, that's it. Brother, you really understand me. Doesn't that just sound like ugly monster? We all look beautiful and handsome. How can we leave opportunities for others? Tang San felt a bit embarrassed by the compliments. Cough, the master didn't know what to say. He looked at the clouds in the sky and finally decided not to argue with the children. Since it had already been agreed upon, Xiao Yin would be number 0, and there were no arrangements for today. Remember to get up early and gather tomorrow. Yes, with the matter coming to a close, Tang San, as the master's disciple, naturally had to say something heartfelt. Tang San followed master and left. Those who hadn't left yet burst into laughter. Xiao laughed, haha, and there's Xiao San. Truly a pair of twins. Ugly freak, haha. How did you come up with that? It's hilarious. Oscar couldn't help but hug Dai Mubai beside him and laugh heartily. Xiaoya, how did you come up with ugly freak? It's really interesting. Ning Rongrong, who had never interacted with a girl like Tanya, found it very amusing. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but laugh as well. Xiaoya, you're absolutely right. Our Shrek 7 monsters are all handsome guys and beautiful girls. How can there be the term 8 freaks? When Fatima Hongjun heard Tanya say that they all looked beautiful and handsome, his back straightened with confidence. Isn't it much more pleasing to hear 7 monsters now? If only the height was right. What's her height now? Do you have a ruler? The kind for measuring height. Oh, Xiaoya, I didn't even notice. Have you grown taller? Chapter 81. The Martial Soul hatched. 1 meter 47. She grew 2 centimeters. It turns out that absorbing spirit rings can make you grow taller. Tang Yin jumped up happily. It turns out that absorbing soul rings can help one grow taller. I never noticed this before. Oscar watched Tang Yin measuring his height under the tree. And perhaps because Tang Yin started measuring first, by the end, every girl had come to measure as well. Should we measure too, Big Brother Dai? Oscar said, what's the point of measuring height? The tallest here is Big Brother Dai, and the shortest is Little Yin. I didn't expect Little Yin to grow. Before Ma Hongjun could finish speaking, he saw Oscar shifting his feet and giving him a wink. What's wrong? Master told us to go back and sleep early. So, I'm heading back, butI said, originally leaning against a pillar with his arms crossed, silently watching Zhu Zhuqing over there. However, after the fat guy brought up the height issue, he decisively left. I should go too. I don't know if there's food in the cafeteria, Oscar said as he left as well. What's going on? Why is everyone leaving? Ma Hongjun said, and suddenly, flames erupted at his feet, surrounding him completely. What the hell? Where did the fire come from? He exclaimed. I didn't start a fire. Ouch. This fire is a bit hot. Ma Hongjun looked back, and there was no one else on the playground. It was just him surrounded by flames, which were taller than him. How could he escape? Why did everyone run away? They left me here. This fire is different from my fire. No matter how Ma Hongjun yelled, there was no one left on the playground. Fortunately, not long after, Dean Flinder came out to take a look. Dean, come save me. The fat guy saw his savior and directly raised his hand. Cough. Flinder pushed his glasses up on his nose and looked at the dense flames. After examining for a while, he finally spoke. Isn't your martial soul the fire phoenix? You just need to use your fire to overpower hers. Fatty Ma Hongjun wanted to say that wasn't possible, but then Flinder sighed. What a great trial this is. It can't be missed. Trial? Ma Hongjun was stunned. Hadn't he just angered Tang Yi? Well, if he can come out of this fire, it seems your evil fire can be controlled quite well. However, Ma Hongjun's evil fire was uncontrollable. If he could manage his fire, he wouldn't just be able to eat normally, but his controllability would also improve. Ma Hongjun didn't say anything and had to start using his martial soul to figure out how to escape from the raging flames. Of course, Flinder was watching from the side, occasionally giving comments, and Ma Hongjun could only keep making adjustments. Meanwhile, Tang Yi, who had grown a little taller, was in a good mood, even humming a little song as he leisurely returned to the dormitory with everyone. The diligent Zhu Zhuqing returned to the dormitory, took a glance at Tang Yi rolling on the bed, and seeing that nothing was wrong, she didn't waste any time. After saying a word about cultivating, she jumped out of the dormitory and went to cultivate her soul power. What a hard-working and diligent person. Tang Yi sighed, then took out a small blue pouch, which was given her by Xinghe. She had no idea what was inside. What would the child give her? Tang Yi opened it with a bit of anticipation. She reached in and felt something, then saw a light so bright that she instinctively closed her eyes. Not yet. Tang Yi hadn't sensed anything amiss, only vaguely feeling something luminous flying out, which seemed to settle directly into her heart. What is this? The object had already landed in her heart, and as the light faded, she saw that her heart was still glowing. Soon, Tang Yi felt a tickling sensation in her palm, and she couldn't help but open her left hand, where she noticed a stone with two small horns moving. Oh. Then, Tang Yi clearly saw that the originally dull potato-shaped object in her hand had developed cracks. But not just a few cracks. More and more were appearing, glowing with golden light. Roar during this time. She could hear a cute little soul bee's cry. What on earth is this? Soon, Tang Yi saw the two small horns move again, as if shaking a little head, and the fragments seemed to be disappearing. She then locked eyes with a pair of innocent, adorable big eyes. When those big eyes recognized Tang Yi, they brightened up, and with a cute, spoiled tone, they let out a playful roar. This is a somewhat confused little beast that seemed to have just hatched stood up, unaccustomed, shaking off some small cracks on its body, and Tang Yi finally saw what was in her palm. It was a colorful qilin. Its entire body, perhaps trying to match Tang Yi's outfit, was predominantly blue, making it look quite compatible with her. It can change colors. Little horns? Tang Yi looked at the little qilin, which was clumsy and cute, with familiar small horns on its head. She felt a bit fantastical. Her martial spirit had hatched into a little qilin, a colorful one at that. So the previous martial spirit was an egg. Roar, the little qilin, seemed to understand Tang Yi's words, tilting its little head and taking some awkward little steps to her thumb, where it lowered its head and rubbed against Tang Yi's thumb. It felt cool and refreshing, and it could even take form. Tang Yi held the little horn in his palm, which was not a small unicorn. Are you a unicorn? He asked. The little unicorn responded to Tang Yi's words, obediently sitting in the palms of his hands, its tiny tail wagging happily. There was no doubt it was a little unicorn, looking adorable and honest. It seemed very dependent on Tang Yi, not knowing if it was a fledgling instinct. The little unicorn thought of something, and with a movement, it directly bumped into Tang Yi's forehead. Tang Yi felt that his soul power had become more substantial, and something was loosening. Tang Yi quickly sat cross-legged, following the warm current continuously. When she woke up, it was already dark, and at the same time, she felt that she had gained an additional soul ring. Tang Yin stood up and directly activated his martial soul. A small qilin sprang out and landed at his feet, resembling a tiny guardian. At this moment, the soul rings on Tang Yin's body also emerged. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years. 3 soul rings. Additionally, the soul power on her body increased by 2 levels, now reaching level 35 Soul Master. Chapter 82. I should also grow up. Tang Yin looked at the 3 soul rings on her body. Her eyes lit up as she remembered something, and all her joy could not be concealed. Barefoot, she ran excitedly to the nearby wall, trying to stand straight, both thrilled and obedient. At first glance, she looked like a well-behaved and sensible model student. The little qilin on the bed didn't understand what was happening, but it mimicked Tang Yin trotting to the other side, lifting its front hooves and tilting its head in imitation. Its little appearance was somewhat similar to Tang Yin. However, soon the little qilin's attention was drawn to a fluttering leaf. The leaf swayed and danced as it passed over Tang Yin, and the little qilin tilted its head, touched its head with its front feet, and with a twitch of its nose, it seemed to think of something, its big eyes sparkling. With a yelp, the little qilin leaped back and nimbly jumped up, happily chasing after the fluttering leaf. The leaf landed on Tang Yin's head, and the little qilin, leaping into the air, quickly landed on top of Tang Yin's head as well. No, to be precise, it was standing on that leaf. But the leaf couldn't bear the weight of the little qilin, and soon wilted, unable to properly record Tang Yin's height. Tang Yin felt a movement on her head, so she reached up and brought the little qilin down. Don't make trouble, okay. Tang Yin held the little qilin tightly, standing straight, and the originally wilted leaves quickly perked up. The little qilin thought Tang Yin was playing with it, shaking its 4 hooves around and occasionally rubbing against Tang Yin's small hand. Tang Yin touched the little qilin head that was only the size of her fist. Tang Yi comforted the little qilin and placed it on her bed. The moment of happiness has arrived. Tang Yin took out a large ruler from space and placed it against the wall. 144147150. Oh my god, she has grown taller again. Tang Yin was happily wanting to share with someone, but it was already dark outside. Tang Yin sighed and said, "Let's do it tomorrow. The master said we need to get up early." Tang Yin restrained herself and looked at the adjacent bed, which was still empty. Zhu Zhuqing was really too diligent. She didn't know if it was because her martial soul was a little cat, which made her enjoy nightlife so much that she didn't like to return to bed to sleep. How the little qilin seemed to sense Tang Yin's excitement. It could clearly feel it and happily rolled around on the soft blanket several times. Then it stretched its little head and licked its small paws, looking at Tang Yin with its big, adorable eyes. Little horn, it's time to call the little qilin. For a moment, Tang Yin couldn't share this with everyone. She could only share it with the little horn. Little qilin, out with one big and one small, they were hugging, throwing, and catching, having a great time playing. The little qilin kept calling out, and its cute little voice sounded very joyful. After Tang Yin settled down, she picked up the little pouch, which was now empty, seemingly just for holding a soul seed. It didn't seem quite like a soul seed, but it felt somewhat similar. It was because of the items sent by this galaxy that she realized what type of martial soul she had. It turned out to be a colorful qilin. Creatures like qilin are considered sacred and auspicious beasts. Her martial soul was actually an auspicious beast. Moreover, it seemed to say that a person's martial soul comes from the martial souls of their parents. Her father's martial soul was the Hao-Yin hammer, and her mother's was blue silvergrass. The combination of the two should have resulted in something similar to her younger brother. So she thought her little horn should also be classified as a mutated plant type. She didn't expect it to be a beast martial soul. Could it be that her father's martial soul mixed in somehow to produce a mutation, resulting in such a beast martial soul? But that didn't seem right. Her father was also a Hao-Yin hammer, and she had a Hao-Yin hammer too. So what about this little qilin? Tang Yin was momentarily confused, but soon she stopped thinking about it. Her abilities were quite comprehensive, and they matched perfectly with the colorful little qilin. Perhaps it was due to the mutation of the 3 genes. She came from the apocalypse and had changed, but she could still understand it in a way. Soon, Tang Yin stopped being entangled in her thoughts. Now she had a dad, a younger brother, an Yin, and even a sister-in-law along with many friends. Compared to often being alone in the apocalypse, she felt very content. Tang Sha realized this and fell asleep holding the little qilin. Young master, the qilin has descended. Jin Wangan looked at the altar of his clan, which was already radiating colorful light. Xinghe gazed at the altar, looking a bit dazed. It's time for it to descend. Young master, is our clan going to be born? At this moment, Jin Wangan no longer had a teasing demeanor. He looked at the altar, unable to discern whether it was joy or something else. It should have descended already. Not yet. Let's wait until she grows up. I should grow up too. As Xing has said this, he stepped onto the altar. The people of the clan watched and sat cross-legged around the altar, as if praying or guarding it. Seeing this, Jin Wangan also found a spot to sit cross-legged. For a moment, there was an intangible halo surrounding the entire Great Hall, as if it were an existence that should not be pried into by outsiders. Good morning. Zhu Zhuqing, good morning. No, I should call you Seventh Sister, good morning. Tang Sha recalled the numbering from yesterday. Little Sha, good morning. Zhu Zhuqing had just returned from outside not long ago. Upon seeing Tang Sha's sunlit smile, she couldn't help but smile back. Although her smile was still a bit small and not very noticeable, her entire aura became gentler. I'll still call you Zhuqing. When the two stood together, Tang Sha found it hard to call her seventh sister, really, even though she had grown a little taller. Zhu Zhuqing was still much taller than her. All right, Zhu Zhuqing had no major objections, whether Tang Sha called her seventh sister or by her name. She found it pleasing to hear. Zhuqing, look at me. Look at me. Is there any difference? Tang Sha said as she straightened her back. Zhu Zhuqing momentarily did not understand what Tang Sha was trying to express. Instead, she seriously looked at Tang Sha several times, her gaze landing on Tang Sha's upright posture, who had deliberately puffed herself up a bit. It seemed Zhu Zhuqing understood a little. However, she wasn't completely sure and could only ask with a hint of confusion. Have you grown taller? Seeing Zhu Zhuqing had guessed it, Tang Sha happily took Zhu Zhuqing's hand, and the two chatted while holding hands. I've grown taller. Now I'm over 150 centimeters in height, truly promising for the future. I need to cultivate well. Chapter 83. When I grow taller, I will treat you to a feast. I've grown taller. Now I'm over 150 centimeters in height, truly promising for the future. I need to cultivate well. Now it's not just about cultivating, it's also about growing taller. With soul power and soul rings, one can grow taller. What kind of principle is this? Nevertheless, she would work hard. Previously, she mostly cultivated her supernatural abilities, but now, she was more interested in cultivating her soul power. Tang Yin happily went to the school cafeteria with Zhu Zhuqing. Seeing a chef-like master and everyone already eating, Tang Yin felt hungry too. The master's culinary skills were quite good. You all eat well. Only after eating can you have the energy to train, the master said, watching everyone compete for the dishes. Good. Everyone focused on eating, and during the meal, they occasionally remarked how delicious it was and praised the flavors. Once everyone was full, Tang Yin remembered something she wanted to share. Brother, look at me, look at me. Tang Yin pulled her brother beside her and excitedly said. Tang Sen looked at Tang Yin, and everyone else turned to look as well. How's it going? Any changes? Tang Yin straightened his back and continued to smile. Zhu Zhuqing, who already knew the answer, sat beside them, smiling slightly. Ning Rongrong noticed Zhu Zhuqing's smile and leaned over, softly calling out, Seventh Sister. Zhu Zhuqing gestured to Ning Rongrong to look at Tang Yin, moving her hand slightly. Ning Rongrong understood and secretly smiled. Dai Mubai occasionally paid attention to Zhu Zhuqing, and seeing the little gestures between Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, he probably understood too. He patted the chubby guy next to him, hoping he wouldn't say anything silly. Yesterday, the chubby guy had been trapped in the fire and had to exert a lot of effort to get out. Although his control over fire had improved significantly, he had also suffered for a long time. He had heard that Dean Flinder found the method of training the chubby guy very effective and intended to have Tang Yin come a few more times to trap the chubby guy in fire, leaving him no chance to slack off. Sister, have you grown taller again? After talking with the master yesterday, Tang San returned to the dormitory and heard Oscar mention that the girls were measuring their heights. He also knew that Tang Yin cared a lot about height. He glanced over a few times and indeed found that Tang Yin had grown quite a bit. Sister, you must have grown taller again. Xiao Wu was the most surprised. She knew Tang Yin's height the best. Seeing that Tang Yin had grown a bit more, she felt she needed to eat well and grow taller quickly. If she got caught up, her rabbit ears would be touched again. She didn't dislike having her rabbit ears touched, but being touched by Tang Yin felt like being played with by a huge tiger, making her shiver involuntarily. I've grown. I'm 150 centimeters now, and I'm only 12. I can still grow taller. You all better grow slowly and wait for me, Tang Yin said happily. Oscar couldn't hold back upon hearing this. Could they really grow slowly? Is that something they could control? Everyone present knew that growing slowly was uncontrollable, but they all nodded in agreement. Sister, you grow faster, and I'll grow slower, then we'll be the same height. Tang San said, jokingly. Ha ha cough. I'll also grow slower. Oscar struggled to control his laughter, but still responded smoothly. That little Yin needs to eat more. We're all waiting for you. Ning Rongrong chimed in. Sister, you go for it and grow taller. Xiao Wu thought to herself, secretly determined to grow taller too. Don't worry, I'll eat less in the future, and the extra will be for you. You'll definitely grow taller. Ma Hongjun recalled yesterday's fire, deeply realizing that he couldn't mention Tang Yan's height anymore. Dean Flender had already noticed Tang Yan's flames. If Tang Yan agreed to his proposal and came a few more times, let alone a phoenix, there wouldn't even be room for a wild chicken. It was just too hard to endure. Although the training effects were good, practicing without eating, drinking, or sleeping with no one to pass food was unbearable. He felt hungry, tired, and alone. It was really tough. You guys are so nice. When I grow taller, I'll treat you all to a big meal. Tang Yin was filled with joy after hearing everyone's words. They were not only classmates, but also friends worth making. They laughed and chatted about how they would eat well when Tang Yin grew taller. Soon, they reached the large playground, where the master was already waiting. Upon seeing this, everyone quietly lined up in agreement, starting from 0, Tang Yin, and then lining up as 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The master nodded with satisfaction and couldn't help but say, very good. It seems everyone has eaten well and is in a good mood. The master looked around with satisfaction, and then his gaze landed on Tang Yin. Tang Yin, here. Since the master had known him, he rarely called Tang Yin by his full name, and doing so now indicated everyone's seriousness and earnestness. Tang Yin naturally cannot fall behind. Besides Oscar and Ning Rongrong, everyone else will take turns to fight Tang Yin. What? When the master's words came out, everyone was shocked. They all had to go up one by one to fight Tang Yin. This was something they had not expected. Isn't this a bit too much? Tang Yin hesitated and said she disliked fighting the most, and now they wanted to come up one after another? How about all coming together? No. They were all classmates and friends. This sounded too arrogant. She held back a little. You are a whole, and everyone needs to be familiar with each other's abilities, soul skills, and fighting habits. Is there still a problem now? The master looked around and said. Tang Ammo quickly nodded, stepped forward, looked at everyone, and said, Tang and Wuhuan 7-colored Qilin, level 35 assault type, Soul Zune. Awo as Tang and spoke, she unleashed her Wuhuan, and a lovable, clumsy little Qilin sprang out from behind her. 3 soul rings hovered above and below, purple, black, 1,000-year soul ring, and 2 10,000-year soul rings. Everyone gasped in surprise. Even a master didn't expect Tang and to look like this now. How much had changed since she left the Nodding Academy? Moreover, no one had seen Tang and fully unleash her Wuhuan before, and they were astonished beyond belief. Even Flender, who was watching the master train a few little monsters from a distance, took a deep breath upon seeing Tang Yan's Wuhuan. Flender looked at Tang and as if she were a monster, as if his academy only accepted monsters. The master had studied Tang Yan's Wuhuan for a long time and never imagined that their next meeting would be like this. Chapter 84. Pay attention, even those who had seen Tang Yan's little antlers couldn't help but ask their doubts. This little one, where are your little antlers? How did it change from a plant to a soul beast? Wasn't your little antler a plant Wuhuan before? Wasn't it a tool Wuhuan? As these words were spoken, everyone exchanged glances. To be honest, no one could figure out what Tang Yan's previous Wuhuan was, and even Tang Yan herself didn't know what it was. Now seeing the current Tang Yan, how could they not be surprised? Ahem. Tang Yan composed herself, and then said, Actually, I only found out last night. It hatched, and then it appeared. Tang Yan said, and the little Qilin seemed to have a telepathic connection with him, suddenly jumping into his arms. Tang Yan easily wrapped his hands around the little Qilin's armpits. Lifting her up, he presented the little Qilin. At that moment, the master came over for a glance. His eyes filled with surprise. This is a mutated soul beast. It should be. Tang Yan thought for a moment. It seemed there were no colorful Qilins in this Douluo continent, nor was there a mention of the 5 great auspicious beasts. Out with the little Qilin, not quite satisfied being held like this, let out a couple of grumbles at Tang Yan. Its silly appearance made everyone unable to resist reaching out to touch it. It's tangible. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise as she touched the little Qilin's soft little paws, unable to stop herself from exclaiming, Let me touch it too. Let me touch it. Oscar couldn't help but squeeze in, ending up side by side with Ning Rongrong. Wow, it's a bit cool to the touch. What kind of soul beast is this? It feels so nice to touch. Tang San and Xiao Wu were also on one side, and even Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai were on the other side, all of them teasing the new toy like little couples. Several people had already surrounded Tang San, and the chubby Ma Hongjun felt a bit pitiful. In this tightly packed situation, he couldn't squeeze through no matter how hard he tried. He watched as everyone jumped and looked around, unable to touch anything. Seeing that the only person beside him was Master, he finally felt a little better. Good. He wasn't the only one being pushed out. Ahem. Master seemed to understand Ma Hongjuan's thoughts. He lightly coughed to remind the group, still acting childishly over there. With Tang Xin present, everyone's childishness seemed even more apparent. All right, we should start the class now. As soon as Master spoke, everyone finally managed to disperse. A woody, honest, and lovable little Qilin finally caught its breath. Dai Mubai, start. Master said. Dai Mubai became serious upon hearing this, and he felt that his chances against Tang San were not very high, even though his soul power was slightly higher than Tang San's now. Tang Yin released the little unicorn, and Dai Mubai quickly activated his martial soul. Tang Yin was waiting for Dai Mubai to attack her first, as she didn't have many tricks up her sleeve when it came to fighting. In unfamiliar situations, everyone aimed for speed and accuracy when dealing with zombies. They only needed to avoid their attacks and then cut off their heads. However, in a battle against them, they were not zombies, and Tang Yin couldn't use her familiar fighting style. Now, she could only respond to whatever came her way. At first, Dai Mubai wanted to test Tang Yan's skills in punches and kicks, but he didn't expect Tang Yan's speed to be so fast. Whether it was his punches or kicks, they could be quickly detected by Tang Yin, allowing her to dodge or counter with a certain level of ease. This approach wasn't going to work, so Dai Mubai quickly resorted to using his soul skill. The second soul skill, White Tiger's Fierce Light Wave. Tang Yin instinctively dodged, but recalling the master's words. She understood their soul skills and habits, while also allowing them to understand hers. So she had no choice but to confront them. Tang Yin kicked backward, further increasing the distance between her and Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's attack came towards her with speed and time, but Tang Yin's speed was not bad either. Tang Yin lowered her body after creating some distance, and with one hand, she touched the ground. She suddenly looked up at the attack coming from Dai Mubai. She lightly parted her thin lips and said, Earth Escape. In an instant, Dai Mubai's White Tiger Fierce Light Wave was blocked by a thick earthen wall that erupted from the ground. Dai Mubai was somewhat surprised to see the solid earthen wall, but since it was a battle between him and Tang Yin, he quickly thought of a countermeasure. Second soul skill, White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. Once again, he used his first soul skill to wash away Tang Yin's earthen wall. The earthen wall showed signs of cracking. Tang Yin smiled lightly, his body retreating several meters back. Then he knelt down on one knee again. After Tang Yan's hand touched the ground, the earth trembled continuously. Bang, bang, bang. 3 thick earthen walls emerged, each at least a meter thick. My goodness, what kind of defense is this? I can't even see Xiao Yin using his spirit ring. Oscar and Ning Rongrong didn't need to participate in the fight. They watched the walls rising from the ground and couldn't help but exclaim, Xiao Yin is really impressive. Ning Rongrong commented. If she were to face Tang Yin, being a support spirit master, she wouldn't stand a chance. On the other hand, the few who were going to fight Tang Yin were watching very seriously, wanted to understand Tang Yan's abilities or thinking about how to counter such an attack. Third spirit skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai realized that to reach Tang Yin, he had to destroy the 3 thick walls in front of him, so he could only use his strongest third spirit skill. Bang, bang, bang. The power of Dai Mubai's third spirit skill was indeed substantial, as the 3 walls in front of Tang Yin shattered one after another. With the earthen walls gone, Dai Mubai naturally seized the opportunity to close in, as long-range attacks were too disadvantageous for him. Tang Yin raised his hand to catch Dai Mubai's punch, tilted his ear to dodge another punch. And when Dai Mubai threw his next punch, Tang Yin did not defend anymore. Instead, he clenched his fist and took the initiative to attack Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's eyes flickered. He sensed that Tang Yin was no longer solely on the defense, but was counterattacking. Dai Mubai immediately focused, ready to meet Tang Yan's assault. So fast, Dai Mubai secretly lamented that Tang Yan's speed was a bit too fast, and he couldn't keep up. Just a moment of inattention, and he could be hit. Is this really only a soul power of level 35? Dai Mubai doubted it. Cough. The further the fight progressed, the more Dai Mubai couldn't keep up with Tang Yan's speed, and he accidentally got hit a few times with considerable force, making him cough involuntarily. Watch carefully, Tang Yin suddenly said, and something fell from his hand to the ground. Dai Mubai couldn't see what it was yet. He then heard Tang Yin softly say, bind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sounds of something cutting through the air followed one after another, and soon Dai Mubai found himself bound by countless green vines. Chapter 85. Brother, are you playing with your life? butI was suspended in mid-air, bound, his feet not touching the ground. No matter how hard he struggled, the vines were incredibly resilient. Even using his soul technique only allowed him to eliminate a few vines, but they continued to grow, and his soul technique couldn't keep up with their speed of growth. Either his soul technique would have to eliminate all the vines binding him at once, or he would have to give up. After fighting Tang Yi for so long, he had already exhausted most of his soul power, and now he couldn't break free in one go. If he were in peak condition, perhaps he could. So, in this duel, there was no doubt that butI lost. Tang Yi is even more impressive than he imagined. Tang Yi retracted the vines, and saw that the vines had turned back into seeds. With a wave of her hand, she was able to blow those scattered seeds back into her palm. Thank you. Tang Yi cupped her fists and bowed slightly, which is a gesture of etiquette for sparring. Although she was far from the apocalypse, some customs were still hard to forget, and she did it instinctively. butI wanted to praise Tang Yi for her impressive skills, but upon seeing her cupping her fists and bowing for the first time, he was a bit confused. Was this some kind of etiquette? Should he respond in kind? Moreover, seeing everyone's expressions, it seemed to be the first time they had witnessed Tang Yi like this, which relieved him. At least he wasn't the only one who found her ceremonious gesture unfamiliar. However, only Tang San, upon seeing Tang Yi's cupping of fists and bowing, was somewhat stunned. This humble and respectful gesture was something he had experienced in his previous life. So, Tang Yi still remembered the things that had happened when he fell into the dream, which made sense. How could she possibly forget? Tang Yi felt her brother's gaze and smiled brightly at him. It seems that he would be next. Having spent nearly 10 years with her brother, she had never had a sparring match with him. Tang San. At this moment, the master called out, and Tang San nodded. Sister, please guide me. Tang San wondered how much Tang Yi would remember. When he came up, he also clasped his fist to Tang Yi but did not bow. The opening etiquette did not require a bow, so Tang San looked at Tang Yi while clasping his fists. Tang Yi nodded and returned a fist salute. This was a formality passed down from their ancestors. In the apocalypse, when everyone practiced their abilities, there was always a need to regain a sense of ritual. Although they were fighting, they didn't use the refined mannerisms of scholars. Instead, they resembled the ancient martial arts world from before the apocalypse, somewhat similar to Tang San's previous life. So, was this a form of etiquette unique to Xiao Yin and Xiao San's family? The onlookers watched as the two siblings exchanged a fist salute and glanced at each other before they began to fight. Tang San's first step was to unexpectedly use blue silvergrass, which surged up from the ground like a rain of arrows, seemingly wanting to capture Tang Yi. Tang San saw it and didn't relax his feet. He jumped while watching the blue silvergrass that fell like rain. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Indeed, he was a good and obedient younger brother. Using the unique generation and spread of blue silvergrass, combined with the support of soul power, it could grow and attack with the mindset of the martial soul's owner, without relying on the soul skills that it should have. These cultivation methods were somewhat similar to supernatural abilities. Previously, she had been lazy, either running up trees or to the rooftop, with the only constant being that below her. There were her younger brother and Xiao Wu sparring. As an audience, she couldn't help but offer a suggestion. Unexpectedly, her younger brother had truly mastered it. Flames. Tang San looked at the increasing amount of blue-silver grass in front of him. Each strand looked tough and had a hint of poison, which came from a mandala snake of his first soul ring. Suddenly, flames erupted from the ground, burning Tang San's blue-silver grass clean. At this moment, as Tang San was using his ability, he quickly approached Tang San, but how could Tang San allow him to get close so easily? A gust of wind came, and she flipped backward into the air. First soul skill, entanglement. As Tang San's voice fell, numerous blue-silver grass appeared in the ground near Tang San, coming from all directions. Tang Yin took a glance and was indeed taken aback by the sheer number of flames. The fire was swirling all around her. As the flames encountered the plant blue-silver grass, they grew even larger, engulfing Tang Yin as if she were trapped in a sea of fire, surrounded by flames. Sister. Tang San's eyes narrowed, his heart sank sharply. Without a second thought, he rushed forward, intending to pull Tang Yin out of the fiery inferno. Tang Yin's younger brother, who had rushed over, looked a bit dazed. However, seeing him getting close to her flames made her worried that he would get hurt. She was the master of fire, so the flames wouldn't harm her, but her brother was different. Rushing in like that was just asking for trouble, right? Flames retreat. Tang Yin was afraid that her reckless brother would get burned, so she withdrew the flames. A cool mist of water blocked Tang San's path. This way, Tang San wouldn't be harmed by the heat waves of the flames. Brother, are you trying to kill yourself? Thankfully, Tang Yin was quick. She retracted the flames, and the surrounding water droplets extinguished the heat waves. She let out a sigh of relief, but her tone still held a hint of annoyance as she said this. Tang Yin was finally brought back to his senses by Tang Yan's words. Seeing Tang Yin in danger instinctively made him want to save her. In his dream, Tang Yin was lying in his arms covered in blood. He felt fear upon realizing Tang Yin was in danger. However, once he confirmed that Tang Yin was all right, his rationality kicked in. This was a great opportunity. Second soul skill, parasite. With a swift motion, Tang Yin was caught and turned into a sieve without realizing it. This was because Tang San had already secretly activated his second soul skill during the first one. Since Tang Yan's flames had burned away the blue silver grass in time, some seeds had fallen onto her. Tang Yin, now trapped, didn't want to speak. On the sidelines, the spectators couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. So it could be used like this. First soul skill, sacred flame. As Tang Yin moved her feet slightly, a purple soul ring emerged, and the surrounding flames were even more abundant than hers, unleashing waves of heat. With the addition of 2 soul rings, the power of her first soul skill increased. Roar, a fire chilum-like phantom appeared around Tang Yin, and the blue silver grass was burned even faster. Tang San felt a heat wave and couldn't help but step back a few paces. The blue Kirin transformed directly into a fire Kirin. Everyone watched with great interest. So it can change color. Brother, you don't abide by the martial ethics. Free-spirited Tang Yin couldn't help but comment. Tang San smiled slightly and said, Sister, all's fair in war. As long as you can be well, it doesn't matter how it goes. Tang San, upon realizing that those flames could not harm Tang Yin, relaxed his nervous heart and was able to seriously engage in battle with Tang Yin. Chapter 86. Brother, can you catch this? She also knew that all's fair in war. If her brother fought against someone else, she would praise him for being clever. But the opponent was her. Use your hidden weapons too. Today, sister will teach you how to fight. All right. Tang San understood Tang Yan's intention. It was time to get serious. He had always wanted to have a match with Tang Yin to see the distance between them. For some reason, it made my blood boil. Oscar was already hugging a big tree in front, as Tang Yan's first soul skill had unleashed waves of heat that even the spectators could feel. Little Yin cared deeply for Brother San, and Brother San also liked this sister very much. Unexpectedly, I could still witness such a scene. Ning Rongrong, who was beside Oscar, couldn't help but say a word. Isn't that right? Oscar said excitedly, recalling the wave of heat just now. He subconsciously pulled Ning Rongrong over here, and to his surprise, she really came along. It was truly beautiful. Not only was it a delight to the heart, but being able to see the duel between Tang San and Tang Yin was simply exhilarating. Oscar and Ning Rongrong felt relaxed and could occasionally chat for a bit. While on Dai Mubai's side, everyone was much more serious. Whether it was Dai Mubai, who had already participated, or Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, who had not yet taken the stage, they all watched the duel between Tang Yin and Tang San with utmost seriousness, almost as if they were ready to take notes. They would also have to go up and fight soon, and they didn't know how long they could last against Tang Yin. Xian Yu's hand. Tang San's hands underwent a change, and soon he took out many cold silk needles from the night of the 24 bridges under the bright moon. The ghostly shadows were elusive. Tang San quickly ran towards Tang Yin, who narrowed her eyes slightly, and her mental power instantly enveloped the entire area. She could sense even the slightest movement of the wind and grass. When her brother rushed toward her, he was very fast, comparable to her speed ability. However, abilities are still different from techniques, and her brother's speed was still a bit lacking. Tang San's figure moved like a shadow, with 2 figures continuously intertwining. So fast, I couldn't see clearly. Oscar watched Tang San and Tang Yin, struggling to keep up with their speed, and things became a blur for him. I couldn't see clearly either. Ning Rongrong and Oscar were originally support types, lacking much experience in combat. All they could see were the 2 figures overlapping and then quickly separating, while everything else appeared quite illusory. These 2 kids were truly monsters among monsters. At some point, Flinder arrived, standing not far from Oscar, seriously observing the duel between Tang San and Tang Yin. Their speed had already exceeded their soul power. The master was nearby, making judgments. Flinder's gaze shifted to Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing and the others, realizing that these kids might be stimulated and would likely train even harder in the future. Whoosh! With the assistance of the purple extreme magic eye, Tang San finally found a slight opening and sent a flurry of silver needles flying towards Tang Yin. Tang Yin did not dodge, calmly raising his palm. Shield! A golden shield appeared in front of Tang Yin, directly blocking Tang San's hidden weapon. Seeing this, Tang San accelerated his ghost shadow phantom steps, trying to throw hidden weapons at Tang Yin from every angle, aiming for a complete 360-degree assault. Clang! The hidden weapon struck against the golden shield created by Tang Yan's gold-type ability, producing a crisp sound of collision. Tang San's hidden weapon could not harm Tang Yin for the time being. Tang San looked at the hidden weapon he was about to switch to, which had a heavier impact. At that moment, Tang San's soul rings began to move again. Second soul skill, Nightmare. In an instant, the entire scene seemed to change. Tang San didn't know what was happening, but he remained vigilant and took a step back. However, when he landed, he was surprised to find himself on a competition platform that only existed in the Tang sect of his previous life. Tang San looked around. It was the death arena of the Tang sect. Those who do not admit defeat face a fight to the death. He seemed to have returned to that time when he was provoked by his fellow disciples, forced to sign a life-and-death contract. That fellow disciple was still standing there, using the Tang sect's hidden weapons, wanting to take his life. No, wait. Tangin, his sister. This is fake. Tang San quickly regained consciousness and swiftly activated his purple extreme magic eyes. Sure enough, the scene before him changed again. He faced Tang Yan's smiling face. It had been very dangerous just now. If this were a real battle or battlefield, and he had gotten lost in the previous illusion, he would have definitely died a miserable death. Even though he had reacted quickly, he had still shown a flaw. If Tang Yin had attacked him during his moment of distraction, he would have been seriously injured. Fortunately, Tang Yin was his sister and wouldn't harm him. Just now, third brother had stopped moving. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Tang San, who had clearly been distracted earlier. This was a major taboo in a fight. It should have been Xiao Yan's second soul skill. Dai Mubai spoke up, but they still didn't know what Tang Yan's second soul skill looked like, as they hadn't experienced it firsthand. Oh no, did Xiao Sen lose? Am I going to have to step in? Ma Hongjun felt a headache coming on. If it came to him, would Tang Yin care for him like she cared for her brother? It's not over yet, Xiao Wu said seriously. As soon as Xiao Wu finished speaking, Tang Yin also said to Tang San, "Brother, can you catch this?" After Tang Yin finished speaking, many densely packed golden needles emerged from his palm, which were somewhat similar to Tang San's dragon whisker needles. This made people feel a little scalp numbing. Tang San faced an overwhelming number of golden needles evolved from Jin Yino's abilities. There were so many densely packed, and these needles were extremely thin. Even if Tang San used a spider web to bind them, he couldn't handle these things. Tang San could only dodge. However, these needles seemed to have a life of their own, following the trajectory of Tang San's evasions. Tang San was able to quickly dodge. Seeing this, Tang Yin reminded him, "Brother, use your soul power to form an invisible wall to block it back." Tang San listened and, while dodging, really tried to put into practice what Tang Yin said. Everyone watching was a bit confused. Can soul power really condense into an invisible wall to block things back? They had never even heard of such a thing. Once soul power reaches the rank of soul Douluo and is substantial enough, it can block some external object from approaching. It is also because of this that Tang Yin mentioned forming a wall to push things back. His little Sen only has 32 levels of soul power, while a soul Douluo would need to be at least 80 or 90 levels. How could little San possibly do it? But Tang Yin spoke with such certainty. Tang San really tried it. Airflow Dantian, Tang San reminded again. Tang San's eyes lit up. This is a form of cultivation technique, if applied to soul power in the same way. Tang San didn't dodge Tang Yan's attack anymore. Instead, he faced it seriously. Chapter 87. Who Loves You? Tang San took a deep breath. Success or failure depended on this one move. Since his cultivation began, he had leaned towards soul power, neglecting some internal energy techniques. If the two could be considered the same origin, the same principle, then Tang San took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused his mind even more. The spectators watching did not dare to breathe loudly, fearing they might disturb something or miss something. Suddenly, someone couldn't help but exclaim. As Tang San closed his eyes, the soul power around him began to fluctuate continuously. Centered on Tang San, many blue-silver grasses started to grow around him. There was also an indescribable airflow in motion, or perhaps that airflow was soul power, but this type of soul power felt exceptionally pure. Was it an illusion? Tang San was almost pierced by the dense golden needles from Tang Yin, but unfortunately, it was just 0.01 seconds too late. The needles stopped right in front of him, as if something was truly blocking them. Dai Mubai and the others changed their expressions, finding it incredibly unbelievable. Flender couldn't help but take 2 steps forward, but he was afraid of disturbing Tang San and Tang Yin, so he could only stand to the side and wait silently. The other students were already wide-eyed, speechless for a moment. This. Wasn't it said that one needed to be a soul master to achieve this? No, wait. This is a domain. The master had been watching Tang San, and after a while, he finally sensed something was off and couldn't help but break away. A domain. Everyone was even more stunned. This was a domain that could not be sought after, yet was achieved right before their eyes. They hadn't even understood it yet. However, recalling what Tang Yi said about everyone having a domain as long as they found out what they truly wanted, did Tang San find it? Does that mean they also have hope in the future? Sister, you need to be careful. Tang San comprehended the transformation of soul power into internal energy to form a barrier, which gave him a way to counter Tang Yi. Good. Tang Yi felt very pleased. Then it was my turn to attack. She urged her brother to quickly familiarize himself with this skill. In an instant, many short, sharp axes appeared in front of Tang Yi, and as she charged toward Tang San, all the golden short axes flew in the opposite direction of Tang Yi. However, they surrounded Tang San from both sides along with Tang Yi. Tang San raised a barrier with one hand, directly blocking those golden short axes. Instead, he was somewhat unable to withstand the attacking power from Tang Yi's side. He focused his mind and tried to free himself from hand control. As Tang Yi spoke, his subordinate did not hold back and punched Tang San in the stomach. Tang San couldn't dodge in time and could only endure this blow with a muffled groan. However, when Tang Yi's attack came, he managed to block it with his internal strength. But he unintentionally caught a glimpse of the smile at the corner of Tang Yi's mouth. Tang San called out poorly. As expected, those short shafts that were originally blocked by him fell to the ground and then floated up again, rushing towards the direction he couldn't attend to. Tang San is not yet able to multitask, or rather, to use multiple skills at once. If he blocks those golden short shafts, then he won't be able to defend against Tang Yi's attacks from this side. The first soul skill bind. Tang San, after taking a few punches, did not forget that he still had soul skills. When Tang Yi's fist came again, he had already used it. First soul skill, Holy Flame. Tang San felt the rolling waves of heat all over his body, as well as the searing pain of fire. He gritted his teeth. Recalling what Tang Yi had just said, he made an effort to center his mental strength and use the soul power from his whole body to form a circular barrier, finally managing to protect himself within it. The rolling waves of heat were also isolated. However, as time went on, Tang San felt his soul power waning, and even his Xiantian skill was somewhat overdrawn. He had fought with Tang Yi for a long time, and not only had he expended physical and mental energy, but he had also comprehended the idea of forming a protective wall with soul power that Tang Yi mentioned. He realized that soul power could be used without relying on soul rings, which was Tang San's biggest gain today. Cough, cough. Tang San was somewhat fatigued in his soul power, but the battle was not over, and he did not withdraw. He was still holding on tightly. Tang Yi also realized that her brother was reaching his limit, so she stopped attacking and withdrew her soul power and abilities. Tang San saw this and also withdrew his soul power, sitting down on the ground feeling somewhat exhausted. Tang Yi approached and then reached out his hand. Tang San saw Tang Yi's outstretched hand. Even though he was exhausted and weak, with pain left from his duel with Tang Yi, seeing Tang Yi's hand made everything worthwhile. Sister. Tang San held Tang Yi's hand and smiled brightly. You should rest for a bit, Tang Yi said, and while holding her brother's hand, she used her healing ability to mend his burns and restore his soul power. Okay. Tang San quickly felt revitalized. The things he had just learned needed to be pondered and refined so that he could use them as quickly and efficiently as possible, multitasking or splitting his focus. I'm done for, it's my turn. As Tang San, the younger brother of Xiao Yin, faced such a dire situation, he thought that if it was his turn, he at least needed to suffer some pain. The chubby Ma Hongjun watched as Tang San walked back, increasingly nervous. He didn't know if it was the shadow left by Tang Yi's flames yesterday. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Everyone wanted to see what other skills Tang Yi had, and he was directly kicked out by the others. Big brother Dai, you don't love me anymore, the chubby one shouted, holding back tears. Nonsense, who loves you? Dai Mubai thought there was something wrong with him. Had he ever loved him? Probably not. Ahem, I only like girls. Dai Mubai noticed the probing gazes from the girls and quickly clarified himself. He instinctively looked at Zhu Zhuqing and, seeing her indifferent expression, felt compelled to explain. Really? I won't look at anyone else but you now. Oh, the people around couldn't help but tease him. Dai Mubai wanted to explain that he had misspoken, but upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing's gaze shift in another direction, he paused. It seemed she was no longer indifferent, or was she shy? Dai Mubai couldn't help but feel a joy in his heart and ignored everyone as teasing. His gaze also turned to Tang Yin and the chubby one. Seeing both main characters shy, everyone stopped their teasing and became more serious, preparing to watch the duel between Ma Hongjun and Tang Yin. Chapter 88. 6 Tang Yin's Ma Hongjun approached Tang Yin, trembling slightly. Should he say some flattering words to make Tang Yin go easy on him? butI and Tang Sin couldn't win, so he was definitely not in for a good time. Trembling, Ma Hongjun didn't know what to do in front of Tang Yin. Perhaps he was either not thinking clearly or thinking too clearly, as he directly imitated Tang San's posture and cupped his fists towards Tang Yin. If this was the etiquette of Tang Yan's family, would learning it make her go easy on him? Tang San, you straightened your back while cupping your fists, but how should she respond to that? Tang San looked at Ma Hongjun, hoping that by watching him, he would understand her meaning and straighten his back, whether it was straight or bent. However, Ma Hongjun didn't realize this. Being quietly watched by Tang San made him feel pressured. Meanwhile, Tang San couldn't help but laugh at Tang San's little eyes waiting for Ma Hongjun and Ma Hongjun's actions. Oscar and butI had already come to Tang San's side, and seeing him laugh, they both glanced at him. Although the fat guy looked a bit like that, it wasn't enough to make Tang San laugh out loud. In the past, Tang San's laughter had been quite reserved, so why did he laugh this time? However, Tang San quickly explained to everyone, in our fist-cupping etiquette, we should have momentum, keep our back straight, and look forward at our opponent. This is a form of politeness, and only then can we show respect to the other party. If someone appears timid like this, after evoking everyone's curiosity, he continued, those who know will think he is afraid of the opponent, while those who don't will mistakenly believe he looks down on the other party, not even giving a basic respect, which can easily anger them. There are such intricacies. butI looked at Tang San and Tang Yin, not knowing where such etiquette came from. Well, when cupping fists, you can also politely say, please advise me. As Tang San spoke, his gaze fell on Tang Yin, wanting to see her reaction or perhaps to know how much she saw in his obsession. Tang San raised his eyebrows slightly, not expecting such a saying. During the apocalypse, they had their spirit, but it was mostly just a show of fists to act like heroes without many small details. The Soul Master had always had good hearing, and Ma Hongjun seemed to explode with energy upon hearing Tang San's words, quickly straightening his back and clasping his hands together with all his might. He couldn't forget what Tang San had just taught him, and he hurriedly said to Tang San, please give me your guidance. No need for that. Grandmaster's serious face couldn't hold back his amusement, and even Flinder beside him couldn't help but notice Ma Hongjun's behavior. Flinder exchanged glances with the Grandmaster, both understanding each other's intentions, and they nodded at each other. The Grandmaster's gaze fell on Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, you will team up with Ma Hongjun. Understood. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing replied earnestly and stepped forward. Upon hearing the Grandmaster's words, Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up, and his grateful gaze couldn't hide as it drifted towards the Grandmaster. After seeing Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing step out, Ma Hongjun's demeanor changed. He knew he couldn't defeat Tang San alone, but now he had 3 people. With this thought, he felt much more relaxed, and his back straightened considerably. Flinder watched and wanted to kick Ma Hongjun, whose emotions were all written on his face, thinking, you shouldn't show your cowardice like that. It seemed he would have to give Ma Hongjun more lessons in the future. Ma Hongjun had no idea that his earlier performance would lead to many remedial lessons from Dean Flinder. Now, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun nodded. During their time in the Stardow Forest, they had a general understanding of each other's soul skills, so teaming up was not unfamiliar. A group fight, 1 against 3. Tang Yin slightly raised her eyebrows and glanced at the master, but did not say anything. Just right, there was no need to do it 1 by 1, saving a lot of time. She didn't like fighting anyway and didn't know how many athletic cells she had wasted. The second soul skill, Phoenix in Flames. As soon as Ma Hongjun came up, he unleashed his ultimate move, and the entire arena was enveloped in Ma Hongjun's Phoenix fire. It was quite interesting. Tang Yin nodded, performed a somersault in midair, and landed on a green vine that had sprouted out of nowhere, temporarily avoiding the flames. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing didn't hold back either, attacking from both sides, seemingly trying to prevent Tang Yin from using those strange moves. Tang San found it a bit difficult to handle both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who were both quick attackers, but she still had her future skills. Phantom. It was a group fight. Naturally, she was the group in the group fight. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing quickly discovered that the Tang San they were fighting seemed to have a double image. At first, they thought something was broken, but soon Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing realized they were each facing a Tang San. 1 against 1. Oh my, 2 Tang Sans. Ning Rongrong covered her mouth in surprise, her voice trembling slightly. Is this real? I can even fight with big sister and seventh sister alone. No, it's three of them. Oscar saw that there was also a Tang San on Ma Hongjuan's side, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What is going on? What kind of skill is this?" Flinder felt like he was dreaming or seeing things. How could there be three Tang Sans? Even the master, who was asked, didn't know and remained silent. My sister used this move when she sparred with teacher Zhao. Tang San seemed a bit calmer. Back then, I thought it was just a soul skill, a multiple shadow, and only one was real. After all, when Tang San used this move, it was done with one action, using the same technique. They never expected that these phantoms could act independently. So which one is the real Tang San? It should be said that all are Tang San. With the purple extreme magic eye, he couldn't distinguish the real from the fake, so that must be the answer. How can they all be real? Everyone was astonished by Tang San's words. However, now was he just three, there were six. And now Xiao Wu and the others each had to deal with two Tang Sans. God, Oscar couldn't help but swallow hard. It was truly terrifying. 6 Tang Sans, and each one was moving differently in the fight. This left everyone dumbfounded. How can we even fight? They couldn't handle one Tang San. And now there were so many. Wait, look closely. Tang San noticed something different. He activated the purple extreme magic eye and carefully observed the 6 Tang Sans. Chapter 89. Let me give you a hug. As soon as Tang San spoke, everyone carefully observed the 6 figures of Tang Yan. The longer they looked, the more they noticed something different. Although there were 6 small Yans, it seemed that the power of each was dispersed, and each small Yan had different abilities. Dai Mubai, who had the highest spirit power among them, was the first to notice a slight difference. After comparing, he analyzed the situation regarding the 6 Tang Yans. Yes, they could all fight, but each skill could only be used on one person, and the second one couldn't be used. If we analyze it this way, my sister can use her multiple elemental powers, employing the method of elemental interaction, which would make her attacks more effective against her opponents during battles. Tang San's purple extreme demon eye saw things more clearly, and he quickly reached this conclusion. Tang Yin was dealing with 3 people at the same time, but her mind was still partially focused on the outside world, so she naturally heard her brother's words. After listening to their discussion, she couldn't help but nod. If she only had the ability of the Phantom Clone, although she could create clones, their movements would become synchronized, completely unlike the current situation. However, let's not forget that she also had a mental ability, which was originally meant to control the brains of individuals or anything with intelligence, allowing them to be influenced by her mental power. Whether it was controlling one person or a group, she could manipulate herself or others according to her will. However, she had not yet used her mental power to control others because she had not encountered a situation that was dangerous enough to force her hand. Otherwise, she would not use her mental power to control people, as doing so carelessly could potentially turn the other party into an idiot. Additionally, if her opponent's mental power was too strong, it could backfire on her. Just then, Ma Hongjun unleashed another phoenix flame. Tang Yin, who was fighting against Ma Hongjun, leaped up, and the 2 Tang Yans merged into one, then increased the distance between her and Ma Hongjun. Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun. Their soul power was also nearly exhausted. Tang San was not prepared to continue. Once this thought crossed his mind, the Tang San who was fighting against Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing disappeared, leaving only the Tang San in the air. Then they heard Tang San excitedly say, "I'll show you a big move." Everyone was unsure of what big move Tang San was referring to, but it didn't stop the onlookers from feeling excited and the fighters from being tense and alert. Ice ceiling. As soon as Tang San finished speaking, the entire arena became cold, and soon a bit of ice and snow began to fall. As soon as it hit the ground, it seemed to break the seal. The cracking sound wasn't very loud, but the entire arena was already covered in ice. Second soul skill, Phoenix in Flames. It was too late. As Tang San spoke, she had already landed on a piece of ice crystal. Crack! With that sound, everyone realized that Ma Hongjuan's flames had been sealed in ice. And even the chubby guy himself was frozen, turning into a block of ice. Fortunately, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing hadn't made their move yet. Otherwise, they would have likely turned into ice crystals too. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance and saw the surprise and amusement in each other's eyes. And then they chose not to attack. They had already lost. After fighting for so long, Tang San hadn't even used her 3rd soul skill yet. Tang Yin took a deep breath. Although she had been fighting for a long time and was somewhat tired, she was still very satisfied. She walked over to the now ice-crystallized Ma Hongjun, her smile unwavering. Everyone else also came over to take a look. Tang Yin noticed that everyone else had also come over, and the ice on the ground was slowly disappearing. Wow, it could be like this. Oscar was the first to run over and circle around the horse Hong Jun in the ice block, and he observed for a while. Aside from the fact that Hong Jun couldn't move, his eyes were still able to move. Tang Yin suddenly found a small ice block in his hand, and then placed it steadily on Ma Hongjun's head, showing no signs of shaking. It looked good. Tang Yin nodded in satisfaction. Little Yin, what about this ice block? Isn't it cold for the fatty inside? butI tapped the ice block, looking at Ma Hongjun with a pleading expression. There was no sign of trembling. So it seemed he was not affected by the ice block. The fatty himself was of the fire attribute, so these cold ice wouldn't harm him. Moreover, he couldn't suppress the phoenix fire inside him, and this was just the right thing to help him keep it in check, which would definitely be beneficial for him. Tang Yin spoke as if he was helping others without expecting anything in return. Will this ice block melt? Zhu Zhuqing asked after observing for a while. It will melt, but the surrounding heat isn't enough, so it will melt slowly, Tang Yin replied. Little Yin, you're really amazing. Can you do everything? Ning Rongrong admired Tang Yin. After several battles, she was almost becoming his little fan. It's okay, Tang Yin said, scratching his head a bit shyly. Little Yin, at that moment, Master called out. Tang Yin turned around and greeted the Master. The Master nodded, watching a few children who were interested in the ice block containing Ma Hongjun. He didn't want to disturb their excitement, even though he was also quite interested. However, as a teacher, he couldn't act just like a group of children. You all take a break for a while. After lunch, we will start the next round. Tang Yin continued one after another, and after several rounds, it was already noon. The Master did not ask everyone to continue training. Yes, everyone responded to the Master. Tang Yin also released Ma Hongjun from the ice block. Hiss, it's freezing to death. Ma Hongjun shook his body. Xiao Yin, next time you deal with me, at least give me a heads up, it's really tough for me. Ma Hongjun was still a bit cold and couldn't help but want to hug Dai Mubai next to him for warmth. Get away, get away. Dai Mubai pushed Ma Hongjun away, not allowing him to get close. He still wanted to hug him, and the previous words almost made Zhu Zhuqing misunderstand. He still needed to save some face. Xiao Ao. After being rejected, Ma Hongjun moved closer to Oscar. How about having a sausage? Oscar said, quickly conjuring up a sausage. Ma Hongjun took the sausage and said while eating, Xiao Ao, you're really nice. So pitiful, come here for a hug, Dad. Oscar looked at Ma Hongjun's little appearance and couldn't help but pat Ma Hongjun's shoulder, then wanted to give him a dad hug. When Ma Hongjun heard this, all feelings of gratitude disappeared. Get away, who are you calling Dad? Aren't you cold? Let me hug you. Oscar proudly replied, I'm not cold. The sun feels really nice. After Ma Hongjun finished eating, he no longer recognized anyone. Run as far as you can. Chapter 90, Elements during the lunch break. There wasn't much need for rest, since everyone was soul masters and didn't really need a nap. After having lunch, everyone started discussing Tang Yin's multiple elements. Tang Yin swallowed a bun and felt almost full. She patted her belly and then walked out. Let me demonstrate it briefly for everyone. She hasn't used all her abilities yet, and it's uncertain whether she will have to fight with her and everyone else again in the afternoon. Tang Yin sighed. Since the Master wanted everyone to be familiar with her abilities, she would show them. It would be better if it could reduce the number of fights. Tang San's words caught everyone's attention. At this moment, a golden iron rod appeared in her hand, resembling a Rui Bang. With a twist of her hand, she threw the object to Tang San. Tang San skillfully caught it, feeling a sense of understanding. Is this something that appeared out of nowhere? Tang San thought of the golden needles. His question actually had an answer. Appearing out of nowhere, wasn't it his sister who took it out from space? Little Wu leaned in to take a look as well, remembering that Tang Yin had quite a few of these iron rods in her space. I also thought it was Xiao Yin who took it out from space. Oscar squatted nearby, touching it with curiosity. After all, he was a food support soul master and was quite interested in battles. It felt very real to the touch. Ning Rongrong also came over to take a look. The few of them were surrounding Tang San. Tang Yin looked at her brother surrounded by several girls and couldn't help but laugh a little. Her gaze then fell on Oscar, who was squatting in front of her brother. Well, it wasn't just the girls surrounding him. There was also Oscar. Over here, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun couldn't see it, so Tang Yin used her gold-type ability to create a few small weapons and gave one to each of them. So they didn't all have to gather together to watch. So real. Are these all conjured? Ma Hongjun said. It's a bit like Xiao Ao's food spirit, able to create things. Dai Mubai remarked. They're all conjured, Tang Yin said, and another Rui Bang appeared in her hand. Tang Yin played within her hand and said, this is a gold element, one of my skills. She had previously thought about whether to use this to make gold to spend as money, but unfortunately, this is Douluo continent, where they use gold spirit coins, which are very different from her gold-type abilities and cannot be converted into money. If only she could go back to before the apocalypse, gold would be much more valuable. Tang Sen looked at the weapon in his hand, his eyes filled with surprise and contemplation. He couldn't help but glance at the weapons held by a few of his partners. It seemed he had discovered something different. Gold element, can it transform into anything? Zhu Zhuqing weighed a small hammer in her hand and asked. No, the things that are transformed only take on one shape. The elemental material is all gold iron. But this gold element is harder, so the weapons produced hurt more when they hit. Tang Yi explained, it can't be used like gold. It's only for her fantasies about certain weapons, like this Rui Bang, which she really likes. Even in the apocalypse, some aspects of human culture have been preserved, and stories like Journey to the West are often listened to in leisure time. She also likes Sun Wukong's Rui Bang. No, it seems it can also be used to show off. Thinking about showing off, a smile appeared in the corner of Tang Yan's eyes, making them slightly crescent-shaped, which was very beautiful and infectious. Everyone felt comfortable and relaxed watching her. They nodded, probably understanding Tang Yan's skill. Tang Yan then took out a few small seeds from her pocket and placed them on her delicate hand. The originally inconspicuous small seeds looked very prominent in her fair palm. A few people gathered over to see what she had in her hand. What is this? Someone asked. This is a type of vine seed, which is good toughness. I collected it and also used it as my second element, wood. Wood? Dai Mubai recalled the confrontation from that morning and spoke up. It's the vines that bound me today. Yes. Tang Yin nodded, and the seeds in her palm sprouted. Growing vines. However, she controlled them very well, ensuring they didn't grow large, just enough for everyone to admire. It really grew. Can I touch it? Ning Rongrong couldn't help but want to reach out. Sure. Hearing Tang Yin say yes, Oscar was the first to reach out, tugging and pulling at it. The toughness is really good, Oscar said, and instinctively tried to take a bite. What are you doing? Fortunately, Tang Yin reacted quickly, blocking Oscar's forehead with one hand, temporarily saving her vines. Sorry, I wanted to see if I could eat it. Oscar smiled. Little A.O., your martial soul can eat. But that doesn't mean everything can be eaten. Ma Hongjun raised an eyebrow at Oscar, looking a bit mischievous, and Oscar slapped him playfully. Oscar and Ma Hongjun linked arms and said, you want a hug from Daddy again, right? Get lost. Who is your daddy? Ma Hongjun didn't want to talk to Oscar anymore. You two stop messing around. Listen to Xiao Yan. Dai Mubai pulled them back, one hand on each. Hee, Xiao Yan. You continue. Ma Hongjun smiled flatteringly, wanting Tang Yin to go easy on him in future training. Ahem, this vine can't be eaten. It's just to bind the opponent. And I need to recycle this vine. Saying this, the vine in her hand transformed back into seeds. Her wood-type ability was precious. Whether a Yin could quickly transform depended on the wood-type power, so recycling it could save soul power. Next is water, Tang Yin said. Then a water ball appeared in her hand. She threw the water ball at a tree. The impact of the water ball was considerable, causing the big tree to shake. And then the water spread out as if a bucket of water had been splashed. Water can turn into rain, can attack people, and can also turn into ice. Another water ball appeared in Tang Yan's hand, quickly transforming into an ice ball. Wow, I must have been frozen by this. Ma Hongjun felt a bit uneasy and decided to stay away from the ice ball. Come on, be a bit bolder. Ma Hongjun's little actions didn't affect Tang Yin, and a ball of fire appeared beside her. You've seen this fire before, so I won't elaborate. Everyone nodded. They were somewhat familiar with some of the moves. And this is earth. Tang Yin squatted down, placing her palm on the ground. With several thuds, a circular earth wall formed, surrounding everyone. Chapter 91. Absolutely reliable, it can be done like this. Everyone knew that Dai Mubai could only easily break through these earth walls after using his third soul skill. Of course, Tang Yin didn't mention that there was also a technique for earth escape, but that would leave her covered in dirt. So she refused to use that technique unless absolutely necessary. Tang Yin explained the earth element and then continued, and this. As he spoke, everyone felt a flash of purple lightning appear in his hand. With a wave of his hand, he struck the earthen wall. Bang! With that sound, a path was blasted through the wall. The power was immense. Is that electricity? Yes, Tang Yin said, and then he unleashed another thunderstrike, causing all the walls to collapse. My goodness, seeing this move, I finally realized that Xiao Yin had shown me mercy. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but say, if Tang Yin used this move, wouldn't he be electrocuted silly? I'm very good to you. Tang Yin responded to Ma Hongjun, then thought of something and said, I'll give you something fun. What? Before Ma Hongjun could ask anything, he was suddenly swept up into the air by a gust of wind, floating around. Ma Hongjun was almost dumbfounded, but after stabilizing himself, he found there was no danger, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He happily spread his arms, looking as if he was about to take flight, making various movements and enjoying himself immensely. Xiaoyan, is this you lifting the fat guy up? Oscar ran over, looking at Ma Hongjun, who was floating, finding it extremely interesting and wanted to join the fun. He excitedly said to Tang Yi, Xiaoyan, can you lift me up too? Of course, Tang Yi nodded. Seeing that the others also seemed to want to join, she waved her hand, and the remaining people were all lifted off the ground. Ah! With a whoosh of wind, some people exclaimed while others instinctively became alert. When they saw they could freely soar in the air, they couldn't help but take a few steps forward, all very excited. This is the wind. Tang Yi spoke as he used wind energy to lift himself up, floating around everyone like a ghost. I felt like I was flying. Oscar and the chubby Ma Hongjun were still competing to see who could fly more gracefully, according to their own standards. Sister, is this what wind feels like? Tang Xin couldn't help but be curious. This thing could lift people off the ground, and he felt an invisible airflow around him, especially under his feet, where he could sense it even more. Yes, sister, I feel like I'm in the sky. Xiao Wu twirled around, her head touching the sky. It just lacks a few clouds, otherwise we could ride the clouds. Ning Rongrong tentatively took a few steps, feeling that the ground beneath her feet was soft and fluffy, even though she couldn't see anything. Clouds. Tang Yin thought for a moment, then used the technique of water and fire merging, causing a large amount of water vapor to rise. He then used a hint of ice energy to maintain a certain consistency in the vapor, and interspersed wind energy into it. As a result, the water vapor wouldn't dissipate quickly and couldn't float around at will. Everything was under Tang Yan's control, truly creating a cloud for everyone. Wow, Xiaoyan, how come you could do everything? That's amazing. Oscar rushed towards the cloud like a silly dog, but clouds are, after all, clouds and couldn't support a person. Oscar exerted too much force and directly fell to the ground, landing with a bit of pain, but fortunately, he was cushioned by Tang Yan's wind energy, so it didn't hurt too much. Everyone burst into laughter at the sight. Ha ha, Xiao Ao, luckily you're faster than me. Otherwise I would have fallen. Second brother, you can't sit on clouds. Xiao Wu also ran over to laugh, and even Ning Rongrong came over to touch the floating clouds. This is a cloud. Do you think it's cotton? Oscar looked at everyone laughing at him with a pitiful expression. Even Ning Rongrong was laughing at him, feeling utterly embarrassed. Oscar looked at Tang Yin with longing, as if complaining about something, resembling a little wife, making Tang Yin almost think he was a big playgirl. Ahem, sorry. I didn't expect you to jump over. Tang Yan's gaze shifted away from Oscar, finding his expression too funny. I thought the cloud Xiao Yin made would be able to carry me. Oscar couldn't help but hug the clouds. Although his hands passed through them, he still felt a bit of coolness and softness. This is a cloud. Tang Yin received the wind ability. After everyone landed, he explained, there are too many people. The wind can't carry us for too long. Everyone understood that it had already carried them for quite a while, and that was pretty good considering the duration. Tang Yin came to the cloud she created and touched it without encountering any solid cloud. She said, but I wonder if it can carry a person. What does Xiao Yin mean? Is it possible? That would be too incredible. I'll give it a try. As Tang Yin spoke, she channeled her metal ability around her, then filled the cloud with wind, making it like a balloon. By mixing in her metal ability, she increased the strength of the water vapor between the clouds, allowing it to bear weight. Then, using the method of water and with generating each other, she further maintained the gentleness of the water vapor. Soon, a large cloud appeared, shimmering with a faint golden hue. Tang Yin patted the cloud in front of him, and his hand didn't pass through, so it should be fine. All right. Tang Yin stepped aside and said to everyone, you can give it a try. It's definitely soft and fluffy. You shouldn't fall off. Everyone recalled Oscar's recent tumble, which had been quite disastrous. Absolutely reliable, Tang Yin said. And then he jumped onto the cloud first. The ground beneath his feet was soft, and after thinking for a moment, he took off his shoes to make it even more comfortable. Seeing that Tang Yin didn't fall one by one, everyone wanted to give it a try. Tang Yin looked at him and hurriedly said, take off your shoes first. Take off your shoes. Tang Yin said, and everyone excitedly took off their shoes, running onto the clouds. Sister, I'm coming. Little Yin, I'm coming too. Even Oscar and Ma Hongjun went up first, rolling on the soft clouds, having a lot of fun. The remaining ones, like Tang San and Dai Mubai, looked at each other, seeing the smiles in each other's eyes. Come on, little brother, I'll catch you. Tang Yin was very happy to be able to openly go barefoot, standing on the clouds, reaching out to Tang San, acting like a good sister wanting to play with her brother. Go up. butI looked over at Zhu Qing, who rarely showed her childlike smile, and couldn't help but smile as well. All right. Tang San nodded, took off his shoes with butI, and jumped onto the clouds. For a moment, everyone seemed like delighted children, having a wonderful time. Chapter 92. Not as sunny as it seems. They really are a bunch of kids. Flander looked at the few children not far away and couldn't help but shake his head, but the smile at the corner of his mouth grew even wider. Children should naturally look like children, with a child king around. Even those who weren't children became like kids. The master had reviewed all the academy's information. butI and Tang San were relatively more mature, but with Tang Yin around, he was like a little son, bringing joy and fitting in with everyone wherever they went. Tang San is another good kid who dotes on his sister and listens to her, which naturally makes him both mature and immature. You said you wanted to cultivate friendship among them, but it seems that won't be necessary anymore. With Tang Yin around, all friendships are already established. Flander watched the lively children and felt like joining in the fun, despite his old bones. Fortunately, he remembered his identity and couldn't play around like the kids. There's only a shortage of friendship, so how could one complain about having too much? The master said, the plan remains unchanged. Their physical abilities are still insufficient. The physical abilities of the little monsters are not enough, but I think Tang Yin should be fine. Her speed, strength, and endurance are quite good. And among these little monsters, she should be the best. Your initial plan probably won't have much effect on Tang Yin. Flander thought, the effect may not be great, but sharing hardships with companions is also good. It will strengthen their group friendship. Flander nodded, his gaze still fixed on Tang Yin, thinking about her various powers. He felt puzzled, as these powers don't seem like what a soul master should have. Yet Tang Yin has achieved them. You say, how did this little monster Tang Yin grow up? It seems you have known her for a long time. Well, since Xiao San became my disciple at 6. Xiao Yin has been by my side, so I can say I've watched her grow up. Why do you ask this? The master looked at Flander. Having known each other for many years, he naturally understood Flander's suspicions. I observe that this child Tang Yin is probably not as sunny as she appears. Flander expressed his doubts. What do you mean? The master did not refute Flander's words, but rather wanted to hear his reasoning. When they had just arrived at Shrek, they were afraid to eat Oscar's food spirit. So I gave a speech to the little monsters about what to do if they encountered danger in the future. Whether they would eat cockroaches or rats to survive. Did Xiao Yin respond to you? No. Everyone else reacted with surprise, disgust, or refusal. But only Tang Yin's reaction was too calm. So calm that I had to suspect whether she had tried it before. At that time, I felt Tang Yin was not like a child, but someone who has become indifferent to the harsh realities of life. What kind of feeling is that? You must not have woken up yet. Xiao Yin is not that kind of person. The master rebutted. Oh, then what is your opinion? Flander was not overly surprised by the master's rebuttal. Instead, he continued the conversation casually. Don't even mention eating those things. Xiao Yin has always been picky about food since she was little, refusing to eat if there is no meat. Both her father and Xiao San dote on her. Do you think her father would let her eat those things? Don't forget, her father is not an ordinary person. Do you think they have fallen to the point of eating cockroaches and rats? The master shot a glance at Flander, his gaze returning to the group of playful students. Am I not chatting with you? Flander sensed the implication in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes, thinking he might be considered inappropriate again. He adjusted his glasses and smiled awkwardly. The master did not look at Flander, his gaze still on the group of children as he continued. She is surrounded by love. Even the rare heart of a noble family seems ordinary in Xiao Yin's presence. Those things that even Xiao San doesn't know are already evident here. Their father seems to favor Xiao Yin a bit more. In such a family, do you think she would eat the things you mentioned? You do have a point there. But what could cause that little monster to remain so calm when she hears about those things? This puzzled Flander, as girls generally dislike or fear such things. Let alone eating. Even boys would be put off. This is the doubt that exists for Flander. This might relate to her nature. This child has been carefree throughout her life, only showing concern for her brother. Outside of soul coins and family friends, she remains very calm. The master recalled those days. Tang Yin was unwavering, only concerned about her brother and earning soul coins. Her temperament was incredibly lazy. As Tang San's teacher, he couldn't criticize Tang Yin too much. Even if she heard it, she would forget it the next day. Fortunately, Tang San said that Tang Yin is like this. Even when their father calls her, she behaves this way. In the end, the master helplessly thought that aside from disciplining Tang San, he could only turn a blind eye to Tang Yin. Moreover, Tang Yan's father had also said that they should let them be themselves. The path they take is up to them. Since their father said so, the master had nothing more to say. As for now, this is Shrek Academy. As their teacher, he must start to ask Tang Yin to cooperate a bit. Fortunately, Tang Yin is not unreasonable. She is indeed carefree. Flander looked at the sunny smiling Tang Yin and couldn't help but smile, realizing that only this type of person could be so carefree and happy. This doesn't mean she lacks emotions. Even he felt influenced by her demeanor. He also liked this carefree attitude. Not having to think too much, just being happy was enough. With Xiaoyan around, there's indeed more fun. A smile appeared on the master's serious face, saying, "You've taken in such a little monster. There will be more to talk about in the future. It sounds as if she is not your student at all. You could take her out and have something to say." Flander snorted, and the two, being longtime friends, spoke very casually. As they chatted, both laughed. "Let us go. The things those little monsters ate need to be digested." The two of them spoke as they walked over to the group of playful students. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were sitting together chatting, while Tang San lay on a cloud, holding a thick book in his hands. From time to time, he would discuss the habits of soul beasts or whether they were cute or not with everyone. Tang San and Dai Mubai were sitting nearby, occasionally glancing at the few people discussing, with smiles on their faces. Chapter 93. Do you want to make money? Of course, there were also two uncoordinated ones. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, constantly trying to jump on the edge of the cloud, as if experimenting with which poses looked better for when they flew in the future. "All right, little monsters, it's time for class." Flinder stepped forward to call them, but his hand secretly touched the soft-looking big cloud where others couldn't see. "Good, they are here." The 8 of them quickly put on their shoes and stood in place, waiting for the unknown training. "Teacher, Master." The 8 lined up from 0 to 7 again, and the master looked at the neat lineup with great satisfaction. Then his gaze fell on Tang San. Tang Yin stood straight, and if she were to fight again, she wouldn't back down. However, the master looked for a few seconds before withdrawing his gaze. He said to a few people, "Dai Mubai, you will fight each of them once, and Tang Yin doesn't need to do anything for now, just watch." Understood. It would be quick. Everyone had no doubts. As Tang Yin had already fought each of them in turn this morning, and now it was just a matter of swapping in Dai Mubai. Tang Yi heard that she didn't have to fight anymore, and immediately gave up her spot. She pulled out a small stool from her space and ran to sit on the side, placing some snacks next to her, looking like she was about to watch a 3D blockbuster. The first scene featured Dai Mubai and Tang San. Tang Yi rummaged through her space and finally found a pair of small sunglasses, put them on, and propped up one leg. Wait a minute. It seemed like she had an even better venue. Tang Yin remembered that big white cloud. With a wave of his hand, he saw the cloud drifting over. Tang Yin was also worried that during the confrontation, the soul power would be too strong and blow the big cloud away. In 2 seconds, he used several hard vines to bind the big cloud under a large tree, stabilizing it securely. Tang Sin placed the snacks on top of the big white cloud, making the audience's identity clear. Master, Flander. A few people watching the leisurely Tang Sin wanted to join him, but they still had tasks to complete. However, Flander, who had no tasks, walked over. "Can I join you, little girl?" Flander had been wanting to see this magical cloud for a long time, and after not finding an opportunity before, he finally found one now and came over. "Sure, Dean, take a seat." Having a friend to watch 3D with was quite nice, and Tang San welcomed him, giving up a good spot that allowed for a clear view of Tang San and Dai Mubai's duel. Flander was finally lucky enough to be on the cloud, and he smugly raised an eyebrow at the master, who didn't even look at Flander anymore. Continuing to watch the showdown between Dai Mubai and Tang San, Flander didn't need the master to express his opinion. He felt the soft, fluffy cloud beneath him, which was very nice and something many children would love. It was much more interesting than many toys, and if sold to the children of wealthy families, it would surely be very popular. Perhaps he could make a fortune from it. He wondered if this little girl, Tang San, would agree to it. Tang Yin felt Flander's gaze on her. She was munching on soul fruits, one after another, crispy and fragrant, very tasty. Seeing Flander looking at her, she casually picked up a small box and handed it over. "The Dean can have some." "Thank you." Flander thought about how to buy the clouds and realized that building a good relationship with Tang Yin was just right. Flander also started snacking, one after another, and after opening her mouth, she was quite unreserved. The two of them, one old and one young, ate while watching the commotion, occasionally discussing which snacks were delicious. Before long, they became quite familiar with each other. "Do you want to make money?" Flander thought their friendship was strong enough to talk about making money. "Make money." Tang Yan's eyes lit up, This was her strong suit. Yes. Flander saw Tang Yin's expression and knew she had found a kindred spirit. Without hiding it, she quickly said, "Look at your clouds. They're much better than any satin clouds or soft silk. If you have the ability, make a few more big clouds like this. They don't have to be that big. Smaller ones that are enough for 2 or 3 kids to play with would be fine. Then we can sell these soft clouds to those wealthy families. Those wealthy families have money and power, and they spoil their children. They are willing to spend, and we can make a big profit." Tang Yin thought it was very interesting. If I do this, I can probably make one of this size every day. If I switch to smaller ones, making 5 or 6 is not a problem. Are you suggesting we collaborate? Tang Yin heard that there was money to be made. So she temporarily ignored the exciting duel and instead started discussing with Flander. Of course, our collaboration would definitely be a win-win. Look, you produce, I sell. And how about we split the profits 50 to 50? Flander asked, calculating in his mind. 50 to 50? That's too much. How about 70 to 30? I take 70, you take 30. Dean, you see, I'm the one making this, you just need to sell it. It's all profit for you, right? Tang Yin said. She had never bought this kind of thing before and didn't know how well it would sell, but the profit sharing needed to be settled properly. All right then. Flander didn't argue further. After all, he would already make a 30 profit just from selling, which was quite a good deal. According to Yu Xiaojiang, this little girl had loved trading since she was young, so giving her 30 was actually generous. Deal. Tang Yin was excited. As long as she could produce a small item, she would earn money without having to run around or use her words. This outcome was quite good for her. Tang Yin was thinking and suddenly remembered that the plot mentioned that the principal of Shrek Academy, Flander, was very good at business. If they cooperated frequently, she could provide the goods while Principal Flander took care of the rest. This way, she wouldn't have to use her father's excuse to do business with others or run errands. She could just sit in the academy and collect money. Wow. Oh my God. How did she come up with this? How did she not think of finding someone to help her run errands all these years? With Principal Flander's shrewdness, once the goods were in his hands, they would likely multiply in value. Tang Yin thought it over, then cleared her throat, preparing to conspire with Dean Fland. The Dean must be my confidant as well. Tang Yin looked as if she were very close with him, her eyes shining brightly, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say their bond was like that of brothers. Naturally, our relationship is good. Not just confidants, but siblings, oh no. Brothers would sound better. Hey, what is the point of siblings? Brothers sound better. Tang Yin waved her hand and continued, Dean, you see, I have quite a few good things here that you can try. Chapter 94. What does this mean? Tang San and Dean Flander were openly munching on snacks while discussing some dark deals. The large and small duo became more and more excited as they spoke, as if billions were right in front of them. The master looked at Flander, who had lost all semblance of a dean, and didn't know what to say. For the sake of money, he could even bond with a child. Meanwhile, the duels of butI and the others had already concluded, but Tang San was still engaged in a heated discussion with Dean Flander. Tang San returned to the team. The master could only helplessly call out. Tang Yin heard her name and instinctively raised her head. Oh, it turned out that they had been talking for so long with Dean Flandra after the class was over. You go ahead, after your class. We can still discuss the matter of medicinal materials. I will definitely take care of it for you. Flandra was given a glare by the master, and he touched his nose with a somewhat embarrassed expression, realizing a bit late. Tang Yi made an okay gesture and happily returned to the team. However, as soon as she returned, she heard the master training the team, addressing the mistakes everyone made during the recent duel, both big and small. Even Tang Yi was not spared. The master said, Tang Yi, this morning, you could have won every battle from the very beginning, but you didn't. You were playing around like everyone else. Not to mention whether you could win in the end. If this were a real battlefield, your lack of seriousness would cost you the first opportunity to gain control. Tang Yin stood up straight, blinking a bit. Didn't they say they should all understand each other? If she really defeated them from the very beginning, not only would it hurt everyone's fighting spirit, but if she left them no chance at all, how would they get to know her general abilities? I am very disappointed with your performance today. Now, all of you will receive punishment. Run forward, supervise each other, do not use soul power, run from the academy to Soto City and back again. You can eat only after you finish 10 laps before dinner. Understood? Tang Yin finally understood after hearing this. Everyone was being pointed out by the master for their flaws, and the intention behind it was simply to punish them. Tang Yin Song relaxed her shoulders. What she was using was not soul power, but a special ability. She can. Remember, you are a team. Just as everyone was about to leave, the master said this. Tang Yin felt the master's gaze linger on her for a moment. Is he worried that she might be slacking off? Tang was a bit tearful. It turned out that her lazy image had already made such a deep impression on the master. Yes, I guarantee to complete it, Tang replied, and the master turned a bit awkwardly. After a few people ran off, Philander came over. This little girl was quite clever. She is clever, the master said, unable to help but laugh. However, he was very satisfied with Tang Yi's cooperation. But soon the master sighed. I wonder if Lilia can hold on. I think she can. Among the little monsters, she's the strongest, Philander said confidently. You know, this girl is a bit lazy, but she is obedient. The only problem is that her precious body can't go hungry. Once she gets hungry, she doesn't want to do anything, doesn't want to move. I'm afraid that in the end, if she's hungry and doesn't want to run, we will have to carry her back. The master sighed, reminiscing about the past few years of knowing Tang Yi. When her stomach is not hungry, everything is easy to say. When she is hungry, nothing is true. Tang San has this flaw, but everything else is fine. Philander was taken aback. He didn't expect Tang San to have this side. No way. I think that girl seems reliable. When preparing the brine later, let's also prepare some sugar water. Drinking sugary water can replenish some energy. That should be fine. Anyway, these little monsters are under your care now. Philander had no objections. In the evening, have the chef prepare a more abundant meal. The master said after taking a few steps and then stopping. What does this mean? Philander didn't understand. To get the children to obey, you have to give them some rewards. You know, Tang San is easy to coax. Give him some good food, and he will likely cooperate in training tomorrow. Philander understood. But abundance would cost money, so he inquired, how abundant are we talking? There must be plenty of fish and meat. They run back and forth 10 times. And people would be exhausted, so having something good to eat is natural. They're all kids growing up. The master said this. Fish and meat don't cost much. It said that half a kid can bankrupt a parent, and that's not just talk. Are you still worried about spending a little money? You just partnered with Xiao San. Will you still lack this little money? Although the master was training everyone, some people didn't take Philander and Tang San, one big and one small, seriously. Philander had nothing to say. After he discovered that Tang San had many precious herbs, even if it was a 30-70 split, he still made a substantial profit. However, these are all your students, the hope for the future. Fine, I will give the order. Philander finally gritted his teeth and agreed. If training is exhausting and requires fish and meat, then future training will also need fish and meat. Philander sighed. Their Shrek Academy is very poor. Meanwhile, Tang San and the others arrived and saw many backpacks, each labeled with everyone's names, and each backpack contained stones of different weights. Tang Yin found her and was speechless. Why did she have the most stones? This is so unfair. Sister, how about I help you carry some? Tang San really understood Tang Yin the best. After seeing Tang Yin staring at he roughly understood. With such a large on Tang Yan's small body, if she didn't grow taller, it would be heartbreaking. Little Yin, I'll help you carry a little too. The least is mine, right? Ning Rong also came over at this time. Then everyone saw the in front of Tang Yin was filled with stones. When comparing Tang Yan's figure to oh wow, this is really too unfair. I'll help you. Me too. Everyone was very enthusiastic. Tang Yin directly took and easily lifted it onto her back. You guys don't have as much strength as I do. After 10 rounds of running, without using soul power, a person's physical endurance becomes harder to maintain over time until it reaches a limit. As long as you persist, a person's limit will continuously increase, and their physique can also improve to a certain extent. When fighting against others, a strong physique might even become an advantage for survival and victory. Tang Yin explained, so everyone, let's work hard. Everyone was stunned, not expecting that such a small punishment could have such a significant meaning. All right, let's work hard together. Chapter 95. Shall we go out together? With Tang Yan's words leading the way, everyone was quite motivated to run with the weight. However, by the last 3 or 4 laps, some people began to struggle. But as a team, they naturally helped each other out. You help carry a few stones, and I'll help carry a few. Everyone was able to persevere. As they went further, everyone looked as if they had just been pulled out of the water. Tang Yin felt much better. Even if she didn't deliberately use her abilities, the power-type abilities had already integrated into her body and mind. These powers would erupt even without conscious effort. Originally, Tang Yin had the most stones. But as time went on, the number of stones increased even more. They took turns helping each other carry them, and before they knew it, their feelings for each other deepened significantly. Step by step, the 8 of them finally completed the task given by the master. After finishing the task, everyone couldn't help but laugh, but their physical strength was depleted, and they all collapsed and fell into a deep sleep. Even Tang Yin couldn't help but lie down on the ground. It wasn't that she was tired from running, but rather that she was hungry. However, she still managed to run to the end. And now she was already famished, unable to get up before replenishing her energy. Tang Yin was so tired and hungry that she didn't want to move at all. She glanced at everyone else who was also exhausted, but she didn't call for help. Instead, she reached into her space and took out a few candies, chewing on them with a crunch. After finishing the candies, she gained a little bit of energy, drank some water, and took out a steamed bun from her space. While lying on the ground, she stretched out her little hand and munching on the food. Indeed, both the master and Flander couldn't help but smile at the sight, realizing they had guessed right. In the end, everyone was hungry. As for those who had fallen asleep, they were carried back to prepare for a medicinal bath. Tang Yan's first experience in a medicinal bath was indeed comfortable. She felt that this was quite nice. However, she never expected that this weighted running would last for 3 months. 3 months? What does that even mean? Although her strength-type ability and speed had been refined significantly, Tang Yin was truly exhausted from running. It was just too boring, dull, and tedious. One day, Tang Yin woke up feeling groggy, and the first thought that popped in her mind was whether she had to run again. She, who originally didn't like fighting, now found herself having different thoughts about it. It was much better than this boring running. Compared to running, it would be more enjoyable to go out and have a good fight. Good morning, Xiaoyan. Good morning, sister. Good morning, Rong Rong. Good morning, Xiao Wu. Tang Yin greeted her friends with a somewhat listless good morning. She wondered if they would have weighted training again today. Compared to the first day, we can run quite far now without using soul power, Ning Rong Rong said, adding that although they were a bit tired, they felt themselves getting stronger. It depends on the master. I don't know if we still have to run. Soon, all 8 of them gathered, but today was a bit different. Usually, their master would be waiting for them early, but seemed D&T arrived yet? Just as everyone was puzzled, Dean Flander came over. Your first phase of training is over. You'll have to wait a few days for the second phase. You can arrange your time however you like in the meantime. Flander looked at the few little monsters who had been running and soaking for 3 months. Their physiques had improved quite a bit, and if this continued, he would go bankrupt. Those medicinal bath materials were not cheap. It's over. Tang Yin, who had originally been listless, now had her eyes shining brightly, making people feel a bit alarmed. Dean, how many days is it going to be? Is there an exact number? Tang Yin was a bit anxious. Finally, a break. After 3 continuous months of training, she thought there would be no holidays in this academy. It was truly wonderful to know that there was a turning point and that there would be a holiday. At least 5 days, if not more, then probably 7 days. Flander said, watching the excited Tang Yin, and couldn't he help but chuckle. The training over the past few months hadn't helped Tang Yin much, but it did foster camaraderie and teamwork. Yu Xiaojiang could only let Tang Yin join this kind of training. Otherwise, she would have entered the second phase of training long ago. Great. Finally, no more running. Tang Yin happily hugged Dai Mubai beside her, and then she ran to hug her brother, extending her hands joyfully. Tang Sen understood Tang Yan's meaning. This was about to pinch his face. Tang Sen looked at the childish Tang Yin and couldn't help but smile. He bent down slightly, lowering his head a bit. Tang Yin habitually pinched Tang San's face. Although it wasn't as soft as when they were kids, the touch was still nice. After pinching Tang San's face, Tang Yan's gaze fell on the rabbit ears atop Xiao Wu's head. The sparkling light in his eyes made it hard to miss what he meant. Xiao Wu's back stiffened. If she still had a coat of rabbit fur, it would definitely be standing up by now. Sister, pinching faces and patting heads is nice too. Seeing Xiao Wu's expression, Tang Sen couldn't help but lower his height a bit, grabbing Tang Yan's hand and placing it on his head, saying this phrase skillfully. Oh! Tang Yin sighed and reached out to grab his brother's hair, quickly making Tang San's hair a bit messy. Tang San's gaze fell on Zhu Zhuqing's tail again. Having spent a long time with Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing naturally understood what his gaze meant. She couldn't help but shift to the side, her cool demeanor blushing slightly. Dai Mubai was initially curious about the interaction between Tang San and his sister, but with Tang San's gaze, he saw a different Zhu Zhuqing, and his calm heart suddenly stirred. Zhu Qing is really beautiful. Does Xiao San like to pinch faces? How about I pinch yours too? Ma Hongjun watched Tang San happily pinching Tang San's face and leaned over, intending to increase his favorability. Everyone was on break, but he didn't know if Dean Flinder would add drama to him. It would be better to befriend Tang San. Even if the dean added drama, it would be less burdensome. Fatty, you're getting restless again, right? Before Tang San could speak, he was the first to voice it, a faint smile on his lips, looking like he was easy to talk to, but those sharp eyes made people feel cold. No. Haha, isn't a holiday? I have plans with a few sisters, so I'll be leaving first. Fatty understood the danger from Tang San and immediately tucked his tail between his legs. Oh my god, Tang San is such a sister con. How does he have the courage to take away his sister's affection? Ma Hongjuan's quick surrender made everyone burst into laughter. Sister, are we going out together? At this moment, Tang San invited Tang San. Okay, the younger brother had been holding back for so long, and now it seemed he finally found the time. Chapter 96. It's all in the past during this time. Everyone had been very busy with training. After each training session, they either ate or went to sleep. There wasn't much free time, and some of Tang San's words had been held back for 3 months. Now that there was some free time, Tang San wanted to talk to Tang San. Let's go. Tang San nodded, said goodbye to everyone, and left with her brother. Tang San walked in front, and Tang Yin followed closely behind. After arriving at a certain place, it should have been quiet around them. Tang San stopped and solemnly asked Tang Yin, Sister, did you see what happened when I obtained the third spirit ring? He was referring to the events in the dream, which should have been shared with Tang Yin. Tang Yin nodded, not hiding anything. I know, but no matter what, you are still you. You are still my brother. Regardless of any past lives or present, you being my brother is an unchangeable fact. Tang Yin felt a bit alert after hearing this. Her younger brother, after all these years, still had the desire to be a big brother, and even while being forgetful, he still thought about being one. TSK. After all these years, she couldn't bear to hit her younger brother, but in that dream, it was the first time she broke her resolve and even kicked him once. Tang San was taken aback by these words, then smiled again as he understood Tang Yan's meaning. Some of the unease in his heart was finally eased. Yes, I am your younger brother, and you're my older sister. This is an unchangeable fact. Isn't that enough? Tang Yin was satisfied, as long as she remained a sister. Even if Tang San had once been a notorious villain, now he was her brother, and her heart leaned towards him. This was an unalterable reality. She had thought her brother might say something else, considering he was already 29 years old in his previous life, much older than her. She had thought he might want to seize power and become her brother. Fortunately, the position of sister was preserved. I actually carry many memories from before, sis. Do you want to hear them? Tang San received the answer he desired and felt much more relaxed. No, it should be said that after revealing his biggest secret to his closest family, all his ambitions, persistence, and efforts seemed to find an outlet. He had previously been anxious about his secret as Tang San being uncovered, but now that Tang Yin knew, he felt much lighter than before. It turned out that having someone to confide in was a beautiful thing. Everything is in the past. You're no longer alone. You have me, you have Dad, and Ayin, and many friends. Tang Yin listened as Tang San spoke. In the past, at Tang's sect, he had no parents, and to him, Tang's sect was everything. He wanted to study hard, but was mocked and bullied by his peers. He stubbornly pushed himself to learn, to enrich himself, and to prove himself, wanting to repay Tang's sect and gain recognition. He was quite unique in this regard. No one understood him, and he had always been alone, bearing the hardships by himself. His joys and sorrows were known only to him. I know all of that is in the past. Tang San chuckled lightly, feeling relieved. The past was like smoke drifting away. He thought his greatest fortune was being reincarnated in Douluo continent, having a father, a sister, and friends. He could have the guidance of a father, like an ordinary family, looking forward to his father's encouragement, with a sister's tolerance and protection. He believed he was the happiest person. My silly little brother. Tang Yin sighed and embraced this big child, or rather, this person who shared similar experiences with her. In the apocalypse, she had also been alone, fighting to survive, not liking violence, hunger, or witnessing the harshness of life. But there was no other way. The survival rules of the apocalypse were like that. If you wanted to live, you had to keep learning. Ironically, the first thing she learned was how to guard against her own kind and understand human nature. Only then did she learn how to kill zombies and maximize benefits. The correct worldview had long since vanished. However, after coming to Douluo continent, she initially gained a lovely younger brother. A soft and adorable child could make one let down their guard, and she had family. So she felt she could gradually reclaim the lost correct worldview. Because this was no longer the apocalypse. She wanted her brother to have a wonderful childhood, to be a happy child, while also wanting to compensate for the childhood she had missed. Tang Yin had thought more than once. Perhaps it was because she desired the beauty of a story so much that she came to the Douluo continent. She fulfilled her dream. However, this dream continues, and she is happy. Tang San was embraced by Tang Yin, and he paused for a moment, then smiled understandingly, finally returning the embrace. It seemed his greatest gain was having an older sister. With his heart unburdened, Tang San quickly adjusted his emotions. He wasn't a sentimental person, but today he had acted a bit like a sentimental child. Sister, before training, I found an iron shop to help me forge some parts. Now it seems they're almost done, so we can go pick them up. Would you like to come along? After feeling relieved, Tang Xin thought about today's plans and spoke to Tang Yin. Sure, I happen to have some free time, and it would be nice to take a stroll. Tang Yin nodded. Now that she had Dean Flanders, she didn't need to sell things herself or think of various reasons to sell them. All she had to do was collect the money, and life was truly good. Over the past 3 months, she had seen just how strong Dean Flanders' deception ability was. His skills in business and persuasion were truly impressive. When he provided goods, the gold soul coins came pouring in, and even though she split the profits with Dean Flanders, she earned much more than she did on her own. Tang Yin began to doubt whether she was suitable for sales and trading, thinking that she might just be better off sitting back and waiting to collect money. So now she had a lot of free time. Sister, can you give me some of those weapons made from your golden elements? Tang San and Tang Yin were walking leisurely while chatting. It was a holiday now, so there should be some time. I think I can rent a courtyard and try out your golden elements. Can they be considered a type of material? I wonder if I can forge some special hidden weapons. By the way, I can also go to the blacksmith shop today to pick up some parts. I can assemble them myself as well. Tang Sin was talking about his preparations and plans. Tang Yin listened to her brother while walking along, having nothing much to do, so it was fine to just stroll around. However, gold elements? Tang Yin didn't expect her brother's idea to land on her gold and iron. Chapter 97, Preparing to make some small gadgets. I want to try the hardness of gold elements. Tang Xin nodded. Tang Yin's element is a type of gold and iron, which seems very hard. If it could be applied to making hidden weapons, it would be quite good. All right. Tang Yin nodded, having no major thoughts about it. When the two arrived at the blacksmith shop, the parts that Tang San had ordered were almost ready. Payment upon delivery. Tang Yin weighed several small parts and suddenly had an idea. She wondered if the energy gun she used in the apocalypse could be used in this Douluo continent. Guns were quite common in the apocalypse. Whether they had abilities or not, kids with a bit of skill could own their own guns. Guns were so familiar to them that as long as they had enough parts and materials, they could easily disassemble or reassemble them with their eyes closed. It had been years since she last used an energy gun, and she wasn't sure if she could still use it skillfully after all this time. It seemed she needed to make a few for backup. If she didn't want to fight in the future, she could just shoot directly with the energy gun, which would be much more convenient. The energy guns from the apocalypse were different from the guns of the current world. Their shooting and power were more focused on headshots, since zombies couldn't be killed unless their heads fell. Therefore, the firearms of the apocalypse were designed for high damage. Moreover, the final guns could incorporate a large amount of abilities, making them quite lethal. If applied in this Douluo continent, it should yield unexpected results. She didn't know when they would confront the Spirit Hall people, so it was better for her to be prepared from multiple angles. Sis, what's wrong? Tang San was preparing to put away the parts when he noticed Tang and staring thoughtfully at them, leaving him a bit puzzled. Could it be that Tang and learned to make hidden weapons in his dream? However, Tang San quickly shook his head. With so many elemental soul skills protecting her, there was no need for her to learn this. It would be too redundant for her. Just a single gold element could easily create some hidden weapons. I'm thinking about whether I can come up with some small gadgets. Small gadgets? Tang San saw the smile at the corner of Tang Yin's mouth and couldn't imagine what kind of small gadget she was referring to. After all, when Tang Yin smiled like that, it usually meant she was planning something mischievous and someone was going to be unfortunate. He didn't know who Tang Yin had set her sights on. Yeah, just some small gadgets. Tang Yin clapped her hands, signaling her brother to hurry up and put away his things. Tang Yin listened to Tang Yan's words and quickly packed his things. Are you going anywhere else later? Tang Yin asked. Tang San shook his head. He realized that Tang Yi probably wanted to go somewhere. So he quickly shared his plans. I'm planning to rent a courtyard to make some hidden weapons, but I'm not in a hurry right now. Where do you want to go? I might accompany you. That works. Tang Yi thought for a moment and nodded quickly. Now, it was Tang Yi's turn to lead the way. She was somewhat familiar with the area since she often sold things, and she knew quite a few routes. Moreover, she had mental abilities, so recording routes was definitely simple for her. Soon, Tang Yi took Tang San to several places. Tang Yin was thinking about her energy gun, and coincidentally, her brother also wanted to make his hidden weapons. When the time comes, she would buy the materials, and since they share a courtyard, it would save them the cost of renting a place. It's a good deal. Sister, are you buying these materials to make hidden weapons too? Tang San asked, looking at some of the materials in Tang Yan's hands. He wasn't too sure, as some of these materials were suitable for making weapons, while others were not. I'm planning to make some small gadgets. Tang Yin nodded and answered readily. She didn't intend to hide anything, saying, once I'm done, the first one will be given to my brother. Tang Yin said happily, becoming more and more interested in making an energy gun. All right, I'll help you, sister. Tang Sen nodded. Although he didn't know what it was yet, he was happy and looking forward to it, since it was a gift from his sister. After collecting leaves for so many years, this time it should be something other than leaves. Looking at these materials, it definitely wouldn't be leaves this time. Of course, he wasn't complaining about the leaves. It was just that if the gift was something different, he would be even happier. That's fine. Tang Yi didn't think it would be necessary for her younger brother to help, but since he was so excited, she didn't stop him. After Tang Yi bought the materials, she and Tang San went to rent a courtyard. Tang San asked for some gold elements, and Tang Yi also provided enough. Then the two of them went about their own tasks and didn't need to help each other. Tang San wanted to assist Tang Yi, but the tasks Tang Yi was doing were quite different from his own. He didn't know what Tang Yi was planning to do, so he could only watch. Tang Yi set aside the material she had bought and then began her work. The tools in her hands kept changing, and thanks to her all-encompassing abilities, she found it quite convenient to refine many raw materials. The Houtian hammer she held was also very useful, and the chaotic hammering techniques her father taught her were indeed effective as well. She continuously tempered the materials in the direction she desired. It wasn't very difficult. After all, Tang Yi had been an apprentice, but not just an apprentice. She was a full-time worker. She had been a blacksmith for 6 years, and her hammering skills were quite proficient. Tang San is the same. He not only used a hammer in Douluo continent, but during his time in Tang's sect, many raw materials were forged by him personally. At this moment, he is also trying to refine the gold and iron for Tang Yi. The two of them are busy with their own tasks, occasionally glancing at each other to check on their progress, creating a harmonious scene. Over here, Tang Yi is making an energy gun. She remembers every step and every connection clearly. After all, she has been working with these things for over 10 or 20 years, and she could make them even with her eyes closed. Therefore, Tang Yi's speed is relatively fast. On the other hand, Tang San has roughly tested the hardness and strength of the gold and iron, but he has set it aside as refining this gold and iron cannot be rushed. Tang San still needed to assemble his hidden weapons. He had promised to make a set for each person, and he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. The two of them worked together in perfect harmony, quietly focusing on their tasks. When they got hungry, they had some food and then continued their work. Tang Yi wanted to create an energy gun, starting from scratch. By late afternoon, as evening approached, there were many large and small components laid out around him. Each one was polished, smooth, and delicate, giving off a sense of quality. Tang San assembled several hidden weapons. Seeing Tang Yi stop, he also halted and came over to take a look at these variously shaped parts. Chapter 98. This is impressive. Tang Yi packed up his things and then came over. This is called an energy gun, he said while starting to assemble the parts. Tang San was dazzled and couldn't understand what kind of energy gun Tang Yi was making. With enough materials, Tang Yi worked quickly, but when she noticed Tang San watching her actions, she slowed down. Her small hands assembled the parts at a steady pace. Even though Tang Yi reduced her speed, the process was still comfortably familiar to her, and she successfully assembled the small energy gun in about a minute. A compact energy gun appeared in Tang Yi's hands, which she turned around a few times and played with for a short while. Tang Yi began to take it seriously, then held the handle. With the other hand, he condensed some bullets and demonstrated it to Tang San. Watch closely. Tang Yi loaded the bullets and aimed at a stone as large as a lion, which was presumably placed here by the owner of the house for aesthetics. It's unknown if this owner had a fondness for stones, but there were quite a few large stones around, which made things convenient for Tang Yi. Tang San did not hesitate and directly pressed the buckle of the energy gun. With a faint sound of air breaking, the bullet shot out, penetrating the large stone and then piercing through a tree that had been standing for over 10 years. Finally, the bullet struck the wall. Tang San was surprised by the power of this small object. If it were used on a person, the consequences of penetrating the heart could be imagined. Tang San walked over to the wall and looked at the bullet that was embedded halfway in. He used a lot of effort to pry it out. Sister, this energy gun has such great force and penetration. There's an even more powerful one. Tang Yi pulled Tang San aside and took out the specially made bullets she had prepared early on. These look similar to the bullets made with metal abilities, but these special bullets had a bit more angularity. Is this also a bullet? Tang San asked about what Tang Yi said was even more powerful. Of course, Tang Yi said, pulling the trigger again, aiming at the stone. Tang San was much more astute this time. He directly used the purple extreme demon eye. He could clearly see a bullet piercing through the air, moving rapidly in a straight line towards the large stone. Originally, Tang San thought this bullet would behave like the previous one, penetrating the stone and hitting the tree behind it. If it had more power, It might even go through that wall. However, what Tang San didn't expect was that when the bullet entered the stone, it exploded with a bang, and the large stone was shattered into pieces, losing its original shape. How impressive! Tang San realized that the bullet could explode upon impact. If he had been next to that large stone just now, he could have been caught in the blast. Give it a try, Tang Fei said, handing the energy gun to Tang San, while also guiding him. When you first use it, get used to the recoil of the energy gun. But for Soul Master, this recoil shouldn't be a problem. You hold it here, yes, just like that, and then swing it. It will shoot the bullet. This thing works well whether you use it openly or covertly. Tang released the bullets from the energy gun and then spoke about the differences between the two types of bullets. One explodes and the other does not. In the apocalypse, one is for shooting people and the other is for shooting zombies. It's hard to say if this is a ridiculous thing. This is quite impressive. Tang San listened to a rough explanation and then started shooting at some things in the yard. With his purple extreme demon eyes, his accuracy was quite good. The energy gun has 2 bullet chambers, allowing both types of bullets to be loaded simultaneously, and when shooting, he only needs to pay attention to a button on the trigger. Sister, this energy gun is really powerful and easy to use, but the only downside is that it needs to be reloaded. Once the bullets in the chamber are used up, they have to be replaced. So if this energy gun is used as the sole weapon, reloading becomes a good opportunity for counterattack. Tang San analyzed the energy gun in his hand. However, its magazine can hold 12 bullets, and with 2 types of bullets, that makes 24 rounds. This is very convenient for one-on-one duels, but if used against a group, the time needed to reload bullets can be an opportunity for the opponents to strike. You're right. Tang note that if it's a supernatural ability user, they can quickly replenish their abilities, eliminating the need for reloading. Unfortunately, in this Douluo continent, people use soul power and martial souls. So far, aside from himself being a supernatural ability user, Tang Yin hasn't seen any other supernatural ability users. Therefore, anyone other than Tang Yin who wants to use the energy gun will have to reload bullets properly. However, we are soul masters, and a soul master is a powerful weapon in itself. With the energy gun as an aid, it can certainly elevate our capabilities and perhaps fill this gap. Tang San was thrilled with the energy gun in his hand. This was not just a simple gift from Tang Yin. It was also a very good weapon. The energy gun's shooting power, explosive force, and accuracy can reach an invisible level for long-range killing. Most importantly, as long as one is familiar with the energy gun, anyone can easily use it without expending any internal or soul power. Just aim carefully. This can completely rival the top 3 hidden weapons of the Tang sect. Bang, bang, bang. Tang San had just obtained a new weapon, and it was an exhilarating moment. Holding the energy gun in his hand, he continuously familiarized himself with it. Tang Yin observed the constant adjustments between Tang San and the energy gun, feeling quite satisfied, and eventually she didn't pay much attention to it. She still had some parts in her hands and planned to assemble one for herself. However, her energy gun would be a bit more complicated than Tang San's. As she was an ability user and didn't need to load bullets one by one, she could directly replenish them using her own abilities. This way, she could make the most of her abilities with minimal use. Of course, her energy gun could also load bullets. It just had one additional function compared to Tang San's. The sounds of bangs and explosions accompanied Tang Yin's leisurely assembly, creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, at that moment, someone was knocking loudly on the big gate of the courtyard, and faintly, voices could be heard outside. Tang San and Tang Yin naturally heard this. Tang San first put away the energy gun in his hand, then went to open the door. Chapter 99. I think you are too mature. Tang Yin had also finished preparing the energy gun. She looked towards Tang San's figure, wanted to see who was knocking on the door. After all, this was the courtyard they rented, so it shouldn't attract anyone's attention. However, when Tang Yin saw the visitor, it turned out to be the landlord of the courtyard. What was he doing here? Tang Yin was still puzzled about how the landlord had arrived when he heard the man's exclamation. My God, what's wrong? Tang Yin didn't know what was happening and stood up, wanted to go over and take a look. However, before she could get there, she heard the landlord say, My yard. I was wondering why there was such a loud noise, one after another. Look at my yard. Compared to when you came, it's a total mess. It's completely ruined. Amidst the landlord's wailing, Tang Yin finally focused his attention on the entire courtyard. Originally, there were quite a few large stones, all of which had been blown to pieces. Even some of the clean walls had been scratched by flying debris, and one wall was on the verge of collapsing. This. Tang Yin's gaze fell on her brother Tang San. Tang San didn't know how to speak at that moment. He had just acquired an energy gun and was excited, naturally needing to get accustomed to it. so he didn't pay attention to what he was shooting at. He just saw a nice object and tried out the energy gun. And naturally, in the courtyard, every shot meant losing something. Moreover, there were quite a few large rocks here. The final result is what it is now. He truly got carried away with excitement. My courtyard, what have you done? If it weren't for the complaints from the people in the neighboring courtyard, saying there was a problem with their rental wall that looked like it was about to collapse, I wouldn't have believed it. I even told them that my wall was definitely fine, but when I went to take a look, their wall had already bulged out significantly. It's only a matter of time before it falls. Plus, the noise from your courtyard was particularly loud, scaring my neighbor's guests who said they wouldn't dare stay anymore. The landlord looked at this courtyard, still heartbroken and wailing. Even if you are sole masters, can't you avoid fighting in my courtyard? How much is it going to cost to repair this? And the large rocks I specially brought back, which I painstakingly arranged into a pleasing shape, have all been destroyed by you. Tang Yin, Tang San. Tang Yin came to Tang San's side. She looked at the landlord who was still rambling about the rent, and couldn't help but glance at Tang San, then whispered, "You're really bold." Tang San scratched his head awkwardly. He was clearly no longer a child, but today his behavior was indeed that of a mischievous kid. Ahem, we'll compensate. Tang Yin walked over and spoke to the landlord in a friendly manner. After all, it was their fault. It was actually her who led the charge and broke the biggest stone, which was originally meant to be pleasing to the eye. She had originally thought about renting the same courtyard as her brother to save some money, but who would have guessed that the more they tried to save, the more they ended up spending. Upon hearing that Tang Yin was willing to compensate, the landlord stopped shouting and instead seriously calculated the damages to the courtyard and how much should be compensated. Tang Yin probably compensated about 100 gold soul coins. After all, the walls were scratched and almost everything that could fall had fallen. Even those pleasing stones were shattered into pieces, leaving the courtyard in disarray. The neighboring tenants were scared away, and Tang Yin had to pay for that too. TSK, she is really generous. Tang Yin praised himself and thought about whether to ask the landlord for another room. Little did he know that the landlord was on high alert upon hearing this. Tang Yin and Tang San felt helpless, thinking that the landlord was about to blacklist them both. In the end, Tang Yin and Tang San had no choice but to leave. Tang Yin actually had no issues. As for the hidden weapon parts of Tang San, he could take them back to the academy for assembly. Originally, he came out to try Tang Yan's metal, and he had already attempted it. It wasn't something that could be completed in a short time. He could experiment with it bit by bit in the future. This metal would definitely be useful to him. By now, it was getting late. When Tang Yin and Tang San walked out, it was already dark. Since they hadn't finished their meal, they decided to find a place to eat first. The two of them arrived at a nice restaurant and were leisurely eating when Tang Yin noticed someone. "Brother, look outside. Is that Ma Hongjun?" Tang San heard this and then looked in the direction pointed by Tang Yin. From a distance, it was a bit blurry, but after using the purple extreme magic eye, he could see clearly. In that street, wasn't it Ma Hongjun? Moreover, there was a girl with pink hair beside Ma Hongjun, and with Ma Hongjun's appearance, holding a red rose, it was obvious what they were doing. Tang San shifted his body, trying to block Tang Yan's line of sight. "Even if you cover my eyes, I can still see. It's not a big deal." Tang Yin continued to eat calmly, and seeing Tang San's little movements, she understood what it meant. Did she really think she was a minor girl? It was just about flirting with a girl. Such a simple matter. "Cease. I think you're too mature," Tang San could only say in confusion. "If I weren't mature, how could I be your sister? But I think you guys are even more mature. You know everything. You get embarrassed so easily. If you could act a bit more composed and stabilize your emotions, I wouldn't overthink it. Otherwise, I can't help but think about it when you already show those reactions and expressions." Tang Yin clearly expressed her thoughts. Tang San felt there was some truth to it, so he straightened up and forced himself to appear calm. That's more like it. Finally, he could watch Ma Hongjun's flamboyant appearance. It was quite amusing to see him get embarrassed. That girl seemed to ignore him completely. What a shame for Ma Hongjun's infatuation. Truly, Tang San was enjoying his meal while watching with great interest. What she had just said wasn't entirely true. If her eyes were covered, she could still see. But all she saw was a shadow of a person, constantly changing, with nothing else but the shape of the shadow. Now that Tang San was no longer blocking her view, what she saw became much more colorful. It was somewhat like the difference between an old black and white television and a color television. Naturally, she preferred the latter. Ma Hongjun had chased after a certain young lady and was about to leave Tang San's line of sight. She wanted to see how Ma Hongjun was flirting with girls. Chapter 100. Quite ruthless, Tang San increased his eating speed while also signaling Tang Yin to eat faster. Tang San felt helpless. Seeing Tang Yin so excited, he silently quickened his eating pace. Perhaps he had also been influenced by Tang Yin, or rather, infected by it. He was a little curious to see how Ma Hongjun would woo that cold beauty. It seemed that the fatty was going to face quite a bit of hardship. Even though Tang Sin ate very quickly, it still took some time. By the time all the food on the table was completely finished by Tang San and Tang, it was all cleared away. Tang Yin settled the bill and dragged Tang San away. She wanted to hurry to watch the performance, not just for fun. She and her brother were there to observe and learn, hoping to gather some negative examples or useful positive lessons. In the future, she saw a handsome guy. She could avoid many pitfalls. As for her brother Tang San, such a smart young man, he could naturally learn something from it as well. Tang San was taken away by Tang Yi, completely unaware of what Tang Yi was scheming. If he had known Tang Yi's thoughts, he would definitely not have agreed to come with Tang Yi to see Ma Hongjun flirt with girls. Tang Yan's spiritual ability quickly locked onto Ma Hongjun, and it was easy to find his location. However, just as Tang Yin was about to arrive, he sensed the soul power around Ma Hongjun. Are they about to fight? Tang Yin paused for a moment. A fight? Is that girl fighting with Ma Hongjun? But Ma Hongjun shouldn't have fallen to the point of fighting off a girl who's pursuing him. Jealousy over a love rival. I need to hurry. The opponent's soul power is stronger than Ma Hongjun's. As Tang Yin spoke, he quickened his pace, and Tang San, hearing this, used Ghost Shadow mysterious steps to quickly follow behind him. When they arrived, they saw a person with 4 soul rings directly overpowering Ma Hongjun's 2 soul rings. Fatty, Tang Yin shouted from a distance, finally drawing the attention of the person with 4 soul rings. They stopped beating Ma Hongjun. Upon seeing Tang Yin, Ma Hongjun felt like he had spotted a savior. His previously swollen face, which had almost obscured his eyes, now had his eyes wide open and bright again. And he exclaimed, "Sister Xiaoyan." Tang Yi's jumping body almost lost its balance and fell when she heard the sentence. Even Tang San, upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed and wanted to hit someone. Calling her Xiaoyu is fine, but why add sister at the back? Oh, another one? This won't do. butI saw Tang Yi rushing over and, upon noticing her age, felt emboldened. However, when he took another look, he was captivated by Tang Yi's exquisite and lovely appearance, and he couldn't help but have impure thoughts. Wow, this little girl is really good looking. She may be a bit small, but she's so pretty. butI directly abandoned Ma Hongjun and, not waiting for Tang Yi to come over, couldn't help but rush towards her. Hee, little. Upon hearing the greasy, rat-eyed uncle, Tang Yi sneered coldly, her face almost written with the words, "You think you are worthy?" Tang Yan's hand slightly lifted, and the corners of his mouth moved. Thunder. Boom. As soon as Tang Yan's voice fell, a huge purple lightning bolt descended from the sky with a thunderclap, striking directly at the shifty-eyed uncle at the speed of light. butI was still leaping in midair, and who would have known that this bolt of lightning would hit him directly? With a sizzling sound, butI almost turned to charcoal, fell to the ground, and rolled over twice. On the ground, butI was still twitching, with some faint white foam at the corners of his mouth. After a while, he finally managed to catch his breath, and when he coughed, a puff of black smoke emerged from his mouth. Ma Hongjun was still standing on the iron bridge, clearly seeing that lewd uncle from the railing. This, Tang Yin had really held back before. Just look at the lightning from earlier. Ma Hongjun felt a bit shivery. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been struck dead by now, but butI was a soul master, so he could still stand. You ambushed me. After a long while, butI finally recovered, his clothes severely damaged, and even his body had several burn marks. Oh, you're not dead? Then I'll do it again. Tang Yin looked coldly at butI. Such a small child showing such obvious lustful intentions was definitely not a good person. Tang Yin was most familiar with these lewd eyes, generally, when encountering such people. She wouldn't show any good face. People like this didn't understand what kind of person they should provoke and what kind they shouldn't unless they were given a lesson. If it were the apocalypse, she would have directly shot them in the head, but luckily Tang Yin still had her rationality intact. In this big city, one couldn't just kill people casually. Just now, she was unprepared, but now the other party wouldn't have such good luck. butI thought he was unprepared. As a soul master, he wasn't afraid of a few kids. Humph. Tang Yin sneered. If she were really just a soul master, with her combat power and the explosive strength of her martial soul, she could easily defeat someone who looked so lewd and had no athletic talent. Moreover, she was also a supernatural being. When the opponent used their martial soul and soul rings, Tang Yin unleashed a thunderstorm. Each strike amplified the power of the previous one. No matter how the opponent tried to evade, they couldn't escape the dense rain of lightning. butI didn't expect that even using his soul power, He couldn't resist the torrential lightning. He wanted to retreat, but Tang Yi didn't give him the chance. With that thunderstorm, butI fell back to the ground. Although he no longer had foam at his mouth, his body still twitched uncontrollably. One could faintly see strands of glowing electricity on butI's body. At this moment, Tang San arrived beside Tang Yi, and Ma Hongjun, with a slightly swollen face, came over, looking at the twitching butI, who no longer had the arrogant demeanor he had just shown. This time, butI was somewhat prepared and got up faster than before. But Tang Yi didn't want to give him the chance to stand up. Looking at the uncle who resembled a charcoal briquette, Tang Yi directly splashed a bucket of water on him. Crackle the water met the lightning, and it was predictable what would happen next. butI fainted from the pain. So ruthless. After confirming that butI had fainted, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but kick him a few times to vent his frustration. But even when his foot touched butI, he could still feel a tingling current. Is he dead? No, he is just electrically stunned. With his soul power as a soul master, he should be able to wake up by tomorrow morning. Tang Yi explained, as she went to go looking for unnecessary trouble for herself. Tang Yi knew that the person was not dead, so he came up and kicked a few times. He hadn't forgotten how this guy had that lewd look towards Tang Yi when they first arrived, so he couldn't let it go easily. Chapter 101. This thing is too powerful. Third brother. All right, let's stop kicking. If we keep kicking, he really will die. Originally, Ma Hongjun also wanted to kick him, but who knew Tang San would be so ruthless? He felt embarrassed to take action, seeing that the person was about to be finished. Ma Hongjun was truly moved. Who would have thought Tang San cared about him so much? Seeing him being bullied would make him this angry. He had definitely made a good brother. After Tang San was pulled away by Ma Hongjun, he looked at the person on the ground, and the tension in his heart finally eased a bit. Seeing that Tang San had calmed down, Ma Hongjun finally let out a sigh of relief, but soon he thought of something and asked, "Third brother Xiao Wu, how did you guys end up here? Fortunately, you showed up. Otherwise, even if I wasn't beaten to death, I would have been seriously injured." Ma Hongjun couldn't help but sigh. Who would have known that this lecherous uncle had 4 spirit rings while he only had 2? How could he compete? Thankfully, Tang San and Tang Xiao appeared. He only suffered some minor injuries and wasn't seriously hurt. A sausage from Oscar would be enough to recover him. Hearing Ma Hongjun's grateful tone, Tang Xiao felt a bit embarrassed to reveal the true reason. Could it be that she just wanted to come and learn from the experience? No. That would be too hurtful. Just look at how moved he is. Tang Yi subtly said, "My brother and I were having a meal nearby, and my brother said he saw you. I didn't believe it, so we both argued for a while but didn't come to any conclusion. Just as we were finishing our meal, I came over with my brother to see if my brother had made a mistake." Tang San listened to these words, standing aside, unable to help but glance at Tang Yi. He was a bit surprised, yet it felt somewhat familiar. However, he remained silent, which could be seen as an acknowledgement of Tang Yi's statement. Even though Tang Yi knew Tang San was looking at her, she just smiled at him and continued speaking. "Who would have thought that when my brother and I came over, we would see you being bullied? We are all partners. So, of course, we can't just stand by and watch you get picked on. My brother and I hurried over, Sai. It's all just a coincidence." Ma Hongjun, upon hearing this, also felt it was quite a coincidence. He felt very fortunate to have met Tang Yi and Tang San. After expressing his gratitude once more, the 3 of them headed back together. Tang San and Tang Yi couldn't help but share a knowing smile, the meaning of which only the 2 of them understood. After a few days of vacation, it quickly passed. Everyone relaxed and enjoyed their time, while those who were diligent worked hard. The vacation always seems to go by too quickly. Tang San also assembled the hidden weapons, giving each of his 8 companions a set. After these few days, everyone had probably gotten used to using the items Tang San provided. At the same time, they wanted to practice what Tang San had mentioned before, using soul power to manipulate small objects, letting their will guide them. This was a bit different from their previous training, but thanks to Tang San's reminders, they had indeed managed to learn something. They could control small objects like silver needles, although everyone was still not very skilled at it. Besides Tang San and Tang Yi, the others couldn't make the objects reach the desired level of control quickly. Their manipulation of objects was like a toddler learning to walk, unsteady and awkward, but they had grasped some techniques, and with more practice, they would be able to achieve the results they wanted. This method of controlling silver needles was incredibly powerful. For Ning, Rongrong, and Oscar, it was practically a cheat. As support-type soul masters, they were naturally at a disadvantage in combat compared to battle-type soul masters. If they were alone, without teammates, even facing a battle-type soul master with lower soul power, it would likely be the support-type soul masters who would suffer. However, if they had the ability to protect themselves, This was not only powerful, but also fun. Oscar was currently using soul power to manipulate a small stone the size of a thumb, which was easier to control than a silver needle. Both Ning Rongrong and Oscar, being support-type soul masters, could learn from each other while practicing this skill. They were excitedly discussing how, if they couldn't defeat others, they could still master this technique and use soul power to manipulate these small objects to attack people. Moreover, they could use the small silver needles, which required much less soul power, and if they mixed in some poison to surprise their enemies, it would definitely be a way to save their lives. Oscar thought about how Tang San liked to use poisons, and he could prepare some to add to the needles, making it even more fun. However, they would need to be selective about the poisons because some soul masters themselves had poison, and some had martial souls that could detoxify. Moreover, as they advanced to higher levels, even titled Douluos could probably resist some poisons. But even if the poison couldn't take down a powerful soul master, it could at least buy them some time. Learning this skill was definitely a win. Good idea. I'll buy some poison. Oh right, I can get some from Sango. The poison he uses is really good, Ning Rongrong and Oscar excitedly said, quickly drawing in the attention of the others who were also practicing. Thus, this group of children, all underage, began discussing what they could put on the silver needles once they mastered this technique, speaking earnestly. As they talked, they joked about how they could form an assassination team to take down titled Douluos in the future. Although it sounded a bit fanciful, they were having a lot of fun with it. As their teachers, the adults had no idea that a potential assassination organization, which could cause a stir in the Douluo continent, was still in its infancy. However, for now, they were still a group of children who were growing. The holidays soon passed. Their second phase of training was at the Soto Arena in Soto City. Besides Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, Tang Yi and Tang San had not been to this place before. Training would end once they obtained the Silver Soul Badge, and during this time, I would arrange for you to stay at the nearest hotel to the arena, with all meals at your own expense. As long as you have the ability, the income you earn from the arena will be quite substantial. The master introduced everyone to the Soto Arena and explained the upcoming matters. The 8 of them were in a private room, listening intently to the master's words. Next, they were going to write a new chapter in this great arena. Chapter 102. Nicknames. You must remember that obtaining the Silver Soul Badge is not only through one-on-one battles, but also through team battles. You will compete under the name of the Shrek 7 Monsters. Team battles will not only allow each person to earn individual points, but there will also be a team score, which is not present in 2-on-2 battles. Of course, if you want to obtain the Silver Soul title faster, you can freely form teams to participate in 2-on-2 battles. I won't stop you, but I have a few restrictions you need to remember. First, you must not reveal your appearance or tell your opponent your names during the battles. Everything must be done under code names. Second, no one is allowed to use hidden weapons, including Tang San himself. Third, regardless of win or lose, each person must participate in at least 2 battles every day. Tang Yi found the master's words somewhat familiar, but she quickly became a bit confused by the statement that everyone must participate in battles at least twice daily. It sounded exhausting. Yes, of course, support-type Ning Rongrong and Oscar, you can choose to team up with one of them until they obtain the Silver Soul Badge. The master's words immediately excited the previously somewhat worried Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Unsurprisingly, the two looked at Tang Yi with starry eyes. Tang Yin, to be honest, you might not believe it, but she doesn't like fighting. Xiao Yin, look at me. I have your favorite sausages. Look, Oscar spoke up first in this 2v2. Ning Rongrong was surprised that Oscar actually spoke before her. She squeezed through and said, Xiao Yin, my 7 treasure glaze tile can make you stronger. Even the others looked at Tang Yin with sparkling eyes, their faces nearly shouting that they were also quite good and could become candidates too. Sister. Tang San smiled at Tang Yin. Sister, I want it too. Xiao Wu joined in, and even Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, surrounding Tang Yin with 6 people. The slowest was still the chubby Ma Hongjun. His figure was a bit bulky, always lagging behind everyone. He was having a hard time squeezing in. Sister, Xiao Yin. Miju. Tang Yin. There's really no need to call me sister. Wait, I think. Tang Yin finally spoke under their eager gazes. Ahem, why don't you listen to what I have to say? The master just mentioned that the team levels for this fight are different. That means, in a 2-on-2 match, whoever has the highest level among the two will choose a higher level opponent. I am currently a Soul Master, and the opponent I will be facing is also at the Soul Master level. Some people felt disappointed by what Tang Yin said, while others were happy. The master nodded at Tang Yin's words, recognizing that he could find loopholes in the information based on what he just said. Knowing the rules of this 2-on-2 match isn't bad either. Don't celebrate too early. I think if we're going to form a team, It would be better to team up with those who have some connection. This way, not only can we enhance our own abilities, but it might also help us develop better synergy. Our goal in studying and training is to become the strongest, and we certainly shouldn't miss out on such a great opportunity. Tang Yi really made some valid points, and everyone nodded in agreement. They're all partners, part of a team, and their goal is to become stronger and be the best version of themselves. Their instinctive search for shelter just now makes it difficult for them to grow. The master listened to Tang Yan's righteous words and nodded with some relief. Although Tang Yin was a bit lazy, her laziness was in the context of movement. She completed her training tasks before being lazy, which only shows that she had the capital to be lazy. So, little Yin, how do you think we should form our team? butI asked Tang Yin after some thought. Yes, little Yin, tell us. I'm all ears for your suggestions. Me as well. I. Tang Yan's eye twitched as she glanced at butI. She didn't believe that butI didn't understand her earlier words. The person most compatible with him here was Zhu. Why was he asking her? Was he shy? Or was he trying to maintain his reserve in front of Zhu to leave a good impression on her? Forget it, they were all brothers. So she might as well help out. After all, the final decision wasn't in her hands. Cough, how about butI and Zhu, Xiao San and Xiao Wu, Fatty and Rong, and then Oscar and me? Damn, she originally didn't want to form a team, but who knew it would end up with her? Oscar had initially decided not to team up with Tang Yin, but in the end, it turned out to be him. Oscar became excited, and everyone looked at him with a bit of envy and jealousy, well, except for butI, who had Zhu. However, everyone had no objections to Tang Yan's team formation. After all, they all wanted to become stronger. All right, since everyone has formed their teams, let's talk about your nicknames. You can come up with names for the 2-on-2 matches, and for the 1-on-1 matches, I will give each of you a nickname. Everyone understood, and then they waited for the master to give them their nicknames. Tang Yin still has a little bit of expectation. Xiao Yan, let's use the name of your second soul skill, Nightmare. What does everyone think? The master thought for a moment, and since Tang Yan's martial soul, the 7-colored Qilin, doesn't sound very nice for a girl, he came up with Tang Yan's second soul skill. Everyone nodded when they heard it. This nightmare really fits well. This is good. With so many skills, Xiao Yin can catch people off guard. Isn't that our nightmare? Exactly. If this isn't our nightmare, Xiao Yin will also become the nightmare of her peers in the future. Yes, this is great. Ma Hongjun remembered that night when Tang Yin instantly killed that lewd uncle, and he couldn't help but shiver. Tang Yin nodded, not having much thought about the nickname. After seeing that everyone else had no particular opinions, the master continued speaking. In the end, Dang Dan, Nai Ma, butI, Evil Eye White Tiger, Oscar, Sausage Specialty, Tang San, Thousand Hands Azura, Fati, Ma Ongjun, Evil, Fire Phoenix, Xiao Wu, Soft Bone Charming Rabbit, Ning Rong, Seven Treasures Glazed Tile, Zuzakin, Niteerkat. Wow, did you guys notice that Xiao Yin and Xiao San's nicknames are Nightmare and Thousand Hands Azura? Oscar suddenly thought of this and said it out loud in disbelief. Everyone paused and realized it really is quite similar. No one of their siblings, Tang Yin and Tang San, exchanged a glance and then smiled at everyone in perfect harmony. The two similar smiles appeared pure and innocent, yet they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Chapter 103. You'll have to put in more effort then. Tang Yin and Tang San saw that everyone was scared and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seeing this, everyone else laughed too. The master looked at the several laughing children and couldn't help but be infected by their joy. They really were a group of sunny kids. After the joke, everyone quickly began preparing for the upcoming registration, pairing up as Tang Yin suggested, 2 people per group. They discussed in pairs, and suddenly overheard others chatting, finding it amusing and couldn't help but chime in, creating a lively atmosphere. After the master gave everyone masks, he let them have their fun. Fortunately, their playfulness had its limits. After brainstorming names, they listened to the group names of others and even offered a suggestion or two. Once everyone had their group names, they went to register together. At the same time, they remembered the 2 points the master mentioned. First, they must not reveal their true age or identity. Second, they must not expose their faces. So, after leaving, everyone put on the masks given by the master. Tang Yin was still somewhat interested in wearing a mask. It was her first time trying on. She had heard that before the apocalypse, many people enjoyed playing games that involved wearing masks. She had been curious about it in the past, and today she finally got to experience it. It felt pretty good. 8 people signed up together, and after forming the team under the name of Shrek Academy, the remaining task was their duo's discussion. Originally wanting to go solo, Tang Yin ended up teaming up with Oscar. When she was dividing the groups earlier, she thought that Oscar and Ning Rongrong, as a couple, should be in the same team. However, after considering it, she realized that both of them were support-type soul masters, which made them unsuitable for teaming up. So in the end, she had to separate them. Tang Yi sighed. Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun, both in their 20s, could better cooperate. In a 2-on-2 situation, they were just the right opponents for each other, allowing for better training. If Ning Rongrong were on the same team as her, it seemed that Ning Rongrong wouldn't improve much. Finally, with a thought, she decided to team up with Oscar. If she used her abilities in the Great Soul Arena against teams of the same level, meaning those over 30 levels, it would not be enough for her abilities to dominate. In that case, Oscar would just become a mere supporter. That wouldn't be good. In the original storyline, Oscar and Ning Rongrong's relationship had quite a few ups and downs. It seemed that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had a rule where their direct descendants had to marry powerful soul masters, rather than just auxiliary soul masters who could only assist others. In the end, Oscar wanted to prove that auxiliary soul masters could also be strong, so he set off on his own to wander and find ways to become stronger. Tang Yi looked at Oscar beside her, who resembled a carefree husky. Tang Yi hesitated for a moment. After a few months, she had developed quite a fondness for Oscar, the sausage uncle. Knowing that she liked sausages, Oscar would occasionally surprise her with different varieties, and he didn't even charge her. She considered anyone who frequently brought her delicious food as a good friend or brother. Oscar was one of them, and she felt a bit reluctant to let such a sunny young man go down too many wrong paths. Tang Yi let out a slight sigh. Oscar over here had no idea how much Tang Yi had thought about him. Right now, he was happy to be on the same team as Tang Yi. It felt like he was holding onto a strong leg. Xiao Yan, let us go. We need to sign up. We're just missing the two of us. Xiao Ao. Tang Yi grabbed Oscar. At their current ages, Oscar was older, so she should call him second brother, but she just couldn't bring herself to say it, and was used to calling him Xiao Ao, or sometimes jokingly calling him Uncle Sausage. What's wrong? Aren't we going? Oscar noticed that their friends had already walked far away, and they were the last ones left. Xiao Ao. In the upcoming battle, I want to use any other elemental skills, which means I will only use the soul skills attached to my soul rings. You need to be mentally prepared. Tang Yi thought for a moment. Since using her special abilities would crush others of the same rank, she would just use soul power. This way, she could also better coordinate with Xiao Qilin. You'll have to exert yourself more then. Tang Yi had made up her mind and couldn't help but smile. However, Oscar had no idea what kind of tricks Tang Yi had planned next, so he quickly understood her words. No problem. With the conditions, Xiao Yan added. Her strength should be greatly reduced, and she will consume a lot of soul power. I can also make more sausages, otherwise I might go bad. Oscar happily nodded in agreement. Thinking back to what Tang Yi said before the grouping about their goal to become stronger, it seemed that by adding so many restrictions on herself, she was not only trying to become stronger, but also making sure he could become stronger too. Oscar felt a bit touched. He was a support soul master and didn't need to participate in individual duels. So if Tang Yi only participated in one 2-on-2 duel each day, then he would only have to participate in 2 duels each day, one 2-on-2 and one team match. After discussing, Tang Yi and Oscar went to sign up just as everyone else was finishing up, so they didn't have to wait. Second brother, what is the name of her duo with Xiao Yan? Ma Hongjun asked curiously. Earlier, everyone had thought of many names during their discussion, but they didn't know which one would be used. Now that everyone had signed up, they naturally wanted to know the name of the duo of Oscar and Tang Yi, the last one left. That depends on Xiao Yan. The names we came up with are all really nice. Oscar, a bit showy, wanted to keep them in suspense. Come on, just tell us. My duo with Six Sister is called Phoenix 9 Heavens. Ma Hongjun flirtatiously winked at Oscar, the meaning clear. He was in a team with the person he liked. Get lost, get lost. Oscar pushed away Ma Hongjun, who had draped himself over his shoulder. Come on, second brother, just tell us. I'm really curious. Ma Hongjun still wanted to know. butI and Zhu Zhuqing had been in a good mood since teaming up. Although he wasn't looking at Zhu Zhuqing beside him, he was aware of her movements. He felt that Zhu Zhuqing seemed to be looking at Oscar, and he understood that she also wanted to know the name of the duo between Tang Yi and Oscar. Now, Tang Yi had signed up with her individual name. They would have to wait a while longer to know the duo name. Xiao Ao, give us a hint. Look, everyone is really curious. butI said, then gestured for Oscar to look at Ning Rongrong. Oscar turned his gaze and quickly met Ning Rongrong's eyes. The Oscar, who had been fierce toward Ma Hongjun, suddenly changed his demeanor, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head and softly said something. Chapter 104. Oscar's choice. Oscar moved his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but it seemed no one could hear him clearly. What? What? I didn't hear clearly. Xiao Ao. Say it again. I didn't hear it either. Even butI, who had the highest soul power in their team, couldn't hear clearly what Oscar said. It's just Oscar hesitated a little. However, over here, Tang Yi was already at the point of signing up for the duo, so she called out to Oscar, Xiao Ao, sign up, coming. Oscar heard Tang Yi and stopped talking to everyone, running eagerly to find Tang Yi. Everyone was no longer in a hurry, and they turned to look. May I ask your names? The front desk lady asked. Tang Yi calmly said, a bit like a tiger. The receptionist remained composed. After all, there were many people signing up, and she encountered too many combinations of names daily. She had seen even stranger ones, so she was very calm. A bit like a tiger? Everyone who heard was a bit puzzled. What kind of name is this? Does it look like a tiger? Is a little tiger cute? Does Xiao Yin like tigers? It's quite interesting. Since no one could guess, they all looked at Tang Yin and Oscar. After all, this name was thought up by them. No, it should be said that it was Tang Yin who came up with it. Both of them weren't very reliable when it came to naming. Oscar thought of many names, most of which were actually quite silly. In the end, Tang Yin looked at Oscar and said, a bit like a tiger. However, Oscar found it quite interesting and decided on this name. Tang Yin nodded, seeming to think it was okay. Although the name wasn't very grand, it sounded quite nice. Second brother, why did you say that so quietly just now? Xiao Wu asked Oscar. Right, second brother. Were you just teasing me? Ma Hongjun was also puzzled, feeling that Oscar was just joking with him, and he was ready to go up and have a good chat with Oscar. Xiao-san, do you know what this means? butI keenly noticed Tang-san smile and felt that this name was likely not that simple. Now everyone also saw Tang-san smile and became spirited. Wanted to ask what the name meant. Tang saw everyone looking at him, so he didn't hide it and said, a bit of tiger means being silly and very cute. In fact, it's somewhat of an insult, but it's okay. He often hears Tang Yin calling him a tiger, and he finds it very cute. It's filled with love, so he naturally doesn't take it as an insult. So it means silly and cute. Ning Rongrong understood and looked at Oscar, then nodded, as if this term suited Oscar even more. So that's how it is. Everyone looking at Oscar probably also understood the general meaning. Tang Yin had just finished collecting the registration badge when he heard an announcement that butI was about to take the stage. The earlier registrants gradually heard the call to enter the arena. Some people did not continue the topic, and after encouraging each other, they began to take the stage. Ning Rongrong and Oscar, being support soul masters, did not need to participate in the singles and were instead watching everyone else's battles together. For them, the individual matches were relatively quick. They just needed to knock the opponent down, which wasn't too difficult. Soon, it was time for the 2-on-2 competition. After the fourth brother finished, I went to join him. Ning Rongrong saw that Ma Hongjun was almost done, and the 2-on-2 was not far off. So she prepared to gather with Ma Hongjun. All right, Xiao Yin is starting, and without waiting for the opponent to use their soul skills, he knocked them out in an instant, even kicking them off the stage. That was incredible. I need to go now. Oscar was a bit excited. Seeing Tang Yin knock the opponent off the stage at lightning speed, how could he not be thrilled? The audience hadn't even reacted when Tang Yin had already won. When Oscar found Tang Yin, they discussed their tactics, such as when to have Tang Yin recover with sausages. However, what Oscar heard was, I don't think I need to eat. Xiao Yin, are you going to take them out in an instant again? If one is an instant kill, then two must be two, Oscar thought, feeling a surge of excitement. I think you should eat. Tang Yin smiled slightly and said happily. She had just taken the opponent out quickly because she didn't want to waste time. If it were a two-person battle, she couldn't just focus on herself. Eat? I don't quite understand. I'm a support soul master, so I shouldn't need to eat much, right? Are we going to fly into the air when we fight? No. Do you want to become stronger? Tang Yin shook her head and then threw out a temptation. Of course I do, but I'm a food soul master. No matter how strong I am, I can only stay behind everyone. How could Oscar not want to be powerful? It's just that his food martial soul made him feel he could only assist others. You like Rongrong, don't you? There were no academy members here, just Tang Yin and Oscar, who were standing by the railing, with Tang Yin looking at Ning Rongrong over there. At that moment, Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun were preparing to enter the arena. Oscar didn't expect his thoughts to be exposed, feeling a bit embarrassed. The usually aloof person was now blushing. Did you know that the direct descendants of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School can only marry powerful battle-type soul masters? Oscar, feeling a bit lost and frustrated, looked towards the beautiful Ning Rongrong. From the first sight, he felt attracted to her. Support soul masters are inherently at a disadvantage. As you know, most people from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School are support soul masters. Think about it. Why can they stand firm in their position despite being at a disadvantage? If the people of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School do not marry powerful soul masters, they will only face decline. Tang Yi looked at Oscar beside him. At this moment, Oscar had fallen into deep thought and struggle. If you really like Ning Rongrong, you only have two choices. The first is to give up, and you can still happily be a support soul master. But what about the second? Oscar's hand beside him unconsciously tightened, as if there was a voice calling out to him. Tang Yi was taken aback by Oscar's serious voice. For a moment, she felt that Oscar seemed to have matured quite a bit. Was it an illusion? It shouldn't be. Tang Yi continued. Secondly, you need to become stronger. Break the disadvantage that support soul masters have always faced. Chapter 105. You can help me, right? Secondly, you need to become stronger. Break the disadvantage that support soul masters have always faced. At this moment, Oscar was on his way to the arena with Tang Yi, and the words Tang Yi had said to him kept replaying in his mind. If he had to choose between two paths, he wanted to become stronger. He remembered choosing the second path, and Tang Yi's words echoed in his mind. This path was arduous, and if you chose it, you would face absolute cruelty. After all, on the Douluo continent, no one had ever broken this norm. You can help me, right? Oscar wanted to become stronger, but he hadn't found a way for food soul masters to grow. However, Tang Yi chose to say this to him, and Oscar instinctively felt that Tang Yi would know how to make him stronger and break the norm. Oscar couldn't help but tighten his fists even more, becoming stronger. Becoming stronger. Just thinking about the marriage rules of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School that Tang Yi mentioned filled him with a sense of urgency to grow stronger. I have some methods, but no soul master has tried them yet, and the consequences are unpredictable. I can't guarantee that you will become as strong as a battle-type soul master. Do you want to give it a try? These methods she had used on herself, and she had also applied them to Tang Yi, but Tang Yi had the foundation of the Tang sect's internal techniques. So Tang Yi could quickly understand what she meant, and could rapidly convert his inner strength using his own soul power. However, when facing someone from the pure Douluo continent, Tang Yi couldn't be completely sure she would succeed, and she explained the worst-case scenario to Oscar. I want to give it a try. I trust you. Oscar became serious at this moment, looking intently at Tang Yi, filled with an unprecedented trust. Tang Yi met Oscar's gaze and was momentarily stunned. However, she quickly smiled and nodded at Oscar, saying, "All right. Thank you." Unable to help himself, Oscar bowed to Tang Yi, knowing what he had agreed to in that moment. He didn't know what the future would hold, but he wanted to give it a shot, whether for Ning Rongrong or for his own desire to become stronger. Not just to be an excellent support soul master. No matter how outstanding a support soul master is, they still need someone to protect them to grow. He wanted to be that protector. What are you thanking me for, Xiao? Do we need to say thank you for our brotherhood? Tang Yi couldn't help but touch her nose. She had a bit of selfishness too. One reason was that she didn't want to fight and wanted to take it easy. And the second was that she wanted to experiment with an idea she had when she previously advised Tang Yi's younger brother. If things turned out as she imagined, she could establish a power regardless of the Spirit Hall's past actions, as their stances were ultimately different, and they would inevitably clash in the future. She had a plan for the future. Otherwise, it would be too late to resist when the Spirit Hall sent people to find her. Thirdly, in the original storyline, Oscar himself wanted to become stronger. If he and Ning Rongrong were really going to be together, becoming stronger was a necessary path for Oscar. Rather than letting Oscar figure out on his own later, it was better to present him with her idea. If Oscar truly became stronger, they would both benefit from it. At this point, Tang Yi and Oscar had already stepped onto the arena. They had just registered today and didn't have much fame, so when they came out the host's announcement, it didn't attract much attention. Tang Yi and Oscar stood out. Remember what I said? Tang Yi whispered to Oscar before stepping on stage. Oscar lightly responded with an and together they walked to the center of the arena. The host, seeing the somewhat formidable team, continued, "Next, please welcome the opponents of the Little Tiger team, Candy Explosion." Candy Explosion has achieved 5 consecutive victories in the 2-on-2 soul battles. And with their powerful strength, they have achieved unprecedented success in the Soul Master level contests. If they win against the Little Tiger team in this match, they will complete their 6th consecutive win. The next time you want to see the Candy Explosion team, you'll have to go to the Central Soul Battle Zone, which is an unprecedented honor. The host's words were full of enthusiasm, igniting cheers from the audience. Oh ho ho! Candy Explosion! Candy Explosion! Candy Explosion! With the audience's cheers, the 2 opponents finally appeared. A petite and adorable lowly and a muscular man who looked somewhat simple-minded. This unexpected combination caught everyone off guard. The contrast was striking. The little lowly wore a beautiful pink dress, looking very obedient as she sat on the shoulder of the muscular man, while she appeared well-behaved. Her tone carried an air of pride and nonchalance. Here come two little sweethearts. Oscar stood in front of Tang Yi, his gaze fixed on the muscular man, feeling a strong sense of intimidation. He felt a bit scared. After all, he was a support soul master. Tang Yi said to him, "You play as the main role, and I'll be the support." This means he will soon have to face someone who looks very strong, and he felt a bit lacking in confidence. Oscar turned to Tang Yi and suggested, "Maybe I should sit this one out. I can't just start off against someone who looks like they can really fight, and I haven't learned anything from you yet. How am I supposed to play?" "Don't worry, I'm here." Tang Yi calmly gave Oscar an encouraging look. Mysteriously, Oscar felt a bit more composed, and his fear diminished significantly. What was there to be afraid of? If he had to, he would just go for it. Tang Yi was behind him, so what did he have to fear? He stood up straight, ready to fight. However, Oscar's earlier fear was noticed by many in the audience, causing them to laugh. They didn't hold back, laughing out loud, and saying things like, "If you're scared, just step down and don't embarrass yourself." Some joked, "Look at that tiger duo, they must be dumbfounded, haha." One even added, "They're wearing masks, pretending to be tough, haha." The little girl also saw Oscar's cowardly demeanor and couldn't help but laugh. Even though Oscar straightened up in the end, the first impression was hard to erase. "Don't be afraid, little sweetheart. We will be very gentle," the little girl said proudly, jumping down from the shoulder of the muscular man. As both sides prepared, the battle was about to begin. The host didn't delay, quickly announcing the start before leaving the stage to give space to the two teams. Chapter 106. What a thrill! At the host's command, the Candy Explosion team simultaneously activated their soul powers. The little girl's martial soul was a small cat, while the muscular man's martial soul was undoubtedly a gorilla. The little girl had 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, which were the best match, while the muscular gorilla man had 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple, both having 1,000-year soul rings, indicating they were quite powerful. "Uncle Sausage is up," Tang Yi said, also activating his soul power. His originally 1 purple and 2 black soul rings transformed into 2 yellow and 1 purple, achieving the best soul ring match. Oscar naturally also had 2 yellow and 1 purple. When he saw Tang Yi's soul rings, he was a bit surprised, but it was just a momentary shock before he quickly adjusted his expression to prepare for battle. The muscular man had already begun his attack, targeting Oscar, who stood at the front. With his first soul skill, Gorilla Roar, the muscular man unleashed his attack on Oscar. Tang Yi, standing behind Oscar, closed his eyes to use his mental powers more accurately. "Xiao Ao, jump back to dodge." Oscar was taken aback. He felt Tang Yi's voice in his mind rather than in his ears. Without time to think, he jumped back. "Xiao Ao, don't resist me next." Just as Oscar managed to dodge the muscular man's first wave of attack, he heard Tang Yi's words again. He was confused, wondering how he could resist, especially against Tang Yi. However, before he could ponder this further, he felt what Tang Yi meant. He sensed his hand moving on its own. What the heck? Oscar instinctively tried to suppress his hand, but quickly remembered Tang Yi's earlier words and could only watch as his hand seemed to gain a mind of its own. Soon, he realized not just his hand, but his entire body felt like it had a will of its own, no longer needing his control. At that moment, Oscar heard Tang Yi's voice again. "Feel the flow of soul power in your body." Oscar temporarily set aside his distractions, nodded to Tang Yi, and began to understand what was happening. Instead of resisting this newfound power in him, he slowly began to feel the flow of the energy within him. The muscular man's first soul skill had missed Oscar, and he was now up close. The gorilla martial soul, while heavy and not suited for long-range attacks, meant that once the muscular man got the chance, he would attack up close. Oscar felt his body reacting on its own as the muscular man closed in. It stung a bit. The strength of the gorilla martial soul was great, especially in arm and fist strength. Even though Oscar didn't directly face the muscular man's punch, their bodies still made contact during their exchanges. Just that little contact made Oscar feel the power was overwhelming, causing his hands and feet to tingle with pain. But this wasn't his control over his body. He couldn't even catch the muscular man's attacks as he wanted. "Xiao Ao, focus." Tang Yi reminded him as she sensed Oscar drifting. Oscar recalled his purpose and had no choice but to temporarily ignore the pain. As Oscar gradually immersed himself in the fight, he sensed something was off. It was soul power. His soul power was manifesting on its own, without using a soul ring to create sausages. However, the manifestation was slow, as if he was still unfamiliar with it, but there was a trickle of flow. This was his body, and he was more aware of the soul power within him. he began to feel the path of the soul power flowing through him. Slowly, he started to see a glimmer of understanding. Oscar's comprehension was already high. At first, he was a bit unaccustomed to the changes in his body. But under the pressure of strong attacks, his body and mind were constantly refined. To minimize the pain, he had to keep analyzing, learning, and observing. Fortunately, as time went on, Oscar found it wasn't as difficult as it had been at the start. He remembered the flow of the energy and followed Tang Yi's guidance. Gradually, he found his rhythm in how to dodge and counter the muscular gorilla's strength, along with the changes in his own soul power. Seeing that Oscar, who was initially at a disadvantage, was gaining some confidence, the muscular man roared in anger. Second soul skill, chest thump. Tang Yin used his mental power to control Oscar, causing him to retreat. A gust of wind pushed Oscar, allowing him to barely dodge the muscle man's second soul skill. Tang Yin also felt that Oscar had entered the zone. With a flick of his hand, a golden iron rod appeared in his grasp. Little Oscar catch. Soon, the golden iron rod was in Oscar's hands. Huh. Oscar couldn't help but exclaim, it hurt so much. Those solid hits landing on him were truly painful. Is this what battle soul masters experience? But it felt refreshing. The more he fought, the more the pain surged, and Oscar even felt a bit of excitement. However, after acquiring the weapon, he sensed some different changes. The difference between having a weapon and not having one was significant. With a weapon, Oscar only felt a numbness in his hands instead of direct pain. He could feel the iron rod spinning around him, which was quite helpful as it blocked some of the muscle man's attacks. Moreover, Oscar discovered that his soul power could actually flow into the iron rod in his hand. How did that happen? Before Oscar could fully comprehend this, he heard a voice nearby. Second soul skill, Candy Charm. The little Loli's attack was directed at Tang Yin. She observed him for a while, and, seeing that he remained still, speculated that he might also be a support soul master. The little Loli's martial soul was a cat, but she was a healing type support soul master. Besides supporting, she also had some cat-like traits. Using her second soul skill, Charm, while confusing her opponent, she could also deal a slight attack. The little Loli thought that as long as she took down the opposing support soul master, the match would be nearly over. It would be an easy win. She was happily convinced that she was about to take down Tang Yin. However, what she didn't know was that Tang Yin was not just any support soul master. Using Charm in front of Tang Yin was like a minor sorcerer facing a great sorcerer. Second soul skill, Nightmare. Tang Yin was distracted by dealing with this little Loli, and the mental power she used to control and pull Oscar back was retrieved. Not good. Chapter 107, I think I can do again. Not good. Oscar. Tang Yin was not simply controlling Oscar. She was expending her mental energy to guide the soul power within him. This was her first attempt, and it required even more of her focus, so she could not be disturbed. If she was disturbed, her mental energy would be pulled back. At that moment, Oscar also felt that a certain power within him had vanished. The one that had bound him and guided him seemed to be gone. Oscar's movements paused for a moment, and it was during this pause that the muscular man seized the opportunity. With his martial spirit manifesting, the muscular man quickly threw a punch. Even though Oscar still retained a bit of Tang Yin's control, he instinctively used an iron rod to block, but with the strength of that gorilla-like arm, he was still sent flying. Little AO. Tang Yin turned his attention back to Oscar and saw him being knocked away. Ouch, 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 ouch. Without Tang Yin's control, Oscar was now free, and he couldn't help but shiver all over, trying to relieve the pain in his body. It really hurt too much. As a support soul master, he was not very resilient to attacks. Tang Yin saw the muscular man wanting to chase again and directly activated the nightmare from before. The little Loli suddenly screamed, as if she encountered something frightening. Upon hearing the little Loli's voice, the muscular man panicked and decided not to continue pursuing Oscar, instead running towards this side. Bang, bang, bang. The muscular man ran towards the little Loli quite quickly. Tang Yin returned to Oscar's side upon seeing this. Are you okay? Tang Yin couldn't help but ask as she looked at Oscar, who was covered in bruises. I'm fine, Oscar replied, taking a deep breath. After making and eating a few sausages, he felt much better. However, the last punch from that muscular guy had caused him internal injuries, which were not easy to heal. It should be quite serious, and recovery wouldn't be simple. But Oscar didn't want to give up just like that. We can continue. Oscar wiped the corner of his mouth where a trace of blood seemed to appear, but he did it quickly, preventing any blood from flowing out. Tang Yin looked at Oscar, and upon meeting his determined gaze, she felt a slight emotional stir. She remembered Oscar, who had just been trembling and crying out in pain moments ago. Sighing, Tang Yin reached out her hand to help Oscar up. Oscar smiled at her, indicating that he was truly okay, and then he used her strength to stand up. No matter how much pain he was in, he would endure it, because he felt that he was gradually becoming stronger. Tang and healed Oscar's internal injuries while he was at it. Even Oscar's hand, which he felt pain in, no longer hurt. It was Oscar's first time being healed by Tang Yin, and it was much better than his sausages, especially since it alleviated his severe internal injuries. He felt that all his pain had subsided. Shaolin, I think I'm good to go again, fully revived. Oscar clenched the golden rod in his hand, feeling like he could fight for another 800 rounds. However, Tang Yin shook his head. Your body is fine now, but you've consumed quite a bit of mental energy. Let's call it a day for now and continue tomorrow. Tang Yin said, looking at Oscar's somewhat pale face. The body can be repaired, but mental energy is different. Today, Oscar's mental energy was drawn upon quite a bit, and since this was the first time, we can't continue. Otherwise, it could backfire. Okay. Oscar understood Tang Yin's intention and stepped back behind him, yielding the stage. Although Oscar felt mentally rejuvenated, he was a bit tired, which shouldn't have happened before. It must be some side effect. What's going on? Are we still fighting? The two teams had been quite passionate, but in the blink of an eye, they separated, and there was no more fighting for a moment. Some impatient spectators began to shout, "Don't stop. This is a competition. Do you want to settle for a draw? Nonsense. There are only wins and losses in a competition, no draws. Are you all silly? Can't you see that the candy exploding girl seems to be off?" Someone pointed at the little lowly who was exploding candy. The little lowly seemed to have fallen into a coma, occasionally making sounds and furrowing her brow as if she were having a nightmare. Roar. The muscular man couldn't wake the little lowly and was a bit exasperated, roaring at Tang and while using his martial spirit. Tang Yin moved his neck slightly, showing no fear of the muscular man. After the muscular man put the little lowly down, Tang Yin stepped forward, ready to engage in a fight. The audience outside began to cheer, as Tang Yin had not taken much action before, and now he had knocked out a member of the Candy Explosion team with a single strike. Tang Yin's appearance was certainly a highlight. Third soul skill, butI press. The muscular man seemed genuinely enraged and unleashed his strongest attack. His butI press could quickly lock onto a target, and with a precise leap, he could crush his opponent. It was this skill that had allowed the Candy Explosion team to achieve 5 consecutive victories, as most teams have been defeated by the muscular man's third soul skill. First soul skill, Holy Flame. The scorching heat was mesmerizing, making it difficult for the leaping muscular man to approach. Flames suddenly erupted from the ground, seemingly with a mind of their own, chasing after the muscular man. However, the muscular man appeared determined, as if he had placed a bet, insisting on crushing Tang Yin no matter what. He maneuvered around the flames while pressing towards Tang Yin. Tang Yin is certainly not afraid. Does this muscle man still want to use a method that harms the enemy 1,000 while injuring himself 800 to deal with her? It seems that this plan will come to nothing. Tang Yin also had a golden iron rod in his hand. Let's see whether his Taishan pressure is stronger or a 1,000-pound drop is more powerful. Tang Sha tightened his grip on the golden rod, quickly locking his gaze on the tall, muscular man. Here he comes. As he drew closer, Tang Sha thought to himself. Then he swung the golden rod. 1,000 gene drop. Bang! The two collided, making a significant noise. At first, the muscular man looked at Tang Sha with some disdain, thinking that with his third soul skill, no one in the Soul Master realm could withstand him head-on. This person is still naive. However, when the golden rod, carrying immense power, not only clashed head-on with his third soul skill, but also withstood it, the muscular man's surprise was beyond measure. But there was no time for him to be astonished now. Tang Yin not only faced tough challenges head-on, but the ground was also filled with hot flames that kept burning. Chapter 108, Truly Tenacious. If this continued, the muscular man would undoubtedly be forced to lose. So he needed to crush his opponent with his third soul skill before the flames became unbearable. Third soul skill, butI press. The muscular man endured the pain and once again unleashed his third soul skill. Although the cooldown period hadn't finished, he put in some effort and managed to use it again. Truly tenacious. However, when it came to strength, her power-type ability would not back down. Tang Yin's eyes turned cold, and the power in her hands surged continuously. Crack! 2 forces collided, and the arena beneath Tang Yin's feet couldn't help but crack in a spot. The muscle man was truly astonished by Tang Yin. Unexpectedly, she had managed to catch both of his dual third soul skills. The opponent looked so small and inconspicuous at first that he had thought she was a support soul master. He never expected her to be the most formidable one. Even after using 2 third soul skills in succession, the muscle man still couldn't take down Tang Yin, and the outcome was clear. Tang Yin won. Bang! The muscle man could no longer withstand the force. Lacking strength, he was sent flying by Tang Yin's golden staff and crashed onto the side of the arena. The audience fell silent, not expecting this outcome. It was only quiet for a second before the crowd erupted in cheers. Especially the audience who understood the significance of the candy explosion were even more aware of what the muscle man's third soul skill represented. The host, seeing the situation, immediately announced the result. The tiger combination wins. With the host's voice, the audience erupted in cheers and applause. Tang Yin and Oscar smiled at each other. Truly a perfect ending. However, the muscular man who had been knocked to the other side of the ring by Tang Yin stood up a bit unsteadily. He picked up the little lowly, looking concerned, as she had not yet woken up. He glanced in Tang Yin's direction. Tang Yin felt it and said kindly, "She's fine. A good sleep will do." Tang Sin said as he took back the nightmare that was attached to the little lowly. "Thank you." The muscular man rarely spoke, and after thanking Tang San, he left with the little lowly in his arms. With the 2-on-2 match concluded, it was time for Tang San and Oscar to leave as well. "Do you remember the route of soul power circulation?" Tang San asked as they stepped out. "Yeah, I remember. It's about how the soul power attaches to the weapon, right?" Oscar, still holding the golden rod, was somewhat unclear. "Well, I don't know how to explain it. I'll take you tomorrow, and you can feel it yourself," Tang San replied. He wasn't sure how to explain it. There are countless meridians in the human body, and just as he was about to say something specific, he found he couldn't articulate it. After all, he wasn't a medical student. Even if he were, remembering many of the body's meridians and explaining them to someone else wouldn't necessarily help them understand what each meridian is. Therefore, he could only use mental power to guide and connect their soul powers bit by bit. Moreover, he wasn't sure if everyone's meridians were the same or if they followed the same path. Only under mental abilities could he quickly see a person's meridians and then combine them to determine which ones formed a cycle, allowing for continuous operation and use. If it weren't for his mental abilities, he wouldn't dare to guarantee any variations of the soul power unique to the Douluo continent. All right, Oscar nodded. Since you remember the circulation of soul power from the first part, practice more to get better at it. Tang San encouraged. And let's keep our results secret for now. I'm still in the experimental phase. Otherwise, she wouldn't have figured everything out, and the other few people would want to learn as well. She didn't even know how to guide them. Sure, Oscar readily agreed. This was the experimental phase, and if something went wrong, it would be chaotic. He had reasons for taking risks, but the other teammates were different. After several rounds, the 8 of them formed 4 combinations, and whether it was 1-on-1 or 2-on-2, they all achieved their first victories. Everyone was quite happy, and Oscar distributed 2 sausages to each person to recover their physical and soul power, as they had their first group match to prepare for. Master Flander and Zhao Waoqi watched the group of little monsters, nodding in satisfaction, observing the happy faces. The master looked at the time and decided to interrupt. It's time to participate in the team battle. Since we registered a bit late, we might be called out later. Everyone listened quietly as the master gave instructions and reminders, taking them very seriously. You will be facing a team of over level 30. A team is different from 1-on-1 or 2-on-2. The coordination between you is far more important than individual strength. Since the opponent is a team, they will have various soul masters. How they are combined depends on their understanding of the combination. Master, are you not confident in our coordination? Dai Mubai asked. Little San is a control-type soul master, so he will direct us. We will all follow his commands. Plus, we have Little Ya, who is our trump card. Master, you can rest assured. Dai Mubai's words quickly garnered everyone's agreement. With confidence high, Tang San accepted the task of directing. Tang San quickly distributed the tasks. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao were the main attackers, while Tang San and Ma Hongjun assisted them from the front and back. However, the strongest Tang San was at the back to protect Ning Rongrong and Oscar. With Tang San protecting Ning Rongrong and Oscar, they felt absolutely at ease. As for why Tang San wasn't made the main attacker, firstly, it was because of his personality, which didn't favor fighting. Secondly, if Tang San were the main attacker, it would likely reduce the opportunities for everyone else to take action. A team needs to work together, and every member is an important part, striving for a win-win situation. With no worries in the front and peace in the back, they moved forward. When a master got their order of appearance, it turned out, just as he said, that they registered late, so their ranking was also lower. They ended up being the second to last to appear. This meant they had to wait a while longer. But everyone didn't go to watch the matches. After all 8 of them had experienced competitions, and their mental state wasn't at its peak, so they needed some rest. Thus, they all went to the waiting lounge. As they walked into the lounge, which was quite large and likely had many teams waiting, there were at least 30 or 40 teams visible at a glance. However, after Tang San and his 8 teammates entered, they drew everyone's attention. After all, each of them was wearing a mask. Wearing a mask wasn't unusual. If it were just 1 or 2 people, it wouldn't attract much attention. But when all 8 members of Shrek Academy wore masks, it certainly caught people's eyes. Chapter 109, Mad Rhinoceros, Don't. After Tang Yin and a few others arrived at the resting place, they didn't run around. Instead, they focused on restoring their soul power. Tang Yin was a bit hungry, leaning against a sofa with a handful of nuts, munching one after another, feeling quite pleased. The partner beside him was originally resting, but seeing how deliciously Tang Yin was eating, he couldn't help but reach out for a few bites. Unfortunately, who could snatch food from Tang Yin? When Ma Hongjun couldn't help but reach out, he was swatted away by Tang Yin's hand. Sister Xiao Yin, I'm a bit hungry too. Ma Hongjun, being swatted away, wasn't angry. Instead, he looked a bit pitiful. Then eat your own. Why are you reaching for my snacks? Tang Yin continued to crunch on a lot of nuts, then took out a new bag. Ma Hongjun was satisfied, took the new bag, opened it, and started eating, while Oscar also came over to have a couple of bites. Move. Seeing Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong looking at her, she took out another bag and handed it over. This was Tang Yan's habit when eating. She liked to eat a separate portion of snacks and didn't like to share. If her friends wanted some, she would buy a new portion for them or take a new one. It had always been this way. Thank you, sister. Xiao Wu took the bag of nuts from Tang Yin and started eating with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. But they were just joining in the fun and didn't really need to eat. Tang San looked at Tang Yin and shook his head helplessly. Bai was even less interested in the snacks these kids had, but that didn't stop him from watching everyone eat. The originally tense atmosphere was broken by Tang Yin, and everyone was in a good mood. At this moment, their group was sharing snacks, and with their masks on, they were already quite eye-catching. Now, they were all munching on snacks together. It was impossible for these kids not to attract attention. Oh, what kind of place is this? So leisurely. A big guy who looked like an uncle walked over, and his manner of speaking and walking felt a bit showy, holding a girl in his arms. Now that created quite the scene. Tang San and Bai immediately stepped forward to stand in front of their companions, watching the newcomers with vigilance. Tang Yin also looked over at this moment, but the first thing he noticed was the other person's height, which he estimated to be around 2 meters tall. Tang Yin felt a little envious. However, not being good at expressing herself, she stopped eating the nuts, folded them up, took out a candy, and put it in her mouth, enjoying the sweetness. At that moment, she heard the tall man say, "TSK, this little girl is really something. Why are you covering your face, little girl? Why not let your brother take a look?" Tang Yin glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was mentioned by the uncle. She shifted her body to block Zhu Zhuqing. Hey, where did this lewd uncle come from? Have you looked in the mirror to see what face you have to claim the title of brother? Are you so stupid that you can't even pee right? Tang Yin had always been unreserved towards such people. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing also stood up and coldly told the big man to get lost. Do you know who I am? Little girl, don't be so ungrateful. Oh, who are you? Is your dad a Douluo, or is your mom a Douluo? So arrogant. Is this big soul arena your home? Tang Yin spoke without holding back, her words flowing smoothly. Even Tang San was a bit surprised. He didn't know Tang Yin had such eloquence. Isn't it true that Tang Yin usually wouldn't talk big if she could just fight? Bai was also very angry and wanted to retort, but before he could speak, Tang Yin had already stepped in and said something quite interesting. Who are you? Why don't you call your Douluo dad to come and take a look? Oh wait, you don't have a Douluo dad, so call your Douluo grandpa over too. Oscar also stepped forward, walking while pretending to clean his ears, looking as if he was ready to listen intently. This was quite ironic. Did they really think becoming a Douluo was that easy? Those who originally came to watch the show, upon hearing Tang Yan's words, wanted to laugh. But they all knew who this person was and held back their laughter. However, Tang Yan's teammates didn't have to worry so much after Tang Yan's words. They snickered quietly, trying to keep the atmosphere calm for Tang Yin to perform. This was even more humiliating. Looking for death. The big man was furious at the sight of Tang Yin and her friend's smug expressions, glaring with wide eyes, raising his hand as if to hit someone. As the big man moved, Tang San and Bai were also waiting for him, completely unafraid. What? Can't argue back, so you want to hit someone? Tang Yin stood on the sofa. Although she was still shorter than the big man, she was now slightly taller than Tang San. She gently placed her hands on Tang San and Bai's shoulders, signaling them to relax. Tang San and Bai understood Tang Yan's intention and did not take action. Tang Yin curled his lips and said to the big man in a rogue manner, "Oh, I'm so scared. Who are you again? The son of Douluo? Or is it Douluo's grandson? Oh no, you're the big boss of the great soul arena, right? How despicable. You're asking for death." The big man could no longer tolerate Tang Yi's tone and the contemptuous sarcasm. He truly couldn't hold back anymore and directly launched an attack towards Tang Yi and the others. Guangxino, the woman beside the big man, tried to stop him, but he had already made his move and she couldn't intervene. Tang Yi saw the other party act and then smiled. After pushing Tang, San, and Dai Mubai aside, she caught the big man's palm with one hand. The big man realized he had acted impulsively upon hearing the woman's voice, but he had already committed and was caught by that little girl who mocked him. He wanted to retract his fist, but he found he couldn't pull it back. Stop. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Tang Yi heard a slight movement in her eyes. She continued to retreat along with the big man's fist, and then fell down with a thud. The big man finally withdrew his fist, but he heard Tang Yi's voice, which was no longer arrogant, but instead carried a hint of weakness. "He hit me." Tang Yi lay on the ground, and Tang San and the others panicked. "Sister." Tang San rushed over to support Tang Yi. She grasped Tang San's hand, signaling that she was fine. When Tang San met her familiar gaze, the tacit understanding between the two siblings clicked into place. "Sister, what's wrong?" Tang San sighed in relief, and knowing that Tang Yi was okay, he continued to cooperate with her. Dai Mubai and the others also gathered around. Tang San weakly pushed Dai Mubai away, blocking that administrator. How could he let that person not see him? Dai Mubai understood with a push from Tang San's strong force that Tang San was fine. Chapter 110. You all wait for me. Zhu Zhuqing was also worried, and Dai Mubai pulled Zhu Zhuqing to let her take his back. However, without the obstruction of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, everyone could see Tang San's pale and weak little face. "Crazy Rhino, don't you know that private fights are not allowed in the soul fighting preparation area? This is the rule of the Great Soul Arena. If you want to fight, go to the soul fighting platform." Supervisor Ao directed his anger at Crazy Rhino upon seeing the weak little girl. "No, Supervisoral. I clearly know that Crazy Rhino's punch just now didn't hurt the opponent at all. He was actually being suppressed by the other side." Crazy Rhino wanted to argue, but he hadn't finished his words. At this moment, Tang San's face turned even paler, and he couldn't help but clutch his chest. Then coughed while looking in the direction of Supervisor Ao. Cough, cough. Tang Yi's cough quickly drew everyone's attention. He coughed at me, and while we were minding our own business, he came over to provoke me. I retorted a couple of times, and then he coughed and hit me. While talking, Tang Yi had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Blood. This is not a simple matter. Tang Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a confused expression. His blood-stained hand weakly lifted, and upon seeing the blood on his hand, his eyes widened in terror. "Em bleeding." Cough, cough. "No, didn't we agree that fighting is not allowed in the break room?" Tang Yi looked at Supervisor Ao with a hint of innocent trust. Seeing that pure, trusting gaze, Supervisor Ao, who had met many people, still had some skill in recognizing individuals, realized that this child looked very much like an underage kid. With his physique and those clean eyes, he guessed the child was about 10 years old, untainted by the adult world. He had just heard someone mention eating snacks meant for children, and it must have been this one. So he speculated that this was a lovely, sunny, and cheerful girl who had complete trust in the Great Soul Arena. To let such a young child join the soul fighting team meant she was quite talented and would surely be the favored one in her group. Seeing the worried expressions of their team, he understood a bit more. A child who was cherished and trusted in the Great Soul Arena, now injured, absolutely could not be forgiven. The rules of the Great Soul Arena were not mere decorations. If today's incident were resolved lightly, it would encourage others to imitate it, leading to chaos. Guangxi, you saw it too. You fought in the break room and caused someone to bleed. This violates the rules of the Great Soul Arena, and I will handle it according to the rules now. Supervisor Ao said sternly, with no room for negotiation. "No, Supervisor Ao, I didn't hurt the little girl. I held back my strength. It's impossible for me to hurt her. Handle it according to the rules? What should I do?" Guangxi absolutely refused to admit it. "Not hurt. Is our little Yan's injury fake?" Zhu Zhuqing was the first to disagree. "Are you still trying to argue? You laid your hands on her. Everyone in the break room saw it. Our side's person bled. Can that blood be fake?" Tang Yi weakly glanced at Oscar and seemed to agree, coughing twice. In fact, her blood might really be fake. Tang San held Tang Yi and looked angrily at Guangxi. The members of their team also looked at Guangxi with resentment. Even those who were in the earlier had seen Guangxi hitting someone. This was an unchangeable fact. According to the rules, If you fight and injure someone in the Duhan waiting room, it is determined that the result of today's Duhan is a loss. And today's Guangzhou team does not get to participate in Duhan. Supervisor AO said this, and then took out a booklet that recorded some matters. Guangxi, upon hearing this, was naturally dissatisfied and wanted to refute something, but he was stopped by the woman next to him, who shook her head. After all, opposing the great Duhan arena was not a good omen. After Supervisor AO made the ruling on Guangxi, he looked at Tang Yi and the others and said, "Just in time, you're the newly registered Shrek 7 monsters for today. The second to last match today is against Guangxi's team. Because of the fight in the Duhan waiting room, the Shrek 7 monsters automatically win a match. Do you have any objections?" Supervisor AO asked both sides. Guangxi had objections, but he could not oppose the great Duhan arena. Tang San and Dai Mubai's unexpected ending surprised everyone. They won without even having to fight. The judgment from Supervisor AO made the other teams present take a deep breath. Winning a match without competing is amazing. Moreover, it's not just a simple win. Each winning team earns a significant amount of gold soul coins and can regain their reputation. This Shrek 7 monsters have won a match. If they continue to win 10 matches in a row, they could advance to the Copper Soul Arena and even gain audience favor, leading to more money and reputation. However, it's unfortunate for the Guangxi team, which had reportedly achieved a 7-match winning streak, now interrupted so abruptly. It's truly regrettable and frustrating. It would have been better if they had lost honorably in the arena, but now it's canceled because of this issue. How can one not sigh over this? You wait for me. Guangxi spat out fiercely before leaving. He would definitely not let them off the hook. The Guangzhou team registered 7 days ago and has won 7 matches in a row, making them stand out even in the copper-level Soul Master arena. The Guangzhou team either comes out victorious or injured. Supervisor AO glanced at Tang San, who had been helped up, and then spoke to Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai nodded, thanking Supervisor AO for the reminder. Get the girl a Soul Master to heal her. Supervisor AO didn't want to say much more. Some matters were not his concern. After leaving that remark, he departed. Dai Mubai and the others exchanged glances and then took Tang San out of the Soul Fighting Lounge. They quickly returned to their previous private room. Why are you little monsters back? Flinder looked at the newcomers. Weren't these kids supposed to be preparing for the match? Why did they all return? Did they get nervous for their first team competition? Flinder speculated, and his gaze quickly landed on Tang San holding Tang Yi. Upon seeing the red mark at the corner of Tang Yi's mouth, Flinder immediately became anxious. This was his little boss, or rather, the Academy's little monster. How did she get hurt? And someone had to carry her back. Flinder questioned the group. Since the match hadn't started yet, it meant someone had bullied them. Flinder's protective instincts kicked in. Chapter 111. We are not pushovers. How should I put this? Tang San signaled Ma Hongjun to close the door. And only then did Tang San get off from Tang San's body. Tang San also smiled helplessly, and then several others laughed as well. All knowing that Tang Yin was just pretending. Seeing everyone like this, Flinder felt that something was off. Tang Yin lightly coughed, took out a handkerchief from her space, and carefully wiped the blood, or rather juice, from the corner of her mouth. After she took a punch from Guangxi, she stuffed a red, juicy fruit into her mouth. This fruit had a slightly bloody smell, very similar to blood. However, although the scent of fruit was somewhat bloody, its taste was slightly sweet and quite delicious. Unfortunately, it was a medicinal herb that was very nourishing, and it couldn't be eaten in excess. Otherwise, one would get a nosebleed. What was going on? Can someone explain this to me? Flander watched as Tang Yin easily wiped away the blood from the corner of her mouth, and he probably guessed it wasn't real blood. Then he saw everyone laughing heartily without any reservations, truly without holding back at all. Previously, when they thought Tang Yin had been knocked down, they were still a bit skeptical. But if Tang Yin had really been injured, they would have been quite worried. It was only when they saw Tang San merely holding her instead of seeking treatment that they felt something was off. However, having spent time together, they had some tacit understanding and quietly watched to see what Tang Yin would do, while the person called Guangxi faced defeat. Guangxi had come in so arrogantly, and he left feeling quite deflated. They laughed while discussing the events in a flurry of voices. I didn't expect our little Yin to say such infuriating words. Ha ha ha. I still remember that Guangxi from the Mad Battle team arrogantly asking, "Do you know who I am?" Ha ha. Little Yin's response was truly impressive. Douluo daddy, Douluo grandpa. Ha ha ha. If he dared to respond, he would probably offend a handful of Douluos. The title of Douluo isnt, so easy to use as a cover. Would he dare to agree? The answer is no, with so many people in the lounge. And also, when little Yin took the punch and then spat out blood as a way to provoke. You have no idea how hard it was for me to hold back my laughter at that moment. But our little yin was injured if I laughed. I wouldn't be human, and I just stared angrily at Quan Shi. When that Quan Shi was being provocative, I and little San were still ready to fight. But we were held back by little yin. Although we didn't know what was going on, little San and I still managed to restrain ourselves from making a move. Fortunately, we held back. It turned out that fighting was not allowed in that lounge. Tang San couldn't help but respond to Dai Mubai's words. However, Tang San recalled little Yin's words, and to be honest, he was really surprised when little Yin was cursing. It was the first time he realized how smooth she was at cursing. I was still wondering why my sister was behaving differently today. My past. Isn't it always like this? She doesn't like to fight. Doesn't she always prefer to talk things out before resorting to force? Tang Yin's question suddenly triggered everyone's laughter, followed by a burst of ha-ha-ha. In the midst of everyone's chatter, Flanders managed to understand the entire process. So, you guys are on a buy. Flanders thought of something, his eyes filled with calculation. Tang Yin recognized it at a glance. It was a familiar feeling. Tang Yin quickly stood up and said, of course. Not only did we get a bye, but that Berserker team was on a 7-game winning streak. And they lost even more by losing to us. We're guaranteed to profit. Plus, since we got a bye and didn't fight, we can apply for another match. This way, we can earn the honor of a double victory in today's team battle. With 2 victories in one day, it seems like the funds here double. Dean, I think we can make a big profit again. Flander was pleased to hear Tang Yan's words. They struck a chord with him. Generally, each team participates in only 1 team battle per day because a single battle consumes a lot of everyone's soul power, and a second match would definitely be unwise. After all, the combinations are all fighting spirits at the same level of soul power, so their strengths are relatively equal. If they get a bye, according to Yu Xiaojiang's words, with 1 team battle per day, he believes this group of little monsters can achieve a double victory today. Flanders' mind was racing with calculations, and he happily patted Tang Yan on the shoulder, saying, not bad. Our principle is, a soul master who doesn't cause trouble is not a good soul master. Especially since the other side provoked us first. Xiaoyan, you did very well. Excellent. Indeed, we're the little monsters of Shrek. Once we achieve a double victory, we will share the gold soul coins. Great. So wonderful. We'll make a big profit again. Among them, few were truly wealthy. Being able to make money was a great thing, and hearing the frugal dean was going to distribute money made everyone very happy. Next, they waited for the master to arrange their next soul battle. Although they got a bye, according to Supervisor Ao's last reminder, that Berserker team was not easy to deal with. After losing to them, they probably wouldn't let them off easily. Dai Mubai looked at everyone who was happy and couldn't help but say, I agree with Boss Dai's view. I suspect that the Berserker team will ambush us outside the Great Soul Arena. Tang San also calmly analyzed. What are we afraid of? If they dare to come, we won't go easy on them, Ma Hongjun said, having somehow procured a large chicken leg, taking a big bite and confidently declaring, right? We're not easy to deal with. Xiao Wu also stepped forward a bit excited. If they were really ambushed outside the Great Soul Arena, they could fight freely. Inside the Great Soul Arena, the restrictions given by the master were quite a lot. Exactly. I'm just afraid they won't ambush us. Ning Rongrong recalled the hidden weapons Tang San had given her, feeling a bit eager to try. Unfortunately, the master wouldn't let them use it. She could only act as a support soul master and couldn't attack. Yes, I'm looking forward to it as well. They say the young are fearless. And these youths are truly passionate. Flander couldn't help but nod. This is youth. We're not afraid, but we still need to be cautious. This Berserker team registered for 7 days and achieved 7 consecutive victories. They fight fiercely, so we need to pay attention. Just then, the door opened from the outside, and the master walked in. He must have heard the excitement from everyone. Teacher, the master is back. Hello, master. Everyone noticed the master had returned and greeted him obediently. Master, Tang Yin called out with a smile in his eyes. The master nodded. He was the team leader and probably knew what these little monsters had accomplished. Let's put the Berserker team aside for now. I have re-registered you. The team battle combination has been arranged for the last match. Originally, today's soul battles had already been scheduled, but with Tang Yan's cleverness, the team battle combination ended up with 1 less match. Since today's scheduled battles have an odd number, one group was originally unassigned, and now they are willing to take the second match, which conveniently fills the gap. Prepare well, the master said to everyone. Yes, understood. However, the team they would face was also a new combination. Everyone was still in the adjustment phase, but this match turned out to be quite exciting. Tang Yin won this match without even needing to fight much. even though the opponent initially aimed to break through their auxiliary soul master from Shrek's 7 monsters. With Tang Yin protecting them, the opponent couldn't breach their defenses at all, wasting time and giving the other members of Shrek's 7 monsters the opportunity to catch them off guard. In the end, it was undeniable that Shrek's 7 monsters emerged victorious, marking their second consecutive win tonight. As the host announced this, the audience cheered for Shrek's 7 monsters, but some found it strange. Didn't they say both teams were newly registered? How did Shrek's 7 monsters manage to win 2 matches in a row? You don't know, right? I was in the waiting room for the group soul battle earlier, and originally, Shrek's 7 monsters were supposed to battle against the frenzied team. Unfortunately, that frenzied team's wild rhino was too arrogant and started a fight in the waiting room. You know that the waiting room is supposed to be a place for everyone to rest, and no fighting is allowed. As a result, Shrek's 7 monsters got a bye. An eyewitness said with schadenfreude, "Wow, that's so lucky. I heard that the frenzied team had a 7-match winning streak, and it ended here." Ended. What a pity. After this discussion, everyone was at a loss for words. How could such a low-level mistake happen? It's also the fault of the frenzied team for being too arrogant. Hey, have you noticed something? That lucky Shrek's 7 monsters seem to have 8 members. Shouldn't they be called the 8 monsters? What's so strange about that? There was a previous group called 19080, and it only had 7 members. Are they supposed to form a group of 80? Oh, that makes sense. The audience's discussions didn't focus on whether Shrek's 7 monsters should be called the 7 or 8 monsters, but rather on the fact that the frenzied team's 7-match winning streak ended due to this bye, which was indeed a pity. After Tang San and the others regained some stamina and collected their rewards, they left feeling quite satisfied. They had earned a good amount on the first day. Just as the master had said, good results would lead to considerable income. A few of them teamed up to head back to the hotel. But as soon as they left the Grand Soul Arena, they felt someone was following them. This situation was not unexpected. They had made extra money today, but they had provided that opportunity. How could they forget the big man called Guangxi? The group exchanged glances, silently continuing on their way. But their route had already begun to change, leading them into a secluded alley. butI and Tang San felt this location was about right, so they quietly waited for the person to come out. Sure enough, after Tang San and the others stopped, the members of the frenzied team no longer hid and quickly came out. "Narrow road for enemies. Little girl, you made me wait so long." Guangxi and his team emerged, his gaze fixed on Tang San. Tang Yin and the others didn't take off their masks, as they anticipated this situation. "We are indeed honored." A chair appeared under Tang Yin's feet at some point, and now standing on it, he was not at all inferior in height to anyone. No, it was his imposing presence that was overwhelming. He showed no fear at all. "In this grand battle arena, no one dared to confront me, and those who enter today would have to leave sideways." They even made a joke out of their team being ridiculed. They interrupted our hard-earned 7 consecutive victories, and today they would pay for it with their blood. Yes, today let these young punks know that our crazy battle team is not just a name. Mad. It turns out this little girl is the one messing with us, unaware of her own recklessness. The crazy battle team couldn't help but express their anger at the instigator who had caused their ridicule. "Oh no, I'm so scared. You talk too much." Tang Yin, standing on a high chair, was just short of crossing his legs. His words were quite infuriating. The Shrek 7 monsters couldn't help but laugh. They really weren't afraid of them at all, and there was a sense of looking down on them, which was quite frustrating. Furious, Guangxi directly activated his martial soul, and his teammates quickly entered battle mode. Each one seemed like they had been injected with adrenaline, wanting to tear Tang Yin and the others apart. "Brothers, activate your martial souls." As butI's voice fell, the soul rings on everyone lit up, all top-tier soul rings of 2 yellow and 1 purple. With this activation, their momentum overshadowed their opponents. Among them, only the lone woman had 2 yellow and 1 purple. Most others had 1 white and 1 yellow, or 2 yellows, while Guangxi and another older member only had 1 purple. Without a formal start, they began a fight. This wasn't a match, and many unsportsmanlike tactics could be employed. Guangxi immediately aimed to attack the one who irritated him the most, that little girl, but she was blocked by several main attackers. "I want you to die." Guangxi was tangled up with butI and Zhu Zhuqing, unable to catch Tang Yin at all, and the others weren't gaining any advantage either. Unexpectedly, these seemingly small punks had some strength. As Guangxi spoke, the members of the crazy battle team tacitly took out something and swallowed it in one bite. Soon, the battle that couldn't be decided at first saw the crazy battle team members looking like they had taken stimulants, their eyes turning red. They looked at Tang Yin and the others with a hint of bloodthirst. What the hell did they eat? Their strength suddenly increased so much. Even with a Phoenix fire line, the fat guy couldn't burn the opponent and couldn't help but complain. They must have taken some banned drugs that optimize all physical indicators. Tang San, controlling the Soul Masters, was keeping an eye on the entire venue. So powerful, do we have such drugs? Should we take some too? Oscar, next to Tang Yan's chair, couldn't help but ask after hearing Tang San's words. However, he was slapped by Ning Rongrong beside him. Ouch, Rongrong, why did you hit me? Chapter 113. What the heck? This is possible too. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but slap him again, saying irritably, Are you stupid? Do you think you can just take anything? Hey, I was just joking, just joking. After touching his head where he was hit and adjusting his glasses, Oscar glanced at Ning Rongrong's hand. He wasn't sure if her slap had left a mark. Think before you speak. Ning Rongrong noticed Oscar's gaze and shyly hid her hand behind her back. MHM. Oscar nodded quickly, feeling happy that Ning Rongrong hit him. It didn't even hurt. Hey. Tang Yin couldn't bear to watch the already sour dog food and decided not to protect the two people who were throwing it around anymore. Sister, how did you come over? At this point, Tang Yin had already reached Tang San's side, and Tang San didn't expect Tang Yin to run over. With them here, it was enough for the fight. Take down that Rui plate. Tang Yin looked at the now frenzied berserk team, whose strength was like that of an ox, and it seemed like they were about to tear something apart in their movements. Their side was already finding it a bit difficult to resist, and if that Rui plate made any more moves, it would become a bit troublesome. As soon as Tang Yin finished speaking, the camaraderie and trust among everyone led them to attack the big man, holding the Rui plate without any hesitation. Did we agree to let you have the Rui plate? Although they were under the influence of drugs, they still retained a sliver of rationality. Just as Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai were about to charge forward, Guangxi stepped in to block them. You are all doomed, Guangxi said, while the Soul Master holding the Rui plate quickly activated his soul power. If you don't want to die, you can still escape now. Otherwise, once our Rui plate is unleashed, even we won't be able to control ourselves. The only woman among the seven still had a bit of compassion and reminded Tang Yin and the others. But she was only doing it to save face regarding the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Unfortunately, Tang Yin and his group were not the type to easily say they would retreat. Tang San and the others naturally heard the woman's words, but they only needed to exchange a glance to know the answer. Thank you for your kindness, but we will not escape. From the moment trouble started, we never considered fleeing, so why escape now? Soon, the Rui Pan emitted a beam of light, enveloping the members of the berserk team. Their muscles grew a bit larger, looking quite formidable. However, each of them seemed to have a bit of a red-eyed look, which was somewhat frightening. Roar! Wow, this strength is really impressive. Ma Hongjun was sent flying a distance of 10 feet by just one line of Phoenix fire. He couldn't help but complain that after taking the drugs and using the soul skill, it was indeed not a small increase in power. Let us not clash head-on for now. They are in a berserk state, which usually has a time limit. Tang San activated the blue silvergrass, and each person had a strand of blue silvergrass wrapping around their waist. Tang Yin was first entangled by Tang San's blue silvergrass, which is a bit novel. But her attention quickly returned to the members of the frenzy team. In their frenzy, they were invincible. The only one who remained clear-headed was the soul woman of the frenzy team. As she watched the Shrek 7 monsters, who were struggling to keep up, she wondered what great abilities these stubborn individuals had. Tang Yu ignored the woman's words as she looked at the berserk team in this state, feeling that there was something familiar about it. Tang Yi watched as everyone did not resist strongly. While dodging, those people directly chased after them. Had they lost their rationality? What is the difference between this and certain animals? Tang Yin glanced around the venue and then spotted a sizable wooden stake over there. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing not far away, she immediately said, Zhuqing, dodge to the left towards that wooden stake. Zhu Zhuqing heard Tang Yan's words and, without a second thought, jumped onto the wooden stake, waiting for someone to chase after her before jumping away. Tang Yin watched as that person completely ignored the wooden stake and crashed right into it, sending the stake flying. Everyone was getting ready to take off. Tang San controlled the situation. He noticed that everyone in the frenzy team was struggling more and more in their frenzied state, and this couldn't continue. Here it comes. After hearing Tang San's words, Oscar quickly prepared the third spirit ring sausage. Once Oscar made it, he quickly handed it to his teammates, and they all flew into the air. Only Tang Yin remained, still holding the sausage that Oscar had just made, but she was still deep in thought. Meanwhile, on the ground, the frenzy team lost their target and all looked towards Tang Yin. Xiaoyan, come up. The people above urged as they noticed Tang Yin hadn't taken off yet. Tang San and the others have prepared hidden weapons. If it really doesn't work, they still have hidden weapons. Don't struggle anymore. You either leave now or get torn apart by them. The woman did not expect that they could fly, but she didn't know how long the other side could fly. I thought of something. At that moment, Tang Yin suddenly shouted. Tang Yin flipped her hand and threw the sausage in her hand into the space, then took out a piece of bright red cloth. For these frenzy-ified individuals, they should all be going wild according to the attributes of the frenzy rhinoceros. Even if some of their martial souls are monkeys or something else, it doesn't really matter. As long as the attributes are the same, it's fine. Everyone looked at Tang Yin taking out a piece of red cloth, not quite understanding what she was going to do. Come on, everyone. Tang Yin shook the red cloth in her hand, her figure like a ghost, quickly leaving the original spot, and the frenzy-ified individuals all followed her. Sure enough, Tang Yin secretly thought. They were all focused on the red cloth in Tang Yin's hand, regardless of where the red cloth was, and just charged straight ahead. Tang Yin shook the red cloth while guiding these fervent individuals. When they reached the peak of excitement, he directly put away the red cloth and moved to the other side. There were just too many people, and Tang Yin was alone. Brother, Tang Dan Tothat, pulling out a few pieces of red cloth from the space, and turned to throw them towards Tang San. At the same time, the red cloth she was shaking in her hand was thrown in another direction. Do you understand? This is called bullfighting. Tang San caught the red cloth thrown by Tang San and understood Tang San's actions. His eyes lit up. He got it. Just in time. Oscar's flying sausage hadn't reached full speed, so he could fly while also fighting the bull. With Tang San's arrival, these people split into two sides. butI and Oscar above understood it clearly, and it seemed quite fun. Sister, I want it too. Xiao was so excited that she quickly flew to Tang San's side. Wow, this is possible too. Oh my god. Sister San, I'm coming too. One for each person. Tang San understood everyone well. She had plenty of red cloth in her space. Chapter 114. Tang San definitely has no partner. Each person got a piece of cloth, and everyone found someone close to them to start their duel. Second soul skill, Nightmare. To deepen the principle of the duel, Tang San directly used her second soul skill on the crazy battle team, making their frenzy even closer to that of a certain animal. This way, even if they regained their rationality during the process, they would still be confused by her second soul skill. Those without rationality are the easiest to control. Tang Yin put away the red cloth in his hand, used the second soul skill, and then used the first soul skill to illuminate the area, so that everyone's vision could be clearer. After Tang San finished his work, he took out his high chair and pulled out some snacks, then sat and watched everyone play while eating. Wow, they're really fun. Why do they only bump into this red cloth? Just now, Ma Hongjun was bounced back by that big guy, but now he can tease people with the red cloth in his hand. Look at them, butI. They seem so silly. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but share. The first one was butI, who had just learned the so-called bullfighting. But Zhu Zhuqing didn't want to take action and insisted on watching him fight. butI had no choice but to discuss the next move with Zhu Zhuqing. Seeing that butI already had a beautiful partner, Ma Hongjun had to switch to another buddy, second brother Wei. However, when he turned around, he saw Oscar and Ning Rongrong flirting. I said to go towards that wall. If you go a little higher, when he charges over, he could crash into the wall. Look at his brute strength. I don't know how many times he'll crash into the wall. Ning Rongrong was next to Oscar, each holding a piece of cloth, and then saw Oscar let go and charge forward, quickly returning. How can that compare to me making the opponent lose their combat ability quickly? She said to Oscar, Oh, if that's the case, won't we run out of things to play with very quickly? Oscar thought Ning Rongrong had a point, but then he felt something was off and raised his doubts. It does seem so, but I want to know how many times he can crash into the wall. Ning Rongrong thought of this too. Then let's try it together. Okay, you take that side, I'll take this side. No problem. Ma Hongjun opened his mouth and closed it again, then switched to another brother. Little San, I'm coming. Xiao Wu's rabbit ears twitched as she ran with the red cloth, followed by a crazy person charging toward the red cloth. All right, I'm coming too. Tang San heard Xiao Wu's words and ran in her direction. The two of them held the red cloth, and as they passed each other, they smiled, then retracted the cloth and used the power of flight, causing the two people led by Tang San and Xiao Wu to collide directly. With a bang, the sound made one's scalp tingle, and the two people saw stars and couldn't stand up for a while. Yay! Xiao Wu was extremely excited, and she and Tang San did a give me fight. It was simply amazing. However, Ma Hongjun didn't know what to say. He had said they would play together, but how come everyone was paired off and playing separately? Wait, there's still one. Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up as he thought of Tang Yin, who definitely didn't have a partner. However, when Ma Hongjun turned around, he saw that Tang Yi had somehow gotten a chair and was now sitting with her legs crossed, eating while watching the show. Sitting so high, it was just a bit short of overlooking the mountains. Didn't we say we'd play together? Ma Hongjun felt conflicted. His crazy person had been taken away. Play? What else is there to play? Ma Hongjun felt a bit down. He thought this place wasn't suitable for him, so he might as well go back and munch on some food. As for Ma Hongjun's gloominess, Tang Yi was leisurely, and everyone was having fun. The only sober woman in the crazy battle team had no idea what to say. She was surprised that her enthusiastic companions could be played around so easily with just a piece of red cloth. Clearly, they used their ultimate soul skills and could either kill or injure their opponents, right? So how did they lose to just a piece of cloth? They had just achieved a 7-game winning streak, and they had even taken forbidden drugs, making them even stronger than in the soul arena. What did you do to them? The woman suddenly thought of the shortest person. Her second soul skill had charm and confusion, which could lead to subconscious misunderstandings. So that was why there was such an outcome. I didn't do much, just reached the point of the knowledge I'd stored. Tang Yi didn't want to discuss any bullfighting theories with the opponent. Explaining so much was pointless. Even if she said it, the other side might not understand. The crazy 3 minutes passed, and during those 3 minutes, they became exhausted, losing their previous arrogance. One by one, they either sat, lay, or sprawled on the ground with no energy left. Even the aftereffects of the drugs kicked in. You guys were originally the most spirited, but you lost all your spirit after crashing into the wall because of Ning Rongrong. Arrogance? What a joke. Their team was all lying down. If they weren't cleaned up, it would be about right. Still coming? Xiao Wu looked at them and saw they barely had any strength left, feeling a bit regretful. I haven't had enough fun. Xiao Wu waved the red cloth in her hand, calling out to the crazy battle team members. Seeing those red cloths made them all feel a shadow of fear. Really? Why did they charge at a piece of red cloth? They were clearly so passionate and excited, ready to engage in a fight. But in the end, amidst that shaking red cloth, they felt excited, wanting to completely tear apart that shaking cloth and stomp it underfoot. They were fiercer, but in their eyes, there was only that red cloth, as if they could see nothing else. When they woke up, they felt terrified, a strange aura surrounding them. And they didn't dare to speak harshly anymore. Can't play anymore. It's already late. Sister should go to sleep. Staying up late would lead to dark circles tomorrow. Plus, there was a new soul fight tomorrow, and everyone needed to rest well. Yeah, it's so late. I should go back to sleep too. Ma Hongjun took a dry bite of the jerky he got from Tang Yi, wondering if he should watch them play a little longer. Then let's go. Let's go, let's go. Everyone had a good time today and began to put away the red cloth in their hands, folding it neatly to give to Tang Yi. Tang Yi put away his things and left with everyone, showing no reluctance at all. They just walked away like that. The members of the Mad Warriors exchanged glances, as they instinctively felt that the losers wouldn't be let go so easily without being beaten half to death. Hey, are you really just going to let us go? Chapter 115. It should at least be 50-50, right? Especially for Mad Rhino, since he was the one who provoked the whole situation first. He found it even harder to believe that they would simply let them go, or that there wouldn't be any follow-up moves. The few people who were called stopped in their tracks and looked at Tang Yi, knowing that whatever plans Tang Yi had, they would follow his lead. Tang Yi touched his chin and said thoughtfully, "If you can't bear to part with us, you are welcome to come again next time." Yes, we would be very happy to have you all back next time. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up at the thought of another time. Yeah. If you want to fight again, feel free to come anytime. Ning Rongrong was also a bit excited. Their hidden weapons hadn't made an appearance yet, and she didn't know how powerful they would be. Quanxi felt like he was delivering food with his words. The group quite liked these deliveries, and this time they realized people could play like this too. Facing their expectations, Quanxi felt a bit shaky. He didn't want to experience that feeling of using all his strength and constantly hitting walls. The only woman in the crazy battle team, whose martial spirit was a spider, looked at the group of young boys and girls with increased curiosity. However, the woman was most curious about the smallest girl. "May I ask your name? Can I know your names?" Although Quanxi was a bit arrogant, at this moment, he genuinely admired these people. Whether it was easily agreeing to them or easily letting them go, he couldn't match that level of generosity. Tang Yi looked at the defeated opponent and thought that she should remember the name of the victor. She glanced at everyone, and they all nodded in agreement with Tang Yi. Tang Yi grinned and recalled a classic phrase. She mentally pieced together her selected words and said, "Since you are sincerely asking, we will generously tell you. I am the Zero of the Shrek's 7 monsters, Nightmare." It sounded a bit juvenile, but combined with the masks on their faces, it seemed quite fitting. Everyone chuckled a bit at Tang Yi's words, but the Shrek members quickly joined in, finding it rather amusing. Following Tang Yi, it was naturally butI's turn. One of the Shrek's 7 monsters, evil I White Tiger. The second of the Shrek 7 monsters, Sausage Specialist. The third of the Shrek's 7 monsters, Thousand Hands Azura. The fourth of the Shrek's 7 monsters, Evil Fire Phoenix. The fifth of the Shrek 7 monsters, Softbone Charm Rabbit. The sixth of the Shrek 7 monsters, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile. The seventh of the Shrek 7 monsters, Nether Spirit Cat. Each of them in the Shrek 7 monsters is their own protagonist. In the following month, the name Shrek 7 monsters echoed throughout the entire Great Soul Arena, achieving 27 consecutive victories and 28 in total. They had impressive results in team combinations, doubles, and singles. Dean Flander was increasingly radiant. Now that they had reached the end of the month, they had received the Silver Soul Badge yesterday, and today they were set to change venues, presumably to the main arena in the center. They were quite looking forward to it. As the team leader, the Master was responsible for the registration process, and he had already gone to sign them up. They were just waiting to find out who their opponents would be. However, when the Master returned, his expression was somewhat serious. Everyone couldn't help but become serious as well. Master, is there a tricky opponent? Tang Yi put down the snacks in her hand, and everyone awaited the Master's answer. The Master mentioned their upcoming opponents, the Royal Fighting Team, all 7 members, each of whom possessed a Silver Soul Badge. They were significantly stronger than Tang Yi's team. Each member of the Royal Fighting Team was at level 30 or above, with their captain reaching level 39. And even the lowest member had reached level 35. In contrast, aside from Tang Yi, who was already at level 39, the others had made progress over the past 3 months. butI was at level 38. Oscar, originally at level 31, had reached level 33 due to Tang Yi's peculiar training methods. Tang San, after a fight with Tang Yi 3 months ago, gained some insights and found a new cultivation system, now at level 35. Seeing everyone so diligent, Xiao Wu couldn't fall behind at her training and had also reached level 33. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had reached levels 29 and 28, respectively, while the chubby Ma Hongjun had also reached level 29. As long as they reached level 30, they could gain new soul rings. In terms of soul power, they were clearly at a disadvantage against the Royal Fighting Team. The Royal Fighting Team's strength was unmatched among teams at level 30, and they even had the foundation to compete against teams at level 40. Tang Yi roughly understood. Her gaze fell on the information about the Royal Fighting Team provided by the Master. The Royal Fighting Team consists of individuals with top-tier spirit rings, and their combinations are the most compatible. In team battles, each team consists of at least 7 people, with a maximum of 10. In terms of numbers, the Shrek 7 monsters have 1 more person than the Royal Fighting Team. Tang Yi felt relieved. At the same level, they were not afraid of the 7 of them. However, Tang Yi was used to being humble, so she asked the Master who was explaining to them, "Master, what do you think our chances of winning are?" 40%. 40%. That's so low. It should at least be 50-50. Tang Yi felt she needed to calm down, so she took out a yellow fruit similar to an orange from her space and ate it slice by slice. It was quite sour. Everyone was a bit stunned to hear that their chances of winning were only 40%. They had competed in so many matches and had never encountered anyone with only a 40% chance of winning. Yes, for this soul fight, I suggest you maintain the previous restrictions and don't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. This was not a matter of life and death. If they could rely on their own strength, they would naturally choose to do so rather than rely on external forces. The Master continued, raising his hand towards the materials on the table. According to the information, the 7 opponents are a very complete combination. The 2 you need to pay the most attention to are their captain and vice captain, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Spirit Master and the Emerald Phosphor Snake Spirit Master. The mention of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex caught the attention of Flinder, who had been listening quietly. He suddenly thought of something. However, before Flinder could finish his thought, he was silenced by a glance from the Master, and he had to suppress his surprise. Tang Yi glanced at Dean Flander and the Master, and she seemed to remember something. The Master seemed to be the one from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. But because he was the Master of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, he had a martial soul mutation. Chapter 116, not a single mediocre talent. Later, was it also because of love? Tang Yi tried hard to think, but too much time had passed, and she couldn't remember many things. Only when some original plot points were triggered could she recall certain memories. At this moment, the Master continued. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex is a top-tier existence among beast martial souls with extremely strong attack power. and is regarded as the strongest attacking beast martial soul. Its status among beast martial souls is comparable to how Rong's 7 treasure glaze tile is viewed among support-type martial souls. As for this phosphorescent snake's soul master, since she chose the control system, she reminded me of someone. Flander, do you remember him? At the beginning, Tang Yi started to listen, but soon became a bit distracted. She wondered if she could rely on her faint memories to recall some useful plot points. If she could remember, it would be considered cheating, and naturally, if cheating were an option, Tang Yi would want to take advantage of it. Remembering such things would feel like a gain. Tang Yi was lost in thought, reminiscing. And then she seemed to hear someone calling her name, which brought her back to reality. What? Tang Yi had been distracted and didn't catch it clearly, so she couldn't help but ask. Here, it was still Tang San who understood Tang Yi the best. He picked up on Tang Yi's words and said, "This Bai Lin snake soul master uses a snake as their martial soul and is skilled in controlling with poison." After listening to Tang San, Tang Yin then looked at the reference book pointed out by Tang San. It said, Vice Captain, Yin, Martial Soul, Emerald Phosphor Snake, Level 38 Control System, Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. She uses poison. If she uses poison, doesn't that mean she S on the chopping block? Tang San smiled, and Tang Yin also smiled, meaning they both understood. Tang San is a master of poison, but Tang Yan's special ability is also to detoxify. Therefore, I believe we have a good chance of winning. Everyone thought of Tang San's elusive poisons, which boosted their confidence. What do you think? I believe in Brother San and Xiao Yan. No, I believe in all of us. Every person is important, and none can be left out. We are the Shrek 7 monsters. And let's not forget that after months of training, we have developed a strong tacit understanding. We can win. We can win. Yes, we can win. They're the Shrek 7 monsters, each a genius, monsters among monsters. How could they willingly accept defeat? Not even in terms of presence can they lose. Everyone's expressions grew more determined as they began discussing strategies to fight against the Imperial fighting team in the Soul Arena. Master Flander and Zhao Wujia looked at these little monsters growing steadily, feeling quite gratified. However, on the other side, the Imperial fighting team was also reviewing the information on the Shrek 7 monsters, studying how to defeat them. Shrek 7 monsters, 8 people. Isn't it supposed to be 7? Captain Yu Qianheng just received the basic information from their teacher about the Shrek 7 monsters and was puzzled to see 8 people listed instead of 7. On hearing this, Teacher Qin from the Imperial fighting team smiled slightly, recalling his own confusion when he first received the information and learned that the 7 monsters were actually 8. However, after understanding the reason, he found it quite interesting. Teacher Qin looked at them and said, "If you start counting from 0, there are indeed 8. Captain Yu Qianheng nodded, understanding, and then examined the information seriously. The vice captain, Yin, heard the captain's words and walked over to take the information from his hands. After seeing the basic information of the Shrek 7 monsters, she scoffed and said, "The Shrek 7 monsters team, origins unknown, just received their Silver Soul badge yesterday. Teacher, we aren't afraid of a level 40 team. How could the Shrek team possibly be our strong opponents? Do they have the qualifications to compete with us in a team battle?" Vice Captain Yin thought about what their teacher had said about encountering strong opponents, expecting something formidable. But after taking a glance, she felt that their teacher had exaggerated. Teacher Qin didn't get angry at the vice captain's words. He maintained a smile. According to the city lord, the Shrek 7 monsters have participated in 2017 battles, winning all of them. How long did it take you to obtain your Silver Soul badge? Not a month, right? It took a whole year. Teacher Qin's words left everyone silent, but some team members were still unconvinced. However, after Teacher Qin mentioned how many opponents the Shrek 7 monsters had faced and still remained undefeated, they fell silent. "You should focus on the information," Teacher Qin said finally. The Imperial fighting team could only look at the data. When they saw that Nightmare was level 39, Evil Eye White Tiger was level 38, Thousand Hands Azura was level 35, Sausage Specialty was level 33, and Softbone Charming Rabbit was also level 33, the other 3 hadn't reached Soul Master yet. But seeing their levels of 29 and 28, it seemed they would soon reach level 30. Although not all were Soul Masters, considering Teacher Qin's comments about their achievements. This team couldn't be taken lightly. This Nightmare at level 39, being a strong, attack-type Soul Master. Why wasn't he at the forefront, but instead always protected by 2 support Soul Masters? Looking at these records, it seemed that Nightmare rarely made a move. Captain Yu Tianheng raised a question after seeing the historical formation of the Shrek 7 monsters. "That's right. I believe your biggest change will be this strong, attack-type, Soul Master Nightmare. and this thousand hands Azura. Among the Shrek's 7 monsters, Nightmare is the most mysterious. There is little record about her, and no one even knows what her martial soul is, Teacher Chin said, expressing his curiosity about Nightmare. He knew that in Shrek Academy, all students were monsters, and there were no average talents. Therefore, Teacher Chin specifically reminded them that this person must not be overlooked. As for the others, it depended on their performance. Hearing this, the members of the Imperial fighting team felt an increase in their fighting spirit, especially Captain Yu Qianheng. As a level 39 strong attack-type soul master, was quite curious about who was stronger, him or Nightmare. As they were about to take the stage, Captain Qin addressed the Imperial fighting team. Remember my words, never underestimate any opponent. Since the Soto Great Soul Arena dares to send them out, they must have a certain level of confidence. Also, one more thing is my requirement for you. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, no one is allowed to kill, nor allowed to seriously injure the opponent. Do you understand? Yinzi, especially you if the opponent is poisoned, you must detoxify them immediately after the battle. There must be no delay. Yin was puzzled, but Teacher Qin looked at the time and said, after this battle is over, I will tell you the answer. All right, time is running out. Let us go. Chapter 117. Encirclement now. Let us welcome both teams to the stage. As the announcer's voice fell, the light and shadow on the battle stage shifted. 2 doors opened silently on both sides of the battle stage, and both teams entered simultaneously, walking towards the center of the battle stage. Just a glance ignited the blood. The 2 team captains at the forefront locked eyes in the air, and the fierce momentum of a dragon and tiger rose. This first encounter aimed to suppress the opponent's momentum, drawing cheers from the audience outside, who rallied for their favored team. Tang Yi looked at the lively scene below, and it was indeed much more bustling than the previous soul fighting platform. The central soul fighting platform lived up to its reputation. The number of spectators and the size of the venue were incomparable, and even the amount of golden soul coins was several rounds more. After a brief exchange of glances between the 2 team captains, Tang Yi clearly felt the gaze of the captain of the Emperor's soul fighting team coming towards her. Tang Yi withdrew his gaze from the audience and then locked eyes with the team leader, Yu Qianheng. Curiosity? Inquiry? Caution? Tang Yi's mental strength is utilized, and he has observed every subtle expression of the other party. Did the royal battle team notice her? Tang Yi thought that this person seemed to have a close relationship with the master, so he politely returned a smile to the other party. Yu Qianheng naturally noticed Tang Yi's smile. He was slightly taken aback, but quickly shifted his gaze away. At this moment, the beautiful host's sweet voice rang out. Attention. Soul Masters participating in the group battle of the Soul Arena. You now have 1 minute to summon your own martial souls. You may only attack once I announce the start. The battle continues until one side concedes, is completely defeated, or falls off the Soul Arena. As the announcement concluded, both sides began to channel their soul power, and the members of both teams started to release their martial souls. This 1-minute release of martial souls was also a test of momentum to overwhelm the opponent, easily stirring excitement and cheers from the audience. While fighting and releasing martial souls, Yu Qianheng intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Tang Yi's martial soul. However, he was disappointed to find that he still couldn't see it clearly, only noticing 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, without seeing the martial soul itself. It was truly mysterious. Start. 1 minute is neither long nor short. As the host's voice fell, the roars of the team leaders filled the air, creating an exhilarating atmosphere. butI was the first to charge forward, and the pair from the Imperial fighting team, a pair of Shin turtles, did not hold back and engaged in combat with butI. Following closely behind were Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, who also joined the fray, with the members of the Imperial fighting team responding in kind. Only the team leader Yu Tianheng's gaze remained fixed on Tang Yi and Tang San. Tang San also started to move, his target being Yu Qianheng. The captain of the Emperor fighting team, Yu Qianheng, was like a hard thorn. As long as he could control him, this battle would be easily resolved. Yu Qianheng did not expect that the opponent's control spirit master would rush towards him. While dealing with this threat, he remained vigilant about the movements on Tang San's side. Whoosh! Something swiftly flew towards Tang San. Tang Yin easily dodged with a kick, and when he looked again, there were still quite a few feather-like things on the ground. Tang Yin looked at the person flying in the air. It was Yu Feng from the Imperial battle team, with the martial soul wind bell bird. This was his first soul skill, blade wings. You are my target, ugly little bird. Over here, Ma Hongjun, who was originally having a good match with the opponent, foolishly attacked Tang Yin. Watch my Phoenix Fire line. Yu Feng was almost burned by the dense flames, and soon he focused his attention on Ma Hongjun. However, Ma Hongjun definitely couldn't defeat someone like Yu Feng in a one-on-one fight. Fortunately, Xiao Wu and the person with the leopard martial soul, Osro, were in sync. Xiao Wu used Tang San's blue-silver grass to leap lightly and aimed to strike at Yu Feng first. First soul skill waist bow. In an instant, the unprepared Yu Feng was knocked down by Xiao Wu. However, the leopard Osro also found an opportunity and charged towards Tang Yin. Tang Yin jumped back a few times. The members of the Imperial fighting team were very strange. Why did they always target her? Zhu Qing. At this moment, Tang Yin was still thinking about how to kick Osro back. Who knew she suddenly heard Dai Mubai's voice? Tang Yan's gaze passed by and then saw Zhu Qing being surrounded by the two Xian Gui's martial spirits, with what looked like very hard shields about to attack from both sides, leaving Zhu Qing in the middle. If left unchecked, Zhu Qing would definitely be injured. Tang San's figure flashed. The first soul skill, Holy Flame. A grand fire enveloped Zhu Qing first, but the collision with the Xian turtle shell produced a loud sound. Bang! The seemingly hard shell suddenly developed countless cracks, as if it could shatter with a light touch. The Shijia brothers were momentarily stunned. Even their captain, Yu Tianheng, was surprised to see how powerful the first soul skill was. The members of the royal fighting team were well aware of the Shijia brothers' combined attack, and Yu Tianheng couldn't help but glance at Tang San again. Dai Mubai saw that Tang San had acted in time and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Qing, surrounded by flames, was released, and Dai Mubai quickly went to catch her. However, the plan remained unchanged, as Tang San's blue-silver grass quickly surrounded Yu Tianheng and the others. So this is what you intended. Yu Tianheng couldn't help but say upon seeing the people surrounding him. However, Tang San was also surrounded. The Shijia brothers, Yu Feng and Osro. The four of them surrounded her. Tang Yin couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. They surrounded her just to encircle her. The strongest members of both teams were surrounded by their opponents, and the audience couldn't help but take a deep breath. Did they all think of the same thing? Yin quickly sensed something was off. Why were there people surrounding their strongest member without any concern? Instead, she felt that the Shrek 7 monsters were laughing. But before Yin could think too much, both sides began a fierce battle. 7 treasures turned into glazed. Ning Rongrong unleashed her martial soul, and the added attributes were all given to Tang San. Yin saw more clearly now. This person saw her teammates being surrounded by their teammates, but didn't come to save them, and even when adding attributes, they didn't give any to the one called Nightmare. Soon, Yin saw Nightmare, surrounded 1 against 4. Second soul skill, Nightmare. As the soul skill was unleashed, the 4 surrounding people became dazed, their bodies starting to sway. Not good. This is a group illusion attack. Yin couldn't wait any longer and directly used her soul skill. First soul skill, Phosphorus Red Poison. Chapter 118, Brother, I'm here to help you. Yin's first soul skill, Phosphorus Red Poison, has an exhilarating poison. It can stimulate the nerves and increase attack power and speed by 20. When Yin used her first soul skill, it coincidentally stimulated those surrounded teammates. The Shijia brothers, Yu Feng and Osro, quickly woke up, and when they looked at Tang Yin, they became much more cautious. Tang Yin glanced at Yin, and indeed, there was something to her. The first soul skill, Sacred Flame. When they attacked, Tang Yin took the initiative. However, this time everyone was alert, and when Tang Yin used his first soul skill, they quickly dispersed. Roar! Wrath of Thunder. Yu Tianheng couldn't wait for reinforcements. He was surrounded by several people, and if this continued, he would fall here. With the addition of Wrath of Thunder, the range and intensity of his Thunder Dragon Claw increased significantly. Xiao Wu was the closest, and if this continued, she would definitely not be able to dodge. So everyone started moving. It was also a critical moment for the Shrek 7 monsters to unleash their power. Tang San was unable to protect Ning Rongrong and Oscar in time. She was afraid someone would ambush their support. Little AO, Tang San said, throwing a familiar golden rod over. Upon seeing the golden rod, Oscar quickly understood, leaping to catch it. Even without anyone protecting him and Ning Rongrong, he could still hold on to protect her. Brother, I'm here to assist you. Yu Tianheng's attacks were accompanied by lightning, and the Tang San team faced some obstacles while attacking. After Tang San arrived, she placed one hand on Tang San's back. With Tang San's blue-silver grass connecting to everyone, Yu Tianheng's lightning was no longer an obstacle for them. Xiao Wu seized the opportunity, using her third soul skill to teleport, followed by her second soul skill, a series of 360-degree kicks. Dai Mubai quickly caught Yu Tianheng, who was kicked by Xiao Wu. Crack! It was the sound of bones fracturing. Boom! Then Yu Tianheng was sent flying and crashed into the Shizhe brothers. As soon as Yu Tianheng hit the ground, he couldn't help but spit out blood. He was already seriously injured, and this was the result of everyone holding back just now. Xiao Wu and diminutive had only used one soul skill each. If their encircled opponents had attacked in turn, it wouldn't have been as simple as just spitting blood for Yu Tianheng. However, Yu Tianheng's severe injuries undoubtedly enraged the royal fighting team, especially the vice-captain, Douluo. As Yu Tianheng's confidant, watching her man being heavily injured by the enemy while she couldn't rush to save him was incredibly painful. Bastards, I will kill you. Douluo had just dodged Tang San's first soul skill, and in the blink of an eye, Yu Tianheng was injured. How could she tolerate this? Third soul skill. Azure Scale, Purple Poison. Enraged, Douluo had completely forgotten her teacher Qin Ming's instructions, and with her words, her third soul ring suddenly shone brightly. Get back. Tang San saw the situation was bad and pulled all his teammates back. Within moments, the surroundings were filled with rolling clouds of poisonous smoke. Tang San took a glance and placed his hands on the 24 bridges' bright moonlight at his waist. He calmly said, "It's just a phosphor snake from the 5 poisons of phosphor. Watch me break your snake venom." Tang San said as he took out the water sacks under the bright moonlight of the 24 bridges. He forcefully swung both hands, throwing the 2 water sacks into the air, while simultaneously yelling, "Big Brother, White Tiger's Light Wave, Fatty, Phoenix Fire Line. Activate." Diminutive and Ma Hongjun had a great tacit understanding. One broke the water sack while the other immediately breathed fire, and with a few sizzling sounds, the surrounding poison was instantly burned away. Soon, the rolling toxic smoke was cleared completely. "No, this is impossible. How could you break my green, phosphor-purple poison?" Douluo stared blankly at the Shrek 7 devils, or rather at Tang San, her eyes filled with disbelief. Not only Douluo, but every member of the Imperial fighting team was somewhat stunned. They were all too familiar with Douluo's green, phosphor snake poison. Even the strong Captain Yu Tianheng would never dare to be easily contaminated. Douluo's third soul ring ability was her most toxic attack, and the toxin acted extremely fast. Just a slight touch of the purple mist would lead to a death in no time. In contrast to the Imperial fighting team's members, the Shrek 7 devils smiled calmly. When it came to poison, they had great faith in Tang San. Moreover, their Tang San hadn't even made a move yet. This was just a small matter, not worth being surprised about. Tang San looked at the members of the Emperor fighting team and said calmly, "The poison of the green phosphor snake is merely a trivial skill. If all 5 poisons of the green phosphor arrived together, perhaps I would pay some attention, but your green phosphor snake poison is still not ripe." The members of the Emperor fighting team stared blankly at the Shrek 7 monsters opposite them. They had already suffered injuries from this poison, and morale was somewhat low. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly came from behind the Emperor fighting team. "What are you waiting for? Are you afraid of your opponent because of small setback?" With this cold voice, everyone noticed a faint fragrance in the air. Then they saw a white light fall onto the severely injured Yu Tianheng. Soon, everyone witnessed Yu Tianheng recovering at a visible speed. Once fully recovered, Yu Tianheng said sternly, "Ling Ling is right. What are we waiting for? Let's take action." With his words, the morale of the Emperor fighting team surged, marking the beginning of their eruption. The members of the Emperor fighting team immediately split apart. At this moment, Douluo also did not fall behind and used her soul skills. Tang San and the others had taken some antidotes, but Tang Yin was still not at ease. He quickly sent out several leaves from his hand, and each leaf gracefully landed on the heads of the 7 people. The dizziness they felt immediately dissipated, replaced by a refreshing sensation. They also felt their strength increase, and while the dizziness was gone, they had regained a significant amount of soul power. Over here, the Sher brothers and Osro had come to fight. The level difference was noticeable, with one being in the 30s and the other in the 20s, and lacking a soul ring made a difference. Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun were at a bit of a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng had also engaged with Tang Yin, unable to provide support for the moment, and could only trade punches with him. Yu Tianheng was surprised by Tang Yin's attack power. Not only was he unable to gain an advantage in their confrontation, but he also felt he was at a slight disadvantage. At this moment, Tang San helped by using webs to bind and obstruct Osro, and with the help of wind manipulation. Diminutive and Zhu Zhuqing were preparing to use a combined skill to block them. Douluo spoke up, also wanting to stop Zhu Zhuqing and Dimutive's combined technique. Xiao Ao, Chapter 119. Your people have all fallen, Xiao Ao. Tang San was just a little short of defeating Yu Tianheng when he saw Douluo attempting a sneak attack. He immediately called out, Oscar. Oscar understood and swept his golden rod to block Douluo. Your opponent is me. Oscar raised an eyebrow and said, You, a food system soul master, thinks he can stop me. Douluo found it ridiculous that a food system soul master dared to claim to be her opponent after being blocked by him. Oscar, unfazed by Douluo's blatant sarcasm, had changed over the past month. He was no longer the Oscar who hid behind his companions seeking protection. After a month of actual combat, whether it was attacking or defending with soul power, he could easily counter. Douluo realized that to get past Oscar, she would have to defeat him. With poison smoke all around, Oscar felt no fear. He felt great because of the leaf above his head, believing that the toxins couldn't touch him at all. The two quickly engaged in battle, and Douluo was surprised to find that her poison had no effect. However, thinking of how Tang San could cure her poison, she felt somewhat relieved. What surprised her even more was that this food system soul master could actually hold his ground against her. Without the support of toxins, Douluo found it somewhat challenging to fight against Oscar. Is he really a food system soul master? Douluo began to doubt. A loud tiger roar echoed, and a massive white tiger appeared, proudly lifting its head, embodying the arrogance of a king. Another roar followed, and then a loud crash. Meanwhile, the Shijiao brothers, Yu Feng and Asro, were intercepted by Tang San and Xiao Wu, and were injured and taken down by Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai's martial soul fusion technique. After using the fusion technique, Zhu Zhuqing's and Dai Mubai's soul power was nearly depleted, and Zhu Zhuqing, who hadn't yet reached level 30, exhausted her soul power even faster, collapsing into Dai Mubai's arms. Hey, your team is down. Oscar injected soul power into his golden rod, dodged Douluo's palm wind, and pressed the rod against her neck. Douluo's breathing became rapid. Hearing Oscar's words, she looked up coldly, unwilling to accept that she was losing to a food system soul master. Looking at her teammates, they had all been taken down. Yu Qianheng lost to Tang San, and over there, Yi Lingling, seeing her companions defeated, was ready to use her 9-heart begonia, but was taken down by Tang San in the next moment. Yi Lingling had completely lost her chance to fight back. You lost, Tang San said, still slightly breathless. Using blue-silver grass to restrain Yi Lingling while supporting Xiao Wu, who was also nearly out of soul power. Seeing this scene, Yi Lingling finally stopped struggling, and Fatty Ma Hongjun, hearing Tang San's words, could no longer hold on and sat down on the fighting arena. Ma Hongjun wiped the sweat from his brow. His soul power was nearly depleted, and he truly couldn't hold on any longer. We lost. Yu Qianheng looked around the arena. Whether it was the 4 teammates who were injured and couldn't get up, or Douluo being taken down by a food system soul master, even he himself lost to a soul master at level 39, Nightmare. When Yu Qianheng said this, the members of the Imperial fighting team couldn't help but be momentarily dazed. They had lost. Although they were unwilling, they had indeed lost. In the team battle, the Shrek's 7 monsters won. The host was ecstatic. This was the most exciting fight she had ever seen. With the host's excited voice, the audience erupted in cheers. The Shrek's 7 monsters exchanged knowing smiles. Despite their soul power being overly consumed, it did not hinder their victorious smiles. Second brother, brimming sausage. Ma Hongjun was truly exhausted, having depleted all his soul power and unable to move, just like Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, but they had someone to hold them. He could only save himself. Hey, here it comes. Oscar put away his golden rod, and his fierce aura changed back to his usual goofy demeanor, losing the coolness from the previous fight. Douluo finally gained her freedom, but seeing the transformed person in front of her, she couldn't believe she had lost to someone so unreliable. Xiao Ao, you were so cool just now. Ning Rongrong was also impressed by Oscar's earlier fighting spirit, feeling a bit hesitant to approach him. But now that Oscar had changed back, she was confused about what had just happened. Hey, don't you see who I am? Oscar flirtatiously brushed his hair back. Second brother, sausage. Ma Hongjun, feeling ignored, paused before speaking. He didn't want to seek attention, but if he didn't recover some soul power, he wouldn't even be able to stand, let alone leave the fighting arena later. It's coming, it's coming. No need to rush, Oscar said, feeling a bit embarrassed, though his thick skin made it hard to tell. Can you still stand? Tang San glanced at the dazed person still sitting on the ground and couldn't help but speak. After all, I have some connections to the master. I shouldn't go too far. Tang Sha hesitated for a moment but still reached out his hand. After all, he couldn't let a captain just sit there. Moreover, making friends is often the most feasible thing to do. No need to thank me. Yu Qianheng saw the small, clean hand in front of him and thought that its delicate appearance should shatter with just one hit. He couldn't imagine the scene of just now when his fist collided with Tang Sha's. You're welcome. Tang Sha pulled him up and didn't he do anything else. Then returned to the Shrek 7 Monsters team. After everyone had eaten Oscar sausages, they felt a bit better and could stand properly. On the other side, the Royal Fighting Team had also healed their teammate Yi Lingling. After both teams nodded at each other, it was considered polite. You are very strong, even stronger than I imagined, Yu Qianheng said, looking at the members of the Shrek 7 Monsters. You're not bad either, since you were able to think along the same lines as us. Dai Mu Bai, as the captain, said this in a friendly manner. After all, there was no deep-seated hatred between them. Hearing Dai Mu Bai's words, Yu Qianheng also remembered the plan to besiege the nightmare. This was a gamble, betting that the nightmare was the strongest, and in fact they lost fairly. Chapter 120. Tang San's stinginess. Yu Qianheng couldn't help but smile. I hope we will have the chance to compete again next time. By then, it's still uncertain who will win. The winner will still be us. The Shrek 7 Monsters. Dai Mu Bai, hearing Yu Qianheng's words, smiled confidently. Not only did he have confidence in himself, but he also believed in Shrek. Tang San and the others smiled in tacit agreement at Dai Mu Bai's words. If there's a next time, victory will still belong to them. The Shrek 7 Monsters. Let's go. Yu Qianheng led the group away, glancing back at Tang San's direction. He was a worthy opponent. Duguian looked at Tang San. He had cured her poison and then made her lose to a food-type soul master. She would remember this humiliation. We won. The Shrek 7 Monsters couldn't help but feel excited. However, Yu Qianheng and the others were a bit dejected as they looked at their teacher, Qin Ming, feeling disheartened. We lost, Yu Qianheng said, and everyone fell silent as they felt they had no complaints about the loss. For you, although this is a defeat, it is also a good thing. Everyone was puzzled by teacher Qin Ming's words, but they seemed to begin to understand, each looking towards teacher Qin. After explaining, Qin Ming prepared to leave, saying, You all rest well, I will go out for a while. Teacher Qin, Yu Qianheng suddenly called out to teacher Qin Ming, remembering that they were supposed to talk about something after their soul fight. You said you would tell us something when we return from a soul fight? Just tell him directly. There must be something going on. Teacher Qin Ming had asked Duguian not to use poison, which was a mercy shown to the Shrek 7 Monsters. Although Duguian ultimately did use poison, it wasn't just that teacher Qin Ming showed mercy to the Shrek 7 Monsters during the soul fight. He also noticed that the nightmare had shown him mercy. So there must be something behind all this. You still remember this, huh? After hearing Yu Qianheng's words, Qin Ming said, I haven't mentioned it to you before, but I came from Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy, the Shrek 7 Monsters. Teacher Qin Ming's words surprised several people. Well, speaking of which, the Shrek 7 Monsters are my juniors. The Emperor Fighting Team exchanged glances after hearing teacher Qin Ming's words. Is the teacher planning to go to the Shrek 7 Monsters? Yu Qianheng asked Qin Ming. Qin Ming nodded without hiding anything. Finally, the Emperor Fighting Team discussed and decided to follow Qin Ming. After all, meeting rivals was something they liked, even if they had lost. All right, while everyone was happily walking back, Tang San suddenly remembered something and used his wind abilities to remove the leaves on everyone's heads. Everyone felt a cool breeze above them, and then realized that the purple leaves they had been wearing were gone. The leaves were purple, similar to Tang San's blue silvergrass leaves. Duguian didn't suspect that the simple leaves could counteract her poison. She thought it was because Tang San had used some method to make her poison ineffective. Xiaoya, your leaves are really useful, so amazing. Oscar touched his head where the leaves had been. I originally thought that Duguian's poison made me dizzy, but this little leaf made me feel better. It's truly impressive. Ning Rongrong, who hadn't gone out to fight, could clearly feel the benefits of the leaves, realizing that the poison was indeed not simple. That's right, I said it before. Brother San plays with poison, and Sister Xiaoya cures it. No one can outdo their brother-sister duo. Okay? Ma Hongjun said proudly, as he had discovered this long ago. Ma Hongjun's words made everyone laugh, and they all acknowledged what he said. Then they looked at the leaves in Tang San's hand. Recalling how Tang San used to like giving leaves to Tang San, now they also wanted the leaves in Tang San's hand. They were truly impressive. But those leaves looked quite ordinary. You want them? Tang San was about to put the leaves away, but seeing everyone's eager expressions, she knew she couldn't hide them. MMM. Several people nodded eagerly. Tang Yi hesitated for a moment, then explained. If this leaf is too far away from me, it won't have that special effect anymore. In the end, it's just an ordinary leaf. That's okay. Xiaoyi can give it to us as a gift. Tang Yin scratched his head, wondering why he liked to give leaves as gifts. Just as Tang Yin was reaching out his hand to give away the leaves he had, Tang San grabbed it. Sister, are you really going to give them to everyone? For a long time, Collecting leaves had been Tang San's exclusive privilege, and now he found a whole bunch of people trying to share his leaves. Hey, Singu, don't be stingy, let's have a leaf too. The chubby Ma Hongjun was getting anxious as the gift he was about to get was about to be snatched away. This is a girl's gift. Even if it doesn't mean much, it's still a girl's gift, and it's Tang Yan's gift. How rare. Singu, why not share with everyone? Ning Rongrong also wanted a leaf. It looked nice and could be collected. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, also wanting a leaf, since it was a gift from Tang Yan. Dai Mubai wanted one too, but he knew Tang San was protective of his sister, and he didn't want to intrude on that exclusivity. However, Zhu Zhuqing wanted one, and if he took one, Zhu Zhuqing would have two, which should make her very happy. But before he could finish his thought, he was met with a sharp glare from Tang San, as if he had stolen something precious. Dai Mubai felt a bit hesitant to speak up. He remembered the time in the Stardow Forest when Meng Yuran had ruined a leaf for Tang San. The thousand-handed Jura was not to be trifled with. Oscar also dared not ask for one, but he was a bit clever. He gave Ning Rongrong a look, and she quickly understood, then pushed Xiao Wu forward. Xiao Wu hesitated a bit, but looking at the leaves in Tang Yan's hand, she playfully said, "Brother, I want one too." Tang San, "Brother, you've given sister so many leaves. Why not share just one with me? Just one, that's all I want." Tang San looked at the pitiful Xiao Wu and hesitated for a moment. Then Xiao Wu, bearing the title of the hope of the entire village, made a bold statement. "Just one piece is fine for me. Everyone else can decide for themselves." Wow, Xiao Wu. Oh my. Xiao Wu, you have betrayed us. Haha, I want one too, but my brother is so stingy. Xiao Wu, don't run away. Xiao Wu, wait for me. Chapter 121. Can this be treated as a joke? The group quickly returned to the resting area while playfully chasing and hitting each other. As for the few leaves in Tang Yan's hand, they ended up in Tang San's pocket. Tang Yin felt a bit like laughing, but she touched her nose to cover it up. In fact, she wanted to say that she had quite a few leaves in her space, but she wisely kept it to herself. Sending leaves or something like that felt too frivolous. In the end, after agreeing to prepare a good gift for everyone, Tang Yin stopped insisting on the leaves. Everyone knew that those leaves had become Tang San's exclusive possession, so they didn't really demand them. When they arrived in the break room and saw the master and Flender, they happily shared their victories. All right, little monsters. How about we listen to what the master has to say? Flender looked at these excited kids and was very pleased, but when he saw Yu Xiaojiang's eager expression, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Everyone quieted down and turned their attention to the master, obediently waiting for him to speak. Very good. The master looked around at everyone, nodding in satisfaction, and generously praised them. Not bad, you won. You not only defeated your opponents, but also overcame yourselves. Today's team battle in the Soul Arena can be considered an exam in the second stage of the trial, and you all passed my test with excellent results. Upon hearing that the second stage was completed, Tang Yin realized it was just like completing the first stage. Next would be a vacation. Tang Yin looked at the master with shining eyes, and the master couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. Sometimes, Tang Yin was just too easy to read. Everything was written on his face. The master cleared his throat and continued, "You all have worked hard during this time, so it's time for you to take a break. This time, you can go back and have a half-month vacation. You can do whatever you want, and then I will consider when to start the third phase of the trials. Half a month." Upon hearing this, Tang Yin was so excited that he almost jumped up, completely ignoring the master's following words. Finally, a vacation. Half a month is simply amazing. Everyone else also couldn't help but feel excited. In the past month, there had only been 2 days off, and they were so tired that they just rested. If they had half a month of vacation, they could have a lot of fun. However, just as everyone was happily preparing to enjoy these 15 days of vacation, the master suddenly turned serious and called out to Tang Yan. "Tang Yan." Tang Yan's joy froze, and he looked at the master with some hesitation. Everyone else noticed the master's sudden seriousness and was puzzled, looking at him. Could it be that Tang Yan did something wrong? But they had performed quite well in the recent battle, so it shouldn't be the case. Master? Tang Yan was also confused about why he suddenly became serious. And Oscar? The master's gaze shifted to Oscar. Oscar immediately stood up straight and asked stiffly, "What's wrong, master?" "Hey, Xiaojiang, don't be so serious, relax a bit, or you'll scare the little monsters," Dean Flandre chimed in, playing the peacemaker. The master wanted to ask about Xiao Ao's performance today, didn't he? When Tang Yin heard the master call Oscar, she roughly guessed what it meant. Previously, everyone had been divided into pairs for 2-on-2 matches, and it was hard to watch their battles. Even the master and the others didn't have the ability to observe each student's soul battle in detail. so they only focused on the students they were more concerned about. However, Tang Yin was someone everyone felt assured about, so they paid even less attention to her 2-on-2 matches. Moreover, when Tang Yin was sparring with Oscar, after Oscar got tired in the first half, Tang Yin would supplement the attack. In 27 2-on-2 matches, they achieved 27 victories. In the second half, Oscar's mental energy was always insufficient, so he didn't use any new skills during their group battles. Also, since they didn't have a 2-on-2 soul battle today, and Tang Yin had rarely controlled Oscar's mental and soul power lately. Oscar had been out of Tang Yin's control for about 10 days now. So today, Oscar could completely act on his own. The Master and Dean Flandra had watched today's soul battle and naturally noticed the difference in Oscar, but they hadn't expected that after such a short time, Oscar would suddenly change. Even during the team soul battle yesterday, Oscar had been quite normal. Today, he was different, which was quite shocking to them. How do you want to explain this? Is this something to joke about? The Master knew Tang Yin understood and continued to ask. Master, actually, it was me who insisted that Xiao Yin teach me. This has nothing to do with Xiao Yin. If you want Oscar to explain, I just pushed Oscar, who was blocking me, Tang Yin said. I conducted the experiment under the premise that I was absolutely sure of Xiao Ao's safety. Tang Yin didn't know she had let Oscar experiment without assurance. She was sure that was why she acted that way. Upon hearing Tang Yin, Oscar, and the Master's serious expressions, everyone had an idea of what was going on. Previously, when Oscar faced Douluo Yin, they were also quite surprised. Even though Douluo Yin's poison was temporarily ineffective against them, Oscar shouldn't have been able to defeat Douluo Yin. The difference between control type and food type was significant. Moreover, Douluo Yin's soul power was considerably higher than Oscar's. They were puzzled, but since they were still in a soul battle, they suppressed their doubts. After they won, the happy emotions hadn't faded, and they temporarily forgot about Oscar's duel with Douluo Yin. Now that the Master brought it up, they all remembered. Tang Yin met the Master's gaze and calmly said, I know this is very dangerous, but I believe in my healing abilities. If Xiao Ao can't handle it, or if something goes wrong, I will treat him directly and end this experiment. Regarding this matter, I can say that I have a lot of confidence. With my mental abilities combined with healing, I can constantly monitor Oscar's physical condition. If anything seems off, or if there's a problem, I believe I can resolve it immediately. The seriousness and danger I conveyed to Oscar earlier were meant to convey his determination. Therefore, I'm not just playing around. Regardless of whether we succeed or fail, I can ensure Oscar's safety. Tang Yin's words left the Master and Dean Flanders somewhat speechless. Looking into Tang Yin's bright eyes, they realized that this was not a reckless act, but rather a decision made after careful consideration regarding the Oscar experiment. Moreover, Chapter 122, Brother, you really don't have to. Oscar is not the first. To be precise, my brother is actually the first subject of my experiment. I just haven't sorted out my thoughts yet, so I want to find someone to help me organize them. Tang Yin's words left everyone stunned. They didn't expect Tang Yin would use Tang San for an experiment. Well, not exactly an experiment, it seemed. Sister, that's a bit hurtful. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. He realized that it wasn't that he had become Tang Yan's first experiment, but rather that Tang Yin had reminded him that after his success, he had provided Tang Yin with new ideas. Tang Yin touched her nose and couldn't help but cough lightly. Sure enough, her brother understood her. Hee, isn't it fairer to say it this way? Saying she used the Oscar for experiments sounds a bit cruel. It's better to say she used her brother as a subject. That sounds better, right? After all, she's a butcher who doesn't even spare her brother. However, fortunately, I am very satisfied with the result. I think I've found the principle behind it. So, Oscar is a successful experimental subject, though that sounds a bit harsh. Oscar and I achieved a win-win situation, Tang Yin said, and Oscar nodded in agreement. My spirit power is now level 33, and I can improve by 2 levels in a month, thanks to Tang Yin taking me to practice and achieving this. Everyone took a deep breath. Previously, Oscar was lazy, but over the past month, they thought it was Tang Yin's previous grouping that made everyone stronger, igniting Oscar's fighting spirit. They didn't expect the main reason to be here. After all, everyone worked much harder when they heard about Tang Yin's grouping, and each person made significant progress. So they didn't find it strange that Oscar improved by 2 levels. After all, there was still the abnormal Tang Yin and Tang San ahead. The training speed of these siblings was incredibly fast, so much so that they couldn't see the unusualness of it. Master and Flander exchanged glances and nodded involuntarily. Once the situation was explained clearly and the danger eliminated, it was no big deal. However, it is good that you understand this, Xiao Yin. In the future, whatever you want to do, I hope you think twice before acting. The Master looked seriously at Tang Yin. She is still young, and her temperament is not very stable. So he is worried. He fears that this child might act impulsively and do something irreversible, which she would regret for a lifetime. Tang Yi was taken aback for a moment. She met the master's serious eyes, which seemed to contain some regretful matters shaped by the passage of time, yet also an emotion that could not be avoided. This made the seemingly carefree Tang Yin pause for a moment. Tang Yin nodded, not wanting to look into the master's eyes any longer. He slightly lowered his gaze, avoiding the master's line of sight, and then said, "All right, I understand. Thank you, master. You can rest assured that I will think twice before acting on anything." The master found Tang Yin's somewhat hesitant demeanor a bit strange. Tang Yi. The master recalled what Flanders had said. That Tang Yi was not what he seemed. However, the master looked at Tang Yi again. Tang Yin was smiling very happily, radiating sunshine. Her cheerful voice was still ringing in everyone's ears. "Oscar and everyone are my partners, people we can trust with our backs. I would never joke about their lives and safety. I also believe in Xiaoyan. Master, I believe in Xiaoyan too." "Yes, master, Xiaoyan likes to have fun, but she would never joke about these matters." Right, I believe in Sister Xiaoyan. But why didn't you ask me to experiment with you? I trust you the most. I wonder if I can still beat second brother now." "Good point. Yeah, Xiaoao, can you spar with us now?" Right, second brother. How about we go out and have a match?" Xiao also thought of this, very curious about how strong Xiaoao could be. "Come on, Xiaoao. Let's go play." "Hey, wait a minute. Didn't you all say you believed in Xiaoyan? Why are you all dragging me out to fight? What's going on with all of you want to pull him out to fight? Besides, he can't even beat Dai Lauda and the others. Although he can still fight. He can't compare to everyone in the team. Wait, it seems like Fatty should be able to handle a bit of it." Oscar thought a bit more, and his expression became a bit more mischievous, as he had his eye on Fatty, especially Fatty's fire-breathing ability. He had to think about it. "Xiaoyan, why didn't you take me along to teach Xiaoao?" Ning Rongrong was really envious. She and Oscar are both support-type soul masters. And she also wants to be a frontline fighter. Right, sister, you're biased. I want to learn too." Even Zhu Zhuqing was looking at Tang Yin. Her intention was very clear. "Xiaoyan, I also want to learn." Dai Mubai didn't he know how it worked? But if Oscar, a support soul master, could become a combat soul master, he thought he would become even stronger if he learned it too. "Sister has never taught me carefully." Tang Sen also chimed in. Tang Yin widened her eyes. "You really don't need to. Your Tang sect internal strength is already a great skill." Aye. The entire lounge quickly became lively. The master looked at the crowded Tang Yin and couldn't help but shake his head. This was a group of kids, and he had watched Tang Yin grow up. How could he not know what she was like? It couldn't be what Flinder said before. Maybe he had just recalled something, causing his mind to be a bit unsettled. At that moment, Flinder couldn't help but pat the master on the shoulder. He looked at this group of kids and couldn't help but say to Yu Xiaojiang, "Look at these little monsters. They're all more monstrous than the last." I can't help but marvel. He believed that in less than 20 years, these children would bring a storm to the entire Douluo continent's soul master world. A real storm. The master didn't speak, but he also tacitly agreed with Flinder's words. Zhao Wuji couldn't help but look at those little monsters. He thought these little monsters would be the most outstanding group of students in the history of Shrek Academy. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking sound from outside. The lively Shrek 7 monsters quieted down, seemingly wondering who it could be. Aside from the Shrek 7 monsters' confusion and the Master's puzzlement, Flinder and Zhao Wuji exchanged glances, each seeing a matching answer in the other's eyes. At this moment, a man's voice came from outside. "Dean Flinder, Vice Dean Zhao Wuji, how are you?" Disciple Qin Ming pays his respects. When the door was opened, everyone could see who had arrived. The leader of the Huang Do team and the 7 members of the Huang Do team. Chapter 123. "Come with me." Flinder rubbed his nose with his glasses and couldn't help but laugh. "I thought you little brat had forgotten about us long ago." Zhao Wuji looked over at this moment, sizing up Qin Ming from head to toe, and couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Good kid, you're getting more and more impressive. It seems it won't be long before you catch up to us old guys." Qin Ming stood respectfully, hands at his sides. No matter when, the 2 deans were always his teachers, and he would forever be a disciple of Shrek Academy. Everyone raised their eyebrows at the leader of the Huang Do team's words, and the 7 people here were exactly their opponents from earlier. The adults exchanged pleasantries, while the kids naturally found common ground with each other. Especially when Duga Yin saw Oscar, she glared at him. Now that the Shrek 7 monsters weren't wearing masks, their attire and body shapes had significant differences, and it didn't take long for everyone to recognize who was who. Oscar allowed a slight hiss, and hid behind Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong stood tall and glared back at Douluo Yin. Douluo Yin scoffed lightly. Then her gaze fell on Tang San, the culprit who had cured her poison. Yu Tianheng gently tugged at Douluo Yin, shaking his head, and only then did Douluo Yin retract her gaze. Yu Tianheng and Tang San exchanged polite smiles and nodded, and Tang San also returned a nod without being rude. They were still seniors and juniors, so they had to be friendly. Then Yu Tianheng's gaze fell on the smallest person there, who was probably the nightmare that had defeated him. He really looked small, or rather, the Shrek 7 monsters looked quite young, which surprised the Huangdo team the most. No wonder they wore masks. At such a young age, they had achieved such remarkable results, likely to avoid attracting the attention of certain forces. Tang Yin paused slightly while biting into a potato chip, feeling touched that Yu Tianheng was looking at her. She glanced over, and they exchanged a stare, as if asking what he was looking at. Yu Tianheng was taken aback, feeling that dream nightmare looked like a child who hadn't grown up. Yet he had lost to such a young child. The members of Shrek's 7 monsters felt Yu Tianheng's gaze on Tang Yin, and they subtly shifted their positions to block his view. Yu Tianheng was surprised again, not expecting Shrek's 7 monsters to be so united in protecting someone. After they blocked her line of sight, Tang Yin withdrew her gaze and picked up her potato chips to eat. However, she thought again about the directors and teachers chatting over there, wondering if it was inappropriate for her to eat so openly. But after glancing at everyone who had completely blocked her figure, she decided to quickly finish what she had in hand. As long as she ate quickly, they wouldn't have anything on her. However, Tang Yin forgot that everyone there were soul masters and their 5 senses were very keen. The Shrek team was used to it. But the members of the royal battle team exchanged glances, seemingly still in disbelief that such a person had defeated their captain. The 2 teams remained silent because the elders were speaking. As juniors, they naturally wouldn't make noise to disturb the teacher's conversation. It was a matter of courtesy. At this point, after Qin Ming finished chatting with the masters, he introduced the members of the royal battle team. Sorry to interrupt, these are my students. This time, they have the opportunity to battle with your students, which is also a rare experience. The royal battle team had etiquette, as they were nobles. Manners were ingrained in them. During Qin Ming's introduction, they still remembered to perform a greeting for everyone, showing respect to both Qin Ming and Shrek's 7 monsters. The Shrek team was not accustomed to formal etiquette, but seeing the royal battle team's greeting, they also followed suit to show politeness. "Ha! I didn't expect your students to fight with these little monsters," Zhao Wujia said, being much more straightforward and not fond of formalities, feeling that the 2 teams battling was a matter of fate. Qin Ming smiled at Zhao Wujia's words and nodded. After Qin Ming finished the introduction, Flinder began to introduce as well. "You, it's been so many years since you left the academy, and you're still as restrained as before. Come, let me introduce you. This is the Master, and these 7 little monsters are the ones you saw on the battle platform just now." "Hello, Master." Qin Ming slightly bowed, performing the disciples' etiquette. However, the Master's etiquette was not acknowledged by the Master, who glanced at Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng seemed to feel someone looking at him and turned to look back. When he saw the Master, he felt a bit familiar, which puzzled him. Soon, it seemed he remembered something and looked at the Master in disbelief, as if he recognized him. Flinder, seeing Qin Ming's dazed expression, couldn't help but laugh. You are his nephew's teacher. In terms of seniority, you are on the same level. He naturally won't accept your etiquette." After finishing his words, Flinder chuckled again, seemingly not noticing the slightest struggle from the Master. He patted the Master's shoulder and said, "We are all on the same side. You don't need to hide anymore. Do I really have to tell everyone that Yu Tianheng is your nephew?" "What?" At this moment, not only were Shrek's 7 monsters surprised, but even the members of the royal battle team exclaimed in shock, both teams reacting in unison. Originally recognizing the Master, but not daring to believe it. Yu Tianheng stood up after hearing Flinder's words. Since he was called out, he naturally wouldn't hide it, but he hadn't stood up yet when he heard the Master's words. The Master, triggered by Flinder's words, recalled some unpleasant memories, and his expression darkened, his tone turning unfriendly. "Flinder, I've said it many times. I have no relationship with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan anymore." With that, the Master turned and walked out in a bad mood. "Uncle." Yu Tianheng opened his mouth, wanting to ask many things and say a lot to Yu Xiaojiang, but hearing Yu Xiaojiang's angry words made him choke up a bit. The Master paused upon hearing Yu Tianheng's choked voice, looked at him, and finally said, "Come with me." After dropping the sentence, he continued walking, and Yu Tianheng quickly followed him out. No one expected the relationship between Yu Tianheng and the Master was that of uncle and nephew. The members of Shrek's 7 monsters and the royal battle team exchanged glances and then looked away. Even Tang Yin was momentarily stunned. It was rare to see the master angry, and his temper was quite fierce. Chapter 124. Golden Soul Badge. The master was angered and left. And the captain of the royal battle team also walked away, leaving the atmosphere a bit awkward. However, Flinder quickly brought the mood back. You all go calculate this month's old battle points. We'll head back together later, Flinder said, as it seemed the directors and teachers wanted to have a good chat. You can head back. When Qianhing returns, we will leave, Qiming also said to the royal battle team members. The two teams nodded, and a total of 14 people walked out of the lounge, leaving only Flinder, Zhao Wujia, and Qiming inside. The Shrek 7 monsters and the royal battle team were relatively quiet. Aside from the earlier battle, they didn't have much of a relationship, and after saying a few words, they parted ways. After all, the relationship between their captain and the leader of Shrek 7 monsters was there, so it was polite. However, Douluo Yin stood out a bit. She looked at Tang San one last time and left a remark. Next time we meet, my poison won't be cured by you again. Tang San found it a bit funny, playing with poison. However, he respected the other party, nodded, and said, let's wait and see. Douluo Yin snorted lightly and really left. Uffed. Someone couldn't help but laugh, and soon everyone was laughing, as they all knew that it was Tang San who broke Douluo Yin's poison for the first time, and it was Tang Yi who detoxified her the second time. Now, it was all on Tang San's shoulders. Third brother, you can do it. Next time, don't give Douluo Yin a chance to use poison, otherwise it will be so demoralizing. Haha, I can't even say that little you can detoxify, otherwise it would be even more demoralizing. Alright, enough showing off. Let's go settle the soul fighting points. Tang San pushed Ma Hongjun, who was beside him. Alright, let's go settle the soul fighting points. Ma Hongjun pushed away, wasn't angry. He instinctively glanced at Tang Yi and saw that she was dozing off a bit, realizing that it was about time to go back, wash up, and then sleep. It was already late. Everyone didn't waste time, still a bit excited. Soul fighting points, after all, were the fruits of their hard work for a month. Their month of soul fighting was finally over. After defeating the royal fighting team, the Shrek 7 monsters achieved a record of 29 consecutive victories in team battles. However, according to the agreement between the Master and the Soto Great Soul Arena, everyone among them, except Oscar and Ning Rongrong, would receive an additional record of one-on-one victories. Moreover, they would also gain a record of winning in a 2-on-2 match. After so many soul fights, everyone was a bit curious about their points. They didn't know how high their points could reach after these consecutive victories. When the Shrek 7 monsters finally checked their points, Manager AO personally came out to greet them. Manager AO had a face full of spring breeze, as the Shrek 7 monsters had not only avoided losses for the Soto Great Soul Arena by defeating the royal fighting team, but had also allowed the arena to make a considerable profit. For these exceptionally outstanding soul masters, the Soto Great Soul Arena would not skimp at all. This is finally your total points. At this moment, Tang Yi and the other 8 received something like a catalog. It clearly recorded their individual battle records. Each person looked at their record sheet and was very satisfied. Apart from the most satisfying team record, there was also the 2-on-2 record, and, thanks to Tang Yi, their 2-on-2 combinations achieved quite a good result. So when it came to receiving badges, both Tang Yi and Tang San undoubtedly received the Gold Soul Fighting Badges. Both of them had victories in every category: individual battles, 2-on-2, and team battles, which was unprecedented in the Soto City Great Soul Arena. If it weren't for their non-profit motive, they would have been poached by the Great Soul Arena. Therefore, Tang Yi and Tang San finally earned 30,000 gold soul coins each. Although this was a little extra provided by the Great Soul Arena for good seedlings, both Tang Yi and Tang San received 30,000 gold soul coins. Moreover, with the team's 28 consecutive victories, the Great Soul Arena made an exception to give each team member 10,000 gold soul coins. After all, the more consecutive victories in soul fighting, the more money earned. That was quite a significant income. Next was Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, a 2-on-2 combination, also achieved 28 victories, which was impressive too. It was unclear whether it was the effect of love, but Dai Mubai obtained the Gold Soul Fighting Badge with a total of 20,600 gold soul coins. Before Tang San and the others came to Shrek, Dai Mubai had already been fighting in this Great Soul Arena, so he earned slightly less in individual matches. He couldn't reach the individual consecutive victories, but fortunately, he also received a Gold Soul Fighting Badge. Then came Oscar, who received the Silver Soul Fighting Badge, and since he didn't participate in individual fights, his points were a bit lower, totaling 18,000 gold soul coins. Xiao Wu got the Silver Soul Fighting Badge with 21,000 gold soul coins. Zhu Zhuqing received the Silver Soul Fighting Badge with 20,500 gold soul coins. Fatty Ma Hongjun got the Silver Soul Fighting Badge with a total of 15,800 gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong received the Silver Soul Fighting Badge with 13,300 gold soul coins. After everyone received their badges and gold coins, they were all very happy. These were the fruits of their hard work over the month, and they gained quite a lot. Thus, the Shrek 7 monsters collectively earned 3 gold soul fighting badges. Oh no, now that we have 3 gold soul fighting badges, won't our future opponents have to fight against gold soul fighters? Fatty, what are you afraid of? Don't you believe in our strength? butI, in a good mood after receiving the gold soul fighting badge. Zhu Zhuqing wanted to see Tang Yi's gold soul fighting badge, and he handed it over. Unfortunately, Zhu Zhuqing only looked at Tang Yi's gold soul fighting badge. Clearly, there was not much difference between the 2 badges. Exactly. Have we ever been afraid? Fourth brother, straighten your back. We have never been afraid. Everyone was full of confidence, and they would become even stronger in the future. If the people in front were stronger, they would strive to meet the challenge. As they talked, they couldn't help but laugh. They really were sunny youths with passion. Hee, I was just joking. Ma Hongjun also didn't want to make too much of a fuss. However, manager AO quickly explained to them that in the 30-level Soul Respect Gold Soul Fighting Team, they were the only team. If they wanted to find battles with Gold Soul Fighting badges, they would have to challenge at a higher level. So that means there are no opponents? The Shrek 7 monsters couldn't help but laugh. Considering their ages, the oldest in their team was only 15. No opponents. Each of them was filled with a sense of pride, thinking of themselves and everyone. Even Tang Yi wasn't sleepy anymore. She felt as if she was already standing at the peak. Fortunately, Tang Yi stopped herself in time. Otherwise, she would become even lazier. They still had the spirit hall to face, and she didn't know what the future would hold. But regardless, she wanted to be happy for this moment of glory. Happy Tang Yi lost her sleepiness and slammed the table, saying, "Let's go. Today I'm treating. Sister, aren't we going back to sleep?" Tang Xin still remembered Tang Yi's habit of needing good sleep to grow taller. Not sleeping. I'm happy today. Oh, let's go. Chapter 125, Brother. I think you were a bit ruthless. Originally planning to treat everyone to a meal, Tang Yi encountered the master who had just returned halfway. So in the end, everyone had to go with the master. However, they didn't expect that the master took them to a place that turned out to be a dining place. Here, they were greeted by Dean Flandra, teacher Zhao Wujia, and senior Qinming. As Tang Yi walked in, he immediately smelled a delicious aroma. It was wine. Tang Yan's eyes lit up as he looked at the bottles of wine in front of Dean Flander and Zhao Wuji. He couldn't help but swallow. Tang Yan couldn't help but take a deep breath. She instinctively glanced at Tang San and, seeing that his attention was not on her, felt a surge of joy in her heart. While everyone was greeting each other, Tang Yan shifted her feet a little. As she caught people's attention, she asked the bartender for a drink. The bartender didn't think much of it. When a guest made a request, he naturally complied and then handed a drink to Tang, and Tang, he couldn't help but lick her lips. She was finally going to drink. After so many years, she could finally touch alcohol. But before Tang, he could take a sip, someone took it away from her. "Sister, do you want a drink?" Tang Sin smiled at Tang Yi, and without hesitation, he snatched the drink from her hand. Tang Yi was a bit speechless when she saw Tang San, and she said somewhat sheepishly, "I'm 13. In a few days, she would have already celebrated her birthday and turned 13. Yeah, I'm also 13. How about we drink together?" "Sister?" Tang San casually shook the drink in his hand and mentioned that he was going to ask for another cup. "I wonder if drinking will affect my growth? I'm only 13. I should still grow taller, right?" Tang San murmured. Tang Yin. Tang Yin snatched the wine from Tang San's hands and then returned the wine bottle. "Forget it. It's not necessary to drink. Eating something is also good." I think so too." Tang San said this as if he meant it, but in reality, he was stifling a laugh in his heart. Tang San said, and then noticed that Tang Yin was looking at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai had somehow acquired a cup of wine, and he was drinking it in one gulp, which made Tang Yin envious. "Sister, stop looking. You can't drink it anyway. Dai Lauda is already tall enough and probably doesn't want to grow any taller." "Brother, I think you're being a bit mean." After hearing Tang San's words, Tang Yin really wanted to kick him, but fortunately, she held back. After all, he was her brother. Dai Mubai felt goosebumps under the gaze of the two people, especially after Tang San said that. He looked at his empty wine glass and silently put it away. He decided not to drink in front of Tang Yin anymore. At 15, he felt he could still grow taller. The other members of Shrek were also curious about the wine, but after hearing Tang San's words, they silently put down their glasses, reminding themselves that they still needed to grow taller. It's better not to drink before reaching adulthood. It's harmful to the body. "Sister, don't be angry. Look, I have something to give you, Tang San said with a smile. What is it? Although Tang Yin still felt a little disappointed, she quickly adjusted herself and looked at Tang San. This is for you, sister. Tang San took out a card from the moonlit night on the 24th bridge. Tang Yin recognized the card. Was this the one that manager AO had given them when they finally earned the gold soul coins? This is my first time earning money, and I want to give it to you, sister. Tang San said seriously. This could be considered the first time he earned so much money. The money he made from forging in Notting City was too little, not even enough for the pocket money Tang Yin gave him, so he never dared to give it to her. However, this 30,000 gold soul coins was quite a lot, and he wanted to give it to Tang Yin. This is your own money. Just keep it. What do you want to give it to me for? I have my own. Although Tang Yin said this, she was still very happy. Her brother was giving her all his savings. This is different. I have always used sister's money and have been supported by you. This time is the first time I earned so much money, so I want to give it to you. Moreover, in my previous life, there was a saying that an elder sister is like a mother. Since you have treated me well, I naturally want to treat you well. Tang Yin felt comfortable and anxious after hearing this. He reached out to touch his brother's head, but he wasn't tall enough. However, who is Tang San? He knows Tang Yin the best. He pulled over a tall chair and lifted Tang Yin onto it, allowing Tang Yin to easily reach his brother's head. Tang Yin happily ruffled her younger brother's hair, making it a mess, and only then was she satisfied to stop. Her little brother was really great. Her efforts in caring for him were not in vain. Tang Yin didn't hesitate to take the card from Tang San's hand, but soon she took out another card. Tang Yin's card and Tang San's card are the same. They are both exclusive cards for the Great Soul Arena. Then Tang Yin gave her card to Tang San. My brother has given me all his money, so I also need to give him some pocket money. Tang San looked at the card in front of him, stunned for a moment, and soon smiled. Good. Tang San was not polite and directly took the card given by Tang Yin. While the atmosphere was lively with eating, he kept a bit of attention on the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters, looking a bit like he was about to make a sarcastic comment. Both cards had 30,000 on them. You give me one, I give you one, it's all the same. Even the cards were exclusive to the Great Soul Arena. So what's the difference? Sigh. The siblings were already being all lovey-dovey. If these little couples didn't step it up, they would be left behind. Rong, how about we switch too? Oscar hinted as he took out his card, and Ning Rong immediately blushed a bit shy, but she made a cold snort and said, You just keep it. Who wants to switch with you? This young lady doesn't want yours. Even Dai Mubai, who was on this side, didn't want to be outdone. He directly shoved his freshly minted card into Zhu Zhuqing's hands, generously saying, Here, it's all yours. However, Dai Mubai's words had a bit of a flavor to them. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Dai Mubai and quietly accepted it, even giving him a big chicken leg in return. Dai Mubai was delighted and quickly said thank you, happily eating, although he didn't particularly like chicken legs. Speaking of chicken legs, Tang Yin was the one among the Shrek 7 monsters who loved chicken legs the most and couldn't be without meat. Dai Mubai was startled again, recalling that when he had given Zhu Zhuqing a chicken leg before, it had quickly ended up in Tang Yin's stomach. No, it was just an illusion. This chicken leg was Zhu Zhuqing feeling sorry for him. Brother, shall we switch too? Xiao Wu saw everyone exchanging and also took out her card to give to Tang San. Tang San was taken aback when he saw Xiao Wu looking a bit awkward. Chapter 126, Brother, you are so good. Especially when Tang San noticed Xiao Wu's slightly flushed face, he became even more unsure of what to do, as it reminded him of the moment he obtained his 3rd spirit ring. Tang San said in his dream, Childhood sweethearts, we have even named our child. He and Xiao Wu, but he had always regarded Xiao Wu as his sister. However, his heartbeat was somewhat different from usual, leaving Tang San feeling more at a loss than ever. Tang San had not yet experienced these unfamiliar and somewhat awkward feelings. He instinctively looked towards Tang Yin, hoping she would give him a hint. However, the smile in Tang Yan's eyes faded when she saw her brother looking at her. She understood the meaning behind his gaze and was almost exasperated. With the cabbage there, he could just go for it directly. Why do you have to ask her with his eyes what to do? How silly. Tang Yin jumped off the chair a bit angrily, but in the end, her brother was still her brother, and she couldn't really ignore him. After Tang Yin came down and passed by Tang San, it seemed that he unintentionally bumped into Tang San a bit. Tang San stumbled and almost fell toward Xiao Wu. He nearly collided, but fortunately, he managed to stop in time. Otherwise, it would have been a real crash. Brother, shall we switch? With an encouraging glance from Tang Yin, Xiao Wu gained a bit more courage and said this while slightly tilting her head. Switch, yes, let's switch. When Tang San met Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes, he felt a bit hesitant for a moment, sensing that something was changing. In the past, He had regarded Xiao Wu purely as a younger sister, but now it seemed a little more complicated. Tang Xin handed another card to Xiao Wu, which contained a considerable amount of money. Ever since he had his sister, he had never been short of money, so he had several cards. "Brother, you're so nice," Xiao Wu said with a happy smile as she received the different card. Tang Yin looked at the two young couples, or rather, the three pairs of young couples, and couldn't help but laugh. They were truly affectionate, simple, and refreshing. No matter how one looked at them, they were pleasing to the eye, unlike the heavy tastes of the apocalypse. Ma Hongjun glanced at the couples around him and suddenly found the food in his mouth less appetizing. It was just too much of a dog-eat-dog scene. Originally, things were quite harmonious on Tang Yan's side, but suddenly it seemed that Dean Flanders and his group were not so harmonious. Flanders said angrily, "Xiao Gang, did you come here specifically to undermine me? These kids belong to Shrek, now and in the future. Can't we provide them with a good education at Shrek?" Tang San and the others stopped their playful bickering upon hearing these words and instead looked towards Flandra and the others. However, the master did not change his demeanor due to Flandra's anger. He still spoke calmly. "I didn't say to let them join the Tiando Royal Academy. What I mean is, I hope the two academies can communicate with each other. Teacher Qin, I think this shouldn't be a problem, right? If you can't make the decision, I can contact the Spirit Hall." Qi Ming was taken aback for a moment. He looked at Dean Flandra and then at the master, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, after hearing the master's words, Dean Flanders' emotions stabilized somewhat, and he was curious to see what the master was thinking. "Teacher Qin, if I remember correctly, as an academy established by the Tiando Empire, the Tiando Royal Academy should have 2 slots for the grand event a year from now. I can let these children temporarily join the Tiando Royal Academy as exchange students until the grand event is over. I think this way, it would be easier for you." Qin Ming was astonished and found it hard to believe. "Master, are you saying that you want the junior students to represent the Tiando Royal Academy at that event? But if that happens, Tiando Academy will definitely announce that they are from Tiando." The master smiled lightly and said, "Having another academy's graduation title isn't a bad thing." "No, I disagree." Flandra suddenly slammed the table and glared at the master. "The children belong to Shrek. Master, don't forget, Shrek has been my all-consuming effort for the past 20 years. Tang Yin and the others watched the somewhat discordant argument in silence. Tang Yin was even more surprised. Shrek Academy joined the Tiando Royal Academy? How come she had no impression of that? She seemed to remember that there was a Master-S lover, and then they merged, turning her own academy into Shrek Academy. Tang Yin scratched his head, a bit unsure, not knowing if this was the original course of events or if it was the butterfly effect. The debate quickly faded away, ultimately ending with Dean Flanders leaving, looking somewhat dispirited. Zhao Wujia gave Ma Hongjun a glance, and Ma Hongjun immediately went out. Ma Hongjun was Dean Flanders' close disciple, so he could comfort Flanders about anything. "You little monsters can go back after you're full. We might need to take a break for a while," Zhao Wujia said as he looked at the Shrek 7 monsters. Tang Yin and the others also sped up their eating. After saying it was for rest, they returned to Shrek Academy and directly rested for 2 months. After all, Shrek Academy was going to the Tiando Royal Academy, so everyone, including students, teachers, and the dean, had to leave here. Tang Yin looked at Shrek Academy with a bit of reluctance, feeling that going to another academy was not quite right. She wasn't sure if it was because she didn't remember the details inside anymore. Sigh. Tang Yin sighed. In the past 2 months, she hadn't done much either. It was just that everyone had developed an interest in Oscar's training methods. Tang San, apart from eating and sleeping, spent his time training them. To be precise, he manipulates their minds and uses their mental strength to control their bodies, allowing their soul power to circulate through various meridians. With the experience of using Oscar as a guinea pig before, Tang San is now quite skilled at this. However, he can only control one person at a time, as this kind of thing cannot be done carelessly. Each person needs to be trained for at least 15 days to find the right circulation within their bodies. Tang San also takes care of their mental strength, controlling each person for a maximum of half an hour to an hour a day, fearing that they might run out of mental energy and cause problems, so he doesn't dare to control them for too long each day. Oscar, on the other hand, can practice on his own, and the rest depends on how well he masters it. During their 2-month rest, due to learning Tang San's new skills, their soul power has been continuously growing. Therefore, their current soul powers are Evil Eye White Tiger Dai Mu Bai, rank 39 Soul Sovereign. Sausage Specialist Oscar, rank 34 Soul Sovereign. Thousand Hands Azura Tang San, rank 36 Soul Sovereign. Evil Fire Phoenix Ma Hongjun, rank 31 Soul Sovereign. Softbone Charm Rabbit Xiao Wu, rank 35 Soul Sovereign. 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile, Ning Rong Rong, rank 30. Nether Cat, Zhu Zhu Qing, rank 31 Soul Sovereign. As for Nightmare Tang-san, Chapter 127, how does it feel? As for Tang-san, Tang Yin gritted her teeth. It's her for the past 2 months. Her soul power is still at level 39. I don't know if Tang Yin wants to cultivate her soul power and then obtain a soul ring to grow taller, but she hasn't made any progress. She's already 13 years old and still only 1.50 meters. Sigh. After 2 months, the Shrek 7 Devils have all reached level 30 with 3 soul rings. Except for Ning Rong Rong, who just reached level 30 yesterday and hasn't had time to obtain her soul ring. However, today they are set to depart for the Heaven Do Royal Academy, and Ning Rong Rong has also cultivated the same soul power and soul ring technique as Tang Yin, using soul power for her own benefit. She wants her soul power to be more refined, so she isn't in a hurry to obtain a soul ring. All of these little monsters have reached level 30. Initially, Dean Flander felt a bit sentimental, but his sentimentality was quickly replaced by unbearable joy due to these little monsters. Thanks to Xiao Yan's technique, after I learned it, I can effectively attack without using the power of soul rings, but I'm still not very proficient at it. Fatima Hongjun said to Dean Flander, Yes, I practiced the earliest version. When I started practicing this technique, my soul power increased very quickly, but after that, as I continued to refine it, the increase slowed down a bit. Although I'm more familiar with using soul power, Oscar, the first, said with experience. After I practiced, I felt very comfortable all over. With each cycle, I felt my body was much lighter. Ning Rong Rong said happily, she has also reached level 30. And when she obtains a soul ring later, she will reach level 31. However, when it comes to gaining soul ring, she still prefers to familiarize herself with this cultivation method. If this technique spreads, it would cause a sensation throughout the continent. Dean Flander listened to their chatter. It won't spread. At this moment, the master shook his head. Flander looked at Yu Xiaojiang, somewhat confused by his words. This cultivation technique requires complete trust in Xiao Yan for her to control their bodies. If it were someone else, they might not be able to trust her wholeheartedly. And if they have even a hint of resistance while Xiao Yan is controlling them, she might get hurt. Over the past 2 months, he has been paying attention to everyone's movements and observing their actions. So, it is still too difficult for this technique to spread far and wide. These little monsters trust Tang Yin because they have built their feelings over time, experiencing ups and downs and playing together. This requires the right timing, location, and people.